Chapter 1. With Mother Away, Father Takes the Stage. Greetings to all our viewers in the live stream and present audience. Welcome to the inaugural episode of With Mother Away. This program is an immersive daily live broadcast, where all our audience members will join our observation team to witness the captivating moments when Father takes care of the children in the absence of Mother. Allow me to introduce our three esteemed members of the observation team. First, let us welcome our rising pop diva Sue Binfin. As a newly emerged sensation in the music industry, Sue Binfin possesses a delightful visage and remarkable vocal prowess, with a particular fondness for children. Upon the host Xiao Yu's introduction, Sue Binfin gracefully rose from her seat in the observation area, smiling warmly. Hello everyone, I am thrilled to be here. My aim is to document the daily life of a devoted father, preparing myself for future marriage and motherhood. Sue Binfin's playful and endearing demeanor instantly filled the venue with joy. Next, we have the illustrious actress, Li Xiaolu. Li Xiaolu embodies an intellectual beauty, excelling in various films and television dramas, and is a married mother. Hello everyone. I am here to learn. My partner and I struggle to manage our child, which can be quite distressing. The gentle and graceful Li Xiaolu has captured the hearts of many men in China, and her unpretentious nature garnered enthusiastic applause and cheers from the audience. The staff exchanged knowing nods with such impressive guests. It would be hard for the program not to thrive. One could easily gauge the excitement from the barrage of comments and audience reactions. Xiao Yu continued. The third member of our observation team is the renowned and beautiful host, Fu Qingran. In addition to her hosting duties, Fu Qingran is a prominent child psychology expert in China. She has intentionally cropped her hair for this appearance and is dressed in a sleek black suit, exuding confidence and competence. Hello everyone. I will apply my expertise in child psychology to provide insightful interpretations, hoping to guide you correctly. Amidst the audience's anticipation, Xiao Yu pointed towards the grand screen. Now, I am honored to introduce the matriarch of the selected family. As the host's voice faded, the live chat exploded with excitement. Could it be that the three divine figures preceding were not the main stars? Who could possibly outshine these three? The queen of the music industry, the national goddess, and the CEO of Starry Entertainment Chen Guyao. Let us warmly welcome Chen Guyao. The chat erupted in a frenzy. Wow, it's actually the queen, Chen Guyao. Chen Guyao has been married for a decade, and the public has no idea who her husband is. This is simply too intriguing. I never expected my wife would choose to reveal her husband and child on this program. I am all in. I am eager to see what kind of man could possibly be worthy of Chen Guyao. I am even more curious about the child born to the extraordinary Chen Guyao. With a confident stride, Chen Guyao made her entrance. Dressed in an elegant purple gown, she radiated a commanding presence and unparalleled beauty, immediately eclipsing the other three female guests of the observation team. The three female observers felt a tinge of imbalance within themselves, yet they rose to their feet and applauded, greeting Chen Guyao warmly in front of the cameras. The program commenced in earnest, with Xiao Yu engaging in interaction with Chen Guyao. Songstress Guyao, your husband and children are unaware that they are being broadcast live. Are you feeling anxious? Seated on the plush sofa in the guest area, Chen Guyao exuded an aura of formidable presence and dignified grace with every smile and frown. To be honest, I signed up on a whim. I have faith in my husband. He often says that it makes no difference whether I am home or not. I trust that he will take care of our family, just as he always does, and he has consistently excelled in this regard. It appears our songstress is quite confident. Xiao Yu remarked with a smile. Indeed, Chen Guyao looked resolutely into the camera. I hope my husband can set a commendable example for other fathers. If any unfortunate incidents arise, it may serve as a cautionary tale for them. The audience erupted in laughter. Now, could you briefly introduce your husband and child so we can gain a better understanding? Chen Guyao nodded. My husband is named Lu Chun, 3 years my junior, and he is not part of the entertainment industry. He is simply a devoted house husband. In my eyes, he is an incredibly wise and gentle man, attentive to both me and our child, leaving me worry-free. When speaking of her daughter, a maternal tenderness illuminated Chen Guyao's expression. My daughter is named Lu Xiaoyu, and she is 8 years old. After this summer, she will be starting the 2nd grade. She is remarkably intelligent and lively. Although she appears charming, Her personality is quite boyish. Although Yu excels academically, she is not particularly fond of studying. Perhaps only my husband can manage her. With Chun Guyao's concise introduction, the audience in the live stream and on-site gained a fundamental understanding, with everyone brimming with curiosity, eager to witness the unfolding events. What kind of man is capable of being Chun Guyao's husband? What kind of man can manage the daughter of the formidable Chun Guyao? Xiao Yu smiled at the camera, saying, "Honestly, even I, as the host, can hardly contain my anticipation. Let us now unveil the 360-degree cameras we have set up in Chun Guyao's home and commence our live parenting broadcast. Oh my, it's finally starting. My refresh key has nearly worn out. I must see what kind of man has taken my wife and daughter. If he is exceptional, I shall offer my blessings. If he is unworthy of my goddess, please accept my axe." As the live stream began, a serene scene unfolded. In the study, a handsome man was seated at the desk alongside a beautiful little girl. The morning sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating the two of them. Lu Chun spoke gently as he explained a problem to Lu Xiaoyu. From a visual alone, it was a heartwarming depiction of a loving father and his understanding daughter. Chen Guyao was pleased, imperceptibly nodding her head. "Lu Chun, you have never let me down, wow. Truly handsome. Yu is exceptionally beautiful and loves to learn. Witnessing this scene makes me want to cast my son aside. Cast aside, currently berating my husband, who pales in comparison to Lu Chen's charm." Lu Chun pointed at the book, but suddenly fell silent mid-sentence. He could clearly sense Lu Xiaoyu's exhaustion, which she was suppressing out of fear. As a reborn individual, Lu Chen realized after just an hour that he should not follow the trajectory of his past life. In his previous life, Lu Chun and Chun Guyao aspired for their daughter to excel, yearning for Lu Xiaoyu to attend Tsinghua University, keen to teach her trigonometry even before her birth. Kindergarten, primary school, high school. The pressure placed upon the child was immense. Eventually, Lu Xiaoyu faltered in her college entrance examination and fell into depression, transforming from a lively and clever child into a quiet and timid individual. Lu Chun and Chun Guyao were filled with regret, and their marital relationship began to suffer. The profound and painful blow led to constant disputes between them, adversely affecting Chun Guyao's career, leaving her in despair. The blissful family they once had was irrevocably lost. Each time he reflected on the past, Lu Chun was consumed by remorse. In this second chance at life, Lu Chen's mindset had completely transformed. In the aftermath of his excitement, he found himself deeply contemplating the shortcomings and issues of his previous approach to parenting. With just a moment's reflection, Lu Chun attained clarity. The notions of attending Tsinghua University or ensuring that a child of a superstar achieves greatness are mere fallacies. What truly matters is that a child remains kind and enjoys a joyful childhood. Suddenly, Lu Chun turned Lu Xiaoyu's petite frame towards him, gazing earnestly into her eyes, and asked, "Yu, I believe we cannot continue learning this way. You're already so tired and need a rest." Lu Xiaoyu was taken aback, her beautiful eyes fixated on her father, her mind consumed by a singular thought. This is undoubtedly a trap. With assignments piling up every day during the summer vacation, how could she rest if she couldn't finish? Her stern father was nothing short of a nightmare. I'm not tired." Lu Xiaoyu feigned bravado. She dare not trust her father so easily. Chapter 2. This father understands the burdens of his daughter. No. You're exhausted. From now on, if you don't wish to do your homework, then simply don't. Lu Chen asserted with greater seriousness. Lu Xiaoyu. This seems quite different from what Chen Guyao said. Isn't he supposed to be a strict father? Why is he not allowing his daughter to do her homework? In an effort to assure Lu Xiaoyu, Lu Chen continued, "I have come to realize, by imposing such immense academic pressure on you, I have deprived you of the joy of your childhood, which is undeniably a grave loss. You are at an age where innocence and joy should reign, and you ought to play. Therefore, you need only boldly express to your father what you wish to do. And I swear by the heavens that I will accompany you in your pursuits." Lu Xiaoyu blinked her wide, innocent eyes and tentatively inquired, "Really? Don't believe him. My dad is exactly like this. It's undoubtedly a trap for the kids. This scenario feels all too familiar. I received beatings in my childhood for such things." "Me too. One day my dad asked me what I wanted to do most, and I said I wanted to smoke. He slapped me and asked when I had learned to smoke. I fear for Xiaoyu's safety. As the husband of Xiaoyu's mother, I must rescue my daughter. Then can I play a bit of Honor of Kings? Lu Chen immediately nodded. Such a small request. I must fulfill it. I shall support you in the game. And together we will sweetly duo, allowing you to witness the prowess of the top player in Tianqi community. Huh? Lu Xiaoyu was utterly stunned, scrutinizing Lu Chen's eyes with newfound intensity. Could it be that her father had been possessed? What? He actually agreed so readily? This can't be true. Absolutely impossible. With Chen Guyao not at home, he has let loose, hasn't he? I never expected that the husband of the famed Chen Guyao could be so irresponsible. Not only do we doubt his sincerity, but even Xiaoyu seems to be skeptical of its authenticity. In the broadcasting studio, Chen Guyao was instantly disheartened. She maintained a smile for the camera, yet her teeth were nearly grinding to dust. Lu Chen, what on earth are you doing? Is this how you care for our child in my absence? Who told me that children require strict discipline? Who said that children must not fall behind at the starting line? Who claimed that playing games would ruin a child's ambition? The panel of female guests turned their gaze towards Chen Guyao, their eyes glimmering with schadenfreude. Guyao, this seems entirely contrary to what you have described. Indeed. Isn't he supposed to be a strict father? Isn't he supposed to focus on the child's studies? How is it that he forbids homework yet engages in gaming with her? Surely, the illustrious Guyao isn't fabricating this? Or is it that your husband has been exceptionally adept at masquerading his true self? Chen Guyao felt wronged, suppressing her anger while smiling. My husband is truly not like this typically. I have no idea what has come over him today. Xiaoyu, eager for the show's effect, chimed in. Guyao, you could send a WeChat message to your husband. We could also see your husband's true self outside of your view, but you must not disclose that we are live. Chen Guyao nodded, retrieved her phone, and after editing her message, sent it. The message displayed on the big screen read, "How is Xiaoyu doing with her homework?" As the content that Lu Chen had prepared was projected onto the grand screen of the studio, everyone was left in utter disbelief. My dear wife, are you still worried while I'm at home? I've already completed it. I know everything, and everything I write is correct. Right now, Yu is playing the piano, and soon she will practice her dance and painting. At that moment, Chen Guyao was completely flabbergasted. Lu Chen, how dare you deceive me? Is this how you've been raising our child when I was at home? The three female celebrities from the observation group burst into laughter, relishing the rare sight of Chen Guyao, who usually stood in a position of higher status, making a fool of herself. Ha! I can't breathe. I've laughed my 10 years of kidney stones to pieces. Thank you, Lu Chen. Did you see that? No man is trustworthy. They all deceive their wives like this. All married ladies, keep your eyes wide open. Chen Guyao stared blankly at the screen where Lu Chen was smugly holding up his phone, a self-satisfied grin on his face. Did you see that? Your mother is quite gullible. If neither of us says anything, we can happily play together all day. If I don't help you reach the highest rank today, am I not your father? Chen Guyao suddenly felt completely numb. Fortunately, her daughter still had some sense. She cautiously asked, what about homework? Chen Guyao felt a flicker of comfort in her heart. Her daughter was still sensible. Little did she expect to see Lu Chen patting his chest, proclaiming, homework? I can finish it for you in 5 minutes. Chen Guyao, the three female celebrities in the observation group clutched their stomachs, pointing at the big screen. Guyao, your husband is truly amusing. He cracks me up. Your home must be filled with joy on a daily basis. It truly isn't like this usually, Chen Guyao replied, her face turning awkward. Anger surged within her, suppressing her impulse to fly home and confront him. Lu Chen's image as a strict father was deeply ingrained. He usually catered to Chen Guyao, yet now he was pulling this on her. In the live broadcast, Lu Xiaoyu forced herself not to believe it. However, her desire for King's remedy was overwhelming. Well, Lu Chen feigned displeasure. What do you mean by well? I remember your mother told you to uninstall the game, right? Now go get your phone and download the game. I'll help you with your homework. Lu Xiaoyu stood up, walked to the door, but hesitated, peeking through the doorframe. The barrage of comments suddenly intensified. Not bad. Not bad. This dad knows how to alleviate his daughter's worries. Is this alleviating worries? This is just setting the child up for failure. Wow. Did you all notice how Lu Chen's handwriting is strikingly similar to Yu's? Indeed. What a talent. Is this kind of father truly qualified? Not letting the child do homework, but helping them with it? For such a father, all I can say is, I want one too. The studio erupted in laughter. Li Xielu, covering her mouth, glanced at Chen Guyao and chuckled softly. Guyao, your husband really has retained his childlike spirit, haha. It seems he has not spared you from his tricks in the past, and now that you are not home, his true self is revealed. Chen Guyao struggled to maintain her composure, her gaze fixed on the screen, hoping for a twist. Her daughter must be understanding. She would surely put a stop to Lu Chen's antics. Indeed, in the scene, Lu Xiaoyu picked up her homework with a hint of curiosity. Hooray! She then joyfully dashed off to fetch her phone. Chen Guyao felt utterly despondent. Fu Qingran, who had remained silent throughout the observation, finally spoke with a serious demeanor. As a child psychology expert and a theoretical professor of family studies, I must express my opinion. Lu Chun is leading the child astray. He is unworthy of being a father. For an 8-year-old, who is at a crucial stage for developing good study habits, being misguided by a father in such a manner makes it exceedingly difficult to regain the right path later on. Chapter 3. Nevertheless, I must say, his bait is indeed precise. Mobile games possess a strong allure for children. Their thoughts are quite simplistic, easily filled with whatever captivates their interest, leaving little room for contemplating the importance of diligent study. Thus, I cannot condone Lu Chen's actions. Even if he is the husband of the renowned Chen Guyao, I shall boldly step forth to provide the correct guidance. Fu Qingran's words were serious and professional, delivered with a heavy tone. After speaking, Fu Qingran turned to Chen Guyao. Gao Yao, do you believe my point is valid? Chen Guyao felt torn and angry. She was aware that Fu Qingran had previously stirred controversy by asking sensitive questions about her marriage during an interview, which had led to a confrontation with Chen Guyao. This was a lingering grudge. Both she and Fu Qingran shared the same view on Lu Chen's current parenting approach, yet Chen Guyao was reluctant to acknowledge it. Why should my husband be subject to your critique? She thought, barely suppressing her desire to voice her agreement with Qingran's perspective. I hope everyone refrains from emulating my husband, was a sentiment she was nearly ready to express aloud. At that moment, she regretted participating in the program. What are you doing? Criticizing my wife as husband is unacceptable. Who do you think you are, Fu Qingran? Yet, Fu Qingran is quite right. Chen Guyao's decision to join this program was indeed fortuitous. It has illuminated the fact that Lu Chun presents a fade while concealing his true self. Only I am truly suited for Gao Yao. Brother, draw your sword. The screen then revealed a heartwarming moment. The game was updating, and Lu Xiaoyu lay on the sofa, anxiously awaiting, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Lu Chun had prepared some fruit and placed it on the coffee table. What's your rank? Lu Xiaoyu lamented, I've only reached gold 3 with 2 stars. I can only sneak in a few games when you and Mom are away. After saying this, she seemed to recall something and looked at Lu Chun with apprehension. Lu Chen's expression darkened as he stroked his chin, seemingly in thought. Not being able to play games will indeed affect your mood. We cannot have that. It appears I must buy you another phone. At that moment, Lu Xiaoyu finally fully believed in Lu Chun. He is one of us. In the broadcasting studio, Chen Guyao could not help but grit her teeth, her displeasure evident. Haha, it's rare to see the renowned Gao Yao upset. I can empathize. When I am away from home, my husband and son often fool me, and after I caught them red-handed, I had to discipline them for 3 consecutive days before they finally behaved. What purpose does marrying a husband serve, if not for a bit of playful brawling? Even if my husband has a point, I would still retort, why are you being so loud? And then continue with the scolding. At long last, I have completed the update. I, the foremost mage of the Tianqi community, have boldly made my presence known online. Lu Xiaoyu, with a shout of eagerness, hastily opened the game. Lu Chun chuckled and said as he entered the game, pay no mind to what your teammates choose. Simply select the hero you wish to play most. If you die, that would be an insult to me. The enemy forces will arrive on the battlefield in 5 seconds. Please prepare yourself. All troops advance. Charge. Observing Lu Xiaoyu's animated excitement on the big screen, Chen Guyao felt a sudden tremor in her heart. The last time she saw Lu Xiaoyu this joyful, she surprisingly could not recall. It seemed to have vanished since she started kindergarten. Xiaoyu smiled and remarked, Guyao, it's perfectly fine to allow the child some leisure time every now and then. The most crucial aspect is whether the father will instill moderation in her. Chen Guyao nodded slightly. Let us hope so. Hey, are you coming? Aren't you going to farm the minions? ISNT the mid lane minion line all mine? You still have to come over. You need to be nearby when the minions die to earn gold. Is that so? Lu Xiaoyu activated her sprint, maneuvering her Daji into the mid lane. No, don't go there. Suddenly, a colossal figure emerged from the bushes, brandishing an axe like a madman, and struck Daji. Oh no. Lu Xiaoyu was petrified. Just as Daji's health was about to hit rock bottom, swoosh. A hook appeared, pulling Dian Wei under the tower, followed by a stun, and Lu Chun began to siphon health. Daji was safe. Then came a flurry of attacks. Dian Wei was vanquished. Ha! I got a kill. Ha! Lu Xiaoyu was overjoyed, and Lu Chen shared in her delight. Remember next time, as a mage, you mustn't venture into the bushes. I, the premier Zhong Kuei of the Tianqi community, am not to be underestimated. Lu Xiaoyu nodded vigorously. Yes, yes. What an accurate hook. Subsequently, as Lu Chun hooked another enemy, Lu Xiaoyu secured another kill. The father and daughter duo reveled in their sweet cooperation. Are you sure this is a variety show called Mom is Not Home and not a live streaming session of a gaming influencer? Though I do not play this game. Watching it stirs my blood. I suddenly find this scene incredibly harmonious, a father gaming with his daughter, as if they were friends. Harmonious, my foot. The rank in the game rises while the grades fall. A few hours of joy lead to a semester of distress. After winning 2 consecutive matches, Lu Xiaoyu gleefully hugged Lu Chun and pecked him on the cheek, even feeding him a grape. Lu Chun felt the long-lost intimacy from his daughter, grinning widely. The live streaming room was filled with joy, with some praising Lu Chen's gaming prowess. In the broadcasting studio, Chun Guyao, instead of witnessing Lu Chen's moderation, suddenly found herself in a daze. Li Xiaolu remarked, "At home, my husband and I would never permit our daughter to engage in such gaming. It would undoubtedly lead her astray." Fu Qingren nodded, acknowledging that during this formative period, children are particularly inclined to idolize their fathers, with paternal behaviors serving as a model for imitation. This gives rise to the adage, like father, like son. Chen Guyao felt that her ability to remain impassive amidst the tumult of the entertainment industry had become an essential skill, one that she had mastered over the years. Unbeknownst to her, however, she was on the precipice of being unguarded, and the source of this vulnerability lay within the very family she took pride in. Perhaps due to Su Binfin's youth and her fondness for playing Honor of Kings, she voiced a differing perspective. I actually find it quite delightful that Lu Chen plays games with Lu Xiaoyu. Times have changed, and I believe that edutainment is not inherently a negative thing. Nevertheless, she added, but I must say his hook as Zhong Kuei is remarkably precise. Laughter erupted in the room. Su Binfin's comments elicited some skepticism from Fu Qingren and Li Xielu, as well as from Chen Guyao, yet somehow endeared her to Chen Guyao. Fearing that the discussion might devolve into a quarrel, Xiaoyu quickly interjected, "We have only been live for less than an hour." According to the pop diva, Lu Chun is entirely different today compared to his usual self. I believe that a person's transformation can be sudden. So perhaps there will be an unexpected turn of events soon? The group nodded in agreement. Indeed, perhaps Lu Chen is intentionally behaving this way, waiting for an opportunity to diminish Lu Xiaoyu's interest in gaming? The big screen displayed Lu Chen and Lu Xiaoyu engaged in fierce combat. Lanling Wang. Again with Lanling Wang. It's infuriating. Yu, do not fret. It is time to unleash my damage-dealing Zhong Kuei. Chapter 4. Daddy, I want to eat fried skewers. In the studio of Mom is Not Home, all the guests, audience members, and production staff were completely unprepared for the unfolding situation. From the commencement of the live broadcast, the entire morning had transpired, leading to such an unexpected trajectory. With Mom not at home, Dad is taking care of the kids. What was supposed to showcase positive values of completing homework, learning dance, and practicing piano had transformed into a battlefield. In the footage, Lu Chun wielded Zhong Kuei with devastating effect, while his daughter, Lu Xiaoyu, gleefully collected heads amidst her excited shrieks. Chen Guyao felt as though she might shatter her back teeth in frustration. As the pop diva's career soared, she gradually began to transition toward the role of a female CEO within the entertainment industry, understanding the cyclical nature of new talent replacing the old. Under the glaring spotlight, Lu Chen and Lu Xiaoyu established their personas. He is the wise and cultured father, and she is the vivacious and sensible daughter. It was with this consideration that Chun Guyao had agreed to participate in Mom is Not Home. Her immense trust, however, was thoroughly dismantled by Lu Chen's actions. Chen Guyao's mood plummeted to an all-time low. Li Xiaolu's laughter rang the loudest, and to Chun Guyao, it sounded like mockery. "Guyao? I now suspect that you are deliberately creating a contrast to enhance the show's effect. Such a sacrifice for the program is truly admirable." Chen Guyao's smile was tinged with a hint of bitter amusement and anger. Fu Qingran's words became increasingly unpleasant. This approach to parenting is undoubtedly flawed. I truly cannot fathom how the husband of the renowned singer could think. He is unworthy of the title of a father. If my husband behaved in such a manner at home, I would not hesitate to throw a divorce agreement in his face. The atmosphere abruptly chilled. Chun Guyao's complexion darkened, Her formidable presence as both a diva and Sing was suddenly erupted, her tone neither raised nor loud. Yet it exuded an undeniable authority and commanding aura. Miss Fu Qingran, my family is not within your purview to critique. I possess the means to provide a life of abundance for my husband and daughter. They have no need to strive to emulate others. At this, Chen Guyao let out a cold laugh. I fear you may find that you, Miss Fu Qingran, are incapable of such. A collective gasp echoed through the room. Indeed, it is no exaggeration to estimate that Guyao earns several hundred million a year, while the CEO's dividends amount to yet another few hundred million. Why should her husband and child aspire to be like anyone else? Is it not a case of killing both the body and the spirit? Who does not know that Fu Qingran's husband is burdened with debts amounting to 500 million? For Chen Guyao, such matters are trifling. Fu Qingran seems to have met her match. Su Binfan gazed at Chen Guyao with wide-eyed admiration. Her ambition in the music industry was to become a top-tier diva like Chen Guyao. Fu Qingran's expression immediately soured. I am merely addressing your husband's mistakes from a professional standpoint. You are merely a critic? Chen Guyao replied with a scoff. Then my assertion that you are incapable is simply a statement of fact. Chen Guyao abruptly rose from her seat. Wherein lies the inappropriateness of my husband caring for our child? Everyone is entitled to discuss it. I welcome others to learn from my husband's example. However, I must clarify, my husband and my child are not to be spoken of by anyone in this world but me. The chief director hastily relayed a message to the host, Xiao Yu. For the first episode, let us not create a tense atmosphere. Please manage the situation. Xiao Yu quickly stepped forward with a smile, saying, it appears there is a small divergence between our observation team members and the family matriarch, which is a positive development. After all, every family is unique, and the atmosphere each one requires differs. The diva, Chen Guyao, prefers a joyful household. While teacher Qingran may place greater emphasis on discipline, there is no right or wrong here. Su Binfan and Li Xiaolu also joined in to ease the tension. Indeed. Look at the time, it's already noon. Shouldn't we see what Lu Chun is preparing for Yu's lunch? Yes. The breakfast was so tantalizing. I am eager to witness what culinary skills Lu Chun possesses. Both Chen Guyao and Fu Qingran are shrewd individuals within the industry. They merely needed to display a hint of being formidable while knowing when to temper their demeanor, for moderation is the essence of social interaction. Chen Guyao smiled warmly. My husband's culinary skills are unparalleled. I have yet to taste anything better than what he prepares. Fu Qingran nodded in agreement. I concur, a husband with exceptional culinary talent, like Lu Chun, is vital for a family's harmony and the well-being of children. The atmosphere instantly lightened. Everyone turned their gaze once more to the grand screen. Lu Xiaoyu summoned the formidable Daji from the 8th round, while Lu Chun called forth the adept Zhong Kuei for assistance. Both of them ascended by more than 10 stars. Lu Xiaoyu was utterly elated. With the announcement of victory echoing, another star was added. Wow, Daddy, you're incredible. Zhong Kuei achieved a quadruple kill, securing a total of 15 kills in this match. Absolutely splendid. Lu Chun chuckled and put down his phone. I didn't deceive you, did I? Now, it's time for lunch. Tell Daddy what you wish to eat. Oh, I had already purchased 5 steamed buns, intending to enjoy them alongside the dishes cooked by Lu Chun. A man who can cook possesses undeniable charm. I have been eagerly anticipating this meal. Oh heavens! Please bless me with a Lu Chun. It seemed that due to the game, Lu Xiaoyu had grown even more convinced of Lu Chun's transformation. She tentatively inquired, Daddy, although your cooking is exceptionally delectable, could I possibly have fried skewers? Lu Chun was taken aback. Are you referring to those fried on the roadside in oil? Lu Xiaoyu nodded, instinctively glancing around before she recalled that her mother was not home, and still lowered her voice to say, once, while waiting for you after school, I secretly had a bit from a classmate. Oh, that flavor was simply divine. The plan for the live stream was for Lu Chun to prepare a meal for Lu Xiaoyu and then commence the broadcast at 3 in the afternoon. At this moment, the audience in the studio, much like those in the live stream, awaited with bated breath. Chen Guyao silently implored, please don't agree to let you have fried skewers. You must showcase the singular culinary skill you possess today. Have some consideration for my dignity. I can comprehend assisting a child with homework and playing games with them, but I cannot accept allowing them to consume such unhealthy food. I have a feeling Lu Chun will undoubtedly refuse you. Stay strong, male idol. Surely you can think of something. Please uphold our family's honor. Guyao. In the frame, Lu Xiaoyu's eyes sparkled with anticipation, gazing at Lu Chun. He affectionately ruffled her hair. It's fine to indulge occasionally, But make sure not to let your mother find out. Lu Xiaoyu clapped in delight. Yes, yes, yes. I want the braised pork ribs, Crucian fish, and tofu soup. Stir-fried cabbage, and scrambled eggs with tomatoes that you'll make for me at noon. Lu Chen burst into laughter. Clever girl. Chapter 5. There are no men who do not deceive. Isn't this just granting her request? This is far too indulgent for a child. Most fathers may not spoil their sons, but certainly dote upon their daughters. I see in Lu Chen the reflection of my own father. As a child, my father spoiled me in the same way, and the joy of being indulged as a daughter is irreplaceable. Fried skewers aren't necessarily unhealthy. Some are cooked in high-quality oil. Don't you also fry things when you cook at home? The one frying skewers upstairs is hereby certified. The laughter from the audience in the studio may not have carried the same mockery as that of Fu Qingran and Li Xilu. Yet Chen Guyao found it still quite disheartening. Lu Chen, didn't you previously say that children shouldn't eat from roadside stalls? Previously, you maintained the most stringent standards when it came to cooking. What has transpired now? Amidst her anger, Chen Guyao found herself engulfed in confusion. Had her husband been possessed? The scene shifted as Lu Chen instructed Lu Xiaoyu to wait downstairs while he ascended to change his attire for a trip to procure some food. However, upon reaching the second floor, Lu Chen discreetly made a phone call. Old son, prepare some skewers for me, using only the finest oil and the healthiest ingredients. Is this not precisely what my daughter craves from street vendors? I thought, in case it isn't hygienic, surely you, a seasoned chef from a prestigious restaurant, can manage this? I'll arrive in 10 minutes. Oh my. Lu Chen had evidently planned this all along, ensuring that Yu could indulge in her long-desired skewers while also enjoying a healthy meal. This is precisely what a considerate father ought to do. I am enamored by this gesture. Chen Guyao observed Lu Chen on the large screen, suddenly finding him much more agreeable. I told you, my husband would never be lackadaisical about such matters. Su Binfan chimed in with a smile. What a thoughtful and astute approach indeed. However, Li Xiaolu interjected with a differing opinion. If Yu develops a liking for fried skewers because of this, we cannot perpetually deceive her, can we? Chen Guyao cast a sidelong glance at Li Xiaolu. Old son is the executive chef of a 5-star hotel not far from our home. I hold a 40 stake in that establishment. If I desired, I could have old son set up a skewer stall at my villa. Why would I deceive my daughter? Li Xiaolu's face turned awkward at once. I didn't mean it that way. I am truly astonished. Does she not have the means? Must you? An elderly woman? Meddle? Indeed. Why deceive our daughter? Simply tell her that we are frying fresh and eating it. What is the harm? Your worrying over trifles is indeed unbecoming. Do not speak ill of my Xiaolu. She is only looking out for Yu. The scene depicted Lu Chen and Lu Xiaoyu enjoying their meal merrily, a harmonious tableau that resonated with countless viewers. The live broadcast was originally set to conclude temporarily. Yet the barrage of comments expressed overwhelming dissent. Some viewers even initiated a poll, with the option to continue the live stream until Yu fell asleep, garnering a staggering 998 votes, far surpassing the options for a break or a 3 p.m. start time. The chief director, Hong Bo, was elated. This variety show was highly regarded within the network, benefiting from the popularity of Chen Guyao, Su Binfan, and others, and had been assigned a high rating even before its premiere. Now, having streamed all morning, the success was attributed to the father-daughter duo. This was indeed a triumphant first round. Thus, Chief Director Hong Bo waved his hand decisively, instructing his assistant. Let the second group have their meal, then we will rotate with the first group. Guests and audience members in the studio who wish to dine could freely go to the restaurant. Assistant Director Zhang Zhifeng expressed concern. The network executives won tea. Hong Bo shot him a glare. Do they dare to question me? Zhang Zhifeng was left bewildered. Was the chief director truly this audacious? Hong Bo thought to himself, if this program becomes a hit, the network head will be begging me for favors. Chen Guyao felt too anxious to partake in the meal, as host Xiaoyu brought her some snacks and milk sponsored by the merchants. The live broadcast continued. Due to the unplanned live broadcast, we decided to insert an amusing little segment. As Xiaoyu finished speaking, many attendees suddenly had their eyes light up with excitement. Shall we have the songstress call Yu? The audience in the studio unanimously agreed, and the comments were filled with support. Xiaoyu, with a mischievous smile, remarked, as this is a live observational program focusing on the daily life of fathers taking care of their children in the absence of mothers, we approach this with a sense of curiosity to verify. Songstress, when you call Yu, please inquire about her morning and what she had for lunch. A sense of unease welled up within Chen Guyao. The morning's live broadcast had made her feel a certain unfamiliarity with Lu Chun previously. She had never considered that he might deceive her, yet the morning's broadcast conveyed a starkly different impression. Well then, expectations have soared. If I were to marry Chen Guyao, I would never deceive her. I bet Lu Chun is telling the truth. Nonsense. I refuse to believe there exists a man in this world who doesn't lie. Now we can only hope that Yu is obedient and sensible. Let us hope she is merely speaking without intent. Are you sure Yu is obedient and sensible? Chen Guyao retrieved her phone, dialing while observing the large screen. Just after finishing some fried skewers, Lu Xiaoyu was washing her hands. Upon seeing the incoming call, Lu Chen discreetly whispered to Lu Xiaoyu, "It's your mom calling. Don't forget what you just said." "Hello? Dear, did you miss me already?" Lu Chen answered casually, reclining on the sofa without a hint of guilt, even exchanging knowing glances with Lu Xiaoyu. Lu Xiaoyu's expression was one of clever understanding. Oh, how amusing, men. Lu Chun has no idea that every action of his and Yu's is under the watchful eye of the songstress, not to mention the entire internet. How hilarious. It's evident that the songstress is becoming increasingly furious. Look at Fei Qingyan and Li Xiaolu, grinning from ear to ear. Everyone was curious about the ensuing question. Taking a deep breath, Chen Guyao endeavored to maintain a calm tone amidst the mountain of emotions, asking, "Yu, could you tell Mommy what delicious dishes Daddy prepared for you at noon?" Yu paused, feeling a bit anxious. She really asked. Lu Chen quickly signaled her. Lu Xiaoyu's timid voice then emerged. "Mommy, Daddy made me 4 dishes for lunch. They were so delicious. They are, braised gluten, Christian carp sausage soup, stir-fried chicken strips, and chicken skewers with scrambled eggs." Chapter 6. Then I won't play support anymore. I'll play as an archer. Haha. Yu is too funny. Braised gluten, Christian carp sausage soup, stir-fried chicken strips, and chicken skewers with scrambled eggs? I can understand each word, but why do they make no sense together? She clearly named some bizarre dishes, yet she also revealed the truth. The studio erupted in laughter, the host doubled over in mirth. Even the typically aloof Fu Qingran could not contain herself, discreetly turning her head away as if she were vibrating with amusement. Chen Guyao felt her temples pulse. On screen, Lu Chun resembled an agitated cat, suddenly springing up to cover Lu Xiaoyu's mouth. "Shoo, you let it slip." Lu Xiaoyu instantly panicked, her explanation echoing throughout the studio. "Mom, I was just joking. Actually, I had braised gluten for lunch." No, it was Lu Xiaoyu's large, sparkling eyes darted around as her mind raced to formulate a response. I'm going to play the steel intestine." "No, the piano. I'll play the piano." "Mom, we'll talk when you get back." Chen Guyao stared blankly at the screen, watching Lu Xiaoyu hang up the phone, observing Lu Chen chastise her, and then noticing Lu Xiaoyu's guilt-ridden expression. It was simply unbelievable. My sweet, obedient Yu, why has she learned to tell fibs? Hee. Li Xiaolu's laughter rang in Chen Guyao's ears, laced with mockery. "Oh, Song Yao, as a fellow mother, I must remind you that once a child develops the habit of lying, it can be quite difficult to amend." Fu Qingran nodded in agreement, noting that under parental influence or permission, a child might even come to regard lying as a norm. Chen Guyao felt a sense of powerlessness, for the truth stood before her, difficult to contest. Lying is indeed wrong, and I shall surely seek an opportunity to correct it. Xiaoyu interjected, "Song Yao, do take heed. Our live broadcast is confidential, and you must not speak of it directly. After today's broadcast concludes, you still cannot mention it. We have selected you, Fu Qingran, and Li Xiaolu's families to alternate in the broadcasts, with each family participating in 4 episodes." Chen Guyao nodded resignedly. Su Binfeng quickly added, "Sometimes, we shouldn't magnify a small white lie. If we do, children may become overly cautious, fearful of saying the wrong thing. I certainly thought that way when I was little." Li Xiaolu and Fu Qingran exchanged glances with Su Binfeng, not bothering to engage her further. What could a young girl possibly understand about marriage and child-rearing? Chen Guyao cast a grateful look in her direction. The live broadcast was scheduled for 3 o'clock in the afternoon, yet it was only 1 o'clock. And the studio remained filled with people who had just finished their meal. Apart from bathroom breaks, everyone sat obediently, as they had at the beginning. Their curiosity about Chen Guyao's family had only intensified, and many were captivated by the striking looks of Lu Chun and Lu Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu inquired Song Yao, "During summer vacation, what does your husband usually arrange for you after lunch?" Without hesitation, Chen Guyao replied, "After lunch. He usually has Yu take a short nap, and around 2:30 in the afternoon, she practices the piano. Su Binfeng's eyes brightened instantly. Are you hoping to nurture Yu into a musician or a singer like yourself? Chen Guyao smiled and shook her head. No, my husband and I aspire for Yu to attend Tsinghua University in the future. The other pursuits are merely hobbies and talents to be nurtured. Ah, I see. I believe your daughter has certainly inherited your musical talent, which is rather unfortunate, Su Binfen lamented. Fu Qingran replied, daughters often inherit traits from their fathers, while sons typically take after their mothers. Indeed, Li Xiaolu immediately concurred. My daughter has inherited only her father's virtues. I can tell when she lies. For she has not inherited my flair for theatrics. Xiao Yu remarked. Let us observe whether Lu Qin adheres to his original plan for arranging Yu Yu's schedule. I have discerned Lu Qin's method of caring for the child. He presents one face in public and another in private, and will surely avoid letting Yu sleep. That is difficult to ascertain. Regardless of how indulgent Lu Qin is in the morning, his love for Yu is genuine, and he will ensure she rests. The songstress spoke with such conviction. I hold faith in her words. In the scene, the father and daughter exchanged worried sighs. Yu, having played all morning. Might it be time for a nap? Little Yu's countenance immediately fell as she approached Lu Qin, shaking his arm. Daddy, I truly am neither sleepy nor tired. Every time I have to take a nap, it feels like precious time is wasted. Lu Qin stroked his chin. It indeed seems like a waste. How about you practice the piano now? What? Little Yu, indignant, sat down. I refuse. However, you have yet to complete the task assigned by your piano teacher last night. Suddenly, little Yu's eyes sparkled. Daddy, if I finish my piano assignment and send the video to the teacher, can we play King's Glory together this afternoon? Goodness. Not again. In my household, we call that showing off. Surely, I cannot agree to this. That would be excessive. He would not consent. Just look at Lu Qin's furrowed brow. The songstress appears quite concerned as well, her brow knitted. Lu Qin indeed shook his head. In that case, you need not complete the piano assignment, and you cannot play King's Glory either. Although I wish for your happiness, I must also be responsible for your well-being. Excessive screen time is detrimental. Witnessing this scene, laughter erupted in the live stream. Chen Guyao found herself at a loss for words. Preventing excessive screen time by forbidding gaming is quite reasonable. But what does it mean to disregard the piano teacher's assignment? Lu Qin, are you truly this evasive? In the scene, little Yu paused, her large eyes pondering the matter. It seems that won't do, Mother said, although our circumstances are favorable. My piano teacher is quite difficult to engage. Each lesson costs over 800 yuan. Lu Qin's face lit up with delight as he ruffled little Yu's hair. Excellent. You understand the importance of not wasting money. Chen Guyao watched this unfold, unable to suppress a contented smile. Her daughter is indeed sensible. As she did not acquiesce to Lu Qin's dubious suggestion, little Yu stood up, her expression earnest as she regarded Lu Qin. Very well. I shall practice the piano now and submit my assignment. Then, you can call the teacher to refund the remaining lessons, thus allowing you to purchase me a new phone. As you mentioned, the bond between my father and I is sweetly harmonious. I once believed that my little cotton-padded jacket truly understood me. If only Lu Qin would agree. I would wield my 40-meter blade to assist the diva Chen Guyao in eliminating him. In a scene where Chen Guyao was gnashing her teeth in murderous intent, Lu Qin surprisingly nodded. I no longer wish to play support. I want to be an archer. Chapter 7. What else are you concealing from me? Lu Xiaoyu sat before the piano in the living room, appearing diminutive against its grandeur. The soothing notes of the piano began to resonate. Afternoon sunlight streamed in, casting a gentle glow on Lu Xiaoyu's face, rendering her delicately beautiful, resembling a little adult. Really? Another trick to deceive me into having a daughter? The production team is too mischievous. I've already scolded my son 3 times since morning, and now I'm feeling restless again. Xiaoyu is so young, yet plays so well. This is precisely the scene we yearn to witness. Please don't introduce any nonsense. The audience in the studio wore benevolent smiles. Chen Guyao also adorned her face with a tender smile, unable to resist nodding as she watched Lu Xiaoyu's earnest demeanor. This is indeed a good daughter for a mother. The elegant piano melody gracefully unfurled, and both the audience in the studio and the viewers online nodded in approval. She plays beautifully. Chen Guyao felt immensely satisfied. It seemed Lu Xiaoyu had made significant progress. Each time she listened to Xiaoyu play at home, she felt a sense of pride, recognizing her daughter's innate talent and rapid learning ability. Chen Guyao chuckled. Su Binfan nodded vigorously. I also learned piano from a young age, but I certainly could not compare to Xiaoyu at her age. Just then, however, Lu Chen, who was filming with his phone, furrowed his brow slightly. Pause. The piano abruptly ceased, and Lu Xiaoyu looked up at Lu Chen. Daddy, what's wrong? Lu Chen affectionately ruffled Lu Xiaoyu's hair. You played wonderfully, but I noticed two minor issues. Huh. Confusion adorned Lu Xiaoyu's lovely face. Daddy, can you play the piano? I never knew that before. Chen Guyao, watching the scene, appeared somewhat perplexed. Su Binfan curiously inquired, Diva Guyao, does your husband play the piano? Chen Guyao shook her head, as if recalling something amusing. A smile gracing her face. How should I put it? If one finger zen counts, then he can. Ha ha ha. Diva Guyao is truly humorous. The one finger zen made me laugh. If one finger meditation counts, then I can too. If being stubborn counts, then I can as well. Everyone, please understand that he wishes to showcase his abilities in front of his daughter. Haha. Chen Guyao, filled with curiosity, fixed her beautiful eyes on the earnest Lu Chen on the screen. Lu Chen smiled and nodded. In his previous life, upon discovering that music could heal depression, Lu Chen practiced fervently for many years. Perhaps due to his inherent talent, he became remarkably proficient in various musical forms. In truth, he had known how to play before their marriage. He simply grew accustomed to being passive in the presence of the diva. Lu Chen began to correct Lu Xiaoyu. You recently experienced an issue with sound interruption or a sound jump. Could you please play those two sentences again? I can't stop laughing. How could a novice like you guide a piano prodigy? I have a feeling that Lu Hen might face a downfall. I can hardly wait. Chen Guyao glanced at Su Binfan, who returned the gaze. Both individuals displayed a look of astonishment in their eyes. As pop music singers, they both had the ability to play the piano. Yet, astonishingly, neither had noticed the issue earlier. When Lu Xiaoyu played the passage once more, Chen Guyao and Su Binfan indeed discerned the interruption. Indeed, there is a slight sound interruption, Su Binfan exclaimed, observing the myriad of puzzled faces. Chen Guyao began to elucidate. In music, the connections between notes should be continuous, rather than isolated and fragmented. What Yuyo played earlier did indeed exhibit a slight interruption, albeit subtle, and I failed to notice it. Chen Guyao was even more astonished. However, my husband knows nothing about the piano. How did he manage to perceive that? Everyone was left in a state of bewilderment, their expressions a mix of surprise as they continued to watch the screen. On screen, Lu Ken nodded earnestly. Yes, there is indeed some interruption. It is akin to a person walking in a disjointed manner, which appears discordant. Lu Ken settled beside Yuyo, placing his hands on the keys, skillfully reproducing the passage while simultaneously instructing. Pay attention to my wrists and arms. The reason for the sound interruption lies in your wrists and arms being overly rigid. A lack of relaxation results in a stiff and discontinuous sound. It should be like this. The melodious notes danced under Lu Chen's fingertips, flowing effortlessly and beautifully. To maintain a fluid sound, one must alleviate muscle tension and rigidity. Wow, it truly flows much better. Can he really do it? Can you believe his wife had no idea he could play the piano? This man is quite extraordinary. How beautiful. Please continue. I long to hear more. After a brief moment of surprise, Lu Xiaoyu's eyes immediately brightened, and she clapped her hands in joyous exclamation. It's so delightful. Daddy is amazing. Lu Hen smiled and continued. The second issue arises in this segment. Lu Hen mimicked Lu Xiaoyu's previous playing style. Listen attentively. Here, you played with some overlap. The preceding note had not concluded before the subsequent one began, causing the two notes to overlap, akin to two shadows intertwining. This issue arises from your fingers leaving the keys too slowly. You must overcome the inertia in your fingertips, allowing the energy to concentrate at the tips. It is often said that a father is a daughter's idol, and this moment perfectly exemplified that sentiment. Lu Xiaoyu's small face was filled with admiration. Daddy, you're incredible. My piano teacher mentioned this issue, but your explanation is far clearer. Moreover, what I played earlier would have passed with my teacher, yet you still noticed it. Daddy, you're amazing. Your piano skills surpass even Mama's. Don't be absurd. Your mother is a master. Lu Ken chuckled. Try again, following my previous advice. All right. When Lu Xiaoyu played again, her improvement was visibly evident. How much does Lu Ken charge for a lesson? I am willing to support Lu Chen for a class. Is he not remarkably professional? Who knows Lu Chen's contact information? I wish to invite him to teach my daughter piano. But wait, what if he deceives you like he did with his wife? I advise you not to meddle in others' affairs. Chen Guyao stared blankly at the screen, hardly able to believe her eyes. When did he learn to play the piano? Judging by that recent performance and guidance, his skill level is undoubtedly impressive. A surge of anger suddenly welled up within Chen Guyao. What else are you hiding from me? How is it possible that the partner I live with daily is still keeping secrets? Is it fear of being too involved in teaching our daughter? Fu Qingran implied something deeper. Li Xiaolu chimed in, saying, my husband is always honest with me, so I cannot comprehend why Lu Chun would be secretive. Is playing the piano such a dreadful thing? Chen Guyao's expression darkened once more. Su Binfen wanted to speak, but found herself at a loss for words. Xiaoyu laughed, saying, great. An intriguing segment is about to commence. Now let our diva call her husband. This segment requires the diva to feign anger and confront Lu Chun, declaring, I already know everything. You better clarify things. Chapter 8. I altered the seventh note and misrepresented the necklace's value. Without hesitation, Chen Guyao took out her phone, eager to question Lu Chun. The show is just beginning. I must let Lu Chun see who truly holds authority in our home. The diva's wrath leaves Lu Chun and his daughter nowhere to hide. I predict Lu Chun will not dare to continue his lies, especially since the diva is about to unleash her fury. I hope you is honest. But I am even more eager to see you deceive the diva. The sound of Chen Guyao's dialing echoed in the studio, and the audience awaited with bated breath, the atmosphere so tense one could hear a pin drop. On screen, Lu Xiaoyu was playing the piano, focused on her task, while Lu Chun and she remained at ease. Mom is calling. Keep playing. Let her hear that everything is normal at home. In the soothing melody, Lu Chun answered the call, while Lu Xiaoyu continued to play, her ears perked up. Hello, dear? Chen Guyao took a deep breath, her expression instantly turning cold. Lu Chun, I know everything. You better explain to me what else you are hiding. Lu Chun immediately flinched, and Lu Xiaoyu played even more fervently, as if fearing the wrath would extend to her. I have nothing to hide from you. On screen, Lu Chun appeared comically evasive, trying to think quickly while the audience stifled their laughter, anxious not to be overheard by him. Chen Guyao's anger was unmistakably genuine. Lu Chun, what are you still hiding at this point? I am giving you a chance now. Confess quickly. All right, I will confess. Lu Chun's demeanor was one of resignation, as if accepting his fate. Chen Guyao coldly laughed within herself. Is he finally going to confess? Reveal everything about how you are raising the child. If you leave anything out, I shall twist your head off. Do you see? Men are not easily intimidated. Whenever a strong-willed woman poses such questions to her partner, unexpected revelations are sure to ensue. Indeed, the last time I inquired about my husband's secret stash, he confessed to 2 mistresses. On another occasion, when I questioned him about secretly sending money to his mother, he divulged that he had purchased a house for his parents. I also posed a similar question before, and he admitted to having affairs with both men and women. Goodness, don't frighten me. I am to be married tomorrow, exclaimed Lu Chun, taking a deep breath as his clean yet remorseful voice echoed in the studio. Last time, while you were at home composing new songs for your artists, I secretly altered a few notes. Huh? Chen Guyao was momentarily taken aback. Suddenly grasping something, she quickly inquired, which song? Which line? It's that song. Flying to the Moon, particularly the line about escaping the most bustling city and soaring towards the loneliest starry sky. Lu Chun's voice bore a hint of timidity. Chen Guyao's eyelashes fluttered, and her eyes widened in surprise. Yu Xiaoyu began to signal Chen Guyao, who then realized, not this matter. Hurry and think. What else are you hiding from me? Lu Chun exclaimed, his face a portrait of anguish, feeling he had been reckless. The necklace I gifted you last time was not 140,000, but 1,040,000. What? Chen Guyao was momentarily dumbfounded. Oh my, an unexpected windfall. I could use 7 husbands like him, swapping one each day. Isn't he a house husband? How does he possess such wealth? No, this was a question, not a display of affection. Where did you acquire such funds? Chen Guyao interrogated. Lu Chun stammered. I have a secret stash. The fact that his hidden funds were not spent on himself made Chen Guyao feel not anger, but a sense of sweetness. Not this matter. There's more. You are hiding something else from me. Lu Chun blinked in the footage, seemingly reflecting upon it. There's a trick here. Having lived 2 lives, Lu Chun had encountered numerous such anecdotes, and thus, clarity dawned upon him. He straightened his chest, regained his confidence, and his tone became much more resolute. It truly is all gone. Not a penny left. Impossible. Just speak plainly. What exactly am I concealing from you? Speak, and I shall admit it. Lu Chun adopted a playful demeanor typical of couples, while Chun Guyao was unable to directly address the matters of the program. I have discovered everything. Do not hide it any longer. There is nothing, truly nothing. Xiaoyu began to gesture again. Chun Guyao, with a dark expression, said into the phone, "Fine. I shall hang up then." Lu Chun blinked in confusion, muttering to himself, "This shouldn't be, given your mother's usual temperament." Such a fervent inquiry would indicate she is in a foul mood, eager to reprimand me. How can this end so abruptly? Lu Xiaoyu also fell into contemplation. Could it be that her monthly cycle has returned? Ha ha ha. I can't breathe from laughter. The family dynamics of the diva are so lively and humorous. Did you see? Although Lu Chun has his quirks, he is undoubtedly a good man. The lyrical diva truly serves as a role model for us, possessing beauty, wealth, and an enviable family. Suddenly, Su Binfan recalled something. Oh, the lyrical diva. Is she the one who sang Flying to the Moon? I remember it was that song sung by Fong Qian from your company, right? Chun Guyao nodded. Xiaoyu chuckled. Lyrical diva. Perhaps you could enlighten us about it. After a brief contemplation, Chun Guyao responded, that song Flying to the Moon was composed by me. Later, I noticed that the chorus had changed somewhat from my original version, becoming more fluid and melodious. I initially thought it was merely a mistake in my creation. Xiaoyu curiously inquired, can Lu Chun compose as well? Chun Guyao gently shook her head, indicating that he had never revealed such a talent. The matter of the necklace was brought up by Su Binfan. Chun Guyao reached for the necklace around her neck. This was a gift from him on my birthday. At the time, he mentioned it was worth 140,000. But I didn't pay much attention, thinking it looked beautiful enough to wear. Su Binfan exclaimed in astonishment, "Oh my, this is from Washali. Part of the newly released Snow White collection this year, indeed worth over $1 million. The crowd erupted in gasps, and the comments section was ablaze. Are there still men like this? Why does watching a live stream make me envious? Although Lu Chun has concealed some things from the lyrical diva, who can blame him? The issue of raising children suddenly seems trivial. The 3 female celebrities from the observation group and Xiaoyu displayed expressions of envy, particularly Fu Qingran, who couldn't help but think of her own husband. When we go live, he better not falter. Chun Guyao couldn't resist glancing at the large screen once more. Lu Chun had just recorded Lu Xiaoyu's piano assignment and sent it to the piano teacher. The screen displayed Lu Xiaoyu's excited shout, "Woohoo! I finally completed it. Let's have a sweet father-daughter duo. Today, I aim to conquer the rankings." Chapter 9. How long has it been since you sang to your child? The ensuing afternoon was filled with joyous gaming moments. During the gameplay between Lu Chun and Lu Xiaoyu, many humorous exchanges created a delightful atmosphere in the live stream. Why won't my milady's robot bite him? He activated his ultimate. It's driving me crazy. That damn Xiahou Yan. It's Xiahou Dun. That character's name is pronounced Dun. Remember that. Observing the lively comments and the joyful father-son duo on screen, Chun Guyao fell into contemplation. She realized that since Yu began attending kindergarten until now, at the age of 8, there had been few moments more joyful than the present. This led Chun Guyao to question whether their approach to Yu's education had truly been correct. Ensuring the child studies diligently was undoubtedly essential. Yet it seemed Yu was not as happy. With this thought, Chun Guyao gently shook her head. No, everything is for Yu. Suddenly, Fu Qingren interjected. I once again affirm that Lu Chun is an irresponsible father. He is leading Yu down a path of frivolity, and it will be challenging to steer him back. Li Xiaolu remarked, Indeed, if my husband were to engage in games with our son in such a manner, I would categorically disallow it. Su Binfeng immediately countered. But Yu is currently very happy. The bond between father and daughter is remarkably harmonious and joyful. Moreover, Yu has completed today's tasks. What harm is there in a little playtime? Have you forgotten that Lu Chun assisted her with her homework? Fu Qingran retorted. Yu just finished her summer vacation and is only in the 2nd grade. She has already mastered 1st grade material, so a single instance is utterly inconsequential. No. This is not about academic performance, it pertains to attitude. Li Xiaolu insisted. Chun Guyao interjected, It is undoubtedly wrong to have Yu's homework completed for her. Let us not emulate Lu Chun. However, the comments section told a different story, particularly among the younger viewers of the live stream, many of whom either had no children or simply did not care. Who cares? As long as it's entertaining to watch, it's splendid. A day of joy for the child in exchange for a single homework session? Worth it. I just think Lu Chun is incredibly handsome and gentle. And Yu is beautiful and adorable. That is enough for me. Whose husband and child are perfect, anyway? If my husband had Lu Chun's patience to entertain our child all day, I would be forever grateful. As the father and daughter reveled in their joy, the afternoon slipped away. Lu Chun prepared a sumptuous dinner for Lu Xiaoyu, who, after a tiring day, savored her meal with great delight, causing many in the live stream to salivate. Numerous viewers could not help but compare their own husbands. In this day and age, if a man doesn't gamble or visit brothels but can cook, what more could one desire? It's all Lu Chun's fault. Now my son insists that I cook, and I genuinely cannot. Song Yao, the diva, should find a man who manages the household as adeptly as he does. I would gladly step aside. The ruse of convincing me to have a daughter truly succeeded. Nighttime eventually arrived. Lu Xiaoyu, being quite young, quickly succumbed to fatigue without a midday nap. Sitting on the sofa while watching cartoons, she fought sleepiness as 8 o'clock approached. Her adorable demeanor elicited smiles from Chen Guyao. Meanwhile, Lu Chun began tidying up the mess created throughout the day. This scene prompted many to criticize their own husbands. Upon turning, Lu Chun noticed Lu Xiaoyu sprawled on the sofa, and he gently roused her. You haven't tea washed up yet. Lu Xiaoyu, rubbing her sleepy eyes and pouting in displeasure, replied, Daddy, it's fine to skip washing up for a day. I want to sleep. Let her sleep. Oh dear. This little girl is as precious as a porcelain doll. With Lu Chun so indulgent to Yu, he must surely agree, right? Of course he will. If he can help with homework and allow her to play games for so long, surely he can grant this small request. Yet, Lu Chun shook his head. No, Yu. I can play with you, but certain habits of daily life must not be neglected. Young ladies should prioritize hygiene and cultivate good habits. During the day, neglecting to brush one's teeth after eating can lead to the proliferation of bacteria, resulting in the presence of tiny creatures in one's mouth. Does Yu truly wish to allow these little pests to take residence within her? Pouting, Yu slipped into her slippers. Her father was to sing her to sleep. The studio was instantly filled with astonished murmurs. Did he really agree? Lu Chun is quite impressive. I believe he is correct. One must not compromise on habits, as it is essential for fostering good practices in children. If parents begin to be lax, children will undoubtedly disregard such matters. Xiaoyu inquired with a smile, Song Queen. Does Lu Chun sing to Yu every night? Chen Guyao paused slightly, shaking her head. I am uncertain, for Yu is quite attached to Lu Chun. He is the one who comforts her to sleep each night. I am often busy, and even at home, Yu prefers to be soothed by him. Su Binfen expressed her admiration. Oh, Song Queen, you are indeed fortunate. Chen Guyao smiled. In this regard, Lu Chun performed exceptionally well, never causing her any worry. The scene shifted to Yu's room, adorned in soft pink hues, radiating warmth and charm. Chen Guyao remarked. This room was arranged by Lu Chun and Yu together. I recall how delighted Yu was during that time. Even Fu Qingran and Li Xiaolu displayed envious smiles. In the frame, little Yu lay obediently on her bed, her bright eyes eagerly watching Lu Chun. Daddy, sing me the song that Mama used to sing, but you must imitate Mama's voice. She hasn't sung to me in such a long time. Observing this scene, Chen Guyao felt a pang in her heart. Indeed, how long had it been since she last sang to Yu? Did Yu always wish for Lu Chun to lull her to sleep? Suddenly, Chen Guyao recalled past moments. Each time Yu asked her to sing, she would decline, citing work obligations, and at times even scolded Yu due to her own frustrations. Over time, especially after Yu started elementary school, such requests ceased altogether. A sharp ache pierced Chen Guyao's heart. Yet, Lu Chun remained remarkably patient. In the frame, Lu Chun gently patted little Yu's head with a smile. Shall Daddy sing a song for our little family? Yes. Little Yu shut her eyes. And Lu Chun also closed his eyes slightly as he began to sing. Daddy, where has the sun gone now that the moon is out? The entire studio erupted with gasps of astonishment. Chen Guyao sprang to her feet, her face alight with disbelief as she stared at the enormous screen. The comments section exploded with reactions. Wow, is that Yu's voice? Can you believe a tall man like him can sing in a child's voice? It's uncanny. I have goosebumps. What a remarkable vocal control. This is astonishing. What song is this? I've never heard anything like it. Chapter 10. This song is undoubtedly an original. Little Yu suddenly opened her eyes, gazing at Lu Chun, who appeared momentarily taken aback. Oh no, I sang it incorrectly. No. And Lu Xiaoyu's eyes sparkled with excitement. She exclaimed, Daddy, your voice just now sounded like that of a little girl. Lu Chun affectionately ruffled Lu Xiaoyu's hair and said, That is indeed your voice. Now, refrain from speaking and close your eyes to drift off to sleep. Lu Chen gently patted Lu Xiaoyu again and began to hum a lullaby. Daddy, has the sun risen and the moon gone home? Not yet. The first line is a question from Xiaoyu, and the second is Lu Chen's response. I'm quite tired of this exchange. I am nearly the same age as Lu Chen, yet I wish for him to lull me to sleep, calling him father. At my age, I could very well be Lu Chen's mother, and yet I still desire his soothing presence to help me sleep. Where has the sun gone now that the stars have appeared? It is in the sky. Why can't I find it no matter how hard I search? It has gone home. Su Binfeng, with her beautiful big eyes, had not settled down since Lu Chen opened his mouth. She extended her delicate fingers in astonishment, asking, "What kind of vocal control is this? Very few singers in the music industry can achieve such a feat. The Queen of Lullabies, you don't know this?" Chen Geya expressed her surprise as well. I had no idea. In the scene, Lu Chen began to sing the second verse of the song, opening once again with Xiaoyu's voice. Mommy, when will the leaves turn green and the flowers bloom? Just then, a melodious and gentle female voice unexpectedly emerged. When the leaves fall. Wow. The audience gasped in unison, while the visuals continued to portray the girl asking her mother and receiving answers in song. When the flowers turn red, can we pick the fruits? Wait until the flowers wither. Will the fruits sprout if planted in the soil? Wait until spring. Suddenly, Su Binfeng exclaimed, "This is the voice of the Queen of Lullabies. Wow. Incredible. Indeed. Xiaoyu, Lu Chen, and the Queen of Lullabies voices. What a harmonious trio. The lyrics are exquisite, and the melody is enchanting. Is this an original work? I searched high and low but couldn't find this song anywhere." Li Xiaolu and Fu Qingran exchanged glances, each perceiving a shared concern in the other's eyes. Although Lu Chen had assisted Lu Xiaoyu with her homework and played games with her, he exhibited qualities that were rare among ordinary fathers. Now, his singing prowess was revealed, and it might even be his original creation. What if they were compared unfavorably when it was Li Xiaolu and Fu Qingran's turn in the second and third episodes? Original. It must be original. Su Binfeng declared, I found no record of this song on any copyright site. Li Xiaolu raised a skeptical question. But the Queen of Lullabies didn't even know Lu Chen could sing, let alone compose. Perhaps he inadvertently created it in her entertainment company's songwriting department. That is impossible. Chen Geya interjected, he has never been to my company, nor have I ever brought this song home. Su Binfeng asserted confidently, it must be original. After all, Lu Chen has revised one of the Queen's songs. What is the issue? This original song doesn't take away from your Li Xiaolu's achievements, does it? Is it really so difficult to acknowledge another's husband's talents? Oh my, I am utterly enchanted. Lu Chen is simply stunning, and this song is extraordinary. Yu has drifted off to sleep, and I am reluctant to conclude the live broadcast. Is it possible to switch the camera to the bathroom to capture Lu Chen bathing? Lu Xiaoyu lies peacefully asleep, an adorable porcelain doll that evokes tender affection. Lu Chen gently caresses her chubby little face, a radiant expression of paternal love illuminating his features. He rises, exhales deeply, and resumes tidying up. The live broadcast draws to a close amid the audience's praises for Lu Chen. Su Binfeng remains in awe, insisting that Chen Guyao must bring back the original version of this song. Throughout the live stream, Chen Guyao experiences a spectrum of emotions, initially confident, then frustrated and angry, and ultimately astonished. A swirl of feelings leaves her heart brimming with questions. Lu Chen, what other secrets do you hold that I am unaware of? Thus, we beautifully conclude the first episode of Mom is Not Home. I trust everyone has sensed the harmony of family through Lu Chen and Yu's broadcast. In the next episode, we shall delve into the household of the illustrious Li Xiaolu, exploring how her husband manages childcare at home. Until next time, in the backstage of the broadcast studio, Chief Director Hong Bo and Deputy Director Zhang Zhifeng are enveloped in delight as they review the data sent by the analytics team. Although they had gleaned some insights during the live broadcast, the data now presented is overwhelmingly exciting. An average of 1.45 million viewers tuned in, with a peak of 3.89 million. This data is nothing short of explosive, far exceeding the baseline requirements for a top-tier variety show. The official account for Mom is Not Home garnered over 1.9 million new followers in a single day. Countless comments and messages flood in, strongly urge 24-hour live broadcasting of Mom is Not Home. We want more of Lu Chen and Yu. Make sure the second episode also features the household of the singing queen. Is there a short video account for Lu Chen? I wish to follow. A delightful variety show. The ultimate competition in entertainment. The accolades pour in like a tidal wave. Just after the premiere, over 300,000 viewers rated and reviewed the show, catapulting its score to 96. It is noteworthy that a variety show scoring above 85 after its debut is deemed a phenomenon. Hongbo and Zhang Zhifeng share a hearty laugh and embrace each other. The popularity of the singing queen plays a significant role. Yet the appeal of the live subjects, particularly the charming Yu Yu, is undeniable. Indeed, Lu Chen's image is impeccable, his culinary skills are exceptional, and he possesses talents in piano, singing, and songwriting. He appears to be born for our production team. Please remind the singing queen not to inadvertently disclose anything upon returning home. Maintaining an element of intrigue is essential. Yes, I shall also remind Li Xiaolu and Fu Qingran to uphold the standards set by Lu Chen and Yu Yu. Meanwhile, Chun Guyao sits in a business vehicle, gazing at the city's neon lights, lost in contemplation. She grapples with her discontent over Lu Chen's excessive indulgence towards Lu Xiaoyu during the live broadcast, her displeasure regarding Lu Xiaoyu's newfound ability to lie, and her anxiety about the continued broadcast even after returning home. The production team has stated that, while ensuring the privacy of the family, they need to collect some footage of Chen Guyao after returning home to be featured as a highlight during the opening of the next episode. Assistant Zhao Yi turned her head from the passenger seat, exclaiming, "Sister Guyao, your brother-in-law, and you are simply adorable." I watched the entire live stream. Chen Guyao smiled faintly, feeling a mix of surprise and indifference. My mother once told me that a man remains a boy at heart until death. They often exhibit childlike innocence, don't they? Chen Guyao's eyes sparkled with curiosity. Is that truly the case? Chapter 11. His mischievous demeanor is utterly charming. When Chen Guyao returned home, it was nearly 10 p.m., but fortunately, Mom is Not Home was broadcasting in the same city. Assistant Zhao Yi, who shared a sisterly bond with Chen Guyao, understood her thoughts deeply. Before leaving, Zhao Yi advised, "Sister Guyao, you should count your blessings. Your brother-in-law's actions are nothing compared to what many envy you for online. Be cautious when you return home. You mustn't reveal anything. Moreover, you need to manage your emotions well as the production team will be compiling edited footage." Upon opening the door to her home, she found it spotless. Lu Chun was seated on the sofa, watching television, with a cup of tea before him. Chen Guyao felt a warmth in her heart. As long as it was confirmed that she was returning home, no matter how late it was, Lu Chun would always wait for her. Upon returning home, everything remained immaculate. If it was known that she would be home for dinner, delectable dishes would always be freshly prepared. Any lingering discontent within Chen Guyao dissipated entirely when Lu Chun offered her a cup of tea. "Are you tired? Would you like a massage?" Lu Chun asked with a cheerful smile. Chen Guyao shook her head, unable to resist glancing at the hidden camera's location within the house. "Oh dear. After a long day, let us have a chat?" Chen Guyao suggested as she settled down, playfully patting the sofa beside her. Lu Chun paused for a moment. Then a smile spread across his face. "I understand you wish to be quiet," Chen Guyao interjected, her urgency evident. "Mind your words." Lu Chun unabashedly leaned closer to Chen Guyao, wrapping his arm around her shoulders and resting his chin there. Like an old married couple. "Please act more seriously," Chen Guyao exclaimed, playfully pushing his head away. Although her heart was sweetened by the moment, she feigned annoyance. She suddenly recalled Zhao Yi's words about men maintaining a youthful spirit until the end of their days. Lu Chun, typically mature and wise, only revealed his childlike side when they were alone together. Was this not another form of love? Chen Guyao began contemplating how to pose her questions, while Lu Chun watched her with curiosity, awaiting her words. May I ask, did you study music in the past?" Lu Chun nodded, affirming her suspicion. "Indeed." Chen Guyao listened intently. "I was the lead singer in the choir at Sana Primary School when I was a child. I was front and center," Lu Chun declared proudly. "Is that all?" Chen Guyao replied, stifling a laugh in disbelief. "Later, I served as the music representative in middle school and in high school. I studied both the harmonica and guitar. During my university years, I even took up piano lessons in hopes of getting to know you. Did you ever learn?" Chen Guyao inquired, uncertainty in her voice. Lu Chun nodded. "Indeed, I did. But after you became a singer, I felt my modest skills were unworthy of display. Have you ever learned to write songs?" Chen Guyao asked. Lu Chun shook his head, puzzled. "Why are you asking about this after a long day?" Chen Guyao suddenly felt flustered, realizing her intentions were becoming increasingly apparent. "How is you today?" Lu Chun asked with an air of displeasure. "When I was at home, did you ever worry? Today, You've been sending messages and making calls, specifically asking about me. Are you so afraid I might lead your daughter astray? No, no, Chen Guyao replied, just as her phone rang. Hello, Yu's mother. I just saw the piano assignment you sent today. I couldn't resist calling you this late. Chen Guyao immediately glanced at Lu Chen and switched to speaker mode. Yu's piano assignment today was outstanding. Among all the children I've taught, her completion was the best, both in technique and emotion. She's on par with an adult who has played for years. I even wonder if you've been giving her special guidance. After hanging up, Chen Guyao's curiosity deepened. Have you been guiding Yu in piano? Lu Chen, with a derisive expression, replied, with my level, I'm not even as good as Yu. Chen Guyao felt a surge of frustration, unable to voice her questions. Yet she was acutely aware of the truth. Why don't you come with me to the audio-visual room? I suddenly wish to hear you sing, Chen Guyao proposed. Lu Chen stared at her, bewildered, and reached out to touch her forehead. Why are you acting so strangely today? You've never been like this. You're the diva. Why would you want to hear an amateur like me sing? Have you been stimulated? Chen Guyao swatted his hand away. No. I just saw a boy sing passionately to one of our female colleagues today. Though his singing was average, it was quite touching. Lu Chen, already restless with desire, suggested. Shall we wash up and sleep? Lu Chen. Chen Guyao gritted her teeth. Lu Chen leaned in close to her ear and exhaled softly. I'm all clean. Instantly. Chen Guyao felt her tension dissipate. Then I'll go take a shower. Lu Chen leaped up excitedly. Let us gallop away. In a flash, Lu Chen dashed into the bedroom. Chen Guyao's face flushed, and she cast a furtive glance towards the hidden camera, stomping her foot in frustration. Why couldn't I hold back? Darn it. I didn't even get to ask what I wanted. The next day, the sun shone brightly. Chen Guyao left without having breakfast, needing to arrive early at the studio. After waking up, Lu Xiaoyu pouted upon realizing Chen Guyao is not home. At breakfast, Lu Chen cheerfully handed Lu Xiaoyu a card inscribed with words from Chen Guyao. Yu. Mommy came home very late yesterday and left early this morning. I'm sorry, but while you were asleep, I sneaked in several kisses. Mommy loves you. Lu Xiaoyu was instantly filled with joy, her large eyes curving into lovely crescents. It seemed that her mother had transformed, becoming more attentive than ever before. If she could receive her mother's cards daily, her spirits would soar. Lu Chen affectionately ruffled Lu Xiaoyu's hair. Well, tell that to your mother. All right. In the Mom's Not Home broadcast studio, Xiaoyu enthusiastically commenced. Dear viewers, good morning. Today we welcome the live stream of our second family, featuring the illustrious actress Li Xiaolu. Prior to the broadcast, we gathered footage of the pop diva Chen Guyao returning home last night. Please direct your attention to the large screen. Chen Guyao felt a wave of anxiety. Would the production team be unscrupulous? As the visuals unfolded, the immaculate home evoked gasps of admiration. I understand your aunt just left, but silence. We've been a couple for ages. Oh, please be serious. The screen displayed Chen Guyao, blushing and flustered, mirroring the audience's reactions, her head nearly buried in her chest. Meanwhile, Lu Chen wore a cheeky grin. Yet his eyes betrayed an undeniable infatuation for Chen Guyao, devoid of the tedium often found in long-term marriages. This is hilarious. Of course, if my wife were the diva, I wouldn't even show up for class. I'd be home making babies every day. Lu Chen's cheeky demeanor is utterly charming. He is like a child, simply adorable. Let go of that diva. Pick me instead. After all, I'm quite the rascal. Chapter 12. If I'm not mistaken, he is scrolling through videos of beautiful women. The opening montage resembled a delightful interlude, bringing boundless joy. The director's team, witnessing over 2 million viewers right from the start, beamed with delight. Many clamored for more of Lu Chen and Lu Xiaoyu. Yet an even larger audience eagerly anticipated Li Xiaolu's family. As a celebrated actress, Li Xiaolu commanded significant popularity. Once the laughter subsided, Xiaoyu gracefully resumed. Now, let us invite Li Xiaolu to introduce her husband and child briefly before we commence our live stream. Li Xiaolu, brimming with confidence, had gone to great lengths, hiring a renowned makeup artist and starting her preparations before dawn. She rose and flashed a subtle smile at the camera. My husband's name is Li Liang. He is the general manager of a company and places great emphasis on our child's education, particularly in cultivating various skills. He consistently sets an exemplary standard for our son. My son is Li Zixuan, 9 years old, and will enter the 3rd grade after summer vacation. He excels academically and possesses a maturity and wisdom that surpasses his peers. The husband of the diva looks quite distinguished. It appears to be a well-mannered family. While the pop diva's family was mocked during their live stream, now she is showering them with praise before even starting her own. I can't wait. I hope Li Xiaolu's family is as entertaining as Chen Guyao's. As the visuals unfolded, everyone was taken aback. There knelt Li Zixuan, tears streaming down his cheeks, while Li Liang sat on the sofa, a grim expression on his face, smoking a cigarette. As Li Xiaolu's smiling visage was projected onto the large screen, it transformed into a shade of darkness at a visibly alarming rate. A wave of discomfort washed over her, and her expression morphed into one of embarrassment. The audience erupted in laughter, perhaps due to the serious misstep made by the young Zixuan that morning. What grave error can a 9-year-old possibly commit? Is it even conceivable that a father would make his own son kneel in this day and age? Are you certain he is the biological father? According to Li Xiaolu, Li Liang is a man of strict demeanor, which is not surprising. Didn't he just claim to be a role model for the child? Yet here he is, lounging in the living room like a lord, smoking away. Suddenly, an incongruous laugh echoed through the studio, drawing all eyes toward the observation area. Fu Qingran was stifling laughter, while Su Binfeng seemed to have experienced a jolt. And the source of the mirth was none other than Chen Guyao. Chen Guyao, immediately abashed, felt compelled to apologize, as the disparity between the scene and what Li Xiaolu had just articulated was quite stark. Li Xiaolu, casting a hateful glare towards Chen Guyao, silently affirmed, "The child requires stringent guidance. I trust my husband has his reasons. At the very least, he would not assist with the child's homework. I hope everyone continues to watch attentively." Xiao Yu promptly stepped in to mediate, urging everyone to observe and uncover the valuable qualities Li Liang imparts to his child. Li Liang, reclining with his legs crossed and exhaling a plume of smoke, fixed a frosty gaze upon Li Zixuan. "Do you understand your mistake?" Li Zixuan trembled at the inquiry, acknowledging his wrongdoing. "What is to be done now? Complete your homework. So what are you waiting for?" Li Liang's eyes widened in reproach. Li Zixuan hastily rose and approached the desk, scribbling away fervently. As the camera zoomed in, it revealed Li Zixuan's homework, an utterly haphazard scrawl filled with numerous errors. Evidently an attempt to finish quickly without regard for quality. Isn't this entirely contrary to what Xilu described? Compared to Yu's assignments, this handwriting is woefully inferior. Look at how Li Xiaolu's expression has darkened. Is this truly a grave error? Isn't it quite normal for children to resist doing homework? Why the severe punishment? As if he had desecrated the family grave? "Dad, I'm done," Li Zixuan announced gleefully from the screen. Li Liang, reclining on the sofa with a cigarette, merely grunted in response. "Put it away after you finish." "Dad, may I use my phone for a bit?" Li Zixuan inquired. "Go ahead, just don't bother me." Li Zixuan joyfully scampered off to fetch his phone. The atmosphere in the studio had shifted dramatically, the audience now wary of inciting Li Xiaolu's ire, falling into an uneasy silence. Li Xiaolu quickly interjected, "My husband is quite busy. He will certainly review Zixuan's homework. He is currently attending to business matters." The focus of the camera shifted closer, revealing the screen of Li Liang's phone. The expressions of all present turned peculiar. Chen Guyao casually remarked, "If I'm not mistaken, is he watching videos of beautiful women dancing?" The answer was unmistakably clear, and Chen Guyao felt a rush of satisfaction as she turned to Fu Qingran. "As an educational expert, what is your perspective, Teacher Phil?" Fu Qingran and Li Xiaolu share a remarkably close relationship, and prior to the commencement of the program, Mom is not at home. The two had forged a united front. When Chen Guyao posed a question, Fu Qingran found herself in a rather precarious position. The actions of Li Liang are indeed questionable. Forcing a child to kneel for failing to complete their homework could have detrimental psychological effects. Smoking in the living room is harmful to the child's health. Neglecting to check the child's homework while preoccupied with his phone sets a poor example, leading the child to imitate this behavior. Li Xiaolu, struggling to contain her anger, cast a glance at Fu Qingran. "What are you doing? Aren't we supposed to be on the same side?" Fu Qingran met Li Xiaolu's gaze. "Given the current situation, what more can I say? I can't exactly endorse your husband's actions, can I? Do I want to jeopardize my standing?" Throughout the morning, Li Liang had been engrossed in videos of beautiful women, while Li Zixuan was absorbed in gaming. The studio atmosphere was excruciatingly dull. Observing the staggering drop in viewership from over 2 million at the start to less than 500,000 by noon, the chief and assistant directors wore expressions of dismay. "Xiao Yu, take control." Xiao Yu, having struggled throughout the morning in the studio, quickly interjected, "It's now time for our engaging segment." Li Xiaolu, You need to call your husband. Li Xiaolu promptly nodded and retrieved her phone to make the call. On screen, upon seeing Li Xiaolu's incoming call, Li Liang's brow furrowed slightly. What incessant phone calls? It feels like a check-in, and it's utterly annoying. Li Xiaolu was taken aback. Is this how you behave when I'm not around? Li Xiaolu has always portrayed her marriage as blissful, yet this seems far from the truth. Unlike Chen Guyao, whose affection for Lu Chun is abundantly clear, the disparity between the two families is stark, and this live broadcast is dreadfully uninteresting. After answering the call, a syrupy voice resonated throughout the studio. My dearest wife, how I've missed you after just a few hours apart. In that moment, Li Xiaolu, an award-winning actress, suddenly realized that all her acting prowess had evaporated. Darling, how did Zixuan fare with his homework this morning? Did you check it? Li Liang, his eyes still fixated on the dancing women on his phone, appeared impatient yet spoke in an exceedingly gentle tone. Oh, sweetheart, Zixuan was quite well behaved this morning. He completed his homework swiftly and excellently. I've checked it, and everything is perfect. Rest assured, I will keep a close watch on our son's studies. The barrage of comments in the chat escalated rapidly. If I were not aware of the truth, I would surely be deceived by Li Liang's duplicitous demeanor. Li Liang is undoubtedly cunning. He lies without batting an eye. What a performer. Lu Chun is truly sincere, while Li Liang merely goes through the motions. I cannot accept such a stark contrast. I suggest we continue the live broadcast at Lu Chen's home. Li Xiaolu, unable to express her frustration before the live camera, continued to inquire, what about lunch? How do you plan to resolve it? Zixuan is growing, and his nutrition cannot be neglected. Li Liang responded nonchalantly, don't worry, my dear. I've already made arrangements. I hired a professional nutritionist to create a balanced meal plan and even brought in a chef to prepare the food at home. I assure you, the meals will be a harmonious blend of meat and vegetables, providing the essential nutrition Zixuan needs for his growth. Understanding that her husband was not skilled in cooking, Li Xiaolu thought this was for the best, as it would at least prevent others from thinking he neglected their child's diet. She urged, darling, please devote more attention to Zixuan. Don't just focus on work. Our child's growth relies on our presence. Yes, I know. Please stop nagging. I'm well aware. Li Liang replied, his tone laced with evident impatience. Once he hung up the phone, his disdain was no longer concealed. It's infuriating, being asked questions all day long. Is she going through an early menopause? The comments section exploded anew. How could he speak of his wife like that? It's outrageous. I suddenly dislike this man. Compared to Lu Chen, who cares deeply for Chen Guyao, Li Liang seems utterly worthless. In comparison to Lu Chen, he's on a completely different level. Lu Chen is the model husband. What kind of good child can such a father raise? Li Xiaolu, witnessing the barrage of criticism in the comments, felt a wave of panic wash over her and quickly addressed the camera. No, everyone has misunderstood. We are just accustomed to joking with each other. That's how we usually communicate. He means no offense. The audience remained unconvinced, the comments still filled with skepticism. Suddenly, the doorbell rang, announcing the arrival of the so-called professional chef with ingredients in tow. Dressed in a professional uniform, the chef was accompanied by two assistants pushing a cart laden with supplies. Reminiscent of a wealthy household service, Li Liang stood up, directing them to busy themselves in the kitchen. Be careful. All my cookware is imported. Why are you so clumsy? I must emphasize, my son is growing. Do not skimp on lunch, or you'll regret it. Before long, lunch was prepared, and a series of exquisite dishes were presented on the dining table. Yet, Zixuan merely glanced at the offerings, wrinkled his brow, and murmured, I don't want to eat this. I want fried chicken and fries. Li Liang's already frayed nerves ignited in an instant, and he glared at Zixuan, exclaiming, damn it, eat it or don't. If you refuse, you'll go hungry. The studio erupted in astonishment, the comments section refreshing frantically. Such low quality, using foul language in front of the child. This is completely contrary to the husband image Li Xiaolu previously described. Wasn't he supposed to value education? Raising a child through intimidation, lacking any patience, stands in stark contrast to Lu Chen's gentle coaxing of you to eat. Li Xiaolu, observing the unfamiliar demeanor of her husband on screen, felt her face shift from pale to flushed, wishing for nothing more than to disappear into a crevice. Yet, her frustration continued to mount. On the large screen, Li Liang finished his meal without even wiping his mouth, proceeded directly to the bedroom, and collapsed onto the bed, promptly resuming his indulgence in videos of beautiful women. Before long, the sound of snoring filled the air. The scene shifted to Li Zixuan's room, where, taking advantage of Li Liang's slumber, Li Zixuan stealthily seized his phone to play Honor of Kings. Zhongkue, stop pulling me in. Daji, I despise you. Where are my teammates? Have they all perished? Damn it. The audience was left astounded, with the bullet comments rife with criticism towards the father and son's lack of decorum, alongside mockery directed at Li Xilu's previous boasts. Li Xilu appeared utterly mortified, at a loss for words to defend herself, feeling profoundly embarrassed. Fu Qingran, observing the scene, couldn't help but feel a pang of anxiety. Tomorrow, it would be her family's turn, and she could not afford to stumble like Li Xiaolu. Chen Guyao reclined comfortably against the plush backrest, feeling utterly content. In contrast to the warm interactions between her own children, Lu Chun and Yu Yu, Chen Guyao felt a profound sense of joy. Is this it? How can they even compare to my Lu Chen, even with his minor flaws? Lu Chen far surpassed this father-son duo. Teacher Fu, are you feeling unwell today? You seem rather quiet, Chen Guyao remarked deliberately. Fu Qingran's expression soured as she cast an annoyed glance at Chen Guyao. What are you looking at? At this moment, shouldn't you, as an expert in child psychology, offer some insights? Chen Guyao teased. The host, Xiao Yu, noticing the plummeting viewership, quickly interjected, Teacher Fu, would you care to provide some advice? Reluctantly, Fu Qingran picked up the microphone. I do not agree with Li Liang's approach to parenting. Children being picky eaters and addicted to gaming are detrimental habits that should be corrected promptly by parents, rather than ignored or criticized. Furthermore, the use of profanity can adversely affect a child's psyche. Parents must be attentive and intervene in a timely manner. Having spoken, Fu Qingran promptly resumed her seat. The live broadcast grew monotonous, and the online viewership plummeted to just over 200,000. In the director's room, Hong Bo wore a grim expression, baffled by Li Xiaolu's husband's behavior. Assistant director Zhang Jifeng shrugged in disbelief. Who knows? Li Xiaolu had praised her family to the heavens. Who could have anticipated this outcome? The live stream continued, yet Li Zixuan had already been gaming for over 3 hours, while Li Liang remained in deep slumber. The broadcast had turned dull, and the audience's discontent was palpable, leading to a rapid decline in viewers. Li Xiaolu felt as if she were sitting on needles, tormented by the embarrassment. All excuses had been exhausted, and helplessly, her husband and son were proving to be a liability, leaving Li Xiaolu relying solely on her words to salvage their reputation. The online comments clamored for Lu Chun and Lu Xiaoyu to return to the live stream. Chen Guyao couldn't help but smirk. Still think you're impressive? I don't even need to push you further into the abyss, Li Xiaolu. What is this? There is no harm without comparison. The brutal criticisms from your husband and son are truly merciless. Chapter 14. Please, grant me a Lu Chun. Now, could the illustrious Li Xiaolu kindly call your husband to check on their current situation? Xiao Yu hastily took charge of the situation. Li Xiaolu's heart raced as she picked up her phone to dial. On screen, Li Liang groggily opened his eyes, and, upon seeing Li Xiaolu's call, impatiently hung up and turned over to continue sleeping. Li Xiaolu's expression darkened instantly, leaving the studio in a profound silence. The chief director, Hong Bo, could no longer bear to watch. This is unacceptable. All the momentum built up in the first segment has been squandered. We must stop immediately. Upon hearing the directive, Xiao Yu felt a great weight lift off her shoulders. This task is truly unbearable. The first segment appeared so effortless, and yet, this second segment is proving to be exceedingly challenging. Dear viewers, the live broadcast of Li Xiaolu's family is nearing its conclusion. Li Xiaolu let out a long breath, feeling as though she had narrowly escaped disaster. On the way home, Li Xiaolu sat in the back seat of the Maybach, her expression grim. The driver, frightened, dared not breathe. Upon arriving at her doorstep, Li Xiaolu composed herself. I cannot be angry. There is a broadcast tomorrow. I must remain calm. After a moment, she finally opened the door. As soon as she stepped inside, she was met with unwashed dishes on the dining table and debris scattered about. Li Liang had just awakened, and upon seeing Li Xiaolu's displeased countenance, he was taken aback. Wife, why are you home so early? He stammered. Li Xiaolu cast a glance at the dining table, prompting Li Liang to hurriedly tidy up and shove everything into the kitchen. How did Zixian fare today? Did he complete his homework? Have you checked? He hasn't been playing on his phone, has he? The barrage of questions left Li Liang bewildered. Why was his wife suddenly so concerned about the child? Yet, he remained unflustered and responded smoothly, yes, he finished, I checked, and no, he was quite obedient today. Suddenly, a loud shout echoed from the room. Mommy is not home. Li Liang's expression darkened instantly. Wife, let me explain. Just as Li Xiaolu was about to erupt, she remembered the broadcast scheduled for the next day and forcibly held back her anger. Go take his phone away and bring me his homework to review. Li Liang was even more astonished. She wasn't angry? Is this really his wife? All right, I'll do it right now. He dashed into Li Zixian's room, only to be met with several heart-wrenching cries followed by wails. Li Liang emerged with the homework, and before he could hand it over to Li Xiaolu, he opened it to find the scrawled handwriting that left him utterly dumbfounded. Is this even legible? In the backstage of Mommy Is Not Home, host Xiaoyu clutched her chest, feeling apprehensive. As a host of a premier live variety show, this was a remarkable addition to her resume. However, the guests were shockingly underwhelming. Xiaoyu silently prayed. Even if the Fu family pales in comparison to the Qin family, let them not be as chaotic as the Li family. Once she steadied her emotions, Xiaoyu donned her golden smile and stepped onto the stage. Dear viewers, good morning. Today marks the commencement of our third group's family live broadcast, featuring my esteemed predecessor, the renowned host Fu Qingran. Not interested, I still want to see Lu Chun. This woman's expression is so lifeless. How can she be a child psychology expert? She frightened my son. Don't mention it. My son was restless all day yesterday, insisting I play Honor of Kings with him. I share a similar plight. I'm currently trying to discipline my son who can't seem to master the character Zhong Kuei. Greetings, everyone. I am Granny Liang Jichao. I wish to know what this place is. Liang Jichao mentioned that I played dodgy like a fool, and I came to learn from the children. Xiaoyu awkwardly glanced at the barrage of comments. Fortunately, her exceptional composure allowed her to redirect the audience's focus. Dear viewers, as per tradition, we have selected a portion of videos featuring Li Xiaolu and Chun Guyao at home for your viewing pleasure. Please turn your attention to the big screen. Li Xiaolu felt a surge of anxiety. Surely the production team wouldn't resort to airing everything just for ratings? Qin Guyao languidly reclined on the sofa, her posture exuding utmost elegance. The goddess is so beautiful. I won't deny it. I love watching her. And so does my wife. Hello everyone. I am Lu Qin. I'm still Lu Qin, truly deserving of the title diva, even after having borne my child. She maintains such remarkable beauty, resembling an 18-year-old. The person above can draw their sword now. The live broadcast continued, revealing the scene at Li Xiaolu's home. How is Zixuan doing at home today? Has he completed his homework? Did you check? He hasn't been on his phone, has he? Yes, he has written it. I checked. And he hasn't played. Today Zixuan was exceptionally well behaved. At that moment, countless viewers began to smirk. Zhong Kuei, what the hell? Li Zixuan's exclamation of profanity caused the entire audience to erupt in laughter. Thankfully, the footage concluded here. The editing staff in the editing room was left in despair. Later, when Li Xiaolu saw her son being punished, she and Li Liang engaged in a chaotic scuffle, leaving Li Liang's shirt torn, a truly distressing sight. There was no way they could air such footage. Su Binfeng struggled to suppress her laughter, her body convulsing uncontrollably. The director's team, witnessing the steadily rising popularity, breathed a sigh of relief. However, at that moment, the barrage of comments had shifted direction, with many evidently tuning in for Lu Chun. Xiaoyu promptly received a cue from the director's team. Next, let us take a look at a segment from the home of the diva, Chun Guyao. Xiaoyu wore a hopeful expression, recognizing that only Chun Guyao's household could potentially salvage the situation. The scene unfolded. Just as Chun Guyao reached the door, it swung open. Mama, welcome home. Lu Xiaoyu leaped from the entrance, joyfully extending her arms towards Chun Guyao. Chun Guyao was so moved, she found herself momentarily speechless. Amidst her busy schedule, she had nearly forgotten the last time she embraced Lu Xiaoyu. Lu Qin stood beside the door, beaming. Xiaoyu, why haven't you slept today? You insisted on waiting for me to return home. Chun Guyao joyfully lifted Lu Xiaoyu into her arms. Lu Xiaoyu cheerfully replied, actually, I couldn't help but doze off in between. It was Daddy who waited on the balcony for you to come back. Observing a hint of weariness in Lu Chen's eyes, a wave of blissful sweetness surged within Chun Guyao's heart. Oh heavens, could you grant me a man like Lu Chen? I have already been subjected to torment by my husband. I confess, Lu Chun is indeed a tad more handsome than I am fresh out of the shower. Without comparison, one cannot feel the sting. In contrast to Lu Chun, what is Li Liang? Li Xiaolu wishes she could find a crevice to hide in. How did this become about her? Su Binfen gazed at Chun Guyao with starry eyes. Sister Guyao, how did you find such a wonderful husband? Please teach me. From the very first day after the live broadcast, Su Binfen had exchanged contact information with Chun Guyao. Both being renowned divas of the music industry, distinguished by their grace and driven ambition, they found themselves with countless topics to discuss. Naturally, they became good friends, and Su Binfan affectionately began to address her as Sister Guyao. All right, sister, I'll offer you some advice. Chapter 15. I have done nothing but trust him. The live stream continued. Upon returning home, Chen Guyao found the floor immaculate, clothes hanging on the balcony, and a pot of porridge on the dining table. Dad said that Mama works very hard outside, so he specially prepared porridge for her, and Yu helped too. Lu Xiaoyu puffed out her chest with pride. Lu Chen affectionately ruffled Lu Xiaoyu's little head. Yu was a great help. Really? Then Mama must have a taste. Chen Guyao approached the dining table where Lu Chen had already served a bowl. Perfect timing. The temperature is just right. Rest assured. The millet porridge is low in calories. It won't jeopardize my diva's figure. Just then, Lu Xiaoyu tugged at Chen Guyao's clothing. Dad is lying. He reheated it several times. Chen Guyao felt an overwhelming sense of happiness. In that moment, however, she found herself questioning her choices. Having navigated the professional world for many years, she was acutely aware of the significance of education. Thus, after becoming pregnant with Lu Xiaoyu, Chen Guyao had transformed into a workaholic. Her strictness towards her career gradually extended to her expectations of Lu Xiaoyu's studies. Yet, she overlooked the fact that for a child, joy is the most vital aspect of childhood. Reflecting on this, she instinctively glanced towards Lu Xiaoyu's room. Lu Chen was patiently lulling Lu Xiaoyu to sleep. In an instant, the displeasure from Lu Chen's earlier deception dissipated. This man supports her career, meticulously cares for their daughter, and spares her from concern at home. He even conceals his own talents for her sake. While others may perceive Lu Chen as living off her success, Chen Guyao knows all too well that marrying Lu Chen was an astute decision. Many viewers in the studio were moved by the warmth and harmony of Chen Guyao's family. In the final minute of the broadcast, it showed Chen Guyao leaving in the morning. As she had done the previous day, she pinned a small note at Lu Xiaoyu's pink desk. Yu, thank you for making porridge for Mama. Mama loves you. After writing the note, Chen Guyao kissed the sleeping Lu Xiaoyu several times. Once Chen Guyao departed, Lu Chen returned to Lu Xiaoyu's room, discovering that she had already awakened, joyfully clutching the note. Ah, so you were already awake. Hee. I was afraid that if I woke up too early, Mama wouldn't write little notes or shower you with affection. You clever little one. Why not indulge in a brief slumber, and when breakfast is ready, Daddy will call for you. Hooray. Thank you, Daddy. Just when one thought the scene had concluded, the production team surprisingly recorded a heartwarming moment of Lu Xiaoyu assisting Lu Chen in making porridge. The atmosphere was both tender and delightful. Oh my. Yu is truly understanding. What to do? I desire the goddess, Lu Chen, and Yu all at once. May I inquire what color of sake you prefers? In comparison, what is Li Liang really worth? Li Shilu wondered inwardly. Is this never ending? The host, Xiaoyu, beamed as she remarked. Yu is indeed very sensible. May I ask, esteemed songstress, if you could share your experiences with us? Xiaoyu promptly bypassed Fu Qingran and directed the conversation towards Chen Guyao. Fu Qingran's expression fell instantly, as she is, after all, a child psychology expert. Chen Guyao took the microphone, her voice reminiscent of a gentle spring breeze. I must confess, my career has caused me to neglect Yu's education, with most of the responsibility resting on Lu Chen's shoulders. In truth, I have done little. I merely chose to trust him while he educated our child. Wonderful. That was beautifully articulated. After witnessing the goddess, I must scold my husband tenfold. The home of the goddess embodies warmth, while Li Xiaolu's household is hardly bearable. I hope Fu Qingran's family can offer some surprises. Fu Qingran's husband is burdened with billions in debt. He likely holds little authority at home. The live broadcast and studio resonated with boundless joy due to the presence of Lu Xiaoyu. The plummeting popularity due to Li Xiaolu was restored, even showing signs of surpassing previous levels, much to the delight of the chief director, Hong Bo, who was in high spirits. Many viewers found it hard to part with the scenes from Chen Guyao's home, yet others eagerly awaited the live stream from Fu Qingran's household. After all, Mayu is also a celebrity with numerous notable works and loyal fans. Some fans even began to draw comparisons between Mayu and Lu Chen. With a bright smile, Xiaoyu approached Fu Qingran. Now, let us invite Fu Qingran to introduce her husband and child briefly before we commence the live broadcast. Fu Qingran raised the microphone, exuding the unique aura of a host. To ensure that today's events proceeded without a hitch, She had meticulously arranged every detail for Ma Yu and Ma Xiaobao yesterday, down to the hour. There would be no room for mishaps. Fu Qingran flashed her signature smile at the camera. Hello everyone, my husband is Ma Yu, whom many of you may know. He began as a singer and, driven by his passion for the performing arts, became an actor as well. He holds himself to high standards and is an exceptionally disciplined individual with a well-structured approach to his work. My son, Ma Xiaobao, is 9 years old and excels academically. Having inherited his father's musical talent, from a young age, he has harbored a deep affection for music and various instruments, which he cannot seem to put down once he picks them up. I have heard Ma Yu's songs. They are quite decent. His acting is average. I don't find it particularly impressive. Artists maintain rigorous standards for themselves. Fu Qingran, being an expert in child psychology, undoubtedly excels in her field. Xiao Yu's piano performance is quite commendable, and I eagerly anticipate Ma Xiaobao's display of talent. The scene unfolds, and there is but one prevailing sentiment among all present, a scholarly lineage. The home is adorned with exquisite calligraphy and musical instruments. Fu Qingran cast a haughty glance at Chen Guyao, for this arrangement was meticulously crafted for the show, featuring several valuable masterworks. Notably, a violin, a rare Stradivarius, crafted by the genius Antonio Stradivari, whose manufacturing techniques have been lost to time, with only a little over 200 remaining, each worth a fortune. How thrilling! Just by observing the family's decor, one can tell the parents have invested considerable effort. Indeed, the environment plays a significant role in shaping a child's worldview from a young age, which clearly reflects the parents' dedication. So many world-renowned paintings. These must be worth quite a sum. Xiao Yu released a sigh of relief and remarked, everyone, take a look. Teacher Fu's home is uniquely arranged. Now, let us invite Teacher Fu to elaborate. Please welcome her. Fu Qingran proudly lifted her chin, glanced at Chen Guyao, and took the microphone. Thank you, host. It is widely acknowledged that artistic cultivation is as vital as education during a child's formative years. Our family places great emphasis on this. We engage in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, and my spouse does not allow Xiaobao to indulge in video games. This pointed statement drew the gaze of the audience toward Chen Guyao. Su Binfen seized the moment to commend. Teacher Fu has truly invested her heart. The presence of numerous masterpieces in her home is evident. Fu Qingran basked in this praise. It's all for the sake of the child. Just look at this violin in the living room, crafted by the illustrious Antonio Stradivari of Italy. Regarded as the finest violin in existence, with its rarity and unparalleled sound quality that cannot be replicated. Chapter 16. The Poisonous Woman Calls Again. At this moment, a member of the audience expressed confusion, and the camera promptly captured it. Isn't that the maestro Chen Kangming from the music world? How old is he? I can't believe he watches such shows. He is a titan in the realm of music. What seems amiss? In the director's room, Hong Bo could no longer sit still. This is a musical luminary. What a surge of popularity this would bring to the live broadcast. Hong Bo swiftly grabbed the microphone. Xiao Yu, make sure to allow the maestro to speak. In her earpiece, Xiao Yu received the message and immediately signaled the staff to deliver a microphone to Chen Kangming. Mr. Chen, we are pleasantly surprised to have you present at our program. You mentioned something seems off. Could you elaborate? Chen Kangming felt a bit awkward. Yet with the microphone presented to him, he had no choice but to respond. Haha, I feel quite humbled. My grandson is 7 years old. And upon hearing about this program, I came to seek guidance and learn. Chen Kangming's hearty laughter instantly enlivened the atmosphere. He continued, you see, I have a particular fondness for the violin among Western instruments, especially Antonio's violins, which are said to possess the most exquisite sound quality imaginable. However, the violin adorning the wall appears somewhat amiss. If my eyes do not deceive me, this instrument is indeed a violin, which a few years prior fetched a staggering $15.9 million at an auction in New York, setting a new record. Of course, it is also possible that I have misjudged. Once Chen Kangming took his seat, the camera frequently shifted its focus between the violin and Fu Qingran. The barrage of comments commenced. I checked, and it's true. Can Fu Qingran afford such an expensive instrument? It must be a fake. She has probably been swindled. Hey, guess what? Not only is this violin fake, but many of the paintings on the wall are also forgeries. I deal in counterfeit art, so I knew it. How can someone afford such lavish items, yet struggle to pay debts? As the comments spiraled out of control, Fu Qingran grew increasingly anxious. The director's room was also in a state of alarm, taken aback by the unfolding situation. Xiao Yu quickly intervened, reminding everyone that Teacher Fu is merely an expert in child psychology and a host, not an appraiser of antiques. Therefore, acquiring replicas is hardly a grave matter. Furthermore, Teacher Fu's intention is to cultivate an artistic environment for children, a noble aspiration indeed worthy of emulation. Let us redirect our focus to the live broadcast itself. Observing how Teacher Fu's partner approaches their child's education, the live footage continued, yet the living room remained empty. Strange, it's already past 9. Are they still in bed? Didn't the impoverished teacher claim that discipline is strict at home? Why are they not up by now? Oversleeping is hardly a commendable habit. Xiao Yu glanced at Fu Qingran, who shared her bewilderment, as Ma Yu had not informed her of any plans for the day. The production team shifted the scene to Ma Xiaobao's room. Ma Xiaobao was indeed awake but still in bed, engrossed in his phone. Oddly enough, today's clock seemed remarkably precise. Daji is so annoying. Can't she just go away? Damn, I died again, what the heck? Ma Xiaobao flung his phone onto the bed, engaging in a playful scuffle with his pillow. Fu Qingran's lips twitched in irritation, her chest rising and falling with exasperation. Truly, this was infuriating. Not a single instruction from last night had been retained. The scene then transitioned to Ma Yu's room, where he, like Ma Xiaobao, was also awake and occupied with his phone, even emitting some rather suggestive sounds from the device. Am I not watching an educational program? What is this all about? Damn it, my headphones just died. How do I explain this to my mom? Wah, you all are just joking, but I really did get slapped by my mom. I was so scared, I thought I left my Venice backstage open. Su Binfen lowered her head, her ears flushed with embarrassment. Internally, she lamented, I'm a singer. I really haven't learned about managing expressions. Just as Fu Qingran was ready to rush home and scold Ma Yu, a voice echoed through the screen. Ma Yu, I'm hungry, quickly prepare something for me. Upon hearing Ma Xiaobao's call, Ma Yu promptly rolled out of bed. Xiaobao, are you hungry? I want hamburgers, chips, and fries. However, Mom insisted we drink nutritious porridge in the morning. Ma Xiaobao immediately protested, picking up a pillow and hurling it at Ma Yu. You worthless wretch. I command you to obey, she is not home. A fleeting shadow of gloom passed through Ma Yu's eyes, before he smiled and said, very well. I shall do it right away. At this, Ma Xiaobao felt a surge of pride and picked up his phone to resume his game. Once the door was shut, Ma Yu's expression fell drastically. Damn it, who is the father here, you or I? Ma Yu growled ferociously. What are you shouting about, Ma Yu? Came Ma Xiaobao's admonishment from the room. With a sudden shift in demeanor, Ma Yu raised his voice and shouted, It's nothing. I'm just making a call to Kenji. Turning around, Ma Yu promptly ended the call. All you do is eat. Weren't you hungry? It would be better if you starved. This father-son duo is something else. It's my first time witnessing a father being dutiful to his son. Children learn from how their mothers treat their fathers. This is indicative of Fu Qingran's usual demeanor at home. I can't stop laughing. What kind of family is this? I strongly suggest renaming it to the live broadcast of the Heavenly Queen's household. We want to see Xiao Yu. Fu Qingran's expression darkened considerably. Others were equally astonished by the scene unfolding. As an expert in child psychology, Fu Qingran's family environment was the most scrutinized among the three. Yet the reality was utterly disheartening. The broadcast became monotonous once again, and viewer engagement plummeted. Seeing the urgency of the situation, Xiao Yu urgently suggested, shall we proceed to the next segment and have Teacher Fu make a call home? Fu Qingran could hardly wait. As soon as the host Xiao Yu spoke, she immediately pressed the dial button. On screen, the sound of ringing filled the air. But it was not the phone in Ma Yu's hand. From the bedroom, Ma Yu retrieved an identical phone and answered the call. The camera zoomed in, revealing the caller ID, Viper Woman. Why is this Viper Woman calling again? How annoying. Ma Yu answered the call with a look of disdain. The studio was filled with exaggerated reactions. Hello? Darling, why the sudden call? Do you have some instructions for me? Ma Yu. Fu Qingran's furious shout startled Su Binfeng and Chen Guyao beside her. At this moment, Fu Qingran was on the verge of exploding. How dare you, Ma Yu? Watching adult films at home and secretly possessing 2 mobile phones behind my back. On screen, Ma Yu looked as if he were about to kneel in fear. Darling, what is wrong? Who has angered you? Fu Qingran attempted to steady her emotions. Ma Yu, what time did you all get up today? Has Xiaobao finished his homework? Did you check it? What did you prepare for lunch? A fleeting look of disdain crossed Ma Yu's face. Of course, I followed your schedule. We got up at 7 in the morning, and Xiaobao has completed his homework, and it's done quite well. I checked, and everything is correct. As for lunch, I will personally handle the cooking, so you need not worry. Chapter 17. Is this how you educate the child in my absence? Wow. He speaks these lies without a hint of shame. I've decided to award Li Liang's Oscar to Mayu. Truly, he is deserving of his acting background. Is this it? Is this the so-called cultured lineage? The standards that artists hold for themselves are indeed high. Today, upon my return, I shall review Xiaobao's homework, and after dinner, I must ensure that he practices the piano, capturing a video to send to me. Rest assured, my dear, I shall execute this task without fail. After hanging up, Fu Qingran sensed that the atmosphere in the studio was rather tense. It was unusual for everyone to be so solemn. Perhaps Mayu has been feeling rather low lately. Fu Qingran hastily offered an explanation. Chen Guyao, with a subtle smile, remarked, parents serve as role models for their children. Mr. Fu, could it be that you are overly strict with Mr. Ma at home? It seems Xiaobao has developed a certain disrespect towards him. I merely wish to address the matter directly and hope you take note of this. Fu Qingran clenched his teeth inwardly, maintaining a calm facade. Thank you for your suggestion, Qintiano. However, Xiaobao is usually quite well behaved. It is likely that Ma Yu has inadvertently provoked him. So much for being a child psychology expert. I can't say for certain. But if I were to call my father by his name, I'd certainly feel the sting of his sandal. What slander? Utterly unfounded. When have I ever struck you? In the scene, Ma Yu exhaled in relief, tossing his phone onto the floor in a fit of rage. Viper, old hag, if it weren't for the fact that I am relying on you for this guarantee in our wager, I would not be so meek. Before Ma Yu could finish his tirade, Ma Xiaobao burst through the door, exclaiming, Ma Yu, where are my fries? Where's my burger? Ma Yu turned back, offering a feeble smile. It's on its way, it's on its way. Ma Xiaobao, dissatisfied, slammed the door once more. Not long after, Ma Yu's claim of cooking dinner turned into ordering takeout. Li Xiaolu, feeling a sense of security, sat up straighter. At least Li Liang had the sense to hire a chef, while Ma Yu resorted to ordering takeout for the child. After the meal, Ma Xiaobao prepared to return to his room for more gaming. Ma Yu, in a solicitous tone, suggested, Xiaobao, your mother insisted that you practice the piano. Shall we practice for a while? Ma Xiaobao glared at Ma Yu, but she is not even home. Left with no other recourse, Ma Yu invoked Fu Qingran's authority. But your mother wants a video of your practice. A flicker of fear crossed Ma Xiaobao's face, leading him to relent. Fine, fine, I'll go practice. Upon reaching the piano, Ma Yu arranged the sheet music properly. Ma Xiaobao sat at the piano and haphazardly played a few notes. Heavens! What sin have I committed to deserve such torment? I miss Yu's piano playing. Now that is music to the ears. What is true finger zen? This is true finger zen. Ma Yu's expression soured as he pondered the repercussions if this video were to reach Fu Qingran. He could only imagine the reprimand that awaited him. Xiaobao, let us take this seriously. If you continue like this, your mother will be upset. Ma Xiaobao immediately bristled. Don't you know how to mute my video and add a soundtrack? Mother wouldn't notice. Rising, he marched straight to his room, declaring, leave me alone. In a panic, Ma Yu called out, but you have homework, which your mother also needs to check. Ma Xiaobao opened the door and hurled a pile of books out. Just finish it for me and stop bothering me. I want to practice Zhongkue. The studio fell into a profound silence, and Xiao Yu was visibly seething with rage. Before us stands Li Xiaolu, and behind us is Fu Qingran. Is this ever going to end? One is an acclaimed actress, the other a child psychology expert. And yet the offspring they've nurtured are simply unimpressive. They pale in comparison to Chen Guyao and Lu Chun. The disparity between the children and Lu Xiaoyu is stark. It's as if they inhabit different realms, showcasing a plethora of oddities. Teacher Fu. It is evident that Xiao Bao is quite adept at using his phone, but indulging in deceit is entirely unacceptable. Su Binfeng candidly expressed her thoughts. Lu Chun assisting Lu Xiaoyu with her homework is contingent upon her needing a break after a taxing study session. However, Ma Xiaobao's attitude reveals a lapse in parental guidance. Li Xiaolu uttered these words, and Fu Qingran was taken aback to find Li Xiaolu, who had previously aligned with her, suddenly turning against her. Deliberately avoiding Fu Qingran's gaze, Li Xiaolu thought to herself, you never stood up for me before. Why should I advocate for you now? Chen Guyao shook her head slightly, realizing how fragile the bonds of friendship can be. Observing the dynamics within these two households, she couldn't help but think that Lu Qin and Lu Xiaoyu were simply exemplary. Is it possible that her perfectionism was clouding her judgment? Perhaps her relentless pursuit of excellence had led her to be overly critical of Lu Xiaoyu, prompting the child to resort to deceit. With this in mind, Chen Guyao resolved that it could not be solely Lu Chun's endeavor. She too must instigate change and dedicate more time to her child. As the live stream progressed into the afternoon, the situation at Ma Xiaobao's home bore no resemblance to that of Li Xiaolu's. Ma Xiaobao was engrossed in his games, while Mayu received several phone calls regarding script discussions, all of which were met with rejection by the director. As the live stream's popularity plummeted, nearly sinking below that of Li Xiaolu's household, Xiaoyu promptly transitioned to the next segment. Teacher Fu, would you like to call Mayu and inquire about Xiaobao's situation? Let us see how Mayu responds. Fu Qingren was reluctant, given Mayu's behavior. She feared her call would only lead to embarrassment. When the call was made, Mayu answered with a barrage of expletives. Damn it, why do you keep calling? You old hag. Upon connecting, he softened his tone, asking, Darling, what instructions do you have for me? Fu Qingren's expression darkened. Shouldn't Xiao Bao be practicing the piano at this hour? Why do I not hear him? Is he slacking off? Mayu panicked, quickly responding. Xiao Bao was tired and just took a break. I'll have him play something for you right now. He covered the phone's microphone and approached Ma Xiaobao's door. Xiao Bao, your mom is on the line. Wouldn't you like to come out and play a little piano? Ma Xiaobao opened the door, shooting Mayu a disgruntled look. Before reluctantly making his way to the piano, Mayu finally breathed a sigh of relief. Darling, Xiao Bao is about to practice. Lazily adjusting his posture, Ma Xiaobao began to play haphazardly at the piano, producing a cacophony that was nearly unbearable. I can't take it anymore. I feel like I'm listening to a death knell. Is this even piano playing? Even Beethoven would be turning in his grave. Isn't the one playing the piano Picasso? Picasso? It's clearly James. Fu Qingren, showing no mercy, chastised Mayu. Is this how you educate our child in my absence? As soon as the topic of teaching arose, Fu Qingren's eyes flickered slightly. Mayu, with his formal training in music, was undoubtedly proficient at playing the piano, far surpassing Lu Chen in skill. Indeed, her intention was for Mayu to perform live, thereby eclipsing Lu Chen. Mayu, play a piece immediately. Chapter 18. That voice almost sent me away. Mayu was taken aback. Although he had a musical background, he had long neglected the piano since entering the entertainment industry. Dear, how long has it been since I last played? Just play when I ask you to. Stop with the unnecessary chatter. Enraged and embarrassed, Mayu's hand trembled uncontrollably around his phone. All right, my dear, I shall play. Fu Qingren immediately donned a victorious smile and, with a hint of intent, remarked, My husband graduated from the Beijing Conservatory of Music. The piano is certainly no challenge for him, and he often teaches Xiao Bao to play. Observing Mayu's reluctant expression, the audience clearly harbored doubts. How could this old woman dare to call me my husband? Is she trying to compete with Lu Chen? It's painfully obvious. Lu Chen may be an amateur, but Mayu is professionally trained. It's hard to say who will prevail. What's wrong with amateurs? Lu Chen can detect even the slightest nuances in notes, and his vocal skills are commendable. If he debuts, he will undoubtedly achieve great fame. As the comments rolled in, Chen Guyao pondered internally. Lu Chen's displayed talents in piano and vocal performance were indeed superior to many of the professionally trained young talents in her company. Yet she had never heard Lu Chen mention it. Had she become so preoccupied with work that she neglected her family? As she contemplated, Mayu had already begun to play. Some audience members quickly recognized that he was performing evenings on the Moscow River. Host Xiaoyu immediately signaled to the staff to hand the microphone to Chen Kongming. Recognizing Chen Kongming's esteemed status, the production team had arranged a special seat for him, knowing that such a musical luminary would undeniably elevate the show's appeal. Chen Kongming took the microphone. This piece is titled Evenings on the Moscow River. Its melody is simple. With a steady rhythm, the accompaniment can be executed with single notes, making it a common practice piece for piano beginners. Just as Chen Kongming completed his opening remark, the live broadcast captured a glaring mistake made by Mayu. That doesn't seem right. There appears to be an issue with the fingering on that last note. Chen Kongming explained. Mayu, noticing the error himself, felt an overwhelming surge of anxiety. A single misplayed note escalated his nervousness to the point where his fingers began to tremble, resulting in a series of incorrect notes that even those lacking musical knowledge could discern. How could he make such a mistake? This piece is merely entry-level. This is absurd. Is this the standard of the Beijing Conservatory of Music? Give me a piano. I could do better. Honestly, I could make a wooden xylophone sound more melodious than this. Though Fu Qingren lacked musical understanding, she was acutely aware of the audience's discontent. Enraged, She could no longer contain her frustration. Mayu, what on earth are you doing? In the scene, Mayu was suddenly flustered by a shout. What's wrong, dear? I was just playing the piano. Then why are there so many mistakes? He stammered. I haven't practiced in a long time. I've become quite rusty. Mayu hurriedly justified himself, adding, besides, I am trained in vocal music. I'm not very proficient in the piano. It was then that Fu Qingren realized. Right. Mayu specializes in vocal music, so it's only natural he isn't well versed in the piano. In that case, sing a segment for me, she instructed. Mayu was momentarily taken aback. What was going on with his wife today? Was she inspecting their son or him? All right, dear, what would you like to hear? Fu Qingran's eyes flickered as she immediately chose a popular song, Qianli, famously covered by Chen Guyao. Sing Qianli. Mayu's expression turned animated. This song demanded a high level of vocal skill and musicality from the singer. It required both breadth and depth, making it exceedingly difficult to perform well. However, since he was merely singing for Fu Qingran, he thought it was no big deal. Okay, dear, I shall sing now. Mayu cleared his throat and began to sing loudly. Since you left for 1,000 miles, my world has turned black and white. I can't take it anymore. If you sing again, I'll make your life a guessing game of life and death. That voice nearly sent me away. Imagining the scene where he sings for the entire village feast. Name your price. From now on, the village feast are yours. For the first time, I feel the Wanquan Mian is being challenged. Chen Kongming's face darkened as he shoved the microphone behind him. Su Binfen desperately tried to maintain her image, covering her mouth with all her might. Chen Guyao held his forehead, exuding a sense of helplessness, unable to suppress a laugh. Mr. Fu, it's evident that your partner is putting in a lot of effort, Chen Guyao remarked, chuckling. Li Shilu, unable to contain herself, burst into laughter. Fu Qingran shot a disapproving glare at Li Xiaolu, internally cursing Chen Guyao. Aside from kicking someone while they're down, what do you understand? Finally, Mayu finished his performance, his voice reaching an almost unbearable pitch. How was that, dear? Did I sing well? Doo-doo. Fu Qingran abruptly hung up the phone. The image she had meticulously crafted on screen was utterly ruined by Mayu. His vocal performance had drained the livestream's viewership by tens of thousands, infuriating both directors. What kind of bizarre characters are these, aside from Chen Guyao's family? As the viewership continued to plummet, threatening their ratings, the director team quickly instructed host Xiao Yu to close the livestream. Dear viewers, today's broadcast is coming to an end, and the first episode of Mom is Not Home is drawing to a close. Starting tomorrow, we will welcome the second episode. Finally, I've been waiting for this. I can see my wife and daughter tomorrow. I can't wait to hear Lu Chen sing. Am I the only one who cares about Lu Chen's performance? A sweet duet between father and daughter. That singing diva will be mine. Host Xiao Yu clapped her hands, and a chart appeared on the livestream screen. Parent-child interaction is a crucial aspect for enhancing familial bonds and early childhood enlightenment. Therefore, the production team has incorporated interactive activities for the families of the three guests. Now, the online community is selecting the inaugural program for the illustrious Chen Guyao's family, Lu Chen and Lu Xiaoyu. The excitement among netizens is palpable. The options displayed on the live broadcast screen are numerous, predominantly showcasing talent performances. Singing? Sister Guyao. Both Lu Chen and Yu Yu possess remarkable vocal skills. The anticipation is thrilling. Su Binfun's eyes sparkle with enthusiasm. Indeed, Chen Guyao shares in the excitement. As it has been many years since their marriage, and the last time she heard Lu Chen sing was during the previous live stream. Let us observe the votes from the audience. My anticipation is equally high. Both the goddess Binfun and the queen of songs Guyao wish to sing. Everyone, rally behind them. I have voted, but my phone is dying. Hurry up. I registered a brand new account, allowing me to cast 2 votes. For the sake of my wife's daughter, I shall give it my all. Chen Guyao and Su Binfen set the rhythm, igniting the entire venue. The votes for singing surged exponentially, swiftly surpassing half of the online audience, standing out prominently. Hooray! Su Binfen joyfully raised her hand towards the camera, forming a large heart gesture above her head. Thank you to all the netizens in the live stream for your votes. Sending love. Chapter 19. Dad sings remarkably well. Chen Guyao displayed a graceful smile, gently raising her hand to greet everyone. Thank you all for supporting Yu Yu and Lu Chen. Once it is confirmed that this song is an original by Lu Chen, I will represent Xing Chen Entertainment to launch this song, and I hope for your continued support. Su Binfen squeezed into the camera frame, raising one arm. Chen Guyao promptly understood and raised her other arm. The two stunning queens smiled radiantly, sending love. My goddess sent me love. I always said my goddess loves me. Is this not the most beautiful scene of the year? I captured a screenshot. I will set it as my computer background. You are quick with your hands. I screenshot it too, and I will change my phone wallpaper. Li Xiaolu and Fu Qingren exchanged glances, their expressions darkened. All the attention had been stolen by these two, leaving them quite displeased. As the live broadcast approached its conclusion, the energy surged again, thanks to Chun Guyao and Su Binfun, with viewership climbing from 200,000 back up to 500,000 and still rising. The chief director, Hong Bo, was beaming with joy. This is wonderful. Today's broadcast ratings have not plummeted as feared. Zhang Zhifeng concurred. Indeed, she remains a queen. Despite being married and having children, her popularity endures. Xiao Yu beamed brightly. After an entire day, if it weren't for her professionalism, she would have faltered. The queen of songs, the audience is eagerly awaiting. Chen Guyao maintained her warm smile. I will strive diligently to meet the audience's expectations. That being said, the live broadcast will commence tomorrow morning at 9. Let us not miss it. Goodbye. At home. Lu Chun and Lu Xiaoyu had just concluded their battle in the King's Canyon. Lu Xiaoyu patted her stomach. Daddy, I'm hungry. Lu Chun affectionately ruffled Lu Xiaoyu's hair, glancing at his watch. Mama messaged that she would be home early today. What would you like to eat, Yu? Lu Xiaoyu's eyes sparkled with mischief as she looked up at Lu Chun. Daddy, yesterday we had skewers. Today I want hot pot. Is that all right? Lu Chun hesitated slightly. As a celebrated diva, Chun Guyao places great importance on her diet. Initially, her culinary skills captivated Chun Guyao's palate. Yet she has steadfastly adhered to her principle of a light dinner. Is it a challenge for Daddy? Lu Xiaoyu grasped Lu Chen's small hand, her rosy lips protruding. Not at all. Not a bit of a challenge. Hooray. Lu Xiaoyu wore a victorious expression. While Lu Chun wore a smile, his heart was burdened with unspoken woes. Pleasing his daughter is indeed no easy task. In the evening, Chun Guyao returned home. As she opened the door, Lu Chun was already waiting at the entrance, swiftly enveloping her in his embrace. Darling, you are finally back. Lu Chen's sudden action left Chun Guyao somewhat puzzled about his intentions. He offered no chance for her to react, carrying her directly into the bedroom. Lu Chen, what are you up to? Chun Guyao scrutinized the unusual behavior of Lu Chun, suspecting he might be hiding something from her. Of course not. I want to talk with you. About what? Chun Guyao's curiosity was piqued. Tonight, shall we have hot pot? What do you say? Lu Chun wrapped his arm around Chun Guyao's shoulder, wearing a pleading expression. Really? You want hot pot after I said I preferred something lighter for dinner? I just suddenly craved it. Lu Chun scratched the back of his head. Chun Guyao studied him closely and quickly deduced that he was aware of her preferences. The only reason Lu Chun would plead for hot pot is if Lu Xiaoyu had influenced him. All right, Chun Guyao consented. What? Lu Chun thought he misheard her. You agreed? You actually agreed to hot pot tonight? Chun Guyao nodded. There are different types of hot pot. I can just have the clear broth. Without hesitation, Lu Chun planted a kiss on her forehead. Darling, I love you so much. Don't worry, I've arranged for old Sun to deliver the ingredients. They will be fresh and healthy. With that, Lu Chun called out to the outside. Yu, get ready. We're having hot pot tonight. Lu Xiaoyu had actually been waiting at the door. Upon hearing her mother's approval, she jumped for joy. Mama, I love you. Chun Guyao's eyes sparkled as she waved at Lu Xiaoyu. Yu, come here. Lu Chun, you go prepare. I need to talk to Yu. Lu Chun felt a pang of concern that Chun Guyao might assign Lu Xiaoyu some study tasks, and he was determined to keep their daughter happy before the hot pot feast. Darling, why must you keep things from me? Just say it. All right. Then we won't have hot pot today, Chun Guyao threatened. Lu Chun, realizing he was outmatched, glanced back at Lu Xiaoyu as he left the room. My dear daughter, your father truly tried his best. Lu Xiaoyu approached Chun Guyao, instinctively feeling a bit nervous. Chun Guyao had always assigned her various interests and study tasks, making Lu Xiaoyu somewhat apprehensive about being alone with her mother. Dear mother, rest assured that I, Yu, will diligently complete my homework, study earnestly, and practice the piano. My grades will undoubtedly remain steadfast. Chun Guyao paused, gazing at the somewhat anxious Lu Xiaoyu in a state of astonishment. What troubles you, Yu? Of course, mother believes in you, but that is not the matter at hand. Yu, while I was tucking you in last night, I heard you singing, and it was quite lovely. What song were you singing? Lu Xiaoyu did not expect that she had hummed a tune even while asleep. It is a song my father taught me, titled Ji Xiang Sambao. Chun Guyao's eyes brightened. Is that so? Could you sing a few lines for Mother? Of course. Lu Xiaoyu beamed with joy, her eyes narrowing in delight. Father, has the sun risen and the moon returned home? Not yet. Where did the sun go when the stars came out? It is in the sky. Why can't I find it no matter how hard I look? It has gone home. After the brief performance, Chen Guyao realized that aside from the childlike parts, the rest of the song was sung quite well. In less than 3 days, it was evident that Lu Xiaoyu had genuinely dedicated herself to learning this song. Mother, this song was taught to me by Father. We sing it as a family. Is that so? How does Father sing it? Lu Xiaoyu nodded emphatically. Father sings it wonderfully. Chen Guyao felt a surge of delight. The task arranged by the program team was falling into place. In that case, Mother has a task for you. Tomorrow, sing this song with Father and record a video for me, shall we? Really? Does Mother like it too? Mother loves it when you and Father sing together. All right then. Chapter 20. I missed you while you were away. At the dining table, Lu Chen served Chen Guyao a piece of meat while slyly inquiring. What secret conversations have you two been having behind my back? Lu Chen, can you sing? You mentioned that you sing rather well. Lu Chen paused momentarily. Oh, that. I can sing a little, but I cannot compare to you. After all, you are the queen of the music industry. Is Jishang Sanbao your original work? Chen Guyao pressed on. You could say that. Lu Chen quickly took a bite of meat to mask his discomfort. Based on the timeline, this song would not emerge for several years, and its popularity would come much later. If it is, then it is. If it is not, then it is not. What do you mean by you could say? Is it, or is it not? Lu Chen nodded, his voice wavering slightly. It is. Chen Guyao could not have anticipated that this song was indeed an original creation of Lu Chen. Though not part of the current mainstream pop music, it was an exceptional song for families with children. Both the lyrics and composition, as well as the underlying message, were of the highest quality. Lu Chen's ability to create such a song revealed his profound appreciation for family and his extraordinary talent. I just assigned you a task. Tomorrow, you will teach her this song at home. So, that's what you were discussing in the room? Lu Chen sighed in relief, realizing he had overthought the situation. Chen Guyao reiterated firmly, you must take this matter seriously. Learning vocal techniques is equally significant for you. Yet, the foremost priority remains the pursuit of knowledge. Only after mastering one's studies can one indulge in other interests. Upon the mention of academics, Lu Chen swiftly placed a piece of meat onto Chen Guyao's plate. The lamb today is particularly fresh, having been personally sliced by old Sun upon hearing that the queen would dine. Chen Guyao passed the meat to Yu, stating, I must exercise some restraint. Did you hear what I just told you? Lu Chen nodded earnestly, assuring her, rest assured, Yu adores this song as well. And I am more than willing to teach her. Yu wished to express her fondness, but, with her mouth full of meat, could only nod enthusiastically, appearing utterly adorable. Task accomplished. The expression on Chen Guyao's face brightened significantly. After the meal, Lu Chen tidied up the dishes, lulled Yu to sleep, and, following his evening routine, returned to the bedroom. Darling, your husband has arrived. Lu Chen leapt onto the bed, pinning Chen Guyao beneath him. Startled, she smacked his arm. Is Yu sound asleep? Fear not. She's merely a breath away from snoring. Oh please, my daughter does not snore like you. Hee, but work was unexpectedly light today. I returned home early. Chen Guyao turned to face him, her expression grave. Lu Chen, while Yu is in slumber, there is a matter I wish to discuss with you. Chen Guyao's rare seriousness piqued Lu Chen's curiosity regarding her intentions. Go ahead, I'm listening, he replied, propping up a pillow to better hear her. The song Jishang Sanbao, in terms of lyrics, composition, and performance, is of exceptional quality. I am confident that once released, it will surely become a sensation. Lu Chen nodded in agreement, having witnessed its brilliance firsthand. Indeed, your insight is astute. Are you suggesting that you wish to release it? But your company is predominantly comprised of young individuals. Such a song may not be suitable. Yet, it is perfectly fitting for our family. You mean, our family would perform this song? Precisely. The song speaks of family. It suits us perfectly. Lu Chen nodded slightly, readily consenting. All right, but you are quite busy, aren't you? Chen Guyao raised her chin with a hint of pride. Have you forgotten? I am the reigning diva of the music industry. A mere song is effortlessly manageable. With Chen Guyao's confidence, Lu Chen felt assured as well. However, this is not the primary topic I wish to discuss tonight. Lowering her gaze, she took Lu Chen's hand. Is there something you are concealing from me? I would prefer you to reveal it yourself. You already know? Lu Chen asked, tension evident in his voice. Indeed. When did you discover this? 3 days ago. Very well, I confess. Lu Chen exhaled in relief. I did not intend to keep it from you, but it was a limited edition, and I feared it would be gone if I did not purchase it. I had originally planned to gift it to you on our wedding anniversary, but since you have uncovered it, let it meet its rightful owner ahead of time. Chen Guyao was taken aback as Lu Chen pulled her up and retrieved a ring from beneath the pillow. 2 months ago, a renowned Italian jewelry brand unveiled 9 exquisite diamonds. This piece, named the Miracle of the Sea, struck me as perfectly suited for you. They have only launched the diamond. This ring setting was crafted by my own hands. Quickly, try it on. Lu Chen took Chen Guyao's hand and placed the ring upon her finger. My wife's hand is simply perfect. Chen Guyao caressed the blue diamond, her heart filled with joy. Diamonds may not hold their value, but women truly adore them. Lu Chen wore a troubled expression. It seems I have to ponder anew for a wedding anniversary gift. Chen Guyao, flustered, insisted that she was not referring to that matter. I wasn't talking about that. Oh, then I haven't hidden anything from you. He truly had nothing left to hide, apart from playing King of Glory with Lu Xiaoyu and indulging in skewers. Lu Chen felt a pang of guilt. Could it be that he was discovered? It seemed impossible, as everything he had done was impeccably seamless. Could it be that Lu Xiaoyu had inadvertently revealed it? That mischievous child. Simultaneously, Chen Guyao and Lu Chen said, "You understand music, don't you?" "I admit it." Chen Guyao responded, puzzled. "What do you admit?" Lu Chen's eyes rolled in exasperation. "All right, I confess, I understand music. Then why didn't you tell me? I always thought you were tone deaf. With your musical talent. Isn't staying at home with the child a waste?" Upon noticing Chen Guyao's eyes glistening with unshed tears, Lu Chen quickly reassured her. "Ah, having a big star like you in our home is more than enough. I shall be your supportive partner. Besides, I truly enjoy taking care of the child. You have no idea how much I missed you while you were away." Chen Lu Yao's gaze fixed upon Lu Chen. Realizing he had misspoken, he hurried to amend his words. "I missed you." In an effort to prevent Chen Guyao from probing further, Lu Chen swiftly rolled over and pressed her down, covering her mouth so she could not ask any more questions. "I am truly clever. You're pulling my hair." The following morning, "Mommy, wake up." Lu Xiaoyu called out to Chen Guyao early in the day. Lu Chen prepared breakfast, and upon noticing that Chen Guyao was still in bed, he hurried to the bedroom. "What is wrong, my dear? Are you still in bed? Caught a cold? This is serious." Chen Guyao, usually a paragon of discipline, always rose at 7 without fail, yet today it was 8 and she remained asleep. Fortunately, it was not a cold. Chapter 21. Did I offend you with hot pot? Lu Chen withdrew his hand from Chen Guyao's forehead. "Darling, are you feeling unwell?" Chen Guyao was surprisingly energetic. She hadn't expected to sleep so soundly. In recent days, she had been under considerable stress and lacked sufficient rest. The night before, she had insisted Lu Chen sing her to sleep, and she had not anticipated such a peaceful slumber. "From now on, you must sing every day. Now, let us get up and freshen up. I've prepared a delicious tremella and yam porridge for breakfast." Lu Xiaoyu's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Yay! I dreamed last night that Daddy was making tremella and yam porridge today." Chen Guyao realized the time was slipping away, hastily consumed a few bites of her meal, and left home in a rush. Lu Chen watched as Chen Guyao's car exited the community, shaking his head slightly. Alas, she is clearly the boss yet still insists on being punctual. Lu Xiaoyu approached Lu Chen's side. "Father, I plan to complete my homework this morning," followed by a brief piano practice, "and for lunch, I desire to savor braised spare ribs. In the afternoon, would you teach me to sing?" Lu Chen, feeling a pang of concern, remarked, "You, there is no necessity to exert yourself so diligently. If you wish to rest, you may do so." Lu Xiaoyu shook her head vigorously, declaring, "No. I promised Mama yesterday that I would learn Jisheng Sanbao today. The sooner I master it, the sooner Mama can join us for the duet." What a considerate daughter. Lu Chen readily agreed. "No problem. In the studio of Mama is not home." Host Xiaoyu made an energetic entrance. With the experience from the previous live broadcast, she brimmed with confidence. After hardship comes sweetness. The guest, Chen Guyao, arrived fashionably late. "Oh, isn't the singing diva supposed to be disciplined? Why is she late?" Li Xiaolu seized the opportunity to confront Chen Guyao directly. Parents serve as role models for their children. Such a poor habit as tardiness should not be imparted to them, echoed Fu Qingran. Despite having had some discord in the previous 2 broadcasts, they presented a united front, for only Chen Guyao's family had performed exceptionally well across all 3 live sessions. "I don't believe it's necessary to be so pedantic. Besides, it's only 8:50, With 10 minutes remaining until the broadcast begins, Su Binfeng defended Chen Guyao. However, Chen Guyao paid no heed to their remarks as she took a seat beside Su Binfeng. Xiao Yu, feeling displeased, thought to herself, the broadcast hasn't even officially commenced, and these two women are already stirring trouble? The voice of the production team crackled through her earpiece. Xiao Yu, prepare. The live broadcast is about to start. Xiao Yu swiftly composed herself and grasped the microphone. Dear viewers in the live broadcast room and at the venue, welcome to the second episode of Mama is Not Home. Following our previous episode, I trust that everyone has gained a basic understanding of our three guest families. Today, we commence the second episode, following the same order as before, beginning with the family of the singing sensation, Chen Guyao. Wow, at last. It's my daughter's turn to appear. I've been eagerly anticipating this. I've quietly opened the game. 3 days have passed. Do you think Yu has already ascended to the rank of a champion? 3 days to achieve champion status. My wife's daughter truly is impressive. Am I the only one looking forward to the duet between Lu Chun and Yu? As the broadcast commenced, the online viewer count surged past 500,000, ranking third in the regional chart. The backstage production team was elated by this figure. Host Xiao Yu wore a joyful expression. It is clear that our audience adores Yu. Following the established sequence, let us first view a segment recorded by the family camera. The live footage depicted a warm and harmonious scene of the family of three enjoying hot pot together, mentioning the song they were to perform, Jishang Sambao. I believe Lu Chun's actions were inappropriate. Fu Qingran's statement instantly captured everyone's attention. It was evident that this was a heartwarming family scene. What exactly had Lu Chun done wrong? He was clearly the epitome of a good man. Xiao Yu was utterly taken aback that Fu Qingran chose this moment to interject. Oh, where did Lu Chun falter? I wonder if teacher Fu has any examples from life to share. Chen Guyao did not indulge Fu Qingran, directly countering her. Fu Qingran's expression immediately fell. Children's digestive systems are delicate. Spicy hot pot is not suitable for them, and one cannot simply give children whatever they desire, as it may adversely affect their psychology over time. Su Binfeng interjected, Teacher Fu, perhaps you are being overly sensitive? It's merely a hot pot. I have grown up. And sometimes when I crave hot pot, my parents accompany me. Moreover, Yu evidently can handle spiciness better than her peers. I see nothing wrong with that. I believe the cleanliness and nutritional balance of the ingredients are paramount. Criticism erupted in the comments section. Is the old toxic woman causing trouble? Can one not even enjoy a hot pot? Support. Yu isn't a 3-year-old. She can have hot pot. Our little ones in Sichuan can handle spice by the age of 3. Your Ma, you can order takeout. But why should others be criticized for enjoying a clean hot pot at home? Fu Qingran's face turned awkward. Chen Guyao calmly stated, I do not concur with teacher Fu's perspective. Cultivating a child's values does not entail denying all their requests, as long as they are reasonable. Parents should support them within their capabilities. Excessive frustration education will only lead to greater inferiority in children. Her remarks garnered applause from the audience. Xiao Yu quickly interjected to ease the tension. All right, we see our guests have exchanged opinions. Now, let us move on to the next segment. After dinner, Lu Chun tidied everything up and returned to his room. Under Chen Guyao's inquiry, he revealed the wonders of the ocean. Unmarried Su Binfeng looked on enviously, while married Li Xiaolu and Fu Qingran felt an intense jealousy. The live broadcast continued. All right, I admit I understand music. Then why didn't you tell me? I always thought you were clueless. With such musical talent, aren't you wasting your gifts by staying home with the kids? Oh, having you as a superstar is enough for our family. I will be your supportive partner. Besides, I genuinely enjoy taking care of the children. You have no idea how much I miss you when you're not home. Oh my, what a perfect man. I'm being tormented by my husband. And he forgot our wedding anniversary. I know that diamond. It's worth 5 million. Handsome, can cook, takes care of kids. And even thoughtful. How enviable for the diva to have such a wonderful man. Li Xiaolu's expression remained blank, her heart consumed by jealousy. Fu Qingran also wore a dark expression, desperately searching her memories for moments of tenderness from Ma Yu, but found only emptiness. Chen Guyao leaned back into the sofa, her demeanor utterly serene. There is no need to praise Lu Chun. Without comparison, there is no pain. With individuals like you, the silence speaks volumes of defeat, utterly lacking in challenge. Chapter 22. Don't want to listen? Then I won tea. The live broadcast behind-the-scenes segment was nearing its conclusion when Xiao Yu suddenly received a message from the production team, prompting an immediate response. Dear viewers, We have just been informed by the directors that this morning we have a delightful excerpt to share with you. The audience's attention was drawn entirely to the large screen. The Queen's household certainly lives up to its reputation, even managing to pull off something entertaining this early. Let me take a wild guess. It must be related to the Queen's husband. Could it be that the Queen's husband was caught secretly playing games? The scene unfolded to reveal Lu Chun washing dishes in the kitchen, the atmosphere seemingly normal. Suddenly, he raised his head and began to sing in an utterly peculiar tone. I wake up in the morning to collect dung, and when I return home, I can't find my woman. I searched the east courtyard and the west, the south and the north. I've searched every neighbor's house, yet I still can't find my woman. My heart is uneasy. As Lu Chun sang, he began to sway his hips. In an instant, he was in the grand hall, questioning the county magistrate. What could possibly be the reason for this? Lu Xiaoyu, unable to bear it any longer, rushed out with her toothbrush still in her mouth. Daddy, you sing terribly. The entire studio erupted in laughter. Su Binfan covered her mouth with one hand while tightly grasping Chen Guyao's arm, her face flushed. Chen Guyao's lips twitched awkwardly, silently cursing the production team. How utterly unscrupulous. And to think, when I'm not home, this is how Lu Chun behaves? What on earth is this song? How incredibly talented. Where did Lu Chun come up with those lyrics? Honestly, the more I listen, the more addictive it becomes. He is undoubtedly a genius. I adore such lively and charming men who entertain themselves. Chen Guyao shook her head in exasperation. It truly made her head spin. Could it be that all those delicious breakfasts I enjoyed each morning were made amidst such unsavory activities? Fu Qingren seized the opportunity, smirking, as an expert in child psychology. I feel compelled to remind you, Guyao. Children at this age tend to emulate adults. Exposing them to such distasteful lyrics and dance is detrimental to their spiritual development. Li Xiaolu quickly chimed in. Indeed, in our household, we are always cautious with our words, fearing that children might learn inappropriate language and be influenced negatively. Just think about it. How many kids today are already swearing from a young age? Fu Qingren and Li Xiaolu exchanged glances, reveling in their perceived victory. I doubt that's the case. Besides, how is this even inappropriate language? Su Binfan stepped forward to counter. Many children raised in rural areas, including today's entrepreneurs, often come from humble beginnings and might have experienced similar situations. My father used to say he collected scraps for others when he was a child. It's about encouraging everyone to remember the hard work of laborers and strive for positivity. How is that indecent? Support Goddess Su. Calling dung collection vulgar? What else with these older women pretending to be so high and mighty? Many mountain villages possess such folk songs. What is so remarkable about that? Is it forbidden to sing this, or to eat that? Have the children truly committed some heavenly transgression? When cursing during games with Ma Xiaobao, the words hurled are far more vulgar than Lu Chun's singing, which is nothing short of celestial. Fu Qingren and Li Xiaolu were exasperated. Why is everyone siding with Lu Chun and Chen Guyao? So, your beloved indulges in inappropriate videos, and that has no impact on the child's moral development? Chen Guyao retorted directly, invoking the saying that one must rectify oneself before correcting others. Is this principle truly so difficult to grasp? Fu Qingren's teeth ground in frustration. I am merely speaking to the point. If the songstress feels I have misrepresented anything, she is welcome to disregard my words. Chen Guyao shrugged, returning to her seat. Then I shall not listen. You. Fu Qingren sat down in a huff. The host, Xiaoyu, couldn't he help but shake her head. Is the behind-the-scenes segment over? We want to witness the live broadcast from the songstress's home and have no desire to hear these two women speak. The production team should not stir trouble. This approach yields no viewership. We are here to watch you and Lu Chen, not these two older women. In the director's room, Hongbo was furious as he noticed the audience engagement plummeting. This behind-the-scenes clip had just been edited that morning, intended to capitalize on a humorous moment with Lu Chun to draw in viewers, now utterly ruined by Fu Qingren and Li Xiaolu. Hongbo grabbed the microphone. Xiaoyu, the viewership is declining. Quickly transition to the live broadcast. Xiaoyu instantly donned an animated expression and moved to the center of the stage. It appears the viewers in the live room and the audience on-site are eagerly anticipating the performances of Yu and the songstress's partner. Without further ado, let the broadcast commence. As the live broadcast unfolded, Daddy, I've completed my homework, exclaimed Lu Xiaoyu, raising her notebook towards Lu Chen. After reviewing it, Lu Chen praised. Excellent work, Yu. You got all the math problems correct today. Glancing at his watch, he added, Yu, there is still over half an hour before piano practice. Shall we engage in a thrilling game of King's Glory? To Lu Chen's surprise, Lu Xiaoyu declined. No, Daddy, if I finish my piano practice early, will you teach me that piece Jishang Sambao? With his daughter making a request, how could Lu Chen refuse? All right, today Yu is the boss. We shall follow her lead. Lin Xiaoyu bounced over to the piano and began to play. Today, Lu Xiaoyu was performing evenings in Moscow. This piece, while a practice piece for beginners, still posed a challenge for a child of her age, given that young children have not yet fully developed their motor skills. After completing the piece, the melody was enchanting, captivating all who listened. That was marvelous. There were absolutely no mistakes. This performance was simply flawless. Has someone else's child also played? My child surpasses theirs. My wife's daughter is extraordinarily talented. My wife's genes are impeccable. With Yu's cheerful disposition, Lu Chen's encouraging approach to education is undoubtedly vital. Originally, it was planned to conclude piano practice at 11 o'clock, yet Lu Xiaoyu completed her session by 10:30. The audience, still yearning for more, was captivated. Yu, I imagine you must be tired. Come and have some fruit, Lu Chen offered, presenting strawberries, each meticulously washed and with their stems expertly removed. No, Daddy, Yu isn't tired. Will you teach me Jishang Sambao? Lu Chen's expression turned unusually serious. No, Yu, one must balance work with rest. I understand you promised your mother to master this piece, but it is equally vital to take breaks. Lu Xiaoyu obediently nodded. All right then. Lu Chen's eyes brightened. How about this, Yu? Let me sing for you. Absorbing through listening is also a form of learning. What do you think? Lu Xiaoyu's face lit up with joy. Yay, Yu loves listening to Daddy sing. Chapter 23. Her comprehension of Wellington steak is limited. Daddy, has the sun come out and the moon gone home? No. When the stars come out, where does the sun go? To the sky. Why can't I find it no matter how hard I look? It has gone home. As Lu Chen sang with increasing fervor, his voice transitioned seamlessly, effortlessly embodying multiple characters. By the end of the song, one could easily mistake it for a trio performance. Despite Lu Chen being the sole vocalist in the live stream. Oh my, Lu Chen sings exceptionally well. Has his voice been kissed by angels? How could it be so perfect? I can hardly imagine the number of fans Lu Chen would garner if he debuted. If Lu Chen were to debut, he would undoubtedly reach the pinnacle of the music industry. What a divine pairing with a queen of song. Upon concluding the song, Lu Xiaoyu remained unsatisfied. Daddy, shall we begin now? I have rested well. Really? Yes, I want to master this song sooner. Not a problem. With Mama absent, I shall cover her part? Yes. In the broadcasting studio, Su Binfeng excitedly grasped Chun Guyao's hand, exclaiming, Sister Guyao, Yu is going to duet with Lu Chun. Chun Guyao swallowed hard. Her palms clammy. She felt more nervous about Lu Chun and Lu Xiaoyu's duet than any grand stage she had ever graced. Daddy, has the sun come out and the moon gone home? Lu Xiaoyu's voice, imbued with childlike innocence, was even purer than when Lu Chen sang. My heavens! Lu Xiaoyu's vocal talent is astonishing. Little Yu couldn't help but praise. Chen Guyao was equally taken aback. It dawned on her that, despite her status as a queen of song, she had never sung with her daughter until now. Daddy, when the stars come out, where does the sun go? To the sky. Why can't I find it no matter how hard I look? It has gone home. Lu Chen clapped with excitement. No wonder she is my daughter. She learned so quickly. Fantastic. Yu, you are the epitome of a perfect daughter. Lu Xiaoyu beamed with delight. Shall we record a video for Mama now? Lu Xiaoyu shook her head. No. I want to sing a bit longer. I wish to give Mama the very best. Lu Chen affectionately ruffled Lu Xiaoyu's hair. Such a good girl. As a reward, what would you like to eat? Having indulged in both skewers and hot pot, today I yearn for a meal prepared by my father. Lu Chen promptly agreed, exclaiming, no problem, just watch. The scene unfolded with Lu Chen donning a white apron and a hairnet, exuding the demeanor of a master chef. Is Lu Chen cooking? With that attire. Is he preparing Western cuisine? I've readied the steamed buns. I shall enjoy a few with the dishes Lu Chen makes. I have already begun chastising my husband for adding sugar to the spicy soup. In the frame, Lu Chen meticulously laid out an array of ingredients. Steak, mushrooms, garlic, butter, parma ham, and puff pastry. Nearly 20 assorted items arranged with precision. Father, with all this preparation, what are you planning to cook? Lu Xiaoyu gazed at the spread with boundless curiosity. Wellington steak. Father is making Wellington steak, which is a true delicacy. Lu Chen puffed out his chest with confidence. In pursuit of conquering Chun Guyao's discerning palate, he had enrolled in various master classes on Western cuisine. He had assumed that, as a pop diva, she would be accustomed to such fare. To his surprise, Chen Guyao did not favor Western food, finding steak bland and salads unappetizing. Thus, he honed his skills in Chinese cuisine. It had been a while since he last cooked, and he wondered if he had become rusty. Lu Chen picked up the steak, expertly sprinkling black pepper over it to begin marinating. This moment was captured in a close-up shot during the live broadcast. Fu Qingran could not help but smirk. Within Huaxia, many attempted to prepare Wellington steak, yet few succeeded. Among those few were elite Michelin-starred chefs who had a lifelong relationship with this dish. Wellington steak is not something just anyone can master. Is he merely showing off? Fu Qingran scoffed. Chen Guyao, unyielding, retorted, even if it is a display of skill, it is certainly preferable to ordering takeout. Showing off just proves he can cook. It is indeed far superior to takeout. I believe Lu Chun is exceptionally professional. His movements appear quite practiced. What the person above said is accurate. As someone who prepares Western cuisine, I can attest that Lu Chin's techniques and procedures are exemplary. And these ingredients are undoubtedly top-notch. I wonder if there is anything Lu Chin cannot do. This is simply exquisite. The steak required a quarter of an hour to marinate, which afforded Lu Chen the perfect opportunity to prepare the mushroom sauce. He finally chopped the mushrooms, onions, and garlic, sauteing them in butter with salt and black pepper. The sequence of preparation, cooking techniques, and timing were all governed by strict requirements. How professional! As a pastry student, I find him even more adept than my instructor. His control over sequence, technique, and timing is impeccable. One could even call it masterful. Meanwhile, in the kitchen of a five-star hotel, a young man clad in chef's attire rushed to a middle-aged Western man, brandishing his phone. Chef! Chef! Lee, I have told you repeatedly, no phones in my kitchen. Lee, the young man, wore an expression of guilt. He initially intended to secretly observe Su Binfen and Chen Guyao, but instead, he found himself captivated by Lu Chen as he prepared Wellington steak. To his surprise, rather than facing the chef's reprimand, the head chef took his phone. Oh, my God! Is this the culinary competition from your homeland? This young man must be the champion. Lee was utterly perplexed. How did a father caring for his child turn into a culinary contest? It is indeed commendable that chefs willing to make mushroom sauce from scratch are becoming increasingly rare. They often opt for pre-made versions, sacrificing the aesthetic appeal of Wellington steak. Lu Chen performed splendidly. As the scene unfolded, Lu Chen finished the mushroom sauce and proceeded to sear the steak. Flames leapt high from the skillet. I thought it would be impossible. He seemed too young. And with such a roaring fire, how could the steak not burn? Fu Qingran seized the opportunity to mock him. Burnt food is unfit for children. It can be carcinogenic. Others began to feel anxious, questioning whether Lu Chen had made a misstep with such intense heat. In the hotel kitchen, the head chef erupted in anger. Is this woman a judge? What does she know? Your greatest blunder is inviting irrelevant or incompetent individuals to your shows. She knows nothing about Wellington steak. Chapter 24. A humble request for the complete version of 3 Lucky Treasures. After the steak was artfully plated, Lu Chen served it at the dining table. Lu Xiaoyu was already growing impatient. With the first bite, a burst of flavor erupted in her mouth. Delicious, Daddy. With his daughter's approval, Lu Chen felt that this meal was worthwhile. It must be incredibly tasty if Yu is enjoying it so much. Isn't this a parenting live stream? How did it turn into an eating show? Lu Chen is like Doraemon's pocket. What other surprises does he hold? I've heard Lu Chen excels in Chinese cuisine as well. I'm eager to see. I believe we should consume less Western food. Our traditional cuisine is abundant. Eating Western food too often may lead children to idolize foreign cultures, suggested Fu Qingran. Indeed. How many children are influenced by foreign cultures online? And what severe consequences follow? Li Shilu quickly concurred. Oh, is that so? Chen Guiyao scoffed. I heard that recently, Qixi Entertainment signed several endorsements from major foreign brands. While domestic endorsements seem to be less than 30%, right? Qixi Entertainment is the agency where Li Xiaolu is employed. Chen Guiyao continued, at Xingchen Entertainment, domestic brand endorsements constitute 80% of our total. We also invest in museums across the nation. What contributions has Qixi Entertainment made towards promoting traditional culture? Chen Guiyao's combativeness was already formidable, and it only seemed to intensify. Lu Chen had indeed surprised her with a plethora of skills she had never noticed before. Had he deliberately concealed them, or had she been too engrossed in her work to recognize them? Li Xiaolu's manager was frantically signaling her from the audience. Why did you provoke her? You have ascended to the status of a leading actress, yet the company still boasts several rising stars among its ranks. Li Xiaolu recognized her misstep and promptly silenced herself. At that moment, the host, Xiaoyu, stepped forward. Dear audience, it is now noon. We invite our guests and everyone present to take a brief intermission. The live broadcast will continue, and we shall resume at 3 p.m. It is indeed time for a break after a long morning. Song Yaojia, shall we go for a meal together? Su Binfen linked arms with Chen Guyao. Certainly. I find myself a bit peckish as well. Su Binfen playfully inquired, are you craving Lu Chen's steak? Perhaps you could ask your brother-in-law to prepare it just for you. Chen Guyao's eyes darted, and she shook her head. Never mind. I must exercise some restraint this evening. Nevertheless, she discreetly sent a message to Lu Chen. I finish work early and would love a delightful meal tonight. Love you. At home, Lu Chen promptly opened Chen Guyao's message. Positioned directly beneath the camera, his phone screen was captured clearly. No problem. What would you like? Boiled cabbage? Kung Pao chicken? Soup-filled yellow croaker? Forget it. I shan't make a woman choose. I will prepare them all for you. A flying kiss. Chen Guyao's cheeks flushed crimson, and she could not help but scold the production team. How can they broadcast everything? Oh dear, none of these dishes are simple. Not just simple. They aren't even from the same cuisine. Do you have any idea how disheartening this is for someone who only knows instant noodles? Suddenly, the McDonald's in my hand lost its appeal. In the frame, Lu Chun called Lao Sun to order ingredients. Dad, who are you on the phone with? Lu Chun raised his phone. It's Uncle Sun, who delivered skewers last time. I asked him to bring some ingredients over. But don't we already have plenty of ingredients at home? Mom messaged that she would return early today, and Dad plans to prepare a few hearty dishes. Lu Xiaoyu touched her small teeth, her expression conflicted. Dad, I can't bite into hard food yet. Lu Chen covered his eyes, chuckling. Yu, hearty dishes means they must be delicious and visually appealing, dishes that you instantly fall in love with. Lu Xiaoyu suddenly understood. Oh, I see. When will you teach me to sing, Dad? Lu Chen glanced at the time. Whenever you are ready. Yu. Then let us begin now. Lu Xiaoyu beamed. I just shifted my position, ready to eat. You are not alone upstairs. I have returned obediently as well. Though I am quite hungry. Yu is simply too endearing to leave. For Yu's sake, I could forego this meal. Oh my. Look, is that a morincourt? Can you believe the songstress has one at home? Dad, what kind of instrument is that? Lu Chun held up the instrument. This is a morincourt. It will accompany our song. Then let's get started. Lu Chen settled on the sofa and began to play the morincourt. The melodious strains of the guqin resonated. Intricate and profound, yet imbued with a delicate beauty and smoothness that captivated the heart. As the music softened, Lu Chen gestured towards Lu Xiaoyu. Daddy, has the sun come out and the moon gone home? Not yet. Where has the sun gone when the stars appear? It's in the sky. I can't seem to find it anywhere. It has gone home. As the performance concluded, the audience lingered in the afterglow, reluctant to part with the enchanting experience. How beautiful this is. When will you be online again? Is that the morincourt, an instrument of the ethnic minorities? Lu Chun's multifaceted talents continue to shine. What a pity, it would be wonderful if the diva could sing along. I humbly request the complete version. Sister Guyao. I am eagerly anticipating when the full version of Jixiang Sanbao will be released. Chen Guyao savored the melody, reflecting on Lu Xiaoyu's dedication to completing the song, not only for her own enjoyment, but also because it was a gift from Lu Chun for their family of 3. Great. We'll record it tonight and release it tomorrow morning. Chen Guyao's voice resonated throughout the studio. Is that true? Su Binfen exclaimed, disregarding her decorum. Long live Sister Guyao. Li Xiaolu clenched her teeth, aware that tomorrow was their family's live broadcast. Chen Guyao must be doing this intentionally, seeking to bask in their limelight. On screen, after sending the video to Chen Guyao, Lu Chen glanced at the time. It's still early. Yu, would you like to play a match in Arena of Valor? Lu Xiaoyu hesitantly inquired. Is that all right? Don't we need to study? Have you not completed your homework? I finished today's. Then why should we study more? You can work on tomorrow's assignments. Lu Chen paused, his lips moving thoughtfully. Yu, today's tasks should be completed today. You have done splendidly. Therefore, this time is your reward for fulfilling your responsibilities. Tomorrow's homework should be reserved for tomorrow, understood? Lu Xiaoyu felt Lu Chun's transformation was remarkable. In the past, upon finishing her daily tasks, both he and Chen Guyao would assign her additional duties. Yet now, Lu Chen not only engaged her in games, but also took her out for snacks and hot pot. Sensing Lu Xiaoyu's emotions, Lu Chen affectionately ruffled her hair. Both Mama and Daddy are first-time parents. Please forgive us for any shortcomings in the past. Lu Xiaoyu nodded earnestly. Lu Chun then produced a brand new phone. Come on. Let us conquer the battlefield together. Yay. Today, I want to learn how to play Zhong Kuei. No problem. Chapter 25. Lu Chen's skills astonish. The diva's words touch hearts. Over the course of several days, Su Yang and Lu Xiaoyu had ascended from gold rank to diamond rank. It is well known that the transition from platinum to diamond represents a significant milestone. This time, Lu Chen chose Diao Chan, securing first blood to warm up. Lu Xiaoyu's skills had also progressed remarkably. Her accuracy with Zhong Kuei's hooks was nothing short of impressive. They smoothly navigated through the promotion matches. And within a short span of half an hour, they advanced from Diamond 5 to Diamond 4. As the new season commenced, most players retained their ranks within the Starry Glory. Upon reaching the Diamond rank, one can now match with players of the Starry rank. Father, why do you keep dying? Is this rank too challenging? Yet, I have vanquished numerous foes. Lu Xiaoyu joyfully embraced her phone, relishing her triumph. However, Lu Chen sensed something amiss, an unmistakable sense of unease. He had not been taking the game seriously, merely accompanying his daughter to ensure her happiness. Yet, in this match, he had been caught thrice while lurking in the grass. Without ever revealing his position, it did not seem like cheating. Rather, it felt akin to screen peeking. Haha, Lu Chen has finally deduced it. Indeed, we are screen peeking. Humph, let us see how formidable you are for stealing our wife. Screen peeking is disgusting, but for Lu Chen, I shall support it. I originally intended to scold you. But since you gifted you some kills, I shall temporarily forgive you. The more Lu Chen played, the more furrowed his brow became. Had the enemies all activated cheats today? Or was it simply an inauspicious day for him? Father, your performance is quite poor. 061. They seem to be ridiculing you. Lu Xiaoyu activated her microphone. This Diao Chan is my father. Please do not insult him. Instantly, Lu Chen felt a surge of anger. If he was to be embarrassed before his daughter, he would teach them a lesson. With determination, Lu Chen positioned himself. Father, what are you doing? Dear daughter. Father must take this seriously. He began his maneuvers, first eliminating the blue buff. Why are you, as a jungler, stealing my mage's blue? With the blue buff secured, Lu Chen felt a surge of confidence. He found a bush and swiftly concealed himself within. As expected, two opponents soon pursued him. In a critical moment, Lu Chen emerged, flashing to the center and unleashing his ultimate. With nimble footwork, both adversaries missed their skills entirely. In his eyes, they were akin to super minions. With a series of skillful moves, he depleted their health in an instant. A swift execution followed, double kill secured. Yay, father is amazing. The audience watching the live stream was left in shock. What just happened? How did Lu Chen suddenly become so powerful? His awareness is astonishing. His maneuvers are so smooth. This must be an accident. It's absolutely unexpected. Once we respawn, we'll make sure you regret this. After securing the double kill, the enemy mid laner and support were both incapacitated. Lu Chen quickly switched his equipment, leveraging his high mobility to eliminate the opposing marksmen before they could respawn, claiming the spoils from mid lane and the development lane. By the time the enemy jungler and top laner reacted, his side had already lost 3 members. As the two approached, Lu Chen had been lying in wait. Triple kill followed by a double kill. The enemy team was obliterated. Teammate 1, Diao Chan is incredible. Teammate 2, that awareness is impressive. Teammate 3, got it, I'll play Diao Chan next match. Lu Chen smiled confidently, accompanied by several triumphant sounds. He secured victory in 3 consecutive matches. This hero is truly overpowered. Is this even allowed? I must admit, Diao Chan's movements are exceptionally graceful. If screen peeking can't help, how are we to play? In the final match, Lu Xiaoyu once again selected Zhong Kuei. Lu Chen switched to Tai Yizhenren, a well-known supportive character alongside Zhong Kuei. Consequently, the moment Lu Chen selected Tai Yizhenren, he was met with an avalanche of ridicule from countless viewers in the live stream. Is he really going to let his teammates down? Lu Chen seems to be getting a bit too carried away. Let us see how he performs. At the onset of the match, with the team lacking a top lane position, Lu Chen smiled wryly, finding it quite to his liking. 3.5 minutes in, Lu Chen completed his first item, the Boots of Swiftness. Teammate 1 exclaimed, "Why isn't Tai Yizhenren building tank items? He should be getting armor boots." Armor boots? Lu Chen chuckled. Building tank items would be a grave insult to Tai Yizhenren. At the 4-minute mark, Lu Chen finally took action, first eliminating a half-health Sunbin from the opposing team before heading towards the mid lane. Observing from the sidelines, one player had deciphered Lu Chen's intentions and prepared an ambush along the way. However, Lu Chen took the initiative, jumping into the grass where the observer was hiding. In a state of panic, the observing player wasted his skills, leaving the situation stagnant. Seizing the moment while the opponent was unresponsive, Lu Chen flawlessly secured the kill. What began as a casual livestream turned into an intense gaming broadcast. Hongbo intended to relay a message to Xiaoyu, urging Chen Guyao to call and stop Lu Chen. Yet, the viewer count in the live stream surged rather than dwindled, surpassing the million mark. King's Remedy has developed over the years, attracting a player demographic ranging from children to middle-aged individuals, many of whom are quite fond of it. Initially, those tuning into the live stream were primarily parents with young children or those contemplating parenthood. However, Lu Chen's exceptional gameplay even captivated numerous gaming enthusiasts. As the audience became increasingly enamored with Lu Chen's remarkable skills, the barrage of positive comments flooded in. Fu Qingran and Li Xiaolu could no longer remain silent. Host: I believe Lu Chen's method of managing children has crossed into internet addiction. Fu Qingran stood up, her expression grim. Li Xiaolu nodded in agreement. Indeed. Children's self-control is inherently poor, and with parents leading the way, the risk of developing an internet addiction is significantly heightened. Among the audience, several older parents who do not engage in gaming and harbor aversion towards it expressed their strong agreement with Fu Qingran and Li Xiaolu's statements. It hadn't even been an hour yet, and the tasks that needed completion had already been fulfilled. Su Binfeng countered. I believe that the formation of internet addiction stems from obsession, not mere exposure. In this age of advanced technology and widespread internet access, even leading tech giants are beginning to explore the metaverse. Allowing children to engage with online games in their early years is not necessarily a negative thing. Su Binfeng's words resonated with many parents present who were not narrow-minded. Otherwise, they wouldn't have participated in the live recording of the program. At that moment, Chen Guyao stood up. To the viewers in the live stream and the audience here, I am the president of Xingchen Entertainment, but I am also a mother. As a president, I certainly encourage everyone to engage with the internet. However, as a mother and guardian, I believe the distinction between internet addiction and internet usage lies in moderation. If children struggle to find the balance, it is our responsibility as parents to guide them. Moreover, I believe that when parents accompany their children in playing video games, it not only fosters a stronger parent-child bond, but also allows for better control over the situation and helps children develop positive internet habits. If you prohibit your child from going online, do you think they will simply refrain from doing so? Clearly not. The more conscientious ones may resort to sneaking around to play, sometimes even staying up all night, while those less inclined may end up clashing with their parents, thereby straining their relationship. It is precisely because children often lack self-discipline that they may become engrossed in gaming, even resorting to foul language. Thus, I contend that engaging in gaming alongside children not only enhances familial ties, but also mitigates the risk of their gaming addiction. Most importantly, it establishes a healthy and constructive online habit for them. This is my personal viewpoint, and I welcome any critiques if I am mistaken. Thank you. Chen Guyao truly lives up to her reputation as the queen of executives, as her words turned the tide. The applause from the parents in attendance was thunderous, igniting a wave of enthusiasm throughout the audience, with sentiments echoing in the live stream. Finally, someone understands me. No more talk. I'm taking my son to the canyon for a game. Excuse me, Queen, my son says I'm too inept to play with him. Do you have any advice? I want to play games with my wife and daughter. To the person above, give it up. You lack Lu Chen's skills. Chapter 26. A wife so exceptional, difficult to find. At 4 p.m, with a triumphant shout, Lu Chen and Lu Xiaoyu successfully claimed another victory. Lu Chen's skills are truly impressive. The national server likely doesn't boast such talent. If Lu Chen were to compete, he would undoubtedly be a champion-level player. His awareness and execution are of professional caliber, perhaps even surpassing that. Xiaoyu is also making rapid progress. She may well become a professional esports star in the future. Superplay Entertainment. In the general manager's office, Subo Ran marveled at Lu Chen's innate talent for this field. Unfortunately, Lu Chen's age does not favor him against the current crop of professional stars. Secretary Gu Kong remarked. However, Subo Ran held a different opinion. I have seen Lu Chen execute maneuvers that even professional players struggle with. His speed and awareness are top tier. Gu Kong responded, stating, even so, it is unlikely that Lu Chen will pursue a career in esports. After all, he is the husband of the queen. Subo Ran stroked his chin, deep in thought. If he cannot be enlisted as a player, We could invite him to endorse or participate as a guest in non-professional offline tournaments. Su Bo-ran's eyes lit up, and he promptly contacted Xing Chen Entertainment, stating that he would personally discuss this matter with the Queen. While the audience in the live stream eagerly anticipated Lu Chen's next remarkable play, he turned off his phone. Xiaoyu, you've been playing for an hour and a half. It's time to stop. Lu Xiaoyu rubbed her eyes, feeling indeed a bit fatigued. Let us take a nap. When you wake up, Mommy will be back. Lu Xiaoyu nodded earnestly and returned to her room. After tidying up the space, the doorbell rang. Old son, you've made the trip personally. I appreciate your effort. Lu Chun took the ingredients handed to him. Mr. Lu, are there guests coming over today? No, today Gu Yao returned home early. I simply wish to treat her well. Mr. Lu is indeed a wonderful husband. Lu Chen, filled with pride, remarked, however, in our family, Gu Yao is truly a rare gem of a wife. At that moment, Chen Guyao blushed at Lu Chen's compliment. A rare gem of a wife indeed. Su Binfen led the teasing, and laughter filled the studio. Which woman does not envy a love that endures through the ages? Fu Qingran and Li Xiaolu exchanged jealous glances, their teeth grinding as they recalled how long it had been since their own partners had whispered sweet nothings to them. At noon, a video showcasing Lu Chen's culinary skills in Western cuisine was widely shared across the internet, garnering him countless admirers. Handsome and adept in the kitchen, his fanbase swelled overnight. In the afternoon, Lu Chun energetically prepared a meal, crafting a feast that could rival a state banquet, sparking fervent discussions among his many followers. Western cuisine is one thing, but when it comes to Chinese cuisine, the standards are akin to a national banquet. Lu Xun is simply flawless. How can you declare it a banquet level when the meal isn't even finished yet? Those above, don't be bitter, just look at his knife skills. They are extraordinary. These dishes are quite famous, yet few can master them today. If Lu Chun can replicate even half of them, it would astound 90% of Chinese chefs nationwide. To use so many ingredients for a single meal seems wasteful. Fu Qingran immediately expressed her doubts. Why does Lu Chun seem to excel at everything? And why should such a person be Chun Guyao's husband? Jealousy simmered within her. Many are struggling to afford a single meal. As public figures, shouldn't they embody frugality? Such extravagance, I believe, could severely impact a child's values. Li Xiaolu quickly chimed in. Indeed, I believe some culinary traditions have faded for a reason. How much precious food is wasted on a simple boiled cabbage? Have you seen Western cuisine? There is never such waste. Furthermore, have you not heard? Westerners have established a principle. The greater the expenditure on food relative to total household expenses, the poorer the household. Su Binfen was suddenly displeased. Chinese cuisine has a rich and profound history. It is a cultural heritage reflecting the artistry of our esteemed chefs, and cannot be measured by a mere dish. Li, as an esteemed actress and public figure, how can you utter such words? Well said. Those who fawn over foreign culture are truly despicable. This obsequiousness is utterly revolting. Can she still be considered an actress? The entertainment industry really does elevate anyone. What nonsense are Westerners spouting? Do they even understand food? Have they ever tasted konjac jelly? The studio buzzed with heated debate as Fu Qingran and Li Xiaolu vehemently criticized Su Binfen. Chen Guyao, unable to remain silent, interjected, Mr. Fu's calligraphy and violin must have cost quite a sum, wouldn't you agree? If I'm not mistaken, didn't Mr. Li recently purchase a villa in the prestigious Tanming Garden? The moment Chen Guyao spoke, Fu Qingran and Li Xiaolu were rendered speechless. I labor tirelessly to provide my children with a more nurturing environment and superior living conditions. Any notion of extravagance is utterly absurd. At Xingchen Entertainment, we allocate 10% of our profits annually to charitable endeavors, a sum that has exceeded 100 million yuan over the past 3 years. Of course, I do not seek to boast. Rather, I believe that greater earnings entail greater social responsibility. This, I contend, is the correct value system to instill in my children. Unlike the ostentatious luxuries derived from fame and fortune in the West, I firmly believe that the luxuries of our homeland possess true depth and significance. The auditorium erupted in thunderous applause. Su Binfeng joyfully grasped Chun Guyao's hand, exclaiming, Sister Guyao, your words resonate profoundly. Chun Guyao smiled subtly, her gaze lingering on Lu Chen. Ah, Lu Chen, how much more is there about you that remains unknown to me? The director's team, led by Zhang Jifeng, approached Hong Bo with a phone in hand. Director, it's a call from the chairman. The mention of the chairman made Hong Bo furrow his brows slightly. The company behind the program Mom is Not Home is Jiang and Xingyu Group. Although Hong Bo serves as the chief director and overall supervisor of the show, he has minimal interaction with the board members of the group. A direct call from the chairman surely signifies something of great importance. Hong Bo promptly answered the phone. "Chairman, this is Hong Bo." Yin Yunji's voice resonated on the line. "This is Yin Yunji. I am currently watching the live stream. I trust you understand the reason for my call." Hong Bo quickly deduced the matter at hand. "Is it regarding Lu Chen?" Yin Yunji affirmed. "You should be aware of Lu Chen's commercial value. The company wishes to maximize the show's potential. Does the chairman intend for us to alter the format of the program?" Hong Bo inquired tentatively. Yin Yunji's tone shifted to one of displeasure. "As the chief director, shouldn't you be capable of devising a solution for this matter?" Taken aback, Hong Bo hurriedly responded, No, I understand what needs to be done." With that, Yin Yunji ended the call, leaving Hong Bo feeling dejected. Where am I to find the answers? Chapter 27. The song trends online. Li Liang's performance is quite distracting. At Chen Guyao's residence, after dinner, just as Lu Chun was preparing for his nightly routine, he was intercepted by Chen Guyao. "Darling, are you in such a rush?" "I shower quickly." Lu Chen's excitement was barely contained. Chen Guyao shot him a playful glare and said, "Stop being frivolous. I have something serious to discuss." Lu Chun, intrigued, wondered why Chen Guyao had so many pressing matters these past few days. "All right, my dear, what is it?" "Today, I wish to record and release Jixiang Sanbao under the name of our family of 3. What do you think?" "That sounds wonderful. By the way, it has been a while since you last released a new song." Chen Guyao promptly replied, "Then let us do it tonight. There's still plenty of time. Let us head to the studio." "So soon?" Lu Chen exclaimed in surprise. "Absolutely. Let us go." At the company, in the recording studio, it was Lu Xiaoyu's first visit, and she felt a twinge of nervousness. "Mommy, do you mean our song will be released on mobile phones?" "Yes, indeed. Don't you want that, Yu? Lu Xiaoyu shook her head and said earnestly, "Of course I want to, but I am a bit nervous." Lu Chun promptly lifted Lu Xiaoyu into his arms. "Don't be anxious, Yu. You sing exceptionally well, even better than Dad. Believe in yourself." Lu Xiaoyu's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Really?" "Absolutely. Hooray." Lu Xiaoyu was overjoyed. By the time the recording concluded, it was already late at night, and Lu Xiaoyu had fallen soundly asleep on the sofa in the recording studio. Lu Chen thought they were finished, but Chen Guyao asked, "Do you remember the song you sang for me yesterday?" "I do. Why?" "I would like to record that song as well and release it under your name." Lu Chen looked at Chen Guyao in confusion. "Why?" "I don't want you to bury your talent, nor do I want you to sacrifice your gift for my sake," Chen Guyao replied. Lu Chen smiled. "All right." Morning arrived at the broadcasting studio. As Chen Guyao just settled down, Su Binfen approached her, holding up her phone. "Sister Guyao, your song has gone viral. It's trending on Weibo. It's #1 on the charts." Chen Guyao was equally astonished. How has it gained such popularity in such a short time? Not just Jixiang Sanbao, but also this song Shi Yingyo, credited to Chen Guyao. This can't be Lu Chun's doing, right? Chen Guyao chuckled, but offered no response. Silence spoke volumes. On Weibo, discussions about Lu Chun were fervent. Chen Guyao is Lu Deshun, right? She actually released a song. It's so beautiful. Lu Deshun is incredibly talented. Lu Deshun is credited as Chen Guyao, showing off their love. Did you all notice? The lyrics and music were both crafted by Lu Deshun. How impressive is that? The fervor surrounding the two songs was so intense that, even before the broadcast began, the production team received countless messages urging them to air the show. Hong Bo quickly signaled to the host, Xiaoyu, let us start the broadcast 10 minutes early today. Play Jixiang Sanbao and Shi Yingyo first." Upon receiving the director's signal, Xiaoyu promptly indicated for the crew to prepare for the broadcast. "Isn't it still 10 minutes until the start? Why are we going live now?" Su Binfen was somewhat surprised. Xiaoyu stepped onto the stage. "Hello to all the audience in the studio and the viewers at home." With a smile, Xiaoyu explained. "Today's program is starting 10 minutes early to celebrate the return of the diva Chen Guyao, who is releasing a new song after 2 years, and to honor her beloved, Lu Chun, for his debut single." Thunderous applause erupted, clearly reflecting the audience's enthusiasm for the diva and her partner. "Now, let us enjoy the wonderful music from the diva's family." As the auditorium's sound system erupted, the enchanting voices of Lu Xiaoyu's youthful innocence, Lu Chen's resonant baritone, and Chen Guyao's melodious soprano intertwined, captivating the audience through the evocative strains of the Morincourt. Each listener became immersed, as if they were enveloped in the sound. As the song concluded, Everyone felt a sense of longing. Yet, the accompaniment began anew, reigniting the emotions of all present. Childhood dreams and the sorrows of growing up resonated deeply. Time shall bear my burdens. I yearn for the moonlit sky and the frost upon the ground. I desire a sunlit study and the fervor of youth. I long for the verdant hues of spring and the golden tones of autumn leaves. Spread across the path I am destined to tread. As the performance concluded, the audience erupted in cheers, clamoring for an encore. The atmosphere was electric, with the show's vibrant energy captivating all present. Xiaoyu posed a question that resonated with many viewers. When was the renowned Lu Chen's song Desires composed? Chen Guiyao appeared momentarily bashful, revealing that it was crafted after Jishang Sanbao, as he serenaded her to sleep. The revelation sparked a gleam in Su Binfeng's eyes. While Li Xiaolu and Fu Yanran looked on with envy, the viewers indulged in a feast of sweet moments. Within merely 10 minutes of the broadcast, online participation surged past 1 million. Bolstered by this popularity, Xiaoyu brimmed with confidence. Following the behind-the-scenes footage, the audience count soared to 1.2 million. As the behind-the-scenes segment concluded, the focus shifted to the illustrious actress Li Xiaolu. The comments section erupted with fervor, expressing a desire for more from Lu Chun and Yu Yu, while dismissing Li Xiaolu's segment. The excitement was palpable, yet amidst the chaos, the viewer count began to decline by tens of thousands. Li Xiaolu, feeling discontent, tried to ignore the numbers and comments. The scene unfolded with Li Zixuan begrudgingly completing his homework beside the coffee table, while Li Liang's frustration grew. Despite the importance of a meeting at work, he was obligated to assist his son with his studies. Why are you just staring at me? Right. Li Liang barked at Li Zixuan. The boy, looking innocent, pointed to a problem in his book. Dad, I don't understand. Even a pig could solve this. In a fit of anger, Li Liang slammed the table. After paying for you to attend an elite school, you can't even solve such a simple problem? What good are you? He snapped. Don't leave it blank. Write something. With tears in his eyes, Li Zixuan dutifully scribbled down an answer. Frustrated, Li Liang reclined on the sofa, engrossed in his phone. Li Xiaolu felt her heart sink. Before leaving, she had emphatically instructed Li Liang to help their son with his homework, yet this was the kind of support he provided? The comments reflected the audience's discontent. This father is unbelievable. Last time he made his son kneel, and now he has him squatting to do homework. Didn't Li Xiaolu say Li Liang was the boss? Why is he so idle at home? I've seen enough of this. It's tedious. I'm leaving. The viewer count plummeted, dropping to 800,000 within 5 minutes of the broadcast, and continued its downward trajectory. Chapter 28. Food poisoning. Lu Chun is thoughtful. As the live stream continued until noon, the number of online viewers dwindled to 500,000. Li Zixuan was crouched on the coffee table, diligently completing his homework throughout the morning, while Li Liang lounged on the sofa, engrossed in his phone. With lunchtime fast approaching, the host, Xiaoyu, hurriedly sought a topic of conversation. Dear audience, it's nearly lunchtime. Shall we have Li Yingho make a phone call home? We're not interested in that. We want to see Lu Deshun. I came here for my wife and Lu Chun. Li Liang and Ma, you should really learn more from Lu Chun. Upstairs, Confucius is about to address his 3001 disciples and is not accepting apprentices. What to do? What can be done? Li Xiaolu could only pretend not to see and picked up her phone. In the footage, Li Liang suddenly sat up. Dear wife, why did you call out of the blue? I must tell you, I've been watching Zixuan work on his homework all morning, and he has been so serious about it. Right, Zixuan? Li Liang shot an angry glare at Li Zixuan. Li Zixuan, feeling intimidated, hesitantly replied, Yes, Mom. Li Liang's face lit up with a smile. Did you hear that, dear? Li Xiaolu's chest heaved with anger, her breathing becoming rapid. What a family of actors. Such superb acting. Li Liang deserves to win the Chen Chenglong Award. Who is Chen Chenglong? He asked the village fool. Li Xiaolu composed herself. What are your plans for lunch? Just have the chef come to the house and cook, Li Liang replied nonchalantly. Can't you cook an egg for Zixuan? Li Xiaolu was almost speechless. We bought eggs at home. Surely you can fry an egg? Stop playing on your phone and seriously help Zixuan with his homework, she added. I'm telling you, I will check Zixuan's homework tonight. Also, don't forget, I asked you to teach Zixuan to sing this morning. After a barrage of instructions, Li Liang, thoroughly annoyed, hung up the call. Li Xiaolu glanced at her phone, incredulous that Li Liang had the audacity to hang up on her. So frustrating. I'm your wife, not your child. This is truly unbearable. It was time for a break. She could hardly stand being in this house for another moment. Li Liang looked at Li Zixuan. All right, stop writing. Your mom wants you to sing. There's a song called Jixiang Sanbao online. Learn it and send it to your mom. What about your mom? Aren't you her son? You can't compare to Lu Deshun at all. Don't ruin our UUS song. Can he even sing clearly? I'm dizzy. Half an hour later, in the footage, Li Liang presented a burnt fried egg to Li Zixuan. Hurry up and eat. Li Zixuan looked at the burnt egg with disdain. Dad, this is burnt. Burnt? Your mom ordered it. If you're not satisfied, tell her. Li Liang retorted. Reluctantly, Li Zixuan picked up the burnt egg and started eating. After the meal, Li Liang took out his phone, ready to record. All right. Sing the song you just learned. Dad, I haven't learned it yet. Are you a pig? You still haven't learned it after all this time? Li Liang was quite displeased. How could he have such a slow-witted child? Can everyone sing? Just sing as much as you can. Li Zixuan reluctantly set down his phone, closed his eyes, and began to sing. Dad, is the moon out? Has the sun gone home? Why has it stopped? Li Liang questioned. Dad, it's your turn now. Are you singing, or am I? However, Li Zixuan wore a face of grievance, tears welling in his eyes. But what do you mean by but? If you can't even sing a single song well, how could I possibly have a son like you? Li Liang stood up impatiently. Forget it. I have other matters to attend to. You can finish your homework and play on your phone. He dressed hastily and slammed the door behind him. If that were my father, I would confront him directly. A filial son to a loving father. I don't expect Li Liang to cook like Master Lu. But he should at least show some effort. The entire afternoon passed, and Li Liang did not return home. The viewer count in the live stream dwindled rapidly, plummeting by 200,000. The chief director, Hong Bo, irately removed his headphones. Suddenly, Zhang Jifeng exclaimed, something's not right. What's happening with Li Zixuan? The audience in the studio noticed the anomaly as well. Is Li Zixuan suffering from food poisoning? Why is his face so flushed? Su Binfen anxiously observed Li Zixuan on the screen. Sister Shilu, did Li Zixuan eat breakfast this morning? Su Binfen's question sent Li Shilu into a panic. I don't know. Chen Guyao also grew anxious. He didn't eat breakfast, and he squatted all morning. He only had a mushy egg for lunch. It's easy to get sick. As they watched Li Zixuan lying on the couch, his energy waning and even gagging, Chen Guyao urged, what are we waiting for? Quickly call the child's father. Realizing the urgency, Li Xiaolu rushed to call Li Liang multiple times, but none went through. What do we do? No one is answering. Li Xiaolu looked around desperately. Chen Guyao stepped forward. You need to go home and check on the child. I'll contact the hospital. Li Xiaolu nodded repeatedly, disregarding the ongoing live stream, and hurriedly left. The sudden incident indirectly led to the interruption of the broadcast. At the hospital, the doctor addressed Li Xiaolu sternly. As a mother, you cannot afford to be so careless. No matter how busy you are, breakfast is crucial. How could you not know that? Fortunately, you arrived early. Had you come later, the situation could have worsened, and you would have had nowhere to express your regret. Li Xiaolu couldn't hold back her tears. She had struggled for half her life, and now it was all for Li Zixuan. If anything happened to him, she truly could not bear to live. Seeing Li Xiaolu weep so sorrowfully, Su Binfen felt a pang of sympathy. Sister Xiaolu, please do not blame yourself. It is not entirely your fault. Chen Guyao entered the ward. These are the medications prescribed by the hospital, and the instructions for administration have been clearly written. Li Xiaolu cast a glance at Chen Guyao, reluctantly responding. Who asked you to help me? Chen Guyao chuckled in exasperation. Oh, do you think I want to help you? I am concerned for Zixuan. Your troubles mean little to me. Li Xiaolu turned her head away, puffing out her cheeks in feigned pride. Just then, another person entered the hospital room. Wife, I have arrived. Lu Chen rushed in, carrying a thermal lunchbox, his heart racing. Upon seeing Chen Guyao unharmed, he let out a sigh of relief, having feared that she might have fallen ill from staying up too late the previous night. However, if it wasn't Chen Guyao, then who was it? Tilting his head, Lu Chen's gaze fell upon Su Binfen and Li Xiaolu seated on the sofa. He was taken aback. In his past life, Li Xiaolu had not gotten along with his wife. How could they be together in this life? Li Xiaolu averted her eyes from Lu Chen, while Su Binfen looked at him with admiration. Chen Guyao took the thermal lunchbox from Lu Chen and opened it for the doctor to inspect. Doctor, can Li Zixuan eat this now? The doctor glanced at it and exclaimed in delight, millet, yam, and red date porridge. Of course, he can. It's best for him to have something light to nourish his energy and blood. The sweetness of the red dates will surely be appreciated by children. You've put thought into this, young man. Chapter 29, My wife is incredible. Lu Chen, thank you, Li Xiaolu said with a slight bow. Lu Chen quickly waved his hands in protest. No, no, no. I am unworthy of such gratitude from the illustrious Li Ho. It was merely a fortunate coincidence. I thought my wife was ill. He scratched the back of his head, offering an awkward smile. Chen Guyao cast a blissful glance at Lu Chen. You've arrived. Where's Yu? Chen Guyao inquired. At home. This hospital is rife with viruses, so Yu is studying at home. Is she really studying? Chen Guyao narrowed her eyes playfully. She isn't secretly playing on her phone, is she? Lu Chen stood up straight. No, of course not. How could she? Yu is incredibly well behaved. But how did you all end up together? He curiously pointed at Li Xiaolu and Su Binfen, 3 heavyweight figures, an acclaimed singer, a renowned actress, and a rising star, gathered in one place. It was a gathering that could hardly be matched even at a star-studded industry event. Now it was Chen Guyao who felt the tension. Just as she was brainstorming a response, another person burst into the ward. What is going on? Why is Zixian hospitalized? Li Liang rushed in, his expression frantic, and was immediately captivated by the enchanting presence of Chen Guyao. Though of similar age to Li Xiaolu, Chen Guyao retained an ageless beauty. Before Li Liang could greet her, Li Xiaolu dashed up to him. Where have you been? You don't answer your calls and you don't come home. Seeing Li Xiaolu's tempestuous demeanor, Li Liang felt a flicker of annoyance. I was at the company. Didn't I tell you to stay at home? What were you doing at the company? I am the boss, after all. I can't just stay at home all the time. Li Liang replied, exasperated. All right, let us focus on our son. Why has he suddenly been hospitalized? Li Xiaolu grew even angrier, shoving Li Liang forcefully. Isn't it because of you? Zixian didn't eat breakfast this morning. And then he had your burnt fried eggs for lunch and ended up with food poisoning. If anything happens to my son, I want to let this go. Li Liang was taken aback and quickly approached Li Xiaolu to comfort her. My dear, please don't be upset. You know I can't cook. And I had an urgent matter at the company this afternoon, a very important meeting. Li Xiaolu brushed him off. What could possibly be more important than our son? It seems you are not concerned at all. Li Liang was somewhat displeased. How could I not care? I saw him this morning, and he was perfectly fine. The moment I leave, he suffers from food poisoning. How could I have anticipated that? Moreover, he's a boy with such a fragile constitution. He claims food poisoning as if it's a common ailment. I've eaten far worse during my childhood and never once fell ill. I see this as your fault for indulging Li Zixuan too much. It's all you're doing. Li Xiaolu pointed at herself, her face flushed with indignation. Indulged? And you dare to blame me, Li Liang? You have no conscience. Li Liang was about to retort when the doctor, unable to bear the commotion any longer, interjected. Enough. This is a hospital. We require silence. What kind of decorum is this ruckus? Silenced, Li Xiaolu tenderly caressed Li Zixuan's face. A look of concern etched upon her features. Li Liang was far from pleased. Who do you think you are? I pay for your treatment, so focus on your own ailments and mind your business. The doctor, incensed, could hardly contain his frustration. Yet before he could respond, Chen Guyao, ever assertive, stepped in. Li Liang, what is your attitude? This is a hospital. If you refuse to heed the doctor's advice, you may as well leave. Li Liang, a mere small business owner, found himself overshadowed by Chen Guyao, the president of a prominent entertainment company. The power dynamic shifted, and Li Liang's arrogance quickly dissipated as he exited the room, crestfallen. Lu Chen, brimming with pride, puffed out his chest. My wife. She's simply remarkable. Chen Guyao scanned the room before declaring, all right, let us not linger here any longer. We should head out. As Lu Chen drove, his expression radiated joy. Wife, that outburst of yours was magnificent. Li Liang didn't dare utter a word and scurried away. Chen Guyao, seated in the passenger seat with her arms crossed, huffed. I have no respect for men like Li Liang who resort to anger when trouble arises. Tilting her head, she scrutinized Lu Chen, inquiring softly, you wouldn't act like that, would you? Absolutely not. Lu Chen replied, chuckling. What I mean is, with me around, nothing will go awry. Such a smooth talker. Chen Guyao teased, turning her head away, though her face radiated happiness. By the way, you haven't answered me. How did you 3 come together? Lu Chen asked. Chen Guyao felt a pang of anxiety, her mind racing to fabricate a response. There was a major brand conference, and the 3 of us were special guests. Why? She tilted her head, searching for Lu Chen's reaction. Nothing much. It's just that with 3 stunning beauties appearing together, I realized how extraordinarily beautiful my wife is. Compared to her, Those so-called movie queens and pop stars pale in comparison. Chen Guyao beamed with delight. Flattery will get you everywhere. Now, let us go home. I'm curious to see if Yu is actually studying. Throughout the journey, Lu Chen drove slowly. Realizing he hadn't instructed Lu Xiaoyu on what to do while he was away. He couldn't help but worry that Lu Xiaoyu might lose herself in gaming after a few days of carefree education. Upon returning home, Lu Chen discovered he had worried unnecessarily. Lu Xiaoyu had not only completed her assignments, but was also studying English. Chen Guyao, her face alight with surprise, scooped Lu Xiaoyu into her arms. You can speak English now. Lu Xiaoyu shyly scratched her head and said, Hee, I only know some very simple things, Mama. Was what I just said correct? Chen Guyao nodded repeatedly, affirming yes. Absolutely correct. You are amazing, Yu. Lu Chen let out a sigh of relief, inadvertently giving Lu Xiaoyu a thumbs up. Yu is so impressive. Even when Mom and Dad are not home, you can study with peace of mind. So, tell me, what reward do you desire? Lu Chen blurted out, only to quickly realize that Chen Guyao was still present, prompting him to amend his words. Darling, look how wonderful Yu is. I believe a little reward is warranted. This isn't spoiling the child too much, is it? Of course not. Chen Guyao replied with a smile. Yu, tell us, what reward do you wish for? After contemplating for a moment, Lu Xiaoyu proposed a reward that left Lu Chen utterly astonished. I want to play King of Glory with Mama and Papa. Lu Chen was instantly petrified. This was not good. What would Chen Guyao think upon hearing this? It was akin to declaring, I no longer wish to attend Tsinghua. I do not want to study diligently. I want to be a gaming addict. The consequences were dire. Lu Chen could vividly imagine Chen Guyao's expression of utter dismay that would follow. First, she would chastise Lu Xiaoyu, then drag him into the bedroom for a thorough reprimand. Lu Chen, is this how you manage Yu in my absence? I am deeply disappointed in you. No, he could not allow such a scenario to unfold. Just as Lu Chen regained his senses, he unconsciously accepted the phone that Chen Guyao handed him. You can only play for 1 hour, and you mustn't lose. Chapter 30. Grandpa teaches you the lightning 5-strike whip. In the live broadcast studio of Mama is not home. Due to Li Xiaolu's absence, today Fu Qingran found herself sitting alone opposite Chen Guyao and Su Binfeng. Although Chen Guyao and Su Binfeng did not pay her much attention, Fu Qingran was still extremely anxious. This was all because, in an online poll the previous day, the audience had surprisingly chosen martial arts. But Maya had no expertise in that area. Before the live broadcast began, a behind-the-scenes segment was showcased as usual. However, with Li Xiaolu's absence, this segment became a solo feature of Chen Guyao's family. The live broadcast commenced. Mama, you are incredible. You secured the first blood. Lu Xiaoyu joyfully raised her hand on screen. The sight of the family of 3 gaming together left the viewers in the live chat utterly captivated. Oh no, my wife has been led astray by Lu Chen. Once you get hooked on this game, there's no turning back. The Queen of Heaven plays marksman, Lord Lu plays support, and Yu is the mage mid-laner. This is hilarious. Truly, the child was an unexpected surprise. Lord Lu's support is unmatched. Sun Shangxiang just cleared a wave and is now 200 gold short. Sun Shangxiang, a single iron sword costs 50. Why don't you go farm? 7 minutes into the first match, Lu Chen proudly raised his phone. So, how about it, my dear wife and Yu? Am I impressive, or what? Lu Xiaoyu excitedly shouted. Dad is amazing. You are my idol. Lu Chen posed with his hands on his hips, resembling a proud rooster. You are a pop diva with millions of fans. And I am a full-time dad with a wealth of experience. We are perfectly matched. After an hour, Chen Guyao still felt unsatisfied. She had never played games before and was pleasantly surprised by how enjoyable they could be. Let's start another round. This time, I'll play as support, she declared confidently. Chen Guyao remained composed, and Lu Chen readily agreed, preparing to begin. However, Lu Xiaoyu snatched the phone away from him. With her hands on her hips and her cheeks puffed out, she admonished, Daddy, Mommy, remember we agreed to only play for an hour. Adults and children must honor their promises. It dawned on Chen Guyao that she had indeed become quite addicted to the game. Yet, her desire to play was genuine. Lu Chen leaned closer to her ear and whispered, All right, I'll take you for a duo queue tonight. Chen Guyao nodded vigorously. Xiaoyu is simply too understanding. Haha, the Queen and the God of Lu have produced a little housekeeper. Suspected covert promotion by the Civil Affairs Bureau, tricking me into having a daughter. Already scolding, I'm already reprimanding my son. After a series of amusing exchanges, The live stream surged in popularity, surpassing 1 million viewers once again. At that moment, Fu Qingran decided to speak up. I find this action inappropriate. Parents accompanying their children in gaming can be described more kindly as personal interaction. But more harshly, it can easily lead to children developing an addiction to the internet. Habits are cultivated in childhood, and as it is nearing evening. What if the child doesn't sleep well after playing? Do you know why Lu Chun and I are playing games with Xiaoyu? Chen Guyao retorted directly. In the second episode of the live stream, she had never proactively targeted Fu Qingran, yet Fu Qingran constantly seemed to oppose her. Because after Lu Chun and I were not at home, Xiaoyu completed all her homework and daily tasks on her own, and even studied English. As a reward, allowing her to play games is not leading her astray, but rather acknowledging her hard work. As for my presence, it is only by understanding the game that I can fairly evaluate Xiaoyu's gaming experience. That is my rationale for agreeing. Chen Guyao's assertive rebuttal was both logical and justified, leaving Fu Qingran feeling deeply unsettled, sulking in her seat. The host, Xiaoyu, quickly intervened to shift the focus. All right, we see that the two parents have exchanged views on this matter. Next, let us invite the final group. Fu Qingran and teacher Fu's family for a live broadcast. The scene unfolded. Fu Qingran clenched her fists. Suddenly, the doorbell rang, and two elderly individuals entered. Fu Qingran was taken aback. Wasn't he this Ma Yu's father, Ma Baogua, and his mother, Wang Chuihua? What were they doing here? Fu Qingran gritted her teeth in silence, worrying that if Ma Baogua and Wang Chuihua disrupted the live stream, she would have a hard time disciplining Ma Yu later. In the scene, Ma Yu looked overjoyed. The night before, Fu Qingran had surprisingly assigned him a task to teach Ma Xiaobao martial arts. But how could he? He was frail, while Ma Xiaobao was robust, weighing 100 pounds at just 9 years old. One punch from him could easily result in serious injury. Thus, he sought help from his father. The host, Xiaoyu, inquired, Teacher Fu, who are these two? Fu Qingran politely smiled. These are my in-laws. ISNT that Ma Baogua, the one with the lightning-fast whip. The atmosphere in the live stream was electric as viewers expressed their astonishment at the revelation that Ma Yu's father was indeed Ma Baogua, the esteemed master of the contemporary Ma family's Xingyi Quan. It was said that with a single move, the lightning 5 whips, he could effortlessly defeat any opponent. The audience's excitement grew, and Fu Qingran, initially anxious, found unexpected delight in the unfolding events. Seizing the moment, Xiaoyu promptly inquired, Teacher Fu, your father-in-law is Ma Baogua? Fu Qingran quickly composed her thoughts. Indeed, my father-in-law has dedicated his life to traditional martial arts, contributing significantly to our nation's intangible cultural heritage. The room erupted in thunderous applause. On screen, Ma Baogua surveyed the surroundings with palpable envy. Son, after all this time married, this is my first visit to your home. What a splendid abode you have. Ma Yu chuckled awkwardly, whispering a caution to his parents, Mom and Dad, please don't let Qingran know you're here. It might upset her. Ma Baogua's expression shifted to one of discontent. What do you mean? I am her father-in-law. Does she not wish for my presence? No, 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 Ma Yu hastily corrected. I simply had T mentioned your visit to Qingran. If she finds out, she will surely be displeased. Ma Baogua's demeanor softened slightly. All right, take me to the restroom. I've been holding it in for too long. It's your fault for not securing a plane ticket. A high-speed train ticket would have sufficed. And yet you bought a hard seat. Comments flooded the screen, expressing disbelief at Ma Yu's predicament. Hard seat on a train? What a dutiful son. Incredible. The child has grown so much, yet the in-laws have never visited their home. What an eye-opener. They can't even find the restroom. Ma Yu truly is humble. Fu Qingran's expression darkened as the audience labeled her as unfilial. After lunch, Ma Yu shifted to the main topic. Dad, the reason I called you here today is to teach Xiaobao martial arts. What do you think? Ma Xiaobao sprang to his feet, his cheeks quivering with excitement. Grandpa, I want to learn the lightning 5 whips. Ma Baogua laughed heartily. Excellent. My dear grandson, I shall teach you the lightning 5 whip shortly. In Chapter 31, Master Ma delivers ahead. Ma Baogua demonstrated the lightning 5 whips before Ma Yu and Ma Xiaobao. The audience, both online and present, watched in awe as he executed the sequence flawlessly. Was that electric? Is this really Xingyi Quan? The lightning 5 whips? Welcome to the show where anything goes. Don't scoff. Perhaps he possesses genuine skill. Master Ma is quite popular abroad. Ma Yu, feeling a wave of embarrassment, interjected, Dad, perhaps we should reconsider? Ma Baogua bristled at the suggestion. What? Afraid Xiao Bao won't grasp it? Fear not. While I may not vouch for others, I am a grandmaster, and I assure you, Xiao Bao will learn. Ma Xiao Bao raised his hand enthusiastically. Yay, I want to learn from Grandpa. Despair washed over Ma Yu as he covered his face. How are we going to film this? After an hour of rigorous instruction, following multiple defeats by his own grandfather, Ma Xiaobao declared, Grandpa, I want to challenge you. Ma Baowu beamed with delight. Little Bao, you possess remarkable talent. In merely an hour, you have already reached a commendable level of proficiency. However, as your grandfather, I am a master of my craft, and the gap between us is as vast as the chasm of heaven and earth. Ma Xiaobao clasped his hands in a respectful gesture. Grandfather, I have made up my mind. I still wish to compete with you. Ma Baowu readily agreed. Very well. Suihua, be sure to record this. Wang Suihua nodded enthusiastically and raised her phone to capture the moment. Ma Baowu stood with his hands behind his back. Little Bao, come forth. Your grandfather will allow you 3 strikes. Ma Xiaobao assumed his stance and shouted, Grandfather, here I come. A single punch. Bang. Grandfather. Dad. My dear. Oh no. I can't bear it. This grandson is too filial. 1 punch sent him master flying. I can't go on. My stomach hurts. Young ones these days truly lack martial ethics. The elder had yet to signal the start. The scene depicted Ma Baowu rising. His right eye slightly reddened and bruised. Dad, are you all right? Ma Yu inquired with concern. Ma Baowu stood up, pushing Ma Yu aside. Do not worry. I was merely careless and did not evade. He laughed heartily. Truly, a disciple surpasses the master. My dear grandson, your martial skills have reached an extraordinary height. Yet, you still require a tad more refinement. Come again. Ma Xiaobao, filled with hope, nodded earnestly. Rest assured, grandfather, I shall exert my utmost effort. Ma Baowu clenched his fists in apprehension. You must not go all out now. Let us commence. My dear grandson. Grandfather, here I come. Bang. Grandfather. Dad. My dear. The sirens wailed. Oh no, this is simply outrageous. Brothers, today has been far from dull. The Ma family is indeed lively. Ma Xiaobao, grandfather. Here I come. Ma Laoshi has had a hard time, traveling 1,000 miles only to receive a blow, and in a hard seat, no less. Ma Baowu was taken away by the ambulance, and the live broadcast was regrettably interrupted. The production team was on the brink of madness. With Li Zixuan's food poisoning leading to a broadcast interruption, now Ma Baowu being taken away by his grandson, what on earth was happening? Were they truly intent on sabotaging the show? Hong Bo, in a fit of anger, received a phone call. Hello? Hong Bo, this is Yin Yunji. What is going on with the live broadcast? Can you handle this? Hong Bo wore a face of deep distress. Chairman, please listen to me. I am not here to hear your explanations. I have a suggestion for the 3rd episode. Let us do a live broadcast with all 3 families together, and the 4th episode should be transformed into an offline variety show. The planning department is already in contact with the resort. Hong Bo was taken aback. Chairman, but the essence of the program is to depict the most authentic scenarios of how a father manages the children when the mother is away. If we change it to an offline variety show before Hong Bo could finish, Yin Yunji interrupted him. That is for you to contemplate if you cannot manage it. We shall find someone else. Resigned, Hong Bo agreed. Very well, Chairman, I shall do my utmost. He brought the microphone to his lips. Informing Xiao Yu of the altered format for the 3rd episode, Xiao Yu breathed a sigh of relief. A joint live broadcast among the 3 families was indeed a viable solution. Even if 2 families faltered, at least Lu Chun and Lu Xiaoyu would provide a solid foundation. Dear friends in the live broadcast room and on-site audience, due to unforeseen circumstances, our 2nd live session may be coming to an end. However, we have made certain alterations to the content of our 3rd episode. The upcoming episode will feature a collaborative live stream from 3 families, where the production team will establish challenges for each family. Through comparison, we aim to showcase the measures fathers take at home when faced with unexpected situations while caring for their children. Live together, this is wonderful, as we will get to see the esteemed Lu and Yu together. I can no longer tolerate the antics of Li Xiaolu's and Fu Qingran's families. One is a pitfall for the child, and the other for the grandfather. A tribute to the great masters, we shall never forget this poignant day. What kind of challenges will the production team present? Regardless of the challenges, we firmly believe in the esteemed Lu. After the live broadcast concluded, Chen Guyao, Su Binfun, and Fu Qingran were invited to the backstage area. Director Hong Bo had been waiting there for some time. Director, is there something special that you called us for? Su Binfen inquired. There have been some changes for the fourth episode. The previous 3 episodes focused on the scenes of fathers taking care of children at home, but for the fourth episode, we are planning to broadcast outdoors. The production team has arranged a summer camp at a resort in the city, allowing parents to engage in personal interactions with their children. We would like to gather your opinions on this. Seeing Hong Bo's hesitation, Fu Qingran immediately responded, "It is indeed beneficial for children to explore the world. I support this." Chen Guyao pondered for a moment and asked, "Director, how long will the summer camp last?" "It will be a duration of 3 days and 2 nights. Will there be any safety concerns?" Hong Bo quickly reassured her, "Rest assured, we have implemented comprehensive safety measures. Our primary objective is to evaluate the interactions between fathers and children in an unfamiliar environment." "In that case, I have no objections," Chen Guyao promptly agreed, adding, however, "It would be best to postpone it by 2 days. Li Zixuan is still on medication, and changing the environment at this time may exacerbate his condition. Of course, we will definitely take that into consideration." "Sister Guyao, I can't believe you dared to ask about Chen Zixuan today," Su Binfen said as she approached Chen Guyao. Chen Guyao smiled softly. "I do find Li Xiaolu rather unpleasant. But that has nothing to do with the child." Soon, Su Binfen's ride arrived. "Sister Guyao, I must leave now." Chen Guyao nodded, remaining in place as a luxurious Mercedes sedan pulled up to the curb. "Oh, isn't that the diva?" Lu Chen opened the passenger door. "Diva, please." Just as Chen Guyao stepped into the passenger seat, her view was suddenly obscured by a soft object. "Mama, guess who I am?" Chapter 32. At this moment. "You are my diva?" Upon returning home, Lu Xiaoyu was still covering Chen Guyao's eyes. "Mama, you mustn't look yet." Chen Guyao, puzzled, asked Yu. "What are you and Daddy up to?" Lu Xiaoyu remained tight-lipped. "Daddy said this is a surprise and told you not to tell Mama." Lu Chen gave Lu Xiaoyu an approving nod. After a flurry of rustling sounds, Lu Xiaoyu slowly released her grip. In their home, Lu Chun adorned the space with an array of atmospheric lights, enveloping Chen Guyao in a kaleidoscope of balloons, resembling a celestial fairy. Clutching a guitar, Lu Chen spoke with warmth. "Guyao, today marks a decade since our paths first crossed. I have a song to present to you." Lu Xiaoyu, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, "Lucky, lucky." Chen Guyao, taken aback, inquired, "Lucky? What do you mean by lucky?" Lu Xiaoyu flashed a peace sign, declaring, "Daddy wrote a song for Mommy, titled Lucky." A knowing smile graced Lu Chen's face as his fingers danced across the guitar strings. In a previous life, he had devoted all his time to Lu Xiaoyu's learning, never having performed this song for Chen Guyao. Now, he sought to make amends. How fortunate it was, at such a beautiful age, to encounter you. Choosing to embrace you was my wisest decision. I hold you close, exerting all my strength, ensuring happiness does not slip away. The song concluded, leaving Chen Guyao with tears glistening in her eyes. Lu Chen set the guitar aside and, almost magically, produced a bouquet of roses from behind his back, presenting them to Chen Guyao. "At this moment, you are my queen." The following day, in the live streaming room, the highlights of the broadcast showcased this enchanting scene. Lu Chen's Lucky ignited the live stream with fervor. "Oh my goodness! Is this the original artist? I couldn't find it. It must be an original by Lu Deshun. To write a song for the queen, and even bring her to tears, Lu Deshun is simply perfection incarnate. The crowning touch must be Xiaoyu. 10 years ago, Lu Deshun met the queen, and now, a decade later, they have the fruit of their love. Oh, I'm a man in my 30s, and even I was brought to tears." Su Binfen, like a giddy girl who had just tasted the sweetest candy, clung tightly to Chen Guyao's arm. "Sister Guyao, you must teach me how to find such a wonderful boyfriend. He is simply perfect." Chen Guyao, equally touched, pondered, "Teach? How does one teach? I feel this is my fortune." The host, Xiaoyu, deftly seized the moment, steering the conversation towards Chen Guyao. "Queen Guyao, it is evident that both the live audience and those watching online are envious of your relationship with your beloved. Is there anything you wish to share? This song is clearly a heartfelt creation from your partner. Did you truly not notice?" Chen Guyao took the microphone, displaying an innocence seldom seen from the queen in front of the camera. "I genuinely believe that marrying Lu Chen is my fortune, and I truly had no idea about this song." Xiaoyu pressed on. "Are you considering releasing this song?" Chen Guyao affirmed, "Certainly, that is my intention, provided Lu Chen is willing. As long as he agrees, I will expedite the release of this song through Xing Chen Entertainment. And I promise that during the 10-year copyright period, it will be completely free for the public. Long live Queen Guyao. Free? I can't even imagine how much this song would earn if released normally. The Queen states, I truly do not lack. Hey, 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 have you seen the headlines? Lu Deshun's family's lucky trio has been commended by CCTV. Chen Guyao swiftly picked up her phone. Topping the charts was Auspicious Triplets, a song that captures the essence of a harmonious family through the sweet, innocent voices of children, a cheerful boy, and a gentle girl, painting a perfect picture of familial bliss. The accompanying text read, Auspicious Triplets brings joy, treasures of the home shine bright. Growing healthy and happy, wisdom like stars shines everywhere. Host Xiao Yu initiated applause. Let us congratulate the Queen of Melodies. The audience erupted in thunderous applause, sharing in the joy. However, Fu Qingran felt a twinge of dissatisfaction, stealing glances at Li Xiaolu beside her. Li Xiaolu, for reasons unknown, was aloof and uncommunicative that early morning. As the behind-the-scenes segment concluded, the main show commenced. Xiao Yu stepped to the center of the stage and addressed all the guests, dear friends in the live stream, and the audience present. Today's broadcast involves a joint effort from 3 families, thus the production team has prepared 3 challenges for them. The 3 parents with children immediately felt a wave of tension. Xiao Yu pulled out a card and announced, for the first challenge, we invite the Queen of Melodies, the actress Li Ying, and teacher Fu to call their partners and ask them to leave home for half an hour. Fu Qingran furrowed her brow. May I inquire about the purpose of this segment? Isn't the show about fathers taking care of the children at home? Why must we send the fathers away? Her concern was genuine. If Ma Yu were not at home, it was uncertain what kind of trouble Ma Xiaobao might cause. Li Xiaolu shared her apprehension. With Li Zixin unwell, she had specifically requested Li Liang to take leave to care for him. Meanwhile, Chen Guyao appeared more relaxed. After all, Lu Xiaoyu had previously stayed home alone and was proactive about learning English. However, the host's next words caused the expressions of the 3 parents to shift dramatically. After the father leaves, a member of the production team will come to the house to take the children out, primarily to test how they react to strangers. Now, please call the children's fathers, and remember, during the call, do not hint directly or indirectly to them. In order, Chen Guyao was the first to dial. On screen, Lu Chen was tidying up while Lu Xiaoyu worked on her homework. Wife's calling. Wife's calling. Lu Chen answered the call. Hello, dear, what's the matter? Chen Guyao's mind raced. Lu Chen, Lu Chen's brow furrowed with concern. What's wrong? Is something the matter? There's a document on my desk at the office. Could you bring it home? I suspect I will be late tonight. Lu Chen sighed in relief, thinking something serious had happened. Don't worry, I'll go get it. After hanging up, Lu Chen walked into Lu Xiaoyu's room. Yu, Dad has to step out for a bit, but I'll be back soon. Finish your homework and wait for me to play. Lu Xiaoyu paused her writing. Dad, where are you going? Lu Chen ruffled Lu Xiaoyu's hair, speaking gently. Mom forgot a document at the office. I'm heading to retrieve it. Then hurry back, Dad. Lu Chen gestured with his hand and quickly donned his coat before departing. Well done, swift and decisive. It seems that Lu Dexin is not only a devoted father, but also a devoted husband. Listening to my wife's advice leads to prosperity. I'm so anxious. Do you think Yu will open the door for a stranger? Oh, my dear Yu. Chapter 33, My child typically opens the door first. As Lu Chen departed, the production team promptly arrived at his doorstep. Knock, knock, knock. Who is it? Lu Xiaoyu approached the door, and a young lady appeared on the visual screen beside it. Yu, I am a friend of your father's. He sent me to take you to your mother's company. I can't go? The production team is quite cunning. They specifically chose a beautiful young lady. Yu won't fall for it, will she? Yu, this is a bad person. You must not open the door. Upon seeing this, Fu Qingran's lips curled into a smug smile. Regardless of whether they are girls or boys, children often find it hard to resist a charming young lady. Chen Guyao also nervously clenched her fingers, her palms beginning to sweat. Su Binfan exhibited similar anxiety, gripping the armrest of the sofa and glancing around in a plea for help. In the footage, Lu Xiaoyu suddenly lifted her head. Do you know my daddy's name? Lu Chen. Your father's name is Lu Chen. The young lady paused momentarily before quickly responding. Yu, I am not a bad person. Do I look like one? Yes. Lu Xiaoyu nodded emphatically. This response caught me off guard. Ha ha. I can't stop laughing. I never expected Lu Chen would say that. The key question is, why does she look like one? Daddy says if a beautiful young lady I do not know claims to know him, then she must be a bad person. How about this? You call Daddy, and if he says he knows you, then I will open the door for you. The sudden sweetness melted the hearts of everyone in the studio. Chen Guyao lowered her head. a faint blush creeping onto her cheeks. Su Binfen sighed in relief and playfully nudged Chen Guyao. Sister Guyao, you're blushing. Chen Guyao quickly covered her face, pouting, no? It's just that the air conditioning in the studio is too warm. Su Binfen stifled a laugh. You can't even lie properly. In the footage, the production team's staff did not relent. Yu, I am truly your father's friend, but my phone is dead right now. I am really not a bad person. Just wait a little longer. Your father will get angry if he waits too long, and he can be quite stern. Lu Xiaoyu pointed at the door and shouted, see, Daddy would never be angry with Yu. You are the bad person. Humph, didn't you say your phone was dead? Yu has a phone. I will call Daddy. Lu Xiaoyu moved the cushions aside and retrieved a phone that Lu Chun had secretly bought for her. After a few presses, the call was successfully made. The staff, sensing the situation was turning unfavorable, quickly left. Hello? Yu, why did you call Daddy? Daddy, a strange young lady says she is your friend and wants to take me to you. Lu Chen's tone became noticeably tense. Yu, you must not open the door for her. Daddy is coming home right now. Daddy, don't worry. I didn't open the door. She has already left. Lu Chen relaxed slightly. Yet a hint of tension lingered. All right, you wait at home. Daddy will be back shortly. Even over the phone, one could sense Lu's unease. Yu is exceptionally clever, truly a dream child. This is what a good child should be, in my house. Not only would a stranger at the door be welcomed, but even a dog would be brought inside. Typically, my child would open the door first. The number of viewers in the live stream surged dramatically, quickly surpassing 2 million. Such a show of effect brought immense comfort to Xiao Yu, who immediately offered praise. To all the friends in the live stream and the audience present, are you satisfied with Xiao Yu's performance? The entire room rose in unison, shouting, satisfied. Wonderful. Xiao Yu has set a great precedent for everyone. Now, let us turn our attention to Li Xiao Lu and the situation at Li Yingho's home. At this moment, we kindly ask Li Yingho to place a call to the child's father. The scene at Li Liang's home was magnified. Hurry, take your medicine. Li Liang placed the water and medicine on the table before departing. Li Zixuan picked up the cup, only to release it in haste. Daddy, it's too hot. If it's hot, then wait a bit longer to eat. Li Zixuan adjusted the cooling patch on his forehead and resumed his game on the phone. As Li Liang was scrolling through videos, his phone vibrated incessantly. Another call? It's never ending. Li Liang muttered in frustration, yet he answered the phone, his voice strained. Hello? Wife? Why are you calling me? Rest assured, Zixuan has already taken his medicine. Li Xiaolu, with a stern expression, seethed internally. My package has arrived at the station. Go fetch it for me. Li Liang's demeanor shifted to impatience. Wife, why should I go for something so trivial? Can't we have the security guard retrieve it? Li Xiaolu was instantly displeased. If I ask you to go, then go. I have many valuable items. What if they get lost? But I need to keep an eye on Li Zixuan. Don't use Zixuan as an excuse. Go now. Fine, I'll go. Li Liang hung up the phone. Grumbling, every day, it's the same. She must be going through menopause, with such a strong need for control. Humph, she wants me to go immediately. I'll just wait a bit. Li Liang reclined on the sofa, scrolling through several videos. It wasn't he until Li Xiaolu sent multiple messages that he reluctantly decided to leave the house. The production crew quickly arrived outside Li Liang's home. Knock, knock, knock. Knock, knock, knock. Who is it? Li Zixuan opened the door to see an unfamiliar face. Little brother, I'm from upstairs. I've bought a new toy gun. Want to come out and shoot targets? He opened the door right away. I bet 3 sticks of red pagoda. He'll definitely run off with someone. I'll wager a box. Don't family members usually teach them properly at home? Sure. Li Zixuan readily agreed. The live stream shifted to the miniature camera on the staff member. In the footage, Li Zixuan wandered through the community with the toy gun. Suddenly, a corgi appeared in his line of sight. Hey, a moving target. Li Zixuan raised the gun and decisively pulled the trigger. Rubber bullets struck the corgi, causing it to yelp in pain and flee. Its owner rushed over from a distance. What is the matter with you, child? Why would you harm my dog? Li Zixuan, frightened, discarded the gun and turned to flee, only to run into Li Liang, who was returning. Li Zixuan, what are you doing here? Upon seeing the staff of the program, Li Liang's anger flared. How dare you casually play with others? Just wait until I teach you a lesson. Before he could explode in fury, the dog's owner seized Li Liang's arm. You must be his guardian. I should inform you that your child shot my dog with a gun. If you don't compensate me today, you shall not leave. Li Liang forcefully shook off the dog's owner. Are you out of your mind? Walking your dog without a leash, if it gets hurt, it deserves it. Li Zixuan, come home with me. and see if I don't teach you a lesson. What a disgraceful father and son. Such malicious thoughts at such a young age. Truly lacking in parental guidance. What do you mean it deserves it? Is there justification for making mistakes? All he does is scold his son. Why does Lu Chen never scold you? How can there be such a vast difference between two fathers? Chapter 34. Trusting a child to go alone. Li Liang's actions exceeded everyone's expectations. The barrage of insults flooded the screen. Fortunately, the production team reacted swiftly, quickly switching the live feed to Lu Chen, who was diligently guiding Lu Xiaoyu in piano practice. Upon witnessing this scene, the aggressive comments from netizens gradually subsided. Xiaoyu stood before the camera, her professional smile in place as she addressed the viewers, dear friends in the live stream and the audience present. I am certain you are all eager to see how the third family's live stream is faring. Therefore, let us now welcome the live feed from Teacher Fu Qingran's household. Teacher Fu, please prepare yourself. Xiaoyu could only resort to such measures to redirect everyone's attention. Upon hearing his name suddenly called, Fu Qingran felt a jolt of anxiety. But years of developed psychological resilience quickly restored his composure. The live feed shifted to Fu Qingran's home. There, Ma Xiaobao was furiously exclaiming, "Humph. Grandpa is nothing but a fraud. His cooking is as terrible as a dog's, yet he constantly boasts of being a master." Unable to contain his frustration, he seized a nearby cushion and hurled it at Ma Yu, loudly lamenting, "It's all your fault. If you hadn't called Grandpa over, I wouldn't have been scolded by Mom. This is all on you." Ma Yu wore an apologetic smile, quickly bending down to retrieve the cushion from the floor, soothingly saying, "Xiaobao, it was my fault. Please don't be angry." Ma Xiaobao, still fuming, crossed his arms defiantly, sulking in his room. Beep beep beep. Ma Yu picked up his phone, glancing at the caller ID, a malicious glint flashing across his face as he spoke softly, "Hello. Dear, what is it?" Fu Qingran endeavored to keep her tone calm and natural as she inquired, "May I ask what you have been doing all day?" A sudden pang of anxiety gripped Ma Yu's heart as he stammered a reply, "I haven't done anything today. Rest assured, my son has completed his homework. And my father has a caregiver looking after him. At this moment, I'm just tidying up." Fu Qingran continued, "I've sent you a document. Please step out and help me print it." Upon hearing this request, Ma Yu's displeasure surged within him, and his countenance darkened. "Am I your husband, or merely your hired help, constantly being ordered around?" Yet, the burden of his debts compelled him to swallow his indignation, and he reluctantly acquiesced. "All right. Dear, I shall go at once." After hanging up, the flames of anger within Ma Yu could no longer be contained. He hurled his phone away and unleashed his fury upon the cushion on the sofa, cursing vehemently, "Damn it. Always directing me to do chores. Doesn't she see how scorching the sun is outside and the intensity of the UV rays? I aspire to be a film emperor. How can I risk getting tanned while filming a drama?" Viewers watching this scene began to ridicule in the comments, "A film emperor? With his appearance? He is merely a toad dreaming of eating swan meat. At least a toad can see a swan. Does Ma Yu even know what a drama is? He claims to be a graduate, yet he pales in comparison to the illustrious Lu. By the way, when is Lu making his debut? In my opinion, Ma Yu and Fu Qingran excel at portraying domestic farces." Once Ma Yu had vented his frustration, a cunning glint appeared in his eyes as he stealthily approached the doorway of Ma Xiaobao's room. He softly called out, "Xiaobao, Daddy needs your help." Ma Xiaobao turned his head slightly, warily asking, "What is it?" Ma Yu produced a 10 yuan note from his pocket, waving it enticingly before his son. "Daddy has 10 yuan. Could you assist me by printing this document at the usual place we go to for parcels?" Without a moment's hesitation, Ma Xiaobao flatly refused, "I want to go. 10 yuan is far too little." Clenching his teeth, Ma Yu tentatively offered, 20? Ma Xiaobao shook his head again, "Not enough." Resolutely, Ma Yu raised the stakes, 50. This time, Ma Xiaobao's eyes sparkled with interest, and he eagerly agreed, "Deal." As Ma Xiaobao stretched out his small hands, Ma Yu, with a sense of resignation, handed over the 50 yuan. "Are you really going to allow the child to go alone? This father is quite something. What sort of family has the production team encountered? Even if the security in the community is top-notch, some caution should be exercised." Xiaoyu, witnessing this scene, stared in shock, momentarily speechless. In the broadcasting studio, Fu Qingran's expression turned grave. Su Binfeng bluntly criticized, "Even with the best community security, you shouldn't allow a child to venture out alone. It's too dangerous." Fu Qingran hurriedly defended herself. "It's not like that. We have always emphasized fostering Xiaobao's independence, encouraging him to try things on his own." Yet, before she could finish, Su Bifeng incisively interrupted, is nurturing independence truly achieved through monetary inducement? Fu Qing'an was momentarily taken aback, her mouth agape but unable to articulate a single word. Noticing the awkwardness of the situation, Xiaoyu quickly stepped in to ease the tension. Teacher Fu, how about you give the child's father a call to check on the situation? Fu Qing'an cast a grateful glance at Xiaoyu, then retrieved her phone and dialed Ma Yu's number. In the footage, Ma Yu glanced disdainfully at his phone screen, muttering, "So annoying, always calling." Without hesitation, he silenced the phone and tossed it aside, saying, "Out of sight, out of mind." Witnessing this scene, Fu Qing'an could no longer conceal her fury. Had it not been for the ongoing recording, she would have likely rushed home to confront Ma Yu. Fortunately, the production team had been closely following Ma Xiaobao, ensuring nothing went awry during the live broadcast. The scene abruptly shifted back to Chun Guyao's home. Lu Chun and Lu Xiaoyu had just completed their study session for the day, with Lu Chun even recording a video of Lu Xiaoyu practicing the piano to send to the teacher. Just as Lu Xiaoyu, brimming with joy, prepared to play games with Lu Chun, she noticed his serious demeanor, a stark contrast to his usual self. With a puzzled expression, Lu Xiaoyu inquired, "Daddy, what's wrong? Is something the matter?" Lu Chun replied patiently, "Yu, today you did an excellent job by not opening the door to strangers and promptly calling Daddy. I must commend you for that. In the future, if Mommy and Daddy are not home and someone knocks on the door, you must never open it. Always contact Daddy first, understood?" Chapter 35. No man can withstand such a test. Lu Xiaoyu's eyes twinkled with curiosity as she asked, "But what if I can't reach Daddy or Mommy? What should I do?" Lu Chun answered earnestly, Yu, no matter what the person outside says, you must absolutely not open the door. You must protect yourself, do you understand?" Lu Xiaoyu nodded vigorously, her voice bright as she replied, "Daddy, I remember." A look of satisfaction finally graced Lu Chen's face. "Now, Daddy has a reward for you. Today, I will take you to conquer the canyon and achieve stardom." Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaoyu's face flushed with excitement as she raised her phone high, cheering joyfully, "Long live Daddy." In the studio, the audience applauded Lu Chen's approach to parenting, exchanging approving glances and whispers filled with admiration. In the afternoon broadcast, Xiaoyu, full of energy, stepped to the center of the stage, facing the camera with a clear voice. "Dear viewers, this afternoon, we will conduct a test for fathers, examining their reactions when strangers come to the door while they are at home with their children." The live footage captured the sound of a doorbell. Starting once again from Lu Chen's house, all eyes turned knowingly towards Chun Guyao, as it became apparent that the production team had arranged for a young and beautiful woman to knock on the door. The production team is quite cunning. They intend to tempt the great Lu. This is supposedly a test about fathers caring for their children. Why target the father directly? The popularity of Master Lu is currently soaring, and the production team seems to be riding the wave of his fame. Historically, heroes often find it difficult to navigate the allure of beauty. Master Lu, please hold your ground. Experience teaches me that such trials can be insurmountable for any man. Do not inquire why. Simply know that one might end up leaving everything behind. As Lu Chen opened the door, the production team's cameras swiftly captured the expression on his face. However, instead of surprise at the sight of a beautiful woman, a hint of vigilance emerged. "Hello. Is there something I can assist you with?" After the recent incident involving Lu Xiaoyu, Lu Chen now approached any stranger with skepticism. "Hello, sir. I've just moved in and haven't had the chance to purchase a mop yet. May I borrow yours?" The staff member wore a radiant smile, exuding youthful exuberance. Fu Qing'an and Li Xiaolu exchanged secretive glances, reveling in the thought that a domestic man like Lu Chun, who rarely ventured outside, would surely be unable to resist such a vibrant young woman. Yet, Lu Chen's response was unexpected for everyone in the live stream. "I know everyone upstairs. I haven't heard of anyone moving in." His eyes narrowed slightly. "Furthermore, instead of borrowing from your neighbors, why come to my home? Speak. Who exactly are you?" The production staff suddenly felt uneasy. Chen Guyao chuckled. "What excuse do you think you can make? Not only do we know each other in this building, but a significant portion of our entire community is acquainted with Lu Chen." The production team realized they had miscalculated. They had intended to stir up some drama. But who would have thought Lu Chun would be impervious to the charms of beauty? Su Binfen couldn't suppress her laughter. "Exactly. Lu Chen sees our Guyao every day. His taste has undoubtedly become discerning. It's not so easy to entice him." As Lu Chun observed the staff struggle to concoct a plausible excuse, his vigilance heightened. "If you refuse to speak, I may need to contact the authorities." Just recently, Someone attempted to deceive us into opening the door for a child. Are you an accomplice? Or is it you? Upon hearing the mention of the police, the production staff panicked and fled, while Luchin calmly took out his phone to contact the community security. The production team was thrown into disarray. Capture would not bode well for them. The scene abruptly switched to Li Liang's residence. Beautiful lady, let me tell you. Jobs are hard to come by these days, so keep your eyes peeled. Li Liang lounged on the sofa, reclining with his legs crossed, a cigar in hand. Li Xiaolu's expression darkened immediately. Not only had Li Liang opened the door, but he had also invited her into his home. You haven't mentioned what you do yet. If you haven't secured a position as neighbors, we're destined to cross paths. I happen to need a secretary. A few thousand a month is merely pocket change. Li Liang deliberately revealed his watch, prompting a wave of awkwardness among the staff, who scrambled to devise a response. What? Do you think the salary is too low? Li Liang rose and seated himself next to the staff member, speaking softly. Rest assured, as long as you perform well, promotions and raises are guaranteed. As he spoke, he instinctively reached out his hand, startling the staff member, who promptly stood up. Sir, I have some matters to attend to at home. I must take my leave. The staff member had not finished speaking when they hastily departed. Li Liang smiled faintly, exuding an air of nonchalance. How amusing. Even he seemed shy. It was a pity he had not been subdued. Oh, how greasy Li Liang appeared. A secretary earning tens of thousands a month must endure considerable hardship. Yet the money earned is merely hard-earned. What kind of role model can such a person be for children? Truly a scoundrel. Li Xiaolu felt her teeth grind with indignation. Although Li Liang was a business owner, he lacked any entrepreneurial acumen. His extravagant wastefulness was funded by her money, and yet he still dared to indulge in frivolities outside. The production team was at a loss, as the live broadcast's reception was undeniably poor, to say the least. The live footage then shifted back to Fu Qingran's home, where she appeared confident. Typically, Mayu treated her with utmost respect at home, serving her like a queen, especially given his substantial debts in the billions, which rendered him unable to stray. However, as the scene unfolded, Fu Qingran was left utterly astonished. The staff members looked at Ma with admiration. Mr. Ma, is that really you? I have heard your songs and watched your dramas. Your performances are remarkable, and I truly admire you. Mayu beamed with delight. Really? Which one do you like the most? The staff member was momentarily flabbergasted, realizing they had forgotten to provide context. Nevertheless, Mayu remained oblivious, eagerly dragging the staff member home. Mr. Ma, will it be inconvenient if I come in? Mayu glanced at Ma Xiaobao, who was engrossed in a video game, and pulled the staff member toward the bedroom. Xiaobao is studying. Come. I will teach you how to act. The staff member's eyes widened in shock. Teach acting? In the bedroom? This was live broadcasting. Please don't ruin my chance. Besides, I am not an actor. No, Mr. Ma. I have other matters to attend to. I shall seek your guidance another time. The staff member wrenched free and fled in a panic. Mayu chased after, calling out, Let us exchange contact information. I have so much experience to share with you. The staff member dared not pause. Work was already tedious enough without encountering a rogue. As they disappeared from view, Mayu's expression turned forlorn. Chapter 36. Lock these two away. Do not let them enter the market. A glance inadvertently fell upon the wedding photo of Fu Qingran hanging in the living room. And the more Mayu looked, the more displeased he became. He seized a broom and struck at the picture. It is you, woman, who has obstructed my acting career. Had I not married, I would have been a star by now. This man is truly repugnant. How can such a person enter the entertainment industry? He is a disgrace to it. Billions squandered on a thankless wretch. One can only hope to lock these two away, ensuring they never enter the market. The production team's maneuvers sent the show's popularity soaring, reaching an unprecedented 5 million viewers. The collaborative live broadcast by the three parties yielded excellent results. For the first time, host Xiaoyu felt a sense of ease. As the live broadcast neared its conclusion, she stepped to the center of the stage to announce the closing remarks. Dear friends in the live broadcast room and the audience present, as we approach the conclusion of our third live session, I extend my heartfelt gratitude for your viewership. Regarding the upcoming fourth session, there will be a slight adjustment. We shall relocate our broadcasting venue to a resort, with the show anticipated to commence punctually in 3 days. At this moment, I invite everyone to rate the performances of our three esteemed guests over these 3 episodes and to provide your evaluations of their splendid presentations. As evening fell, Lu Chun, donned in an apron, emerged from the kitchen bearing the final platter of exquisitely prepared dishes, and with a smile, addressed Chen Guyao. "My dear, you've been returning home quite early these past few days." Chen Guyao nodded gently, her demeanor somewhat uneasy, as she murmured, "The company has not been particularly busy lately." However, after taking her seat, Lu Chen noticed that she had yet to touch the array of dishes spread before her. With genuine concern, Lu Chen inquired, "What troubles you, my love? Please, share your thoughts with me." After a moment of hesitation, Chen Guyao slowly replied, "I have a business trip in 3 days." Lu Chen exhaled a sigh of relief, having feared that something grave was amiss. As the president of Xingchen Entertainment, Chen Guyao's business trips were commonplace, filled with various galas and corporate events. However, in her previous life, after the birth of their daughter, Lu Xiaoyu, Chen Guyao had foregone many work opportunities to tend to family matters, inadvertently causing the company to miss several avenues for growth, which later contributed to its decline. "Rest assured, I will take care of Xiaoyu," Lu Chen said with a smile, his eyes brimming with affection. Chen Guyao lifted her gaze towards Lu Chen and Lu Xiaoyu, stating, "I will be away for 3 days. I thought it would be nice for Xiaoyu to have some leisure time, so I enrolled both of you in a parent-child summer camp." Lu Chen was momentarily taken aback, a flicker of surprise crossing his features. Was this the same Chen Guyao from his memories, who had been so stringent about their daughter's academic pursuits? In the past, not only summer camps, but even weekends had been filled with various tutoring sessions for Lu Xiaoyu. During that time, she had a nutritionist, professional chefs, and numerous tutors providing her with personalized guidance, making it so that Lu Chen, as her biological father, had to schedule appointments just to spend time with her, leading to a growing distance between them. Lu Chen pondered, could it be that Chen Guyao had also been reborn? What had caused such a profound shift in her approach to their daughter's education? "Mommy, is that really possible?" Lu Xiaoyu paused, her eyes wide with excitement as she inquired. Chen Guyao affectionately ruffled Lu Xiaoyu's hair and replied with a smile, "Of course. These days, you can play to your heart's content and truly unwind." "Thank you, Mommy. You are the best. Please take care of yourself while on your trip," Lu Xiaoyu joyfully exclaimed. Lu Chen, too, felt a sense of relief wash over him. Regardless of whether she has traversed time, as long as it allows his daughter to grow up joyfully, he wholeheartedly supports it. On a bright morning 3 days later, Lu Chen drove his daughter, Lu Xiaoyu, to the summer campsite. Upon checking in with the camp staff, Lu Chen discovered that the families participating in this session of the summer camp were quite illustrious. The husband and son of renowned actress Li Xiaolu, as well as the husband and son of famous host Fu Qingran, would also be partaking in this event. Hearing that other children would be present to play with, Lu Xiaoyu erupted into cheers, bouncing with excitement. Meanwhile, Lu Chen stood frozen in place, inwardly lamenting his predicament. Neither of these two couples were known for their amiability. Although the public has long speculated about the stability of Li Xiaolu and her husband Li Liang's relationship, Lu Chen recalled that around this time, rumors of their discord had begun to circulate. The situation escalated dramatically, becoming widely known. Before long, Li Xiaolu and Li Liang indeed chose to divorce, causing a sensation throughout the entertainment industry and igniting fervent discussions among media and fans alike. In contrast, the situation surrounding host Fu Qingran was even more dire. Her husband not only accumulated substantial debts and faced continuous business failures, but was also embroiled in infidelity scandals. The couple engaged in a fierce online exchange, with neither side willing to back down. It was rumored that, due to the sustained high interest in the topic, Maya managed to leverage the situation to gain notoriety and secured several acting opportunities in television dramas. However, Lu Chen had never been particularly attentive to entertainment news and rarely ventured online. Thus, he was unaware of the finer details. A staff member approached Lu Chen politely, saying, "Hello, Mr. Lu. Since you have arrived, please feel free to choose your room. Mr. Li and Mr. Ma have yet to arrive." Lu Chen looked up and, upon surveying the remaining available rooms, couldn't help but internally critique the cunning arrangements of the summer camp. The competition had already commenced before they even entered the premises. Only 3 accommodations remained. One was a beautifully decorated duplex, another was a 2-bedroom flat, and the last was a cramped apartment measuring only a few dozen square meters. Resolutely, Lu Chen decided that since this was a competition between families, he simply could not afford to lose. "Is it permissible to choose directly?" Lu Chen inquired. The staff member smiled and confirmed, "You are the first to arrive, so you certainly have the privilege of making the first choice." Without hesitation, Lu Chen decisively opted for the exquisitely decorated duplex. Lu Shen is formidable. Being the first to arrive, Why should he relinquish the better room? He should choose the best. No objections here. If you arrive late, you must face the consequences. Lu Deshun is right. If one desires a better room, one ought to arrive earlier. It is unreasonable to be late and still demand better treatment. Chapter 37. Goddess Su is the internet's mouthpiece. In the broadcasting studio, Fu Qingran and Li Xiaolu were both displeased with Lu Chen's choice. After all, who wouldn't wish for their child to enjoy a more comfortable stay? Fu Qingran was the first to speak, her tone laced with sarcasm. It is evident that Lu Chen dotes on his daughter. If it were Ma Yu, he would certainly offer this room to Lu Xiaoyu, as our family has always placed great emphasis on teaching children the virtue of humility. Upon hearing this, Chen Guyao immediately felt displeased. Was this a veiled accusation that Lu Chen lacked the understanding of yielding? With her brows furrowed in righteous indignation, Chen Guyao retorted, I strive to earn money so that my family can enjoy better living conditions and provide my children with a superior environment and education. Therefore, I believe that as long as what one possesses is acquired through legitimate and hard-earned means, there is no necessity to yield. Upon her declaration, numerous audience members nodded in agreement, expressing their support for Chen Guyao's perspective. Su Binfeng was even more unrelenting, delivering a sharp rebuttal. Isn't it rather difficult to secure a spot at the elite school where Ma Xiaobao attends? Why don't we see you relinquishing that opportunity? She challenged. Fu Qingran was left speechless, her face alternating between shades of crimson and pale, opening her mouth but unable to articulate a response. Li Xiaolu silently rejoiced at her earlier decision to refrain from speaking. The attack was too incisive. Who could withstand it? Su Goddess, if you can speak, please say more. It's so refreshing. Exactly. There is no need to reason with her. Just hit back. Such people deserve to be countered. There is no absolute fairness in this world. The conditions we can create for our children certainly cannot be handed over without a fight. Support Lu Deshun. Support Guyao Tianho. A sudden roar of engines echoed from outside the camp. Finally, the second parent arrived, Li Liang. A sleek black Maybach came to a halt, and a secretary quickly exited the vehicle, respectfully opening the door. Simultaneously, the driver had already prepared an umbrella to shield Li Liang from the sun. As Li Liang stepped out of the car, his brow furrowed in disdain as he remarked, So this is the summer camp? I truly wonder how your mother chose such a shabby place. The staff promptly approached Li Liang, politely presenting the remaining 2 keys. Hello, Mr. Li. According to the summer camp regulations, only you and your son may participate, and you may only bring some daily necessities. Please choose your room, Mr. Lu has already selected one set. Here are the remaining 2. Mr. Lu? Which Mr. Lu? Li Liang inquired, puzzled. However, Li Zixian's eyes lit up with excitement as he exclaimed, Is it Lu Chun, Uncle Lu? The staff smiled and confirmed, Indeed, it is Mr. Lu Chun. Li Zixian cheered with glee, but a flicker of displeasure crossed Li Liang's face. Recalling the scene in the hospital where Lu Chun stood beside Chen Guyao, his stature more imposing and his appearance handsomer, Li Liang felt a twinge of discomfort. Despite being of similar age, Lu Chen seemed to exude an aura of youthfulness that made him appear at least 8 years younger, especially considering that he had married a woman as captivating as Chen Guyao. Let me see the rooms, Li Liang said coldly, his tone laced with impatience. The staff quickly displayed images of the remaining 2 rooms to him. Upon glancing at them, Li Liang's expression darkened instantly. Are you out of your minds? Is this a place fit for anyone to reside? Li Liang exclaimed loudly, his face contorted with disdain. You dare to make me stay here? Even my dog lives in better conditions. The vile nature of the capitalist was laid bare, evoking profound disgust. How emblematic this is. This is a residence that one might aspire to after a lifetime of hard work, yet in his eyes, it is utterly worthless. This individual displays a complete lack of decorum. Can someone like him truly nurture a child? I am deeply skeptical. Although the staff felt an intense aversion to Li Liang's demeanor, they suppressed their dissatisfaction out of professional duty and explained in a gentle tone, Sir, there are 3 participants in this event. We have thoroughly communicated with each of your partners beforehand, and these 3 rooms have been unanimously approved by them. Upon hearing this, Li Liang felt as if his head had been struck by a thunderclap, instantly boiling with rage, hurling insults. Is Li Xiaolu a pig? How could she possibly agree to such an unreasonable arrangement? This remark reached the broadcast studio, causing Li Xiaolu's face to flush crimson with anger, her chest heaving violently. Su Binfeng tightly grasped Chen Guyao's arm, laughing so hard she was nearly doubled over, resembling a motor that had been set to vibrate. Chen Guyao also tilted her head back, striving to suppress her laughter, though her shoulders shook uncontrollably. Ultimately, Li Xiaolu, repressing her fury, awkwardly picked up the microphone and stammered, "Everyone, please do not misunderstand. We often jest like this." Unable to contain herself, Su Binfen laughed heartily and mocked. The manner in which the former best actress addresses her family is quite unique. One moment discussing menopause, the next belittling someone as a pig. I unilaterally declare that Su is my voice on the internet, articulating my sentiments. Perhaps we should simply provide my goddess with 2 microphones. One is hardly sufficient for her talents. Su's boldness in speaking out. Will she be silenced by the company? I have some concerns. Oh, think again. While Li Xiaolu was once a celebrated actress, those days are long past. Su is currently a rising star in the music industry. The company would not dream of sidelining her. Li Xiaolu could no longer muster a smile. Her expression darkened considerably as she sat in place, endeavoring to mask her displeasure. Fortunately, at that moment, a BMW slowly entered the camp. Ma Yu exited the driver's seat and hurried to the other side to open the door for Ma Xiaobao. Ma Xiaobao, engrossed in his phone, appeared quite impatient with Ma Yu's gesture. Damn it, this is absolutely ridiculous, far too excessive. As he berated his teammates in the game, he directed his frustration at Ma Yu. It's your fault. You didn't hold the umbrella properly, causing me to be killed in the game. The staff furrowed their brows slightly but maintained a humble demeanor as they approached Ma Yu. Hello, Mr. Ma. According to the summer camp regulations, this event permits only you and your son to participate, and you may only bring some everyday necessities. Please select a room. Mr. Liu has already chosen one. And here are the remaining 2. Li Liang immediately became displeased, shouting loudly, "What is wrong with you? I haven't made my selection yet. Why are you showing him the room information? And you are not allowed to choose." Ma Yu is not one to be easily intimidated. Upon hearing Li Liang's unreasonable attitude, he was instantly consumed by fury. What do you mean? We are all here to participate in the event, and it should be a fair competition. Why should you receive special treatment? However, before he could finish his words, Ma Yu's gaze fell upon Li Liang's luxurious Maybach, causing his fervor to wane and his tone to inadvertently drop a few notches. Li Liang cast a disdainful glance at Ma Yu, filled with contempt. Look at Ma Yu, thin and frail, and at such an age, he still wore heavy makeup, lacking any semblance of a man's dignity. He appeared to be nothing more than an easily bullied soft target. Kid, I arrived before you. Is there a problem with my choice? Li Liang spoke arrogantly, his eyes laced with provocation. Ma Yu opened his mouth, ready to retort, but the words caught in his throat, leaving him flushed and speechless. What a coward! Devoid of any backbone. If it were me, I certainly wouldn't tolerate this. I would have given him a punch. To be honest, even his son exhibits more masculinity. This father is utterly spineless. Look at him. If you didn't tell me it was Ma Yu, I would have thought he was some beauty-obsessed ant. Despite his resentment, Li Liang reluctantly took the keys to the small apartment. Ma Yu stood by, his face a portrait of helplessness and frustration, resembling a deflated balloon. However, Ma Xiaobao was not pleased. He erupted in anger, shouting at Ma Yu. How could you let him take that apartment? Hurry and get it back for me. Ma Yu hurried to placate Ma Xiaobao, speaking gently. Xiaobao, this apartment we selected is quite good. Upon hearing this, Ma Xiaobao grew even angrier, cursing, Ma Yu, you spineless waste. You can't even fight for a room. I truly regret relying on you. In the broadcasting studio, Fu Qingran's expression was dire. Su Binfen observed this and deliberately fanned the flames, sarcastically remarking, "Oh dear. Is this the spirit of selflessness that Teacher Fu always speaks of? Today, I have truly witnessed it. It is quite enlightening." Chen Guiyao lightly nudged Su Binfen, whispering, "Are we being a bit too ostentatious? Let us not go overboard." Yet, Su Binfen remained unfazed, responding with a haughty demeanor. "Isn't this just returning the favor? She has been targeting you for the past 3 episodes. She deserves it." Chen Guiyao nodded appreciatively, a slight smile gracing her lips. Although I am not entirely sure what Su and the diva are whispering about, Su's expression is delightfully mischievous, making me want to laugh. Look at Fu Qingran's face. It's as dark as the bottom of a pot. He was just extolling the virtues of selflessness. And now he has been slapped in the face. Though I find Li Liang quite unpleasant, I must admit, watching him reprimand Ma Yu was oddly satisfying. I can hardly distinguish who is the father and who is the son between Ma Yu and Ma Xiaobao. The scene shifts back to the summer camp. After the 3 families had settled in, the atmosphere was strikingly different. As soon as Lu Chen entered the room, He immediately rolled up his sleeves and began to tidy up. Lu Xiaoyu, not to be outdone, assisted like a little adult, handing over tools and wiping the table, creating a harmonious partnership between father and daughter. In stark contrast, the households of Li Liang and Ma Yu were rife with complaints. Li Liang, in particular, directed his ire at the staff, furiously confronting them. What is going on here? The room's poor condition is one thing, but surely you can manage the most basic cleaning? How are we supposed to stay here? He scolded imperiously. The staff quickly responded with patience. Mr. Li, this is a parent-child summer camp, and cleaning together is an essential activity designed to foster interaction and cooperation between parents and children. They further explained, additionally, Mr. Li, within our summer camp resort, any purchases require the use of exclusive vouchers. We will distribute these vouchers based on each family's performance in various activities. For instance, the family that completes the cleaning first will receive a voucher worth 200 yuan, the second will earn 100 yuan, and the last will receive 50 yuan. Li Liang disdainfully glanced at Lu Chen's duplex, feeling a sense of smugness. You chose the largest one. Now you'll see how difficult it is. Such a vast area will surely wear you out. Cleverness can often backfire. Upon hearing this news, Ma Yu was also unable to remain idle and hurried back to his room, flustered as he began to tidy up, secretly relieved that he had chosen the smallest apartment. In the broadcast studio, Fu Qingran and Li Xiaolu watched the live footage, their faces beaming with pride. Su Binfeng, looking anxious, grasped Chen Guyao's hand and said urgently, Sister Guyao, what are we going to do? Lu Chun and Yu are responsible for cleaning the largest room. The task is daunting. However, Chen Guyao remained composed, exuding an air of tranquility. Do not worry. Our home spans over 300 square meters, and Lu Chen keeps it spotless throughout the year. A mere duplex is a piece of cake for him. It will pose no challenge. Within the duplex apartment, Lu Chen was unleashing his creativity, meticulously crafting a small hat from newspaper and gently placing it atop Lu Xiaoyu's head, thoughtfully adding a mask for her. Yu, our first battle begins now. Are you ready for the fight? Lu Xiaoyu, with determination in her eyes and her tiny hand clenched into a fist, responded loudly, Daddy, go for it. I am ready. Let us go, Yu. Together, we will surely achieve great victory. Lu Chun exclaimed, filled with enthusiasm. His confidence stemmed from the fact that cleaning was a skill he had mastered. This proficiency was not merely due to his habitual domestic chores, but also because of a crucial factor. Lu Chun had once been a naval soldier. The rigorous standards of military life had honed his exceptional organizational skills, making the task of cleaning a modest apartment feel effortless and manageable to him. During the cleaning process, Lu Xiaoyu exhibited exceptional performance, working diligently while also providing encouragement to Lu Chun, infusing the atmosphere with emotional value. Her earnest and endearing demeanor instantly attracted a multitude of followers in the live stream. Yu is simply amazing. She works swiftly and efficiently, and is incredibly considerate, a true little angel. Brothers, come and see. Guess what astonishing secret I've uncovered. Lu Daxian was once in the Navy. What? No wonder I've always sensed a unique aura about Lu Daxian. It turns out he was a naval officer, embodying integrity. Now it makes sense. Yu's excellence is undoubtedly a result of her family's nurturing, truly rooted in virtue. Half an hour later, the summer camp broadcast announced exhilarating news. Congratulations to the first family group, Lu Chen and Lu Xiaoyu, for being the first to complete their household cleaning, thus successfully earning a 200 yuan voucher. Upon hearing this delightful news, Lu Chun and Lu Xiaoyu leapt up in excitement, celebrating with high fives. Yu, you are incredible. Without you, Dad wouldn't have been able to finish this task so swiftly. Lu Chun beamed, generously praising his daughter. Dad is equally impressive. I aspire to be as capable as you in the future, Lu Xiaoyu replied, her eyes filled with admiration for Lu Chun. Meanwhile, Li Liang and Ma Yu were left astounded by the announcement, their expressions a mix of disbelief. Li Zixuan, could you hurry up? I've urged you countless times. Why are you dawdling like this? You're driving me crazy. Li Liang couldn't help but shout angrily at Li Zixuan. On the other side, Ma Xiaobao's voice rang out equally loud and piercing. Ma Yu, you worthless slacker. The room is so small, yet it takes you this long to clean? I'm truly at a loss for words. Ultimately, this cleaning competition came to a close. Ma Yu's family, owing to the smaller room size, finished first, earning a 100 yuan voucher, while Li Liang's family, due to their sluggishness, only received a 50 yuan voucher. In the broadcasting hall, Xiaoyu, brimming with energy, stepped to the center stage. addressing the audience with detailed explanations. This summer camp has meticulously designed a series of challenges. The first challenge aims to observe how parents strive to secure suitable living conditions for their children. Thus, we prepared 3 different specifications of housing: excellent, good, and average. The second challenge focuses on the collaboration between parents and children, fostering good habits in tidying up through shared household chores and enhancing parent-child relationships. As for the upcoming third challenge, it will center on the fathers, examining how they utilize limited resources to prepare a sumptuous lunch and dinner for their children. Now, please continue to stay tuned to the live stream and enjoy the remarkable performances that these 3 families will bring in the subsequent challenges. Chapter 39. One must not allow children to squander money. Half an hour later, the summer camp broadcast announced exhilarating news. Congratulations to the first family group, Lu Chun and Lu Xiaoyu, for being the first to complete their household cleaning, successfully earning a 200 yuan voucher. Lu Chun and Lu Xiaoyu were elated upon hearing the joyous news, leaping into the air with exuberance and exchanging high fives in celebration. Yu, you are absolutely amazing. Without you, Daddy could not have accomplished the task so swiftly. Lu Chun beamed, showering his daughter with heartfelt praise. Daddy is incredibly impressive too. I aspire to be as capable as you one day, Lu Xiaoyu responded, her eyes sparkling with admiration for her father. Meanwhile, Li Liang and Ma Yu were left stunned by the announcement, their expressions reflecting sheer disbelief. Li Zixuan, can you hurry up? I've urged you countless times. And yet you are still dawdling. It's driving me insane. Li Liang couldn't help but shout at Li Zixuan in frustration. On the other hand, the voice of Ma Xiaobao was equally loud and piercing. Ma Yu, you slacker. This room is so small, yet you take so long to clean it. I am truly astounded. Ultimately, the contest of cleanliness came to a close. Ma Yu's family, benefiting from a smaller room, finished first and was awarded a voucher worth 100 yuan, while Li Liang's family, due to their sluggishness, received only a 50 yuan voucher. In the broadcasting hall, Xiaoyu, full of energy, walked to the center of the stage, facing the audience as she elaborated. This summer camp has meticulously designed a series of challenges. The first challenge aims to observe how parents strive to secure a suitable living environment for their children, for which we prepared 3 different types of housing: excellent, good, and average. The second challenge focuses on assessing the collaborative abilities between parents and children, fostering good habits in tidying up through joint efforts and enhancing the parent-child relationship. As for the forthcoming third challenge, it will spotlight the fathers, examining how they utilize limited resources to prepare a sumptuous lunch and dinner for their children. Now, please continue to tune in to the live broadcast to witness the splendid performances that the 3 families will bring in the upcoming challenges. At the resort market, despite being a village fair, the array of goods was astounding, offering a plethora of options. The prominent signs of well-known chain brands such as KFC, McDonald's, and Wallace stood out along the roadside, complemented by numerous stalls. As Lu Chen stepped into the market, he felt overwhelmed by the abundance of sights. Clutching a voucher worth 200 yuan, he pondered the possibilities of what he could purchase. After a moment of contemplation, he entrusted the decision-making to Lu Xiaoyu. Yu, we have 200 yuan now. You get to decide how we spend it. However, I must clarify that until we know when the next sum of money will be available, we need to make the most of what we have. Lu Chen spoke patiently, adding, of course, you need not worry about earning money. Daddy will handle that. If you particularly wish to have KFC, that's entirely feasible. Lu Xiaoyu nodded seriously, her eyes darting eagerly toward the KFC outlet and others. Daddy, is this the only 200 yuan we have? Can't we spend our own money? Lu Xiaoyu innocently inquired, looking up at him. Lu Chen nodded with equal seriousness. After contemplating for a while, Lu Xiaoyu sweetly suggested, then let's go buy some groceries. Lu Chen was indeed taken aback. He had anticipated that Lu Xiaoyu would unhesitatingly opt for KFC. How considerate she was, clearly yearning for KFC, yet still insisting on purchasing groceries. Lu Chen, the devoted father, entrusted the decision of spending money to Xiaoyu, a rarity among parents. Supporting Lu Chen's approach, it is essential for children to develop a sound understanding of finances from an early age. He even specifically instructed that earning money was an adult's responsibility. And if she wished for KFC, it was certainly permissible. This approach would astound 99% of parents. Gently ruffling Lu Xiaoyu's hair, Lu Chen inquired with genuine concern, Xiaoyu, do you not wish to eat KFC? If you desire it, we can certainly indulge, as we have 200 yuan. Daddy, KFC is too expensive. We can have it when we return home, replied Lu Xiaoyu, her big eyes blinking innocently. Besides, you mentioned that we are uncertain when the next sum of money will come in. Lu Chen couldn't help but marvel at his daughter's maturity. Afterward, they strolled around the market for quite some time, yielding a bountiful harvest of goods. Lu Xiaoyu, with her sweet and adorable demeanor, coupled with her soft, tender voice, resembled a little sweetheart, enchanting the vendors who treated her with exceptional care. After their shopping spree, they had 50 yuan left in vouchers. Daddy, with all these purchases, what delicious meal do you plan to prepare for me? Lu Xiaoyu asked, her face alight with anticipation. Lu Chun stroked his chin, already formulating a plan. Xiaoyu, since your father has entrusted you with the decision, you may choose what we shall eat. Really? Lu Xiaoyu exclaimed with delight. I've already made up my mind. I want to eat barbecue. Lu Chun was momentarily taken aback, cognizant that Chun Guyao had enrolled them in a summer camp, where barbecue would undoubtedly be a topic of discussion. Just as he hesitated, he caught sight of Lu Xiaoyu's eager expression, her eyes pleading, Daddy, please. Ultimately, Lu Chen could not resist. All right, we shall have barbecue. With a resolute heart, he decided to accommodate his daughter's wishes. If his wife were to be upset later, he would simply have to put in the effort to appease her. Long live Daddy! Lu Xiaoyu exclaimed joyfully, dancing with glee. Lu Chen organized the ingredients they had purchased, holding onto the remaining 50 yuan voucher as he approached the staff. Hello, I have 50 yuan left and would like to inquire if I could exchange it for a barbecue grill, along with charcoal and some grilling materials. I did not see these items being sold at the market. The staff member was momentarily taken aback, surprised at Lu Chen's intention to barbecue there. Such items had not been prepared prior to the start of the program. Just as the staff was about to decline, a voice crackled through the earpiece. Hongbo instructed, agree to his request. If we don't have it, go buy it now. Receiving a positive affirmation, the staff member's demeanor brightened. Certainly, Mr. Lu. However, are you sure about the exchange? You only have this 50 yuan voucher left. Lu Chen nodded firmly, absolutely. Meanwhile, in the broadcasting hall, Fu Qingran was expressing his views. Indeed, allowing children to decide how to spend money often results in them exhausting their resources entirely. Parents ought to instruct their offspring on prudent financial management rather than permitting them to squander indiscriminately. Li Xiaolu nodded in agreement. It is indeed astonishing that on just the first day of the program, all the funds have been depleted. What will they do tomorrow? Lu Chen displayed a complete lack of foresight. Is it really necessary to nitpick? Yu managed to resist the temptation of KFC and was even considering buying groceries. That is already quite commendable. Truly, one is grasping at straws. With the quantity of groceries Lu and Yu have purchased, sustaining themselves for 2 or 3 days should pose no issue. Humph, criticizing Lu now is quite rich. You two have a budget of 150. Let us see how you endure for 3 days. Will it be instant noodles every day? Chapter 40. The proficient plate washer Li Liang led Li Zixuan into a KFC outlet. The interior was brightly lit, and the staff greeted them with warm smiles, asking, how may we assist you? Dad, I want to eat a family bucket. And I want double portions, Li Zixuan said, tilting his head and tugging at Li Liang's clothing. Li Liang, visibly irritated, shouted to the staff, bring me 2 family buckets of KFC. A neatly dressed staff member approached with a smile and politely inquired, may I see your voucher, sir? Li Liang glanced carelessly at the counter and asked, where is your online payment code? Sir, I sincerely apologize, but during the resort's promotional period, we require the use of vouchers for payment, the staff member patiently explained, maintaining a standard smile. Li Liang immediately bristled, his expression darkening as he retorted, are you all out of your minds? I can pay in cash or through a transfer. Why the insistence on vouchers? I am truly sorry, sir. But that is our policy. Payment can only be made with vouchers, the staff member replied with an unwavering, courteous demeanor. Li Liang, however, was having none of it. He protested loudly. You refuse to accept money. I simply cannot comprehend your reasoning. Having never encountered such indignation, Li Liang felt increasingly vexed throughout the day. Now, he perceived himself as being deliberately antagonized, and his internal fury erupted, coloring his face crimson. Li Zixuan cautiously raised his head, softly pleading, Dad. In a fit of rage, Li Liang swatted his son on the head with considerable force, yelling, what do you want? It's all your mother's fault. If it weren't for her, would we be in this predicament? Li Zixuan burst into tears, feeling utterly wronged. Yet, Li Liang showed no signs of relenting. delivering several more slaps. Why are you crying? Such a weakling. Come on, I refuse to believe that we can't spend money. With that, he yanked Li Zixuan along, storming out of KFC. Not far along, they arrived at a convenience store. As Li Liang surveyed the merchandise, he finally exhaled in relief. At last, there were items he could afford. He promptly purchased a plethora of spicy strips and various snacks. Li Zixuan, carrying the snacks, finally wore a slight smile, though he still followed Li Liang cautiously, appearing somewhat apprehensive. Meanwhile, in a nearby McDonald's, Ma Xiaobao was indulging in a family bucket with great delight. One hand firmly grasped a chicken leg, his cheeks puffed up like little balloons, while the other hand cradled a cup of cola, which he occasionally gulped down, leaving his lips glistening with grease. Sitting beside him, Ma Yu gazed at the remaining 32 yuan in his voucher, his brow furrowed with concern and bitterness. The family bucket had cost 68 yuan, depleting a significant portion of their funds, yet he had not even had a single bite. At that moment, Ma Xiaobao caught sight of Li Zixuan passing by outside the McDonald's. His eyes widened in excitement as he pointed at the snacks in Li Zixuan's hands, exclaiming loudly, "Ma Yu, I want that too. Go buy it for me." Ma Yu, feeling helpless, glanced at the balance and patiently advised, "Xiaobao, we only have 32 yuan left in the voucher." Before he could finish his sentence, Ma Xiaobao erupted in anger, shouting, "Ma Yu, what do you mean? My mom gave you so much money, and you can't even spare 32 yuan for me? Go now. Ma Yu, you good for nothing? Are you trying to starve me? I'll tell my mom when we get back. This father-son duo certainly knows how to stir things up. Don't tell your mom. She probably sees everything already." The son looks down on his old man. Truly a pitiful sight. Humph. Fu Qingran and Li Xiaolu were just mocking Lu Chun for his lack of planning. Look at their own family, spending lavishly with nothing left. In the broadcast room, Fu Qingran and Li Xiaolu lowered their heads, awkwardly scratching their toes. Su Binfeng unreservedly mocked. "You just laughed at Lu Chun for not planning. I see your family isn't much better off." Fu Qingran gritted his teeth in frustration, while Li Xiaolu blushed with anger, wishing she could disappear. On the other hand, Chun Guyao appeared relaxed and content, drawing confidence from Lu Chun and Lu Xiaoyu's outstanding performance. As the three families' yards were adjacent, after finishing lunch, Lu Chun and Lu Xiaoyu immersed themselves in preparations for the barbecue. Lu Chun skillfully washed, chopped, and skewered vegetables in one fluid motion, followed by an orderly process of washing, cutting, and skewering meat. With the cooperation of their parents, an array of barbecue skewers took shape on the table within an hour. As the sun began to set, painting the sky in vibrant shades of orange and red, Lu Chun glanced at the sky and prepared to ignite the grill. "Yu, stand back a bit, don't get burned." Lu Xiaoyu, bubbling with excitement, could hardly bear to step away. "Daddy, I'm not tired at all. What else can I do?" Lu Chun looked at Lu Xiaoyu, reluctant to dampen her enthusiasm, and replied, "Then Yu, go fetch 2 plates and wash them. We'll use them for the grilled skewers later." Lu Xiaoyu nodded vigorously, like a joyful little rabbit, and hopped off to wash the plates. The camera in the studio deliberately focused on her, revealing Lu Xiaoyu's swift and methodical movements. She first rinsed the plates, then applied dishwashing liquid, meticulously scrubbed them, and finally rinsed them clean, arranging them neatly, as if she were a professional dishwashing expert. Su Binfeng curiously leaned towards Chun Guyao, inquiring, "Sister Guyao, does Yu often wash dishes at home?" Chun Guyao was equally astonished by her daughter's performance. "I'm not sure. Lu Chun has never mentioned it to me." Su Binfeng, filled with envy, repeatedly murmured how wonderful it would be to have a husband like Lu Chun. In the scene, Lu Chun's exceptional grilling skills attracted many onlookers. Besides the program's crew, Li Liang and Ma Yu's families were drawn in by the tantalizing aroma. Holding a brush, Lu Chun evenly sprinkled cumin and chili powder over the skewers, then turned to Lu Xiaoyu, asking, "Yu, do you want it spicy or mild?" "Spicy," Lu Xiaoyu answered without hesitation. Lu Chun chuckled heartily, saying, "All right, Daddy will definitely satisfy you." With that, he added more chili and cumin, followed by a brush of rapeseed oil, releasing a rich fragrance that made mouths water. Li Zixuan stood nearby, watching the sizzling skewers, his mouth watering. Having only snacked since noon, he found it hard to resist the temptation of such delicious smells. Li Liang, observing Lu Chun showcasing his skills, felt a surge of envy and resentment. Chapter 41. Grab 10 skewers of meat, and I'll take you out to play. Humph, enjoying a barbecue this much. What can one expect from a man living off others? Li Liang seized Li Zixuan and turned back to the room, preferring to avoid the scene. Ma Yu was even more frenzied with jealousy. Since arriving here, nothing had gone his way. In his eyes, Li Liang was merely a small-time boss with no reason to be proud, relying on his wife. As for Lu Chun, he looked down on him from the bottom of his heart, a mere house husband without a proper job. What right did he have to steal the limelight here? Especially Lu Chen's handsome face, which he found glaringly obnoxious, as it overshadowed his own presence. These two are clearly wearing their jealousy on their faces. It's too obvious. Indeed, lacking ability, yet unable to stand others' success. They deserve to go hungry. They better not come asking our Lord Lu for skewers. Lu Chen naturally sensed Li Liang and Ma Yu's unusual demeanor and the jealousy etched on their faces, but he dismissed them entirely, viewing them as no real competition. After returning to the room, Ma Xiaobao was incensed. With hands on his hips, he imperiously declared to Ma Yu, I command you to go to Lu Chun immediately and bring me back 10 skewers of meat. Ma Yu could no longer endure it. The pent-up anger erupted instantly. If you want them, go yourself. I'm not going. Upon hearing this, Ma Xiaobao exploded with rage. Ma Yu, are you rebelling? How dare you speak to me like that? I am your father, and I will speak to you however I please. Ma Yu seized Ma Xiaobao with a fierce grip and ruthlessly kicked him several times. After venting his frustrations, a sinister smile flickered across his face as he declared, Let me make it clear. From this day forth, should you dare to point fingers at me again, I will not hesitate to thrash you. Following this brutal beating, Ma Yu finally felt a sense of relief and collapsed onto his bed, soon snoring thunderously. In contrast, Ma Xiaobao curled up in a corner, his cries echoing through the room, his stomach growling incessantly with hunger. Later that evening, while wandering outside, Ma Xiaobao fortuitously encountered Li Zixuan. You, come here. Ma Xiaobao shouted menacingly. Li Zixuan, visibly repulsed, had no intention of engaging and turned to leave. Witnessing this, Ma Xiaobao erupted with rage. You scrawny monkey dare disregard my command. He charged at Li Zixuan, grabbing him and unleashing a flurry of punches and kicks. Listen well, from this moment, I am your leader. Should you defy me, I shall punish you. In the broadcasting studio, Li Xiaolu, witnessing this scene, was instantly filled with fury, exclaiming, How can this be tolerated? This is clearly bullying. She glared at Fu Qingran, demanding, Is this how you raise your son? Deep down, Fu Qingran recognized her son's wrongdoing. But at that moment, admitting it was not an option. Acknowledging the truth would tarnish her esteemed reputation as an expert. She argued defensively. It was Li Zixuan who was rude first. Both parties share the blame. How did these two suddenly find themselves in a quarrel? The nature of their relationship has shifted too rapidly. The friendship boat has capsized. How can Fu Qingran even call herself an expert? Her child, at such a tender age, has already learned to bully. Who knows what other misdeeds lie ahead? Is Yu in danger participating in the program with them? If they dare to lay a finger on Yu, they will face dire consequences. They must not be allowed near her. Unfortunately, contrary to expectations, Lu Xiaoyu, after finishing her dishwashing, ran off to play by herself. By sheer misfortune, she encountered Ma Xiaobao, who had just subdued Li Zixuan into submission. Ma Xiaobao was commanding Li Zixuan imperiously. Call me boss and let us hear it. Reluctantly, Li Zixuan lowered his head and muttered, Boss. Ma Xiaobao, brimming with pride, continued to issue commands. Now that you are my subordinate, you must obey me. I order you to accompany me to Lu Xiaoyu to demand meat skewers. Upon hearing this, Li Zixuan hesitated noticeably. Seizing the moment, Ma Xiaobao without a second thought grabbed Li Zixuan by the collar, menacingly stating, What is this? You're disregarding your boss's orders? Do you not wish to eat? Lu Xiaoyu has meat skewers but refuses to share. She is simply too selfish and lacks the spirit of sharing. We will ask her for some. It's a matter of showing her respect. Do you understand? She is just a girl. If we intimidate her, she will surely hand over the skewers without a fuss. Do you comprehend? Li Zixuan was torn within. Ever since tasting the porridge cooked by Lu Chun, he harbored no ill will towards Lu Chun and Lu Xiaoyu. Yet, the relentless pangs of hunger in his stomach began to sway his resolve. With the convoluted reasoning and brainwashing tactics of Ma Xiaobao, Li Zixuan surprisingly felt that there was a semblance of logic in what Ma Xiaobao was saying. This cannot be allowed. Two boys are actually planning to bully a girl. It infuriates me. Where is this summer camp? I wish to rush over immediately and teach these thoughtless children a lesson. Indeed, like father, like son, the character of the parents reflects on the children. Lord Lu, please make your appearance swiftly. We must not let Yu be bullied. Chun Guyao, observing from the side, also grew increasingly anxious. She realized that the situation was spiraling out of control and hastily addressed the host. Host, I believe the production team must intervene in this matter. Such behavior is utterly reprehensible. The children are so young. If not handled properly, it could easily leave them with psychological scars. The host, Xiaoyu, displayed an expression of embarrassment, unsure of how to respond. Fu Qingran also became anxious, resenting Ma Yu's inaction. Why had he not yet come to take Ma Xiaobao away? If Lu Xiaoyu were truly bullied, she could hardly fathom the actions Chen Guyao might take. The production team's back end was under Jiang and Xingyu, and Xingchen Entertainment was no less formidable. Should Chen Guyao genuinely become enraged, the program could very well be suspended immediately. The atmosphere in the studio became so tense that one could hear a pin drop. Suddenly, Li Zixuan spoke up on the live broadcast. No, I still believe that intimidating Lu Xiaoyu is not right. Upon hearing this, Ma Xiaobao grew displeased and threatened. Are you reluctant to come with me? Do you want to get beaten? Li Zixuan hastily shook his head, eager to clarify. What I mean is, we could discuss it nicely with her. What if Lu Xiaoyu agrees to give us some skewers? Furthermore, Uncle Lu is nearby. If he discovers that we are bullying Lu Xiaoyu, Ma Xiaobao, hearing this, felt a twinge of fear. Lu Chun, tall and imposing, would surely make short work of Ma Yu, the spineless one. Well, fine then. But if she dares not comply, we can scare her a little. As long as we don't actually hit her, Lu Chun shouldn't be able to do much to us. The two boys approached Lu Xiaoyu. Not having overheard their previous conversation, Lu Xiaoyu curiously inquired, "What are you two brothers talking about?" Ma Xiaobao stepped forward, a broad smile on his face as he said to Lu Xiaoyu, "Lu Xiaoyu, we have a particularly fun game. Do you want to join us?" Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaoyu's eyes sparkled with excitement. Really? Yes. Sensing that Lu Xiaoyu had taken the bait, Ma Xiaobao revealed his true intentions. However, you cannot play for free. Isn't your father grilling skewers? Go fetch us 10 skewers, and we will let you play with us. Without a moment's hesitation, Lu Xiaoyu readily agreed. Okay, you wait. I will go get them right now. Chapter 42. Chen Guyao is capital itself. You're back? The skewers are just right. Lu Chun, wearing a smile, handed a perfectly grilled skewer to Lu Xiaoyu. Lu Xiaoyu accepted the skewer, her eyes turning into crescent moons of joy. Daddy, I want 9 more skewers. Lu Chun affectionately ruffled Lu Xiaoyu's hair. Rest assured, once you finish this skewer, father will give you more. Taking too many at once might be too much for your little hands to hold. However, Lu Xiaoyu shook her head and earnestly explained, No, Daddy, I wish to share. Share? A flicker of doubt crossed Lu Chen's eyes. Lu Xiaoyu quickly elaborated, It's with Brother Xiaobao and Brother Zixuan. They mentioned a particularly fun game. But I must bring 10 skewers to play with them. Upon hearing this, Lu Chun instinctively furrowed his brows, a twinge of displeasure stirring within him. It is quite normal for children to play and share delicacies among themselves. Yet, when the condition shifts to only if you bring delicious food will we play, the nature of the interaction transforms. Nonetheless, observing Lu Xiaoyu's eager demeanor, Lu Chun was reluctant to dampen her spirits. Thus, he carefully selected 10 skewers of meat and handed them to Lu Xiaoyu. Off you go, Yu. But do return promptly, or the remaining skewers will grow cold. Lu Xiaoyu nodded vigorously, cradling the skewers with care, and skipped away joyfully. Yu is so naive. I hope those 2 little rascals don't deceive her. Just the thought of those 2 brats bullying Yu makes my blood boil. How can such a kind and lovely girl be tricked by them? I can't stand it any longer. Quickly give me the director's address. I want to send a warning. If Master Lu dotes on Yu so much, he will surely be furious if he learns the truth. Look, Master Lu is following her. Lu Chen trailed behind Lu Xiaoyu at a respectful distance. Chen Guyao felt a warm surge within her heart, deeply moved by Lu Chen's attentive care for his daughter. However, Fu Qingran and Li Xiaolu were exceedingly anxious. If their child genuinely played happily with Lu Xiaoyu, it would be a cause for celebration. Yet, if it turned out to be as everyone feared, a deception aimed at Lu Xiaoyu, it would be utterly disgraceful. In the scene, Lu Xiaoyu jogged over and soon arrived in front of Ma Xiaobao and Li Zixuan. She panted slightly and said, Brother Xiaobao, Brother Zixuan, I've brought the skewers. The attention of Ma Xiaobao and Li Zixuan was immediately captured by the meat skewers, and they rushed forward eagerly to snatch them. In the midst of the scuffle, Ma Xiaobao accidentally bumped into Lu Xiaoyu, causing her to slip and tumble heavily onto the ground, her little face contorting in pain. It's all right, Brother Xiaobao, it doesn't hurt. Lu Xiaoyu bravely stood up despite the discomfort. Yet, Ma Xiaobao showed no intention of apologizing, focusing solely on devouring the skewers. Li Zixuan was no different. Both boys gorged themselves ravenously. What shall we play, Brother Xiaobao, Brother Zixuan? Lu Xiaoyu asked with hopeful anticipation. However, Ma Xiaobao and Li Zixuan seemed deaf to her inquiry, continuing to eat as if she were invisible. It's so delicious. I can't get enough. Li Zixuan, give me yours. Ma Xiaobao exclaimed, reaching out to snatch the skewer from Li Zixuan's hands. Li Zixuan was understandably reluctant, wishing to protect his skewer of meat, yet Ma Xiaobao, being tall and robust, seized the skewer with ease. You've crossed the line. I am your superior, and you dare not defy me. Although Li Zixuan felt a surge of indignation within, he could only suppress his anger and endure in silence. Observing this, Lu Xiaoyu approached Li Zixuan and gently inquired, Brother Zixuan, what are we to play now? The skewer is gone. What is left to enjoy? Li Zixuan, filled with frustration, could no longer restrain himself and snapped at her. You fool. I never intended to play with you in the first place. This insufferable brat is utterly intolerable. If it weren't for the screen between us, I would teach him a lesson he wouldn't forget. How dare he intimidate you? I can hardly bear it. I genuinely wish I could leap through the screen and discipline these two unruly children. To collide with someone and not apologize. To consume their skewer and still act aggressively. Children like this will surely amount to nothing in society. They are a scourge. Lu Xiaoyu's eyes instantly brimmed with tears, her eyelids glistening as she bit her lip, striving to hold back her tears. Lu Chun could no longer bear to watch. He rushed forward and enveloped Lu Xiaoyu in his arms, his heart aching as he said, You, let us go. His countenance was dark with fury, causing Ma Xiaobao to loosen his grip, scattering the skewers across the ground. Once back in the room, Lu Chun intended to wipe away Lu Xiaoyu's tears, but was taken aback to find her bravely stifling her sorrow, refusing to let a single tear fall. Yu, I am truly sorry. It is my fault for allowing you to feel this way, Lu Chun expressed with deep remorse. Yet, Lu Xiaoyu, understanding and wise beyond her years, shook her head and asked, Daddy, why don't Brother Zixuan and Brother Xiaobao want to play with me anymore? Is it because they don't like me? At her words, Lu Chun felt a pang of anguish in his heart and quickly reassured her, Of course not. Yu. You must understand that there are all kinds of children in this world. Some are kind and friendly, while others lack understanding. You simply encountered one of those who do not know better. He continued, You are wonderful. Your willingness to share your skewer demonstrates your kindness and generosity. Thus, this is entirely their fault, not yours. After hearing this, Lu Xiaoyu nodded earnestly, replying, Daddy, I understand. Lu Chun clenched his fists tightly, striving to suppress the fury that welled within him, attempting to maintain a facade of calm. Daddy, shall we go eat? Lu Xiaoyu suggested softly, looking at Lu Chun. He nodded in agreement and led her out of the room. Yu is so mature, it breaks my heart to see her like this. I am absolutely livid. Wang Dachui, quickly give me the address of the production team. I need to confront them. Lu Chun is truly an exemplary father. His handling of the situation was commendable. Indeed, Lu Chun refrained from directly confronting those two children in front of Yu. Instead, he comforted her first. A testament to his qualities as a good father, Chen Guyao observed the scene with a tumultuous heart, her gaze fixed intently on Li Xiaolu and Fu Qingran. Li Xiaolu, feeling the weight of her stare, became anxious and dared not utter a word. In terms of honor, although I am an acclaimed actress, Chen Guyao reigns supreme in the realm of music. Socially, I am but an ordinary artist, while Chen Guyao embodies the very essence of capital. Fu Qingran is acutely aware of her shortcomings, yet she steels herself to grasp the microphone, attempting to justify her stance. I don't think I ever said I wouldn't play with Yu, did I? Is it that Yu is too much of something? Su Binfen, unable to restrain herself any longer, interrupted her for the first time in anger. Teacher Fu, if you consider yourself a mother, you have grossly neglected your duties. If you still wish to portray yourself as an expert in child psychology, I must assert that you are wholly unqualified for such a title. How absolutely correct. Fu Qingran, perhaps it would be best if you remained silent. I can no longer endure your nonsensical ramblings. Gratitude to Chen Guyao and the great Lu for revealing that some individuals, despite their dazzling exteriors, harbor such ugliness within. The greatest blunder of this program is Fu Qingran and Li Xiaolu. The host gazed at the chaotic scene, letting out a resigned sigh. This group of guests is truly challenging to manage. Chapter 43. Only when the time comes do we regret our lack of knowledge. This song is remarkably impressive. In the live broadcast, Lu Qin had already composed himself. As he deftly grilled skewers, he joyfully sang Jixiang, San Bao alongside Lu Xiaoyu. A small boy approached with a cheerful skip in his step, his eyes sparkling as he gazed at the skewers on Lu Qin's grill. Timidly, he said, "Uncle, your skewers look incredibly fragrant. I would like to trade my toy car for some of your skewers, if that's all right." Lu Qin instantly recognized him as a child of the resort's villagers. This resort is not solely staffed by workers. In fact, many local villagers reside here. However, due to the summer camp in progress, the villagers rarely venture inside the resort. The little boy continued, "Uncle, I carved this toy car myself. I believe the little girl would surely cherish it. I have never tasted skewers before." Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaoyu glanced up at the toy car and was instantly captivated, tugging at Lu Qin's sleeve, exclaiming, "Daddy, I want one." Lu Qin smiled gently. "Come now. Let us not trade. Let us sit down and eat together." Yet the boy earnestly shook his head, his eyes reflecting sincerity. "Uncle, I only wish to exchange for a few skewers. I want to bring some back for my grandmother and sister to try." Lu Qin felt a surge of emotion. What a wonderful child, so young yet understanding the importance of caring for family. Reflecting on the actions of Ma Xiaobao and Li Zixuan, it was evident that without comparison, there is no pain. Lu Qin waved his hand grandly. "Uncle insists you eat your fill. I truly admire your toy car. When you return home, I will prepare some skewers for you, ensuring your trip is not in vain." The boy's face lit up with a smile, and he shyly settled beside Lu Xiaoyu. Lu Xiaoyu generously offered him a meat skewer, cheerfully saying, "Here you go, big brother." Observing this heartwarming scene, Lu Qin suddenly seemed to recall something. He hurriedly entered the room and shortly emerged with a guitar in hand. "What is a barbecue without music? You, would you like to hear Daddy sing a folk song?" Lu Xiaoyu's eyes sparkled as she clapped her hands in delight, exclaiming, "Hooray! I love listening to Daddy sing." Lu Qin sat steadily on the stool, cradling his guitar in his arms. He took a swig of cola, then gently strummed the strings, his voice resonating with deep emotion as he began to sing. "I carry baggage heavier than my body, diving into the depths of the Nile, amidst flashes of lightning. I glimpse a circle of light. Unsure if this is the place, I see a few individuals standing together. They wield scissors to take my luggage, wiping my brow. No chance to return until I hear a voice, one I am certain belongs to you. But do you remember me?" Lu Qin's languid, yet poignant singing seemed to evoke the essence of his mother without ever explicitly mentioning her. In the broadcast studio, the unique emotional expression in Lu Qin's voice caused many listeners to find their eyes brimming with tears, deeply empathizing with his sentiments. This song is truly remarkable. Lu's songs never repeat, and each one is a classic. Is Lu planning to create a storm in the music world as an amateur? Regardless of who you are, this song resonates emotionally and offers a soulful refuge. From nursery rhymes to folk songs to lyrical ballads, is there anything Lu cannot master? I am genuinely curious. Chen Guyao listened quietly to Lu Qin's performance, tears finally spilling over. She couldn't help but ponder whether she would have continued to regard Lu Qin as merely an ordinary house husband had she not participated in this program, thus overlooking his astonishing talents. The following morning, Lu Qin and Lu Xiaoyu rose early, meticulously making their beds. We can play outside without doing homework and sleep in." Lu Xiaoyu, however, shook her head earnestly, saying, "Daddy, we can't. Mommy says if you sleep in once, it will be hard to wake up early afterwards." Lu Qin felt a deep sense of pride, realizing how sensible his daughter was. After breakfast, the father and daughter received a notification from the staff. Once outside, they waited for a while before seeing Li Liang and Li Zixuan trudging out, still half asleep. Ma Yu followed behind Ma Xiaobao, looking disgruntled. A phone call from Fu Qingren the previous night had left him in a foul mood. Lu Xiaoyu pouted as she walked to Lu Qin's side. Suddenly, her eyes lit up, and she excitedly shouted, "Daddy, it's Brother Tao." Lu Qin followed her gaze and spotted Tao Mingyuan in the distance, enthusiastically waving at them. The staff did not intervene, allowing Tao Mingyuan to jog over to Lu Xiaoyu's side. He carefully pulled a few berries from his pocket and offered them to her, saying, You, these are berries from our mountain. They're really sweet. You can't find them at the market." As he raised his head, he met Lu Qin's gaze and suddenly became flustered, stammering, "Uncle Lu, would you like to have a couple too?" Lu Qin smiled broadly, accepting the berries. "Thank you very much. This child truly understands. Lu Dashan, why does it feel as if my little cabbage has caught the eye of a pig? Tao Mingyuan. In that fleeting moment, I felt utterly annihilated by Uncle Lu's gaze. Laughter ensued. Uncle Lu, why not indulge yourself with a couple as well? What an endearing remark. Li Zixuan and Ma Xiaobao observed this scene, their hearts brimming with envy. Having barely savored the meat skewers yesterday, they found themselves still hungry now. Ma Xiaobao strode over, extending his hand with an air of entitlement. Hey, kid, hand over some berries. Tao Mingyuan promptly covered his pocket, his expression earnest. You are not being a good child if you bully Yu. I shall not comply. Upon hearing this, Ma Xiaobao's temper flared. Rolling up his sleeves, he prepared to retaliate. You country bumpkin, if I tell you to give it, you must give it. Don't be ungrateful. As Ma Xiaobao's hand reached out, Tao Mingyuan quickly reacted, evading while simultaneously grasping Ma Xiaobao's hand. Although Ma Xiaobao towered over him, no matter how hard he pulled, he could not withdraw his hand. You dare to fight back? You bumpkin! Ma Xiaobao exclaimed in frustration, raising his foot to kick Tao Mingyuan. With swift reflexes, Tao Mingyuan stepped forward and released Ma Xiaobao's hand. Unbalanced, Ma Xiaobao fell to the ground like a sack of meat. Ouch! You impoverished bumpkin! How dare you touch me? Ma Yu, are you blind? Go beat him! Ma Xiaobao shouted while sitting on the ground, calling out to Ma Yu. Upon hearing this, Ma Yu felt a surge of indignation. While he often disapproved of Ma Xiaobao's capriciousness, he could not overlook the fact that he was his son. He approached Tao Mingyuan, raising his voice indignantly. You dare strike my son, you must apologize. Just as Lu Chun was about to intervene, a robust man with deep brown skin and a muscular physique swiftly positioned himself between Tao Mingyuan and Ma Yu. Who are you demanding an apology from? The man's voice resonated with an undeniable authority. Ma Yu, taken aback by the man's formidable stature, felt a wave of panic wash over him. His anger subsiding almost instantly, Ma Xiaobao, frightened, hurriedly scrambled to his feet and fled. The man turned to Lu Chun, offering a sincere smile. Greetings, I am Mingyuan's father. The village head, Tao Fingyan. Chapter 44. Regulating breath. Maintaining rhythm. Ma Yu was left feeling quite displeased. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became, leading him directly to confront the staff. What is going on here? How can such disarrayed individuals be allowed into the camp? Tao Fingyan placed his hands on his hips, puffing out his chest as he spoke in a deep voice. I am here to deliver vegetables. What of it? Do you have a problem with that? With a grand gesture, a sturdy yellow ox, pulling a cart brimming with fresh vegetables, ambled into view. The staff hurried over, their faces adorned with smiles as they expressed their gratitude. Village head, we appreciate your personal visit. It truly means a lot. Tao Fingyan grinned widely, revealing a set of white teeth, his face radiating a genuine and rustic charm. No trouble at all. I simply wanted to see what city folks are like. But, he paused, casting a glance at Ma Yu. They're really not that impressive. As soon as the words left Tao Fingyan's lips, he realized something and quickly turned to Lu Chun with a smile, saying, I wasn't talking about you. Lu Chun, with a humble smile, did not take the words to heart. Lu Xiaoyu released Lu Chun's hand and skipped joyfully towards the large yellow cow. The cow, sensing Lu Xiaoyu's kindness, slowly lowered its head, standing there docilely, presenting itself as utterly non-threatening. This old yellow cow is remarkably perceptive. Today is indeed an eye-opener. The people from the mountains are straightforward, yet they possess an innate sense of discernment regarding good and bad. Haha, just by hearing the village chief's accent, it's clear he hails from our Dongshan province. To those upstairs, we from Nanhe province beg to differ. As the vegetables arrived, the event officially commenced. The staff stood before the crowd, cleared their throats, and announced loudly, today, we will engage in a parent-child 100-meter vegetable relay race. The relay time is 5 minutes. The father and child will start at the starting line. The child will run 100 meters to retrieve vegetables and return, after which the father will run 100 meters to collect the vegetables. The vegetables you gather will be your meal for today. Upon hearing this rule, both Li Liang and Ma Yu exchanged knowing smiles, confident in their advantage. Lu Chun was merely a homemaker, rarely having the opportunity to exercise. How could he possibly compete with them? Moreover, Lu Xiaoyu was just a little girl, unlikely to outrun Li Zixuan and Ma Xiaobao. Victory seemed assured for them. Lu Xiaoyu, feeling a touch of anxiety, tugged at Lu Chen's shirt. Lu Chun bent slightly, a gentle smile on his face as he lovingly ruffled Lu Xiaoyu's hair. Yu, winning or losing in this competition is not what matters. What truly counts is your happiness. As long as you give it your all. Even if we end up with the least vegetables, I will still be proud of you. And besides, aren't you confident in your father's cooking skills? No matter the ingredients, I can create delicious meals. Lu Xiaoyu nodded earnestly, her eyes sparkling. Daddy, Yu will do her best, and you should too. With that, she raised her tiny fist and bumped it against Lu Chen's. In the studio, Chen Guyao and Su Binfen watched this scene with a hint of concern. After all, Lu Xiaoyu was a girl and might lack the physical advantage, and Lu Chun had hardly engaged in any strenuous activities over the years. In contrast, Li Xiaolu and Fu Qingran, like Li Liang and Ma Yu, wore expressions of unwavering confidence, convinced that their children would surely emerge victorious in this contest. The audience in attendance also felt a wave of anxiety for Lu Chun and Lu Xiaoyu. This activity is far too unfair. How can Yu, being just a little girl, compete against two boys? The production team will go to any lengths for a gimmick, it seems. I believe in Lu Dajin. Let us not forget. He is a veteran. He must have a way. On screen, the staff raised a whistle high in the air. 3, 2, 1. The sharp blast of the whistle pierced the air, and the three children dashed forward. Li Zixuan sprinted ahead, swiftly creating a considerable distance from his competitors. Ma Xiaobao followed closely, yet his considerable girth hindered his pace, rendering his advantage over Lu Xiaoyu minimal. As Lu Xiaoyu ran, she silently recited Lu Chen's advice in her mind. Adjust your breathing, maintain your rhythm. Despite witnessing the widening gap between herself and the two ahead, Lu Xiaoyu remained calm and refrained from sprinting. Su Binfeng, observing the scene, was anxious and restless. Guyao, why are you not worried? Yu has fallen so far behind, and it seems she is not even giving her all. However, Chen Guyao smiled with confidence. Yu is doing splendidly. Su Binfeng, puzzled, struggled to comprehend. Chen Guyao patiently elucidated. Although the relay appears to be merely 100 meters, the race lasts 5 minutes, meaning the children must run for at least 2.5 minutes, or even longer. They also need to collect vegetables, which adds weight. If they sprint continuously, they will undoubtedly tire. Yu's decision to maintain a steady pace is quite astute. Realization dawned on Su Binfeng, and she excitedly clapped in admiration. Yu is truly brilliant. Li Xiaolu, brimming with pride, felt confident in Li Zixuan's stamina, believing victory was assured. Fu Qingran was equally elated, convinced that as long as Ma Xiaobao outpaced Lu Xiaoyu, all would be well. It seemed Lu Xiaoyu was rather distracted, although this was merely a minor event. The competitive nature of society demanded that children be nurtured from a young age. In Fu Qingran's view, Lu Chen lacked in fostering Lu Xiaoyu's enthusiasm. Fu Qingran began to express her opinions once more. Su Binfeng sighed internally, finding Fu Qingran's need to showcase herself rather tiresome. Remarkably, Chen Guyao refrained from retorting, which only served to inflate Fu Qingran and Li Xiaolu's egos further. In the unfolding scene, Li Zixuan was the first to reach the vegetable cart, hastily grabbing several cucumbers to race back. However, in his eagerness, he clumsily dropped 2 of them. He bent down to retrieve them, only to lose even more in the process. His speed diminished, allowing Ma Xiaobao, who was clutching a pumpkin, to overtake him. Lu Xiaoyu, refusing to be outdone, closely followed with several peppers in her arms. Li Liang, initially pleased to see Li Zixuan in the lead, grew infuriated upon witnessing his blunders. Yet, when he noticed Lu Xiaoyu carrying peppers, a smug satisfaction washed over him. Children will be children, lacking in understanding. They need to bring back vegetables for a meal, and peppers cannot serve as a staple. They do not satiate hunger, thus they are of little use. As he reveled in his self-satisfaction, Ma Yu surged ahead. Li Liang frowned, shouting at the top of his lungs, Li Zixuan, hurry up. Chapter 45. Unless to puff up one's face. A fleeting shadow zipped past him. Lu Chun, moving with remarkable speed, swiftly overtook Ma Yu and reached the vegetable cart first. With deftness, Lu Chun grabbed a piece of pork and raced back. By the time Ma Yu reached the finish line, Li Liang had only just begun to run. Upon returning to the finish line, Lu Chun did not hasten to send Lu Xiaoyu off. Instead, he bent down and whispered a few words in her ear. This scene left many netizens feeling anxious. Why isn't Lu Dajin worried at all? He is still talking to Yu. Oh no, Ma Yu has already returned. Li Liang has also secured the items. After finally gaining an advantage, is it going to slip away just like that? Ma Yu completed his relay, and Ma Xiaobao shot off like a cannonball. Lu Xiaoyu nodded and cheerfully said, Daddy, I understand. With that, she dashed out, though her speed was not particularly swift. After completing his relay, Li Liang shouted at Li Zixuan, "Run!" Startled by the shout, Li Zixuan stumbled at the start, hurriedly sprinting forward. Li Liang and Ma Yu stood panting nearby, glancing at Lu Chun, who remained remarkably composed. As Ma Xiaobao ran, his stamina waned, and his speed decreased, eventually aligning with Lu Xiaoyu. Upon reaching the vegetable cart, Ma Xiaobao grabbed a radish and turned to run back, while Lu Xiaoyu swiftly scanned the cart and her gaze landed on the eggs. She picked up one egg in each hand and stuffed another into the pockets of her shirt and pants. Meanwhile, Li Zixuan had already collected his items and was making his way back. A flicker of anxiety crossed Lu Xiaoyu's face, but she quickly calmed herself, reminding herself to adjust her breathing and maintain her rhythm. Upon returning, Lu Xiaoyu found that Ma Yu and Li Liang had already dashed out. "Daddy, you brought back the eggs." Lu Xiaoyu handed the eggs to Lu Chun. Lu Chun smiled and praised her, saying, "Well done, leave the rest to Daddy." He instantly sprinted out. Although he had already devised a strategy, seeing Li Liang and Ma Yu ahead of him stirred a hint of dissatisfaction within him. Li Liang and Ma Yu felt a chill behind them, and, upon glancing back, were astonished to see Lu Chun had surged past them once more. Having already decided what he would retrieve, Lu Chun swiftly grasped his target upon reaching the cart and made a quick return run. Lu Xiaoyu successfully completed her relay. By the time she returned, Ma Xiaobao and Li Zixuan had only just begun their run. The exertion from their previous sprints had exhausted their energy, and before they could reach the cart, Lu Chun had already taken off. 5 minutes had noticeably passed. Lu Xiaoyu was slightly out of breath, her face only slightly flushed. In contrast, Li Liang and Ma Yu, who had exerted themselves from the start, were now so fatigued they could hardly stand, collapsing onto the ground. Lu Chun stroked his chin and murmured, These ingredients are perfectly paired: spicy stir-fried meat, green pepper stir-fried eggs, and we can stew some pork with vermicelli. They are all excellent dishes to accompany rice. There are also skewers of meat from before that we didn't get to grill. Yu, thanks to your choice of ingredients, we will be able to enjoy a splendid feast for lunch." Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaoyu leaped up in excitement, cheering loudly, "Yay! Daddy is amazing." Meanwhile, Ma Yu and Li Liang were left troubled by the heap of ingredients they had managed to gather: pumpkins, bananas, cucumbers, and watermelons, an abundant assortment, yet collectively unable to yield even a single proper dish. How frustrating. It is entirely your fault for bringing back these useless items. Li Liang's face was contorted with anger, instinctively directing his pent-up frustration towards Li Zixuan. Li Zixuan, head bowed and looking utterly aggrieved, dared not utter a word. Meanwhile, Ma Yu was not faring much better. Ma Xiaobao, unable to procure suitable ingredients, was venting his grievances upon him, leaving him feeling utterly humiliated. In the broadcasting studio, the audience, witnessing this scene, suddenly grasped the situation. The once confident Fu Qingran and Li Xiaolu now appeared awkward, their faces flushed with embarrassment, nearly burying their heads in the ground. At this moment, Chen Guyao, who had remained silent until now, slowly rose to his feet, directing his gaze toward Fu Qingran. "Teacher Fu, I can now respond to your earlier remarks. Indeed, the phenomenon of excessive competition in our society is quite severe, and we cannot justifiably demand that our own children refrain from such behavior, nor can we advise others against it. However, what I wish to convey is that we do not need to resist competition. Rather, we ought to progress steadily without seeking immediate results, as that is the appropriate path. After all, one cannot become plump from a single meal, unless one resorts to puffing up one's appearance." What a splendid retort. Truly deserving of the title Queen of Melodies, her words are utterly satisfying. I wondered why she had remained silent. It turns out she was biding her time, waiting to unleash a powerful statement. Look at the expressions on Fu Qingran and Li Xiaolu's faces. They are nearly as pale as liver. Isn't this ironic? Li Liang and Ma Yu managed to gather a heap of items, yet not a single meat dish could be concocted. Nevertheless, the talents of Lu Deshun and Yu shined through. They had meticulously planned their choice of ingredients, and now, with spices and vegetables in hand, a delightful feast awaits at noon. Time flew swiftly, and before long, noon had arrived. Lu Chun eagerly called for Tao Fingyan, and the two children scampered off to play, while Lu Chun and Tao Fingyan busied themselves in the kitchen. During their conversation, Lu Chun learned about Tao Fingyan's family circumstances. It turned out that Tao Fingyan's wife had suffered from health complications following the premature birth of their child, Tao Mingyuan. Although her initial ailment was minor, The lack of financial resources for proper care transformed it into a grave condition, ultimately leading to her untimely passing due to insufficient medical treatment. Now, Tao Fingyan bore the weight of supporting 2 children, along with his mother and his late wife's mother. The entire burden of the family rested solely upon his shoulders, rendering their lives exceedingly frugal. Eventually, the establishment of a resort in the village slightly improved their situation, yet even then, the household income sufficed only to support either Tao Mingyuan or Tao Jihong's education. The Tao family did not subscribe to the notion of favoring males over females. Since Tao Jihong excelled academically, the family allocated all their resources towards her schooling. Tao Mingyuan, too, was a keen learner, although he lacked the opportunity to attend school. Tao Jihong always made sure to teach him upon returning home. Currently, not only had Tao Mingyuan mastered the basics of arithmetic, but he could also converse in English. The fates seemed to conspire against those already burdened with hardship. Life for the Tao family is indeed a challenging endeavor. Although a 9-year compulsory education system is currently in place, for some impoverished rural families, the various educational expenses still constitute a significant financial burden. It is not that they are unwilling to send their children to school. Rather, their circumstances simply do not permit it, and they can only afford to support 1 child. There are many families across the nation in similar situations to that of the Tao family. However, having witnessed their plight, any assistance that can be offered should be seized. I hope the program can disclose the address, as I wish to make a donation. Chapter 46. The path that children need to walk upon. Hearing the circumstances of the Tao family, Chun Guyao's eyes brimmed with tears, moved by their story. She turned to the host and declared, "I have something to say. I have decided to cover all of Tao Mingyuan's tuition fees from this moment until he completes his studies. Furthermore, I would like to personally donate 100,000 to the Tao family and 500,000 to the village, hoping to provide them with some assistance." Su Bin Fun, equally touched, quickly added, "I would also like to contribute my modest support. I will donate 100,000 to the Tao family and 300,000 to the village." In the footage, Lu Chun and Chun Guyao spoke nearly in unison. "Brother Tao, there is something I wish to express." Tao Fengyan scratched his head and chuckled good-naturedly. "Little brother, feel free to say whatever is on your mind. No need to be polite." Without a moment's hesitation, Lu Chun stated, "If you don't mind, I can cover all of Ming Yuan's tuition fees until he graduates. Additionally, I promise to support your family with 100,000 and the Tao family village with 100,000. The mention of 1 million startled Tao Fengyan, who quickly waved his hands in refusal, exclaiming, "No, no." It was then that Lu Chun realized his proposal may have been somewhat abrupt, leading to a moment of awkwardness. "I apologize. I was too hasty in my considerations." Tao Fengyan chuckled heartily and patted Lu Chun on the shoulder, saying, "Brother, do not overthink it. It is not that we are ungrateful or that we find your generosity lacking. Rather, what our children from the mountains truly need is a pathway to a brighter future." At noon, Li Liang and Ma Yu gathered together, their faces etched with resentment. "I suspect Qin Guyao has secretly given money to the summer camp. Otherwise, why would all the benefits go to Lu Chun?" Li Liang's expression was dark, filled with jealousy. Ma Yu vigorously nodded in agreement, sharing Li Liang's sentiment. Though he did not harbor fondness for Li Liang, his disdain for Lu Chun had far surpassed any previous feelings. He believed that had it not been for Lu Chun's presence, he would have undoubtedly been the most outstanding individual at the summer camp, basking in the attention and accolades of others. "It's all Lu Chun's fault. We must lodge a protest. The content of the afternoon's competition should be determined by us." Ma Yu clenched his fists and spoke fiercely. "Exactly, we will vote. And whoever receives the most votes will host the competition, and we will see how Lu Chun can still bask in glory." Li Liang echoed. A smug smirk crossed their faces as they envisioned Lu Chun being trampled beneath their feet. In the afternoon, as the group gathered, Lu Chun learned of this news. Initially, the production team was reluctant to entertain the unreasonable demands of the 2 individuals. However, under the directive of the director group, they had no choice but to acquiesce. Li Liang, exuding an air of assured victory, approached Lu Chun with his chin raised, almost as if his nostrils were pointing skyward. "Lu Chun, for this afternoon's competition, we have decided to change the format. Are you daring enough to accept the challenge?" Lu Chun, sensing the ill intentions behind their words, remained unfazed and calmly replied, "Do tell, what do you wish to compete in?" Ma Yu, unable to contain himself, stepped forward and proclaimed loudly, "Let us compete in vocal performance. Do you dare?" Lu Chen nearly burst into laughter, for he was well aware of Ma Yu's questionable singing abilities, which were heavily reliant on tuning effects. Li Liang interjected, "I propose we compete, presidently. How about this?" Before Li Liang could finish, Lu Chen interrupted with a faint smile, "If I lose, the room will be yours. And all the ingredients will also be yours." "Are you certain?" Li Liang's eyes widened, glinting with a hint of greed. "But you must first tell me what you wish to compete in." Maintaining his smile, Lu Chen turned to Tao Fengyan and suggested, "This year, the watermelon harvest in Taojia village has been bountiful. Let us compete to see who can sell more watermelons and earn a greater profit, shall we?" "Business?" Li Liang scoffed, finding the proposition beneath him. To him, Lu Chen was merely a homemaker, perpetually toiling in the kitchen, incapable of grasping the nuances of commerce. It appeared Lu Chen was willingly walking into a trap, and he would not hesitate to be ruthless in his approach. Once the competition's parameters were established, both parties busied themselves. The production team had prepared various props in each participant's room. Ma Yu strode out with an air of arrogance, not even casting a glance at the instruments. In contrast, Lu Chen emerged cradling a guitar, which only served to deepen Ma Yu's disdain. "Lu Chen, it's not too late to reconsider. I should inform you that I am a graduate of a music academy," Ma Yu boasted, attempting to intimidate Lu Chen. Yet, Lu Chen retorted dismissively, "At your age, it is typically only fresh graduates that flaunt their academic credentials incessantly." Ma Yu pointed angrily at Lu Chen. But upon seeing Lu Chen's muscular physique, he begrudgingly lowered his finger. In the broadcasting studio, the atmosphere was tense. The expressions of Chen Guyao and Su Binfen starkly contrasted with those of Li Xiaolu and Fu Qingran. "Sister Guyao, Lu Chen is quite ruthless," highlighting Ma Yu's age while insinuating that he lacks the qualifications to boast about his education, remarked Su Binfen, unable to suppress a chuckle, praising Lu Chen's sharp tongue. Chen Guyao shook her head slightly, a hint of helplessness on her face. It was her first time witnessing such incisive wit from Lu Chen. Turning to Fu Qingran, Su Binfen deliberately raised her voice. "Teacher Fu, why so silent? This isn't like you at all. Want you comment on the situation?" Fu Qingran felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her, wishing she could disappear into a crevice. Had it been any other time, she would have seized the opportunity to disparage Lu Chen while extolling Ma Yu's virtues. However, Lu Chen's previously demonstrated musical talent was undeniable, effectively eclipsing Ma Yu's capabilities. Even if she wished to speak, she found herself at a loss for suitable reasons. In contrast, Li Shilu appeared relatively composed on the surface, despite feeling a twinge of anxiety within. After all, Lu Chen had never engaged in business, while Li Liang was a bona fide company owner, managing a vast enterprise. To her, selling a watermelon was merely a trifle for Li Liang, and he was certain to triumph effortlessly. At the summer camp competition venue, Ma Yu took to the stage first. Clearing his throat, he commenced singing. Regardless of how many days the holiday lasted, it always felt fleeting. He mentioned submitting his song on the 8th, claiming he wasn't anxious and would start working again on the 7th. "I always find myself cramming at the last minute. This song was no exception, a last-minute endeavor. Why do everything at the last minute?" Lu Chen was utterly bewildered. Oblivious to his surroundings, Ma Yu became increasingly animated, even incorporating exaggerated gestures. "The bank called me again. It's the end of the month, and still no results. After settling the car and housing loans, my balance is alarmingly low." Chapter 47. Ma Yu's performance was not merely insulting. "Someone, quickly, silence him. That voice is sheer torment. It's evident he is indeed cramming. And his level of skill is appalling. I always find myself in a bind without the essentials." Ma Yu not only insulted us, but also humiliated himself. Lu Chen had anticipated Ma Yu's inadequacy, yet he never imagined it could be this abysmal. Lu Xiaoyu covered her ears, her face contorted in displeasure as she complained, "Daddy, it's so loud." Her expression reeked of disdain. Lu Chen, feeling sympathetic, covered Lu Xiaoyu's ears with an additional layer, softly reassuring her, "Yu, just hold on a little longer. With his stamina, he won't last much longer." Finally, Ma Xiaobao could no longer tolerate it. He rushed forward, snatched the microphone from Ma Yu, and exclaimed, "Ma Yu, what on earth are you doing?" Lost in his musical reverie, Ma Yu was taken aback by the interruption, looking displeased at Ma Xiaobao. "Is my performance not electrifying? This little brat clearly has no understanding of art." Standing nearby, a gentle breeze caressed Lu Chen, causing the white fabric of his short attire to flutter. rendering him both refreshing and handsome. He slightly closed his eyes, his fingers delicately strumming the guitar strings, and a melodic tune began to flow forth. I am but a silent passerby, leaning against the wall, basking in the sun. If weariness overtakes me, let me awaken here alone. I stand atop the drum tower, untouched by the bustling splendor around me. It is a crowded place, yet I remain unremarkable. His voice, melodious and enchanting, instantly transported the audience into a serene realm brimming with stories. What is happening? Listening to Lu Chen's song, I feel as if I have glimpsed a little sage. I am not merely a small-town scholar. I am a wanderer from a humble county, and this song truly resonates with my heart. Every one of Lu's songs evokes deep resonance. This is the essence of true music. This is how a song should sound. Those which are inaudible do not qualify as music. Lu Dishan truly did not procrastinate. His prowess is immensely admirable. After a performance, the differences in skill became evident. Ma Yu wished to justify himself, but found no grounds to do so. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, the watermelon selling contest between Lu Chun and Li Liang officially commenced. Li Liang, clad in an impeccably tailored suit, sat beside the watermelon stand, while Li Zixuan wielded a large fan, providing a gentle breeze. To sell watermelons, one must raise their voice and call out loudly. The louder the shouts, the more customers attracted, right? Li Liang instructed with the expertise of a seasoned vendor. Li Zixuan, somewhat perplexed, nodded in understanding and, under Li Liang's encouragement, began to shout, "Watermelons for sale. Big and sweet watermelons." Li Liang listened with satisfaction, applauding the effort. Indeed, that is the way to do it. Shout with vigor. Passers-by turned their heads throbbing from the noise. Li Liang's expensive suit appeared conspicuously out of place amidst the bustling market atmosphere. Li Zixuan truly exerted himself and, before long, managed to attract a customer. "Hello. How much are the watermelons?" The customer inquired, approaching the stand. Li Liang cast a proud glance at Li Zixuan, signaling him to respond. Li Zixuan, feeling a bit anxious, stammered, "This variety is 80 cents, and this one is $1. As he spoke, he suddenly faltered, turning to Li Liang with embarrassment. "Dad, I forgot." Li Liang's good mood instantly evaporated. His expression darkened as he shouted at Li Zixuan, "Is your brain made of pig's brain? You can't even remember such a simple matter." The sudden outburst startled the customer, who instinctively took a step back. "Let me repeat. This one is 80 cents, and this one is $1.40. Do you understand?" Li Liang, suppressing his anger, reiterated. Li Zixuan hurriedly nodded, repeatedly affirming, I understand. However, when he turned back to address the customer, the latter had already turned away, visibly impatient. Li Liang, now thoroughly enraged, kicked Li Zixuan's leg and scolded. "How could I have such a foolish son who can't even manage this simple task?" Li Zixuan's eyes glistened with tears as he silently wiped them away, rising from the ground to stand pitifully to the side. An adjacent vendor, unable to witness the scene any longer, stepped forward to advise, "Brother, the child is still young. You shouldn't be so harsh." Li Liang, with a belly full of rage, shouted back, "Mind your own business." The vendor, taken aback, retorted, "How can you speak like that? I was only trying to help." Seeing the vendor daring to retort, Li Liang's fury intensified. He pointed at the vendor, berating, "You, simpleton and miser. What qualifications do you have to advise me? The money I earn in a year is enough for you to earn in a lifetime. I don't need your guidance." This person is absolutely unreasonable, going too far. Could Li Liang possibly have an inferiority complex, given his volatile temper? I truly wonder how Li Xiaolu ever took a liking to him. Birds of a feather flock together. Li Zixuan's demeanor is undoubtedly a reflection of Li Liang's parenting style. In the broadcasting studio, Li Xiaolu observed Li Liang's egregious demeanor on screen, feeling both distressed and embarrassed, even if those words reflected his true sentiments. They should not have been articulated so bluntly. Now, his reputation lay in ruins. Over the past few days, her manager had been driven nearly to madness by Li Liang's antics, incessantly lamenting how this would tarnish her image. Chen Guyao, seated nearby, shook her head in disapproval. At that moment, her primary concern was the situation with Lu Chun, curious about the methods he would employ to sell his watermelons. The scene shifted to Lu Chen's stall, where he and Lu Xiaoyu were busily engaged. They meticulously weighed each watermelon, affixing price tags with precision, and subsequently organized the watermelons into 3 distinct sections. The first section showcased watermelons priced below 10 yuan, The second contained those exceeding 10 yuan, and the third was a conspicuous bargaining area. Lu Chun procured a piece of cardboard, took up a pen, and carefully inscribed, "Spend 18 yuan, save 2 yuan, spend 26 yuan, save 3 yuan, spend 36 yuan, save 5 yuan. Group purchases allowed." Lu Xiaoyu, her eyes wide with curiosity, inquired, "Daddy, why calculate it this way?" Lu Chun patted his chest confidently, replying, "This is a promotional strategy of mine. Observe, if someone buys a watermelon for under 10 yuan, it sells normally, nothing noteworthy. However, if a customer desires a watermelon priced over 10 yuan, they might be tempted to purchase a 9 yuan one as well, since it means they only need to spend an additional 7 yuan. Doesn't that seem like a great deal? Moreover, allowing group purchases increases sales volume." Lu Xiaoyu's eyes sparkled with understanding, and she asked, "Daddy, won't we lose money this way?" "Not at all," Lu Chun reassured her. "Although the profit per watermelon will be slightly reduced, the increased quantity sold compensates for it. This is the principle of earning modest profits through high sales." He affectionately ruffled Lu Xiaoyu's hair, smiling as he added, "Your daddy is quite remarkable." Lu Xiaoyu gazed at him in admiration, to which Lu Chun responded with pride, "Of course, your father is, aside from your mother, the most capable person around." As the afternoon passed, Lu Chun and Li Liang returned before dinner. Lu Chun had sold out of watermelons, while Li Liang returned disheveled, having brought back a cart full. Following an argument with a vendor, he had spent the entire afternoon in futile debate, hardly selling any watermelons at all. "I refuse to believe Lu Chun sold that many," Li Liang shouted vehemently. However, Lu Chun paid him no heed, and the staff showed no inclination to engage. According to the rules of the game, only Lu Chun had the opportunity to choose the vegetables. Li Liang and Ma Yu were left quite famished, finally realizing that a confrontational approach was ineffective. Is this a metamorphosis or a participation in a show? These two are utterly amusing. They deserve it. Those four are truly mischievous and should face hunger. Is Li Liang still hungry? What audacity! He secretly devoured several while selling watermelons. In the broadcasting studio, Li Xiaolu wore a worried expression. After all, Li Zixuan had not consumed anything substantial throughout the day. Fu Qingran felt a pang of sympathy. Ma Xiaobao was already plump, and hunger only exacerbated his discomfort. The host, Xiaoyu, stepped into the center of the stage, addressing the audience. "Now, we shall transition to an offstage segment. I invite the three parents to make a phone call to their beloved ones. Let us begin with the renowned songstress." Chen Guyao retrieved her phone and dialed a number. On the screen, Lu Chun was seen grilling, while Lu Xiaoyu rushed out with the phone in hand. "Daddy, daddy, mommy's calling." Lu Chun wiped his hands on his apron and answered the call. "Hello, dear. What instructions do you have? Is the summer camp proceeding smoothly? How does it feel?" "Rest assured, everything is going splendidly. Yu is having a wonderful time." Lu Chen's response induced a moment of awkwardness for Li Xiaolu and Fu Qingran. Li Liang and Ma Yu had repeatedly sought trouble, clearly indicating that Lu Chun was not troubled by their antics at all. "What's wrong, my dear? Missing me after 2 days apart?" Everyone turned their gaze toward Chen Guyao, seemingly anticipating a rebuttal from the diva. Yet, to their surprise, she simply replied, Lu Chun chuckled heartily. "Fear not. I shall return tomorrow. I will prepare a sumptuous meal for you, allowing you to savor my culinary skills." Chen Guyao blushed, and after exchanging a few pleasantries, she finally ended the call. Host Xiaoyu smiled and shifted her attention to Li Xiaolu. "Ms. Li, it is now your turn to call Mr. Li." With a sigh of resignation, Li Xiaolu took out her phone and dialed Li Liang's number. On the other end, Li Liang sat grumpily, and upon seeing the caller ID, he couldn't help but mutter a few expletives. "So annoying. If it weren't for you insisting I partake in this ridiculous show, I wouldn't be in such a predicament." However, once he pressed the answer button, his tone softened instantly as he gently inquired, "Wife, what are you up to?" Li Xiaolu, taken aback by her husband's contrasting demeanor, felt a swirl of emotions but managed to ask, "Darling, how's the summer camp treating you?" Li Liang grimaced, complaining, "Don't get me started. There's this guy named Lu Chun at the camp, and he is utterly bothersome, constantly opposing me. During today's competition, he resorted to tricks, making me lose embarrassingly. You have no idea how frustrating it is." Li Xiaolu cast an awkward glance at Chen Guyao. "Has Zixuan eaten?" Li Liang rubbed his stomach, feeling irked. How could she not inquire about him first? Li Zixuan. "He has eaten," he replied, shooting a glare at Li Zixuan, who promptly sat back down, having intended to speak. After exchanging a few more words, They concluded their conversation. Xiaoyu continued, Ms. Fu, it is now your turn to call Mr. Ma. Fu Qingren nodded and dialed the number. Upon seeing her name on the caller ID, Ma Yu immediately adopted an affectionate tone, calling out, why Fu Qingren, taken aback. Feigned concern and asked, Darling, how is Xiaobao? Ma Yu quickly reassured her, Xiaobao is doing well, you needn't worry. However, just as he finished speaking, Ma Xiaobao seized the phone and exclaimed, Mommy, I'm starving. I have no food. Ma Yu, the useless one, hadn't he prepared a meal for him, and he was on the verge of starvation. Upon hearing the news, Fu Qingran suppressed her anger and chastised Ma Yushuan on the other end of the line, saying, Ma Yu, how could you possibly care for the child? You can't even manage to prepare a proper meal. Ma Yu hastily defended himself, My dear. It's not entirely my fault. That scoundrel Lu Chen has gone too far. We lost the competition, and we have no ingredients to cook. Fu Qingran, uninterested in his explanations, scoffed coldly, Enough. Stop making excuses and find a way to resolve it yourself. With that, she hung up the phone in a huff. In the broadcast room, the audience could not help but murmur about the phone calls they had just witnessed. Li Liang and Ma Yu are simply laughable. Instead of acknowledging their lack of skill, they blame Lu Chun. Indeed, just look at Lu Chun. His mindset is commendable, completely unfazed by their provocations. Fu Qingran and Li Xiaolu seem quite helpless, burdened with such husbands. Helpless? One can only say they deserve such partners. Meanwhile, on Lu Chen's side, Lu Xiaoyu was delightfully enjoying the skewers of meat prepared by Lu Chun. Observing his daughter's satisfied demeanor, Lu Chen's face radiated with happiness. Li Liang, holding his stomach, lamented that since arriving at the summer camp, he had hardly eaten a proper meal and was now quite famished. Li Zixuan, standing nearby, whispered cautiously, Dad, why don't we ask Uncle Lu Chen for something to eat? He is so nice. He will surely help us. Upon hearing this, Li Liang shot an intense glare at Li Zixuan and barked, Silence. You spineless wretch, always seeking others' help. I, Li Liang, cannot afford to lose face. Startled by the sudden outburst, Li Zixuan trembled and quickly closed his mouth, his face a portrait of grievance. Li Liang, with a cunning glint in his eyes, stood up and patted Li Zixuan on the shoulder, adopting an apparently gentle tone. Zixuan, it's inconvenient for me to go, but you are in a position to do so. Go ask Lu Chun for several skewers of meat and tell him that I will pay him after the summer camp concludes. Li Liang felt quite pleased with himself. He believed that someone as charming and talented as Lu Chun would be reluctant to let Chen Guyao pay him. With a little financial persuasion, Lu Chen would undoubtedly shift his demeanor to please him. Li Zixuan was internally reluctant to comply. He felt that such an action was rather inappropriate. Yet his stomach betrayed him, rumbling audibly. Hearing this sound, Li Liang chuckled triumphantly. You're hungry too, aren't you? Hurry, go, and when you return, I'll share a few skewers with you. Li Zixuan resignedly rose and headed toward the exit. Just outside, he encountered Ma Xiaobao, who was aimlessly wandering. Spotting Li Zixuan, Ma Xiaobao straightened up and shouted, Li Zixuan, why didn't you greet the boss when you saw him? Do you no longer recognize your superior? Li Zixuan, intimidated, hunched his shoulders and lowered his head, mumbling like a mosquito. Boss. Ma Xiaobao, upon hearing this, felt an immense sense of vanity swell within him. He firmly grasped Li Zixuan's arm, his strength causing Li Zixuan to involuntarily furrow his brows. Come, let us find Lu Xiaoyu, declared Ma Xiaobao with an air of unwavering authority. Chapter 49. This is truly desperation. A pang of anxiety gripped Li Zixuan, his body trembling slightly as he stammered, Boss, are you still going to bully Lu Xiaoyu? Upon hearing this, Ma Xiaobao's smile vanished in an instant, replaced by a displeased expression as he retorted loudly. Who said I must bully her? It's merely that she doesn't know how to share. I am teaching her how to interact with friends. What? You don't want to come with me? Do you wish to be beaten? Ma Xiaobao raised his fist, waving it ominously in the air, as if it were poised to strike Li Zixuan at any moment. Terrified, Li Zixuan's complexion turned pale, and he quickly shook his head. I was wrong, boss. I will go with you. Is that not acceptable? Ma Xiaobao dragged Li Zixuan before Lu Xiaoyu and Tao Mingyuan, where Lu Xiaoyu was happily sharing freshly grilled skewers of meat with Tao Mingyuan, both of them laughing and enjoying their meal. Stepping forward, Ma Xiaobao placed his hands on his hips and shouted at Lu Xiaoyu. Lu Xiaoyu, I shall give you one more chance. Hand over those skewers, or you will regret it. Startled by the sudden outburst, Lu Xiaoyu instinctively shrank behind Tao Mingyuan. Tao Mingyuan, like a valiant guardian, opened his arms to shield her, unflinchingly meeting Ma Xiaobao's gaze. "Do not go too far," he exclaimed. "You have bullied Yu before, and now you wish to do so again? Not on my watch." Ma Xiaobao scoffed derisively. You think you can protect her? I was careless during the day. Today, I shall show you the consequences of meddling." With that, he rolled up his sleeves and charged at Tao Mingyuan. Unfazed, Tao Mingyuan waited for Ma Xiaobao to approach, then deftly sidestepped while extending his leg to trip him gently. Ma Xiaobao, unable to halt his momentum, fell heavily to the ground with a thud. The impact left him seeing stars, unable to rise for a considerable time. "Ouch! That hurts terribly. How dare you knock me down again?" Ma Xiaobao lay on the ground, groaning in pain while furiously shouting. Tao Mingyuan looked at him with righteous indignation. "You initiated the attack. I merely acted in self-defense. Should you continue to bully others, I will intervene again." Struggling to regain his footing, Ma Xiaobao felt utterly humiliated, his anger boiling within. Suddenly, he recalled Li Zixuan, who had been standing nearby, and vented his frustrations at him, shouting at the retreating figure of Li Zixuan. "You useless fool. You watched me get beaten and didn't he lend a hand? What kind of brother are you?" Ma Xiaobao has truly embarrassed himself, having been bested by Tao Mingyuan twice and blaming others for not helping. Li Zixuan fled faster than a rabbit. It seems he genuinely fears Tao Mingyuan. Tao Mingyuan, so brave at such a young age, knows how to protect girls, far surpassing Ma Xiaobao and Li Zixuan. Ma Xiaobao may falter against outsiders, but he certainly knows how to confront Li Zixuan. At that moment, Lu Chun emerged from the room, having finished tidying up. He observed Ma Xiaobao's disheveled appearance, while Tao Mingyuan and Lu Xiaoyu remained unscathed, and instantly grasped the situation. Lu Chun stepped forward, regarding Ma Xiaobao with a serious expression, and said, "Ma Xiaobao, we are all here for the summer camp and should coexist amicably. Why do you persist in bullying others?" Ma Xiaobao, defiantly jutting out his neck, retorted, "Who told him to meddle in my affairs and push me down?" Lu Chun shook his head. "You initiated the conflict. Tao Mingyuan was merely protecting Lu Xiaoyu. You must learn to respect others and not exploit your physical size to intimidate." Ma Xiaobao's face flushed crimson as he pointed an accusatory finger at Lu Chun, shouting at the top of his lungs, "Who do you think you are? A jobless drifter, living off others. What right do you have to judge me?" Li Zixuan was taken aback by Ma Xiaobao's sudden outburst, instinctively shivering, and cast a fearful glance toward Lu Chun, his eyes filled with concern, apprehensive that Lu Chun might be provoked by such words. After all, if it were Li Liang, he would have already received a thorough beating. "You useless fool, get lost." Ma Xiaobao vented his frustration toward Li Zixuan. "Boss, you said it yourself. I'm leaving." Li Zixuan, feeling as if he had been granted a reprieve, bolted away. Ma Xiaobao then turned to Lu Chun, who remained unfazed, speaking nonchalantly. "So, those who live off others have their fill, while you, who rely on your own strength, must go hungry." Lu Xiaoyu chimed in, taking a hearty bite from a skewer of meat. Her cheeks puffed adorably, yet her words were anything but forgiving. "Dad is right. It's far better than you, who has no food and begs." Enraged, Ma Xiaobao bellowed, "Who are you calling a beggar?" Seeing this, Tao Mingyuan stepped forward without hesitation, firmly positioning himself in front of Lu Xiaoyu, his gaze fixed intently on Ma Xiaobao as he shouted, "Who are you yelling at? What? Do you want to fight? Let us see who is stronger." Ma Xiaobao was momentarily daunted by Tao Mingyuan's imposing presence and instinctively took a step back. However, the stubbornness within him was still brewing, ready to erupt anew. Just then, Li Zixuan returned, panting heavily. Before Lu Chun could respond, two figures approached with purpose behind Li Zixuan. Li Liang, his face contorted with rage, shouted at Lu Chun, "Lu Chun, how can you, an adult, bully a child?" Upon seeing Ma Xiaobao felt as if he had found a refuge, immediately turning around and angrily berating, "Ma Yu, you worthless coward. Your son is being bullied, and you only just arrived. I command you to beat Lu Chun right now." Beat Lu Chun. Ma Yu merely glanced at Lu Chun's robust physique, and a wave of intense fear washed over him. His legs trembled involuntarily, and the thought of engaging in a confrontation vanished. "Beat the mighty Lu? Are you certain you're not sending yourself to the slaughter? Ma Yu, with my meager physique? I'm not even enough for Lu Chun's skewers. What is the use of sending the weak when the strong are already in control?" No wonder these two youngsters bully others. Their father is their role model. The atmosphere in the broadcast room was thick with tension. The audience was on edge, their eyes fixated on the screen. apprehensive that a brawl might erupt at any moment. After all, a live broadcast that devolved into violence would spell disaster. The production team quickly sensed the gravity of the situation and scrambled for a solution. Hongbo, removing his headphones, cursed vehemently, "Damn it. None of these father-son pairs are easy to handle. Who proposed this? Get rid of them." The assistant director, Zhang Jifeng, nervously scrutinized the screen. Why does Li Liang always stir up trouble? In the studio, Li Xiaolu and Fu Qingran were tense, their hands tightly clasped together, palms slick with sweat. Su Bifeng was also flustered. She grasped Chen Guyao's hand, her voice trembling with anxiety. "Sister Guyao, there won't be any accidents, will there?" Yet Chen Guyao remained composed, gently patting Su Binfeng's hand in reassurance. "Fear not. Do you truly believe any of them would dare lay a finger on Lu Chun?" On the screen, Lu Chun regarded the individuals before him with a disdainful smile. He raised an eyebrow, his tone laced with mockery. "Gentlemen, with such an elaborate display, are you truly seeking a fight?" Li Liang hesitated, his gaze flickering. "Of course not. I'm here to discuss business. I know you're a mere house husband, and Chen Guyao surely doesn't provide you with much pocket money. How about you grill me a skewer of meat, and I'll give you $10. Lu Chen was momentarily taken aback, hardly believing his ears. "Is this a ploy to sell food? It seems you're quite desperate." "I'm sorry, but I'm not selling." Lu Chun was dumbfounded, wondering what kind of person could concoct such a scheme. Just that morning, they had been at odds. And now he was here to mooch a meal. $10 a skewer. What an insult. Li Liang, incredulous, could hardly fathom that Lu Chun had the audacity to refuse him. How could he dare turn down such a lucrative offer? "Lu Chun, I warn you, if you agree now, I can offer you an additional $5 per skewer. But if you still refuse, I'll take my business elsewhere." Lu Chun waved dismissively. "I never intended to sell anything. Just leave us to our meal." Grinding his teeth, Li Liang turned his attention to Lu Xiaoyu. "Lu Xiaoyu, if you don't persuade your father, we won't allow Li Zixuan and Ma Xiaobao to play with you anymore. Think carefully. Without your friends, you'll be left to play alone." How despicable. How can Li Liang be so wicked? Yu is so well behaved, and he dares to threaten her. As an adult, a father, Li Liang is utterly failing. Curse him. Someone tell me where he is. I'll have his head. Lu Chen stepped in front of Lu Xiaoyu, his expression dark as he glared at Li Liang. "Li Liang, I warn you, do not even think of touching my daughter, or I cannot guarantee what measures I might take." Li Liang laughed derisively, his face a mask of disdain. "You? A house husband living off others? What qualifications do you have? You shall not speak of my father in such a manner." Lu Xiaoyu rushed in front of Lu Chun, shouting at Li Liang. Tao Mingyuan approached Lu Xiaoyu, observing that Li Liang's expression remained unfriendly. "Li Liang, your company must rely on your wife for sustenance, correct?" Lu Chun remarked with a chuckle. "If Chen Guiyao were to learn that you bullied Lu Xiaoyu, do you believe your wife could endure it? Should she falter, what would become of your company?" Lu Chen's words were left unfinished, yet their implication was abundantly clear. Li Liang snorted coldly and turned to leave. What a daunting adversary. Ma Yu stood rooted to the spot, gazing at Li Liang's retreating figure. "Is he just leaving like that?" Ma Yu muttered. "What are you still standing there for? Ma Yu, hurry and ask Lu Chun for some meat skewers." Ma Yu remained frozen in place. Lu Chen's aggression was already glaringly evident. Provoking him now would be unwise for his future. "Mr. Ma, are you here to trouble me as well?" Ma Yu paused, quickly replying, "Not at all. I'm merely here to take Ma Xiaobao back." Ma Xiaobao attempted to resist, but was silenced by Ma Yu's hand over her mouth. "Well done. These people need to be taught a lesson. They won't learn to bow until they feel pain. Humph, if it were my daughter, I would ensure Li Liang's family goes bankrupt." Yu is so brave, actively protecting Lu Chun. As they walked away, Lu Chun embraced Lu Xiaoyu and Tao Mingyuan. "Let us return and continue our feast." In the broadcasting studio, Fu Qingran wore a displeased expression. "Guyao, I acknowledge your success. But such bullying is setting a poor example for the children. What kind of offspring can a parent like Lu Chen raise?" Su Binfeng immediately retorted. "And what kind of good children can Ma Yu and Li Liang raise?" Li Xilu also looked displeased. As an actress, she felt belittled before Chen Guiyao, the music queen. "Guiyao, I concede that Li Liang's actions are egregious, but Lu Chen's method of education is certainly not the right approach." Under the gaze of the crowd, Chen Guiyao finally took the microphone. "I unconditionally support Lu Chen's decision, and if Lu Xiaoyu faces bullying or if Lu Chen is humiliated, the actions I would take would far exceed what he has proposed." Her words carried a slow, menacing weight that caused the audience to waver in their agreement. Chen Guiyao continued, If I cannot protect a husband who sacrifices his talents for our family, nor safeguard my daughter, I would be a derelict wife and an unfit mother. The emergence of bullying. Do parents bear no responsibility? Li Xiaolu and Fu Qingren were instantly rendered speechless. Chen Guiyao, with her sharp wit, directly challenged Li Xiaolu. Li Liang charges 150 for a skewer. I shall offer 150 for each. And I wonder if the esteemed actress would be willing to grill me a few dozen? Li Xiaolu suddenly felt uncomfortable, and after reconsidering, she began to understand Lu Chen's feelings. As Fu Qingran was preparing to retort, the live broadcast abruptly shifted to the room of Ma Yu and Ma Xiaobao. Ma Yu, you worthless fool, are you afraid? How could I have such a useless father? Ma Yu's expression darkened, yet he restrained himself. Ma Xiaobao, fuming with rage, began to smash everything in the room. Humph, don't let me catch a chance. Otherwise, I will make sure to teach that Lu Xiaoyu a lesson. Ma Yu's face was filled with astonished anger. What did you say? Why are you shouting? Ma Xiaobao glared back. Ma Yu, feeling exasperated, retorted, listen, Ma Xiaobao. I don't care what you do, but don't drag our family down. Although Ma Yu harbored resentment towards Lu Chun, he believed that Lu Chun, as a mere house husband, posed little threat to him. However, Lu Xiaoyu was different. She could provoke Chen Guiyao. Deep down, Ma Yu still perceived Lu Chun as having no standing with Chen Guiyao. If he were in Lu Chen's position, being oppressed by Fu Qingran while having no accomplishments, his family standing would certainly be inferior to Ma Yu's. The following day, after the task was announced, Li Liang and Ma Yu were immediately displeased. The summer camp had assigned them the task of farming. The specific instructions were for fathers to lead their children to experience the hardships and contributions of laborers. You are simply making us work as free laborers. I protest. Li Liang shouted in dissatisfaction at the staff. Ma Yu, too intimidated to yell at the staff, could only express his discontent with his eyes. His dissatisfaction was more than just about the effort required. After all, he was an artist. Farming, not only was it laborious, but the sun would also darken his delicate skin. The staff, looking for help, turned their desperate eyes to Lu Chun. They urgently needed a role model. And if Lu Chun agreed, the activity could certainly proceed. As expected, Lu Chun consented. Tao Mingyuan handed him a straw hat, which Lu Chun promptly placed on Lu Xiaoyu's head. Yu, it might get a bit tiring in a moment. Are you scared? Lu Xiaoyu, hands on her hips, looked up proudly and declared, Daddy, don't underestimate Yu. I will definitely be better than you. Lu Chun laughed heartily. Great. Daddy believes in you. In the fields, Lu Chun happened to be assigned to Tao Fingyan's household. Brother, the program team 1T let us help you. This is the latest tool from my family. Chapter 51. The tiger's back, the bee's waist, the praying mantis legs. The air was thick with heat during the summer noon, causing beads of sweat to trickle down one's back. Inside the broadcasting hall, the atmosphere was tense and uneasy. Su Binfeng's eyes were filled with concern, and she couldn't help but ask, Sister Guiyao, has Lu Chen ever done farm work? I hope there won't be any mishaps. Chen Guiyao gently shook her head. I don't know. I've never seen him do farm work, but as for his strength, his physique is quite good. As Chen Guiyao spoke, a faint blush crept onto her cheeks. Fu Qingren scoffed beside her, a hint of mockery dancing at the corners of her mouth as she remarked sarcastically, having a good physique doesn't necessarily mean one has good stamina. There are plenty of gym-goers with flabby muscles. Moreover, Lu Chen spends all day at home. What would he find the time to work out? Is it possible he sneaks off to the gym while the weather is nice and the others are busy? Upon hearing this, Su Binfen couldn't help but roll her eyes, her expression one of exasperation as she remarked, Sister Guiyao, do not heed her words. Such individuals simply express sour grapes when they cannot attain what they desire. How dare she speak of Lu Chun? I find the most fragile among them to be Ma Yu, whose vitality pales in comparison to that of a child. If I were to seek a boyfriend, I would certainly not choose someone like him. Young and beautiful, I would gladly assume responsibility. Fu Qingren glared at Su Binfen, her face turning the shade of liver. Ha ha ha, Goddess Su's sharp tongue never fails to amuse me. Such a double entendre. Simultaneously mocking Ma Yu's frailty while alluding to his excessive grooming as a grown man. No, it is a triple entendre. Also suggesting that Ma Yu is no longer young. Humph, does my esteemed Lu not possess stamina? Has she forgotten during the relay race when both competitors were overtaken by my esteemed Lu? Suddenly, the live broadcast presented an extraordinarily pleasing sight. Lu Chen pulled off his shirt, revealing his muscular physique in all its glory. Sister Guiyao, is this physique merely acceptable? Su Binfin's eyes widened in astonishment. Her face flushed with heat as she hastily covered her eyes, her ears turning crimson. Chen Guyao glanced at the screen, offering an awkward smile, thinking to herself, "Is this truly cause for such astonishment? I see this nearly every day. My goodness, can such a form be achieved in a gym? I've always heard of a tiger's back, a wasp's waist, and mantis legs, but Lu Chun has truly materialized that for me. This physique is of the caliber of a Jingyi guard. What do you think? How many lifetimes of virtue must one accumulate to be worthy of a boyfriend like Lu Chun? Daddy, are you thirsty? Here, have some water." Lu Xiaoyu trotted over, holding a bottle of water. "Yu, you are so sweet, but Daddy isn't thirsty yet." Lu Chun smiled as he affectionately ruffled Lu Xiaoyu's hair, his eyes filled with tenderness. "Daddy, I want to help you work. Please give me a job." Lu Xiaoyu blinked her big, watery eyes, gazing up at Lu Chun with eager anticipation. Lu Chun scratched the back of his head, scanning the melon field. There was truly no task particularly suited for Lu Xiaoyu in the watermelon harvest. "How about this, Yu? Are you afraid of little bugs?" Lu Chun squatted down, looking gently at Lu Xiaoyu. She initially nodded but quickly shook her head, mustering her courage to declare, I am not afraid." Lu Chun recognized her hesitation and smiled, saying, "Since Yu is not afraid, could you help Daddy move the watermelons to the cart?" Lu Xiaoyu nodded vigorously, her eyes sparkling with excitement as she exclaimed, Yu is willing." Without further ado, Lu Xiaoyu dashed into the melon field. Struggling to lift a large watermelon, her petite frame appeared even smaller against its size. Yet, she gritted her teeth and made her way towards the cart, step by step. Lu Chun observed his daughter's determination, a smile of pride gracing his face, before bending down to continue expertly harvesting the watermelons, his movements smooth and unhurried. Chen Guyao, watching the broadcast from the studio, couldn't help but feel a twinge of surprise. If one were to say that cooking and music were merely leisurely pursuits for Lu Chun at home, it would be one thing. However, to think he is also adept at agricultural work is quite another. Just how many facets of his abilities remain unknown to Chen Guyao? When Tao Feng Nian returned to inspect the scene, he was utterly astounded, rendered speechless by the sight before him. In merely a single afternoon, Lu Chun had completed an entire day's worth of labor. "Brother, how are you so remarkable? How did you finish so quickly?" Lu Chun smiled and offered no reply. In his previous life, after encountering difficulties with Chen Guyao, he had spent some time in the countryside. During that period, he learned a great deal from seasoned farmers about the nuances of agriculture. Yet, when he found himself unable to resolve the turmoil within, he ultimately chose to return to the city in search of Chen Guyao. In this life, Lu Chun was determined not to repeat the mistakes of his past. "Brother, just as you arrived," Lu Chun began, picking up a watermelon and gesturing towards a small section of the melon field. He spoke earnestly. "This area is clearly suffering from inadequate irrigation. Many watermelons show signs of hollowness, which severely affects their quality." Tao Feng Nian moved closer for a better look and indeed noticed the cracks in the watermelons, letting out a sigh as he lamented, "Alas, there is nothing to be done. This year has been far too dry, and we cannot haul enough water." Lu Chun nodded solemnly, fully aware that the issues plaguing Tao family village extended far beyond this single concern. Although there was a resort within the village, the profits did not belong to the community, and the villagers received only modest dividends each year. Otherwise, they would not be struggling to establish even a basic irrigation system. A soft, melodious voice broke through the air. "Daddy, look what I found." Everyone turned to see Lu Xiaoyu bounding towards them, her small hand cradling a thumb-sized smooth stone. "It's a gem," she exclaimed excitedly. Lu Chun gazed at the stone in his daughter's hand, his face lighting up with delight as he remarked, You are so fortunate." With a beaming smile, Lu Xiaoyu tucked the gem into her pocket. The scene shifted to another pair of melon fields. Li Liang and Ma Yu's fields were adjacent, yet they were not engaged in work. Since their arrival, they had not experienced a single pleasant day. At that moment, the four of them were engrossed in devouring 4 watermelons. Li Liang turned his head to gaze in Lu Chun's direction, his expression rife with displeasure. Despite being of similar age, Lu Chun not only appeared several years younger, but was also well-built, seeming unfazed after a long day's toil. Isn't Lu Chun foolish? He could return home this afternoon, yet here he is, laboring away. Li Liang scoffed without restraint. Ma Yu remained silent, but his gaze towards Lu Chun was laced with malice. He held a deeper disdain not only for the hypocritical wealthy Li Liang, but also for the more accomplished Lu Chun, who was like a thorn in his side. Chapter 52. This is not an entrepreneur, but a capitalist. Humph. I believe he is quite proficient at being a farmer, Mayu sneered. A watermelon, ravaged by their gluttony, remained less than half when Li Liang callously discarded it onto the ground. Li Zixuan, fetch me another, Li Liang commanded imperiously. Obediently, Li Zixuan walked to the watermelon patch, retrieving another fruit to hand to Li Liang. Just as Li Liang reached out to accept the watermelon, a stone suddenly struck, interrupting his motion. Damn it! Who dares to do this? Are you insane to challenge me? Li Liang erupted in fury, rising abruptly and glaring at the approaching villagers. One villager pointed at the desecrated watermelon on the ground and chastised Li Liang. This is our melon. Look at what you've done. So many have been wasted. In a fit of impatience, Li Liang smashed the watermelon that Li Zixuan had handed him onto the ground, growling, I smashed it. What are you going to do about it? You're counting every melon, while I have plenty of money. He extended a finger arrogantly, declaring, 1,000, will that suffice? Your entire patch won't earn that much. Seeing the villagers silent, Li Liang became even more emboldened, disdainfully taunting, Humph, country bumpkins, hurry and bring me more melons. Enraged, the villagers clenched their fists and surged forward, pushing Li Liang to the ground and shouting, is being wealthy so impressive? Why insult us? At this outcry, several others from the nearby fields gathered. Rather than retreating, Li Liang only escalated his vitriol. A bunch of paupers, truly, the poor produce the wicked. You lot deserve to be impoverished your entire lives. So what if you resent the rich? Let me tell you, your entire village combined earns less than I do. In your lifetime, you couldn't even afford one of my car tires. Damn it, I can't take it anymore. Tell me where he is. I will make him pay. He lives in luxury, enjoying the fruits of labor that farmers toil to produce. People like him deserve a beating. Which company is he with? Expose him and bring him to ruin. Let's see if he dares to be arrogant again. Inside the broadcast studio, the director's expression shifted dramatically, hastily switching the screen. But it was too late. The entire live stream was engulfed by a tide of curses, and even the audience present could no longer contain their outrage. Li Xiaolu, is this the successful entrepreneur husband you speak of? This is not an entrepreneur. This is a capitalist. You are the wife of a capitalist. You are no different from him. Most of those present had parents who were farmers. And Li Liang's remark struck a painful chord with the crowd. Watching the chaos unfold before her, Li Xiaolu felt profound regret. Wishing she had discreetly informed Li Liang they were filming a program, allowing him to behave accordingly. Most crucially, after years together, she had never witnessed such arrogance from him. The audience grew increasingly agitated, and with no recourse, Li Xiaolu had no choice but to leave the venue amidst the barrage of accusations. Fu Qingran became anxious, nervously watching the live broadcast, fearing that Ma Yu might cause trouble. In the commotion, Ma Yu prepared to escape with Ma Xiaobao. Ma Xiaobao clutched a large watermelon, unable to run swiftly, and was soon spotted by the villagers. Someone is stealing watermelons. Quick, catch the thief. The crowd turned their gaze towards Ma Yu and rushed towards him. Without a word of explanation, Ma Yu abandoned Ma Xiaobao and fled. Ma Xiaobao shouted angrily from behind. Ma Yu, you useless fool, come back. Just wait. I'll have my mother teach you a lesson. Ma Yu, realizing he could not catch up, Ma Xiaobao tossed the watermelon to the ground and turned to run. On the other side, Lu Chen witnessed the commotion. Tao Fingyan hurriedly approached, shouting, no fighting, no fighting. The villagers parted ways upon seeing Tao Fingyan's arrival. He seized the person at the front and restrained him. Old Wu, we cannot resort to violence. The villager, known as Old Wu, appeared disgruntled. Brother Fingyan, look at what they have done, destroying all these watermelons. I am not a petty person, but they are infuriating. Upon seeing the ruined watermelons, Tao Fengyan's expression darkened. Li Liang shouted at the top of his lungs, it's just a watermelon. I can compensate you. Old Wu's anger flared further. I don't want your filthy money. Get out. Leave our village. The surrounding villagers echoed his sentiments. Get out. You are not welcome in our village. Li Liang felt the heat rise to his face and quickly fled with Li Zixuan. At that moment, Lu Chun ran over and promptly reassured, everyone, I sincerely apologize for the trouble we have caused you. The villagers, not unreasonable, replied, Mr. Lu, you are a good person. We do not blame you, but rather this person who is not worth our time. Well said. He truly is not worth it. I really don't understand where the production team finds such people, disregarding everything for the sake of drama. I thought the Song Queen's family would be an enhancement, but it turns out they are merely a burden. Mr. Lu is just too kind, completely uninvolved, yet he still comes to apologize. The villagers are quite reasonable. The third day's activities concluded amidst the farce. After Lu Chun returned to the room with Lu Xiaoyu, she appeared somewhat dejected. "Daddy, are we leaving?" Lu Chun smiled gently. "What's wrong? Does Yu not want to leave?" Lu Xiaoyu nodded earnestly. "Yu likes it here. All the uncles and aunts are wonderful, and brother Mingyuan is great too." As is Uncle Fengyan. Lu Chun consoled her. "But we cannot stay here forever. We have to go back to school and home. Your mother is waiting for you there. She surely misses you dearly." A glimmer of light flickered in Lu Xiaoyu's eyes, but her expression soon reverted to calm. Chen Guiyao initially felt a stir of emotion but quickly subdued it upon seeing Lu Xiaoyu's tranquil demeanor. Others also sensed the unusual atmosphere. Su Bifeng approached and inquired, "Sister Guiyao?" Chen Guiyao seemed to be oblivious, her gaze still fixed on the live broadcast. Lu Chun, noticing Lu Xiaoyu's mood, promptly asked, "What's wrong, Yu? Are you feeling unwell?" Lu Xiaoyu lowered her head and softly said, "Daddy, I haven't studied these past few days. If Mama finds out, she will surely be angry. Right? Could you please talk to Mama for me? I don't want to attend tutoring classes. I promise to study diligently. Is that all right?" Lu Chen's heart trembled violently. Indeed, how could he have forgotten? In his previous life, it seemed that at this very moment, Chen Guiyao had enrolled Lu Xiaoyu in several tutoring classes, leaving her with no free weekends at all. Chapter 53. Everything is already known. Chen Guiyao, witnessing the scene on the screen, felt a tumult of emotions. As the president of a renowned entertainment company, she was acutely aware of the difficulties and challenges within this industry. While pregnant with Lu Xiaoyu, she had silently vowed to work even harder to create a comfortable life for her daughter. Throughout Lu Xiaoyu's upbringing, Chen Guiyao's approach to education was comprehensive. She enrolled Lu Xiaoyu in various extracurricular classes to nurture her artistic sensibilities, emphasized academic excellence in hopes of her attending prestigious institutions, and imparted the wisdom of navigating life. All to ensure that Lu Xiaoyu would have a multitude of choices in the future, whether in the workplace or in building a family. Recently, however, she noticed that Lu Xiaoyu seemed to be closer to Lu Chun, confiding in him matters she would not share with her. This realization left Chen Guiyao feeling a subtle sense of loss, as if an invisible barrier had formed between her and her daughter. As the live broadcast approached its conclusion, Lu Chun encountered a dilemma. The vehicle that was originally arranged for their return had suddenly encountered an issue. How would they get home now? Li Liang, observing Lu Chun's troubled expression, seized the opportunity to strike back. With a mocking tone, he said, "Oh, what's wrong? Can't get home? How tragic." Lu Chun dismissed Li Liang's words entirely and was about to call for alternate transportation when a bus slowly approached. A staff member disembarked and respectfully addressed Lu Chun. "Mr. Lu, we are here to take you home." Lu Chun's eyes brightened immediately as he took Lu Xiaoyu's hand, preparing to board the vehicle. Witnessing this scene, Li Liang was infuriated, stamping his feet in frustration, turning his face away in disdain. The staff member approached Li Liang and politely inquired, "Mr. Li, would you like to board the bus?" Li Liang glanced at the bus, a look of contempt crossing his face as he scoffed, Forget it. I've never ridden in such a piece of junk." The staff member felt a wave of irritation wash over him, frowned slightly, and returned to the vehicle. The bus gradually started moving, pulling away into the distance. Ma Yu drove away in his BMW, leaving Li Liang standing alone. He stomped his feet and began to curse. "Damn it! What's wrong with driver Lao Zhang? How dare he ignore my calls? When I get back, I'll fire him." As he waited, his phone buzzed with a message from driver Lao Zhang. "Mr. Li, I'm sorry, but I resign. I want to take my salary for this month. I never expected you to be this kind of person." Li Liang stared at the message, momentarily taken aback, utterly perplexed by the unfolding situation. He hastily dialed his secretary, and upon connection, inquired anxiously, "Hello? What is happening? Why did old Zhang resign?" The secretary's tone exuded a palpable sense of helplessness. "Mr. Li, are you truly unaware of the circumstances?" Li Liang felt even more bewildered. "Stop keeping me in suspense. What on earth is going on?" The secretary sighed and replied, "You might as well check the trending topics." Li Liang quickly opened his phone and accessed Weibo's trending section. Upon seeing the news, he was rendered speechless. His complexion darkened significantly, and he immediately called Li Xiaolu. Unleashing a torrent of curses, "Li Xiaolu, you have no idea how much trouble you've caused me, do you?" Meanwhile, Ma Yu was driving with Ma Xiaobao asleep in the back, the sound of his loud snoring irking Ma Yu, just as he was muttering expletives about Ma Xiaobao. His phone rang. Glancing at the caller ID, a smile broke across his face, and he swiftly answered, "Hello? Director Chen, what a surprise to hear from you. I want to assure you that I have immense confidence in our project." However, on the other end, Director Chen's voice was somewhat indifferent. "Mayu, we need to reconsider our project. There's no need for you to prepare for now." Mayu was taken aback. He had invested considerable effort, time, and resources into this endeavor. "Director Chen, I need a reason. Why the sudden halt?" Moreover, Director Chen, with a hint of urgency, interrupted him. "What do you mean by that? Mayu, this situation is a consequence of your own actions. We have been exceedingly lenient by not demanding compensation. Surely, you are not oblivious to the developments?" After venting his frustration, Director Chen hung up. Mayu, bewildered, had been in a remote area with poor signal. Thus had scarcely kept up with the entertainment industry's happenings. Could something monumental have occurred? He hurriedly opened Weibo, and upon reading the trending topics, his face shifted from pale to flushed with anger. Fu Qingran, he bellowed, slamming his fist on the steering wheel. With a fierce expression, Mayu slammed the brakes, pulling over to the roadside, and yanked the still sleeping Ma Xiaobao from the car, delivering a thorough beating. On a bus, Lu Chen observed his sister Lu Xiaoyu peacefully asleep. He subtly gestured for silence, prompting Lu Xiaoyu to promptly cover her mouth. Lu Chen dialed a number. "Hello, Mr. Lu. What a surprise to receive your call," came the jovial voice of Boss Su from the other end. Lu Chen replied with a smile, "Boss Su, if I recall correctly, you deal in agricultural machinery? I am considering purchasing a batch of equipment." Boss Su chuckled. "Are you looking to procure for Taojia village?" Lu Chen was taken aback. "How did you know?" Boss Su responded, "Mr. Lu, you must be unaware. You've been trending." Furrowing his brow, Lu Chen realized he had not checked the trending topics in quite some time. Just as he was about to access Weibo, a call from Chen Guyao came through. Lu Chen said to Boss Su, "I need to take a call. I will send you the details shortly." As he connected the call with Chen Guyao, before he could utter a word, she eagerly exclaimed, "Lu Chen, I have something important to tell you." In one breath, Chen Guyao divulged everything that had transpired. There was a moment of silence on the other end of the line. Not receiving a response from Lu Chen, she continued, "So, are you angry? I know this situation is my fault." Lu Chen replied, "Not at all." As he spoke, he gently covered Lu Xiaoyu with a blanket, smiling as he remarked, "Yu just fell asleep, so I tucked her in." Chen Guyao, holding her phone, asked with some hesitation, "So you're not upset with me?" Lu Chen chuckled, "Of course not. Your husband has been performing so well, almost becoming a national idol. Why would I be angry? I haven't embarrassed you, have I?" Upon hearing this, Chen Guyao felt a wave of relief wash over her, and she patted her chest, exclaiming, "You scared me, you know." She then tentatively inquired, "But Lu Chen, don't you really want to debut? If you were willing, with your talent, you would surely succeed. Though your age may not be in your favor, your innate gifts and abilities would shine." Before she could finish, Lu Chen firmly interjected, "No." Taking a deep breath, he earnestly stated, "I do not care about fame. You and Yu are what matter most to me. I only wish to take good care of you and ensure Yu grows up healthily." Chen Guyao, moved by his words, found herself momentarily speechless. With a playful smile, Lu Chen teased, "No wonder you've been posting everything I release lately online. What is it? Do you wish for a superstar husband?" Chen Guyao blushed and giggled, "Exactly. A king paired with a queen. What do you think?" Suddenly, Lu Chen's expression turned serious. "Comrade Guyao, I believe my talent is not inferior to that of a king." When Lu Chen and Lu Xiaoyu arrived home, it was already 6 in the evening. Upon opening the door, a familiar aroma of delicious food greeted him, and he was pleasantly surprised to see a lavish spread prepared by Chen Guyao. Excitedly, he exclaimed, "Wow, my dear wife, you have quite the skill." He rushed forward, ready to embrace Chen Guyao, but suddenly halted, scanning the surroundings with a wary gaze. Did they remove the cameras? Chen Guyao's cheeks flushed as she nodded gently. Seeing this, Lu Chen immediately scooped her up, showering her with kisses on her cheeks. Observing this scene, Lu Xiaoyu hurriedly covered her eyes, innocently declaring, "Oh no, Daddy and Mommy are being all mushy." The next morning, 2 pieces of news spread across the internet, swiftly pushing Lu Chen's song off the trending charts. Chen Guyao informed Lu Chen ahead of time, and Lu Chen was merely acting throughout the livestream. All of Lu Chen's songs were pre-written by Chen Guyao, who intended to help him rise to fame. Upon reading these 2 headlines, Chen Guyao felt utterly speechless. As the president of an entertainment company, she was all too familiar with such diversionary public relations tactics. After Chen Guyao sent a message to the public relations team, She prepared to console Lu Chen. However, Lu Chen exhibited not a trace of displeasure. He regarded Chen Guyao with a calm demeanor. So, are we to restore our reputation now? Yet we must not fall into the trap of self-justification. Therefore, there is no need for you to be anxious. It is they who should be worried. As they are the ones needing to salvage their reputation, they will come to you. Indeed, scarcely had Lu Chen's words faded when Chen Guyao's phone rang. Hong Bo's tone brimmed with ingratiation. Guyao, I hope I'm not interrupting you. Chen Guyao, taken aback by Lu Chen's composure, replied in a cool and detached manner. Director Hong, hasn't the live broadcast concluded? I have matters to attend to. Please speak plainly. Hong Bo's tone shifted to one of urgency. Well, Guyao, as you may have seen, the online sentiment has not been favorable. I trust you completely, but the netizens are unaware of the truth. Perhaps we should consider another live broadcast to turn the tide? He added, if this escalates, it could potentially affect your family as well. Chen Guyao's expression darkened. Her tone suddenly frosty. Director Hong, are you threatening me? Hong Bo, frightened, began to sweat, hastily explaining, and no, I would never dare. Chen Guyao interjected, let me think. When is the next broadcast scheduled? 3 days from now, Hong Bo replied immediately. Chen Guyao hung up and glanced at Lu Chen, who nodded with a smile. Agree to it. I have no objections. At Li Xiaolu's residence, Li Liang sat on the sofa, his face a mask of anger. As Li Xiaolu returned home, the intolerable tension prompted Li Liang to speak, but he was taken aback when Li Xiaolu slammed the door shut like a frenzied lioness. Li Liang was momentarily stunned. His movement slowed. I haven't even asked you yet. Why are you angry with me? Li Xiaolu shot a glance at Li Zixian, who, frightened, quickly retreated to his room and closed the door. Only then did Li Xiaolu fix her furious gaze upon Li Liang. What do you mean? Why am I angry? Li Liang, do you even realize what you've done? Taking a step forward, Li Xiaolu watched as Li Liang hastily stepped back, stumbling over the sofa. What do you usually say to me? You praise yourself for being so good and family-oriented, and I thought to let you participate in a program. And what did you do? Li Liang fell silent, at a loss for words. Li Xiaolu narrowed her eyes, her expression laced with disdain. I know your temper has flared, and you dare show impatience towards me, even having the audacity to flirt with some outside vixen. Let me tell you, Li Liang, if you dare betray me, betray this family, betray our son, I will ensure you end up bankrupt, left to sleep on the streets. Li Liang, suddenly alarmed and stripped of all bravado, clutched Li Xiaolu's shoulders. I was wrong, my dear. I promise to change. Please give me another chance. At Ma Yu's home, Ma Yu knelt on the ground, humiliation etched across his face. Fu Qing ran, her heart aching. Tenderly touched her son's injured face before delivering a swift kick to Ma Yu. He is your son too. How could you lay a hand on him? Faced with Fu Qingran's furious roar, Ma Yu dared not utter a word. After having dealt with Ma Xiaobao, he was filled with regret. After all, his reputation among the public had been nearly obliterated, and he had no new projects in hand. In such circumstances, should Fu Qingran choose to disregard his astronomical debts, it would undoubtedly crush him, leaving him in perpetual despair. Endure. Endure as he had in the past. Ma Yu rose from the ground. Fu Qingran shot him a glare. Ma Xiaobao, with a triumphant glint in his eyes, fixated on Ma Yu. I am hungry. Go prepare a meal for me, he commanded imperiously. Fu Qingran furrowed her brows. And just as Ma Yu was about to rise, she interjected, Hold on. Xiaobao, your father and I are husband and wife. While I may refer to him as Ma Yu, you must address him as Dad. Ma Xiaobao immediately objected. I refuse. I will not call such a coward Dad. Fu Qingran's expression tightened. She had previously conferred with Li Xiaolu about the 5th live broadcast, intending to rectify the paternal images of Ma Yu and Li Liang. They planned to hire online commenters to create a ruckus for a few days, then spend money to have the trending topics removed, allowing the matter to dissipate quietly. Now, Ma Xiaobao, whether he complied or not, must cooperate. Xiaobao, if you do not obey, from today onwards, you shall no longer have access to your phone or gaming consoles. They will all be confiscated. Upon hearing this, Ma Xiaobao panicked. To take away his phone and gaming devices was akin to threatening his very existence. Reluctantly, he turned towards Ma Yu. Dad. The sound of that title left Ma Yu in unparalleled shock, but amidst his astonishment, Fu Qingran suddenly spoke. Ma Yu, come here. I have something to discuss with you. Chapter 55, Hiring Commenters? You act, I will too. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. And the 5th episode premiered amid widespread anticipation. As the doors to the live broadcast room opened, over 1 million viewers surged in as if drawn by a magnet. During these 3 days, Chen Guiyao remained silent, refraining from releasing any public relations statements, resulting in a balanced clash of supportive and derisive voices online, creating a subtle standoff. In the early hours of today, Chen Guiyao unexpectedly posted a brief yet powerful message on Weibo: "The innocent shall stand clear. Welcome everyone to judge." Once sent, the message was swiftly shared extensively, and even before the 5th episode of the live broadcast began, its popularity surged. As host Xiao Yu entered the studio, she keenly sensed the unusual atmosphere. Fu Qingran and Li Xiaolu stood poised for a confrontation, their eyes fixed on Chen Guiyao, evidently prepared for battle. Su Binfeng, with a concerned expression, rushed to grasp Chen Guiyao's hand and anxiously exclaimed, "Guiyao, do not mind them. I firmly believe that Lu Chun is not acting. A good father and a good man cannot be feigned." Chen Guiyao looked at Su Binfeng, a warm smile gracing her lips, her heart brimming with gratitude. The host swiftly completed the standard procedures. As the live broadcast unfolded, 3 families simultaneously appeared on screen. This time, the production team ingeniously employed 3 large screens, each showcasing the circumstances of a distinct family. Naturally, the highly anticipated Lu Chen family occupied the most prominent position in the center. As the live broadcast commenced, Lu Chun was, as usual, diligently cleaning his home. However, to the astonishment of netizens, the other 2 families were engaged in the same activity. Ma Yu and Li Liang fumbled with brooms and mops in their living room, their movements resembling a comical dance rather than a proper cleaning session. Ma Yu exaggeratedly scrubbed even the bottom of the vase, while Li Liang's rigid movements and erratic steps led one to believe he was performing some sort of broom dance. How absurd! Who cleans their home so thoroughly that they even wipe the bottom of the vase? Li Liang is even more ridiculous. I can't tell if he's sweeping or having a fit. The pretense is too obvious. It's clear they are not accustomed to doing chores. Lu Chun is truly reliable. He demonstrates a natural proficiency in household tasks. The barrage of comments flooded in like a tidal wave, one after another, as Chen Guiyao observed the screen with a satisfied smile. Meanwhile, Fu Qingran and Li Xiaolu gritted their teeth in quiet resentment, filled with unwillingness and anger. They knew that if Li Liang and Ma Yu had shared the household responsibilities more evenly, they would not appear so inept and ridiculous on camera. However, as the comments multiplied, an inexplicable shift in sentiment occurred. Ma Yu is a star, and Li Liang is an entrepreneur. They contribute significantly to the nation's tax revenue. So it's perfectly normal for them to be inexperienced in household chores. The previous commenter is right. If Lu Chen, a stay-at-home dad, can't handle domestic duties, that would be truly pathetic. A grown man, constantly revolving around chores and children, even playing video games with his daughter. What a useless individual. What a gigolo. Any woman who marries him would be unfortunate. Upon seeing these remarks, Su Binfeng's face flushed with anger, her chest heaving, as she longed to confront these individuals. Chen Guiyao, quick to react, restrained the impulsive Su Binfeng. She understood that these comments were clearly orchestrated by hired trolls employed by Li Xiaolu and Fu Qingran to stir up trouble. In such a scenario, anyone who supported Lu Chen would promptly become a target for these trolls. Chen Guiyao gazed at Lu Chen, who was diligently cleaning on the screen. Recalling his words from the previous night, as soon as the trolls show themselves, message Chao Wan Huyu. Without hesitation, she seized her phone and swiftly sent a message. On the screen, Lu Xiaoyu had successfully completed her homework. At this moment, she remained blissfully unaware that a live broadcast was taking place in her home. Lu Chun and Chen Guiyao had chosen to keep this information from her to protect her. "Daddy, I finished my homework. Can you help me check it?" Lu Xiaoyu said, blinking her big, watery eyes innocently. Lu Chun took the homework, gently set it aside, and asked tenderly, "Yu, was today's homework difficult?" Lu Xiaoyu lifted her head, contemplating seriously before responding. "There are a few application problems that were quite challenging, but I managed to solve them all." Lu Chun, feeling a sense of relief, gently ruffled Lu Xiaoyu's hair and said with a smile, "In that case, let us begin our game." As he spoke, Lu Chun took out his phone. However, Lu Xiaoyu did not exhibit her usual excitement. Instead, a hint of concern crept into her voice as she asked, "Daddy, it seems like you and Mommy haven't been very happy these past few days. Did you two have a quarrel?" It dawned on Lu Chun that the recent online public opinion issues had indeed affected Chen Guiyao's mood, resulting in her spending more time at home. Although his expectations for Lu Xiaoyu were not as stringent as before, it still placed some pressure on her. To his surprise, the subtle changes in his and Chun Guyao's relationship had not gone unnoticed by the perceptive Lu Xiaoyu. How considerate Lu Yu is, understanding so much at such a tender age. Indeed, how could those vile internet trolls target such a lovely family? We must resolutely oppose the trolls and never allow them to tarnish the reputations of the songstress and the great Lu. Those who hire trolls are truly outrageous. Everyone knows who is behind it, but we want to call them out. In the broadcasting room, Li Xiaolu and Fu Qingran, upon hearing these comments, clenched their jaws in anger, yet they feigned calmness, maintaining an appearance of nonchalance while their hearts brimmed with fury. Chen Guyao was equally astonished, never expecting that Lu Xiaoyu's sensitivity ran so deep. Su Binfen, with a pained expression, quietly remarked to Chen Guyao, "Sister Guyao, you is truly too understanding. Sometimes, I think you could relax certain expectations, don't burden her too much." Chen Guyao slightly nodded, her mind beginning to reconsider her past educational approaches. In the scene, Lu Chun observed Lu Xiaoyu's worried expression and patiently explained, "Oh no, Daddy would never argue with Mommy. It's just that Mommy has been incredibly busy with work lately, and Daddy wanted to give her some space, so I haven't disturbed her." Lu Xiaoyu gazed at Lu Chun for quite some time, seemingly verifying the truth of his words. Ultimately, she nodded vigorously and exclaimed with excitement, Daddy. If you and Mommy ever feel unhappy, just come to Yu. I'll help you both play King of Glory." Lu Chun was charmed by Lu Xiaoyu's cuteness, bursting into laughter as he raised his phone and said, "All right, come on." Chapter 56. The invitation from Superplay Entertainment just as they were about to start the game. The doorbell suddenly rang in the scene. Lu Chun stood up to open the door, revealing a man dressed in a sharp suit, exuding an extraordinary presence, accompanied by a burly bodyguard sporting sunglasses. Upon seeing the visitor, the broadcasting room erupted with excitement, and the number of online viewers surged like a rocket. Isn't that Su Baran and Gu Kong from Superplay Entertainment? Superplay Entertainment is the leading giant in the domestic esports industry, not only in esports, but they also excel in mobile game development and incubation, standing at the pinnacle of the industry. How could Superplay Entertainment be looking for Lu Chen? Could it be that they are seeking out Chen Guyao? "Hello, may I ask if you are Mr. Lu?" Su Baran inquired politely. Lu Chen nodded slightly, perplexed, and replied, "May I ask who you are?" Su Baran smiled as he presented his business card, saying, "Greetings, Mr. Lu. I am Su Baran, the general manager of Superplay Entertainment." Lu Chen accepted the card with a smile. At that moment, the number of viewers in the live stream had already surpassed 2 million, with audiences fervently posting messages about Su Baran and Superplay Entertainment. Superplay Entertainment holds a pivotal position in the esports realm, regarded as a leader in modern electronic sports, with its teams repeatedly clinching championships in various competitions. Its profitability in video games and esports is rivaling industry giants such as Tencent. "Are you here to seek me out? Or are you looking for Guyao? She is not at home right now." In truth, Lu Chen was already aware of Su Baran's visit. He is a devoted husband and father, yet not one to be trifled with. Given that the 5th live stream was to test the acting skills of fathers, why should he, Lu Chen, not perform? Authenticity? That is merely an added value. Lu Chen opened the door, gesturing for them to enter. "Please, come in." At that moment, Lu Xiaoyu was holding her phone, and upon hearing someone enter, she peeked out. Su Baran smiled and waved at Lu Xiaoyu. "Hello there." Lu Xiaoyu's face lit up with joy. "Hello, uncle. You are so handsome." Lu Chen, Su Baran, and Gu Kong were all taken aback, completely unprepared for Lu Xiaoyu's compliment. After Su Baran took a seat, Lu Chen poured him a cup of tea. "Mr. Su, you don't come here without reason. Please, be straightforward. As a family man, what brings you to me?" Su Baran chuckled humbly. "Mr. Lu, there is no need for false modesty. I have seen clips of your gameplay. Your skills may even surpass those of our strongest team members. So, are you suggesting that I participate in a professional competition?" Lu Chen exaggeratedly asked. Su Baran quickly waved his hand. "Not at all, Mr. Lu. I wish to invite you to be our ambassador. We are organizing a nationwide amateur open tournament and hope you will serve as our guest. Rest assured regarding compensation, our ambassador program spans 3 years at 5 million per year, with a one-time payment of 5 million for the open tournament guest appearance. Additionally, we promise a share of 1% of the profits from related products during your tenure as ambassador. This presents a lucrative opportunity, one might even say a windfall. Should Lu Chen agree, he would essentially face no risk and would have 10 million at his disposal immediately. The potential for earnings is truly staggering. Li Xiaolu and Fu Qingran, observing the conversation unfold, seethed with frustration. Their primary leverage had been Lu Qin's perceived lack of earning capacity as a family man. Yet now he could potentially earn such significant amounts, which was utterly unacceptable to them. Fu Qingren scoffed. It seems the influence of the star is indeed substantial. Does this imply that Superplay Entertainment is also interested in collaborating with Xingchen Entertainment? Fu Qingran's words were strikingly precise, indicating that what Lu Qin currently possesses is merely a result of his association with Chun Guyao and Star Entertainment. Chun Guyao, unreserved in her retort, asserted that while there is no existing collaboration between Star Entertainment and Chaowan Interactive, as progressive enterprises, any potential for communication between us would indeed be ideal. Yet, it is evident that Lu Qin cannot compare to Ma Yu in this regard, for Ma Yu is capable of signing multi-billion yuan gambling agreements. Chen Guyao's rebuttal left Fu Qingren fuming, her frustration palpable. Fu Qingren never misses an opportunity to challenge the queen and Lu Qin, some remarked. Others added, honestly, I believe Fu Qingran is not entirely mistaken. Without Lu Qin being Chun Guyao's husband, what merit would he have to receive such substantial rewards? The envy and resentment were palpable as another voice chimed in. Here comes yet another wave of jealousy. Laughter erupted, with one person quipping, Does it affect my monthly earnings of 3,000? The live broadcast continued. After exchanging contact information with Su Bo Ran, Lu Qin bid him farewell. Throughout the live stream, Lu Qin refrained from directly responding to Su Bo Ran until he had departed. Only then did he approach Lu Xiaoyu with a cheerful demeanor. All right, Yu. Let us begin. At Ma Yu's residence, aware that he was currently on live stream, he was determined to present his best self. As the clock struck 9, Ma Yu had already perfected his makeup and had risen early to tidy up. The room sparkled with cleanliness, to the extent that he seemed eager to disassemble screws just to clean every nook and cranny. After completing his chores, Ma Xiaobao finally emerged from slumber. The two exchanged glances, each sensing the other's apprehension. Ma Yu had prepared nearly everything for the day. As long as Ma Xiaobao complied, there would be no issues. Despite it being past 9, Ma Xiaobao had astonishingly not reached for his phone upon waking, a miracle in its own right. I always said, how could a teacher's child be merely mischievous? One commenter mused. Teacher Fu truly possesses remarkable skills. Ma Xiaobao's transformation is quite significant. Another chimed in. Compared to Lu Xiaoyu, Ma Xiaobao's blend of obedience with a hint of playful mischief is truly delightful. Yet another voiced skepticism, indeed. The reformation of a villain is easily overlooked. Have we all forgotten how Ma Xiaobao once bullied others? They are just children. Who among them does not err? The polarized comments made Li Xiaolu and Fu Qing genuinely feel that considerable funds had been expended on online influencers. Xiaobao, are you awake? Have you finished your homework? Ma Xiaobao jolted to attention. He was acutely aware that he was live streaming and could not afford to slip up. Otherwise, his mother would not hesitate to deliver a stern reprimand. He hastily retreated to his room and began his homework. Yet, after barely 10 minutes, frustration overwhelmed him. Why is this so difficult? I wish I could play some games. His gaze darted around, ensuring no surveillance cameras were present before he discreetly slipped his phone beneath his book. Suddenly, a notification chimed, causing Ma Xiaobao to panic and quickly silence the sound. However, this was soon noticed by Ma Yu. Xiaobao, are you playing on your phone? Ma Yu questioned sharply. Upon seeing Ma Yu approach, Ma Xiaobao felt an overwhelming sense of misfortune. Chapter 57. Daddy, I don't want to tutor. Ma Xiaobao bit down on the pen, the tip swirling in circles upon the homework paper. Homework? How could one write when they do not understand? Ma Yu stepped closer, his gaze sweeping over Ma Xiaobao's desk. Before leaving, Fu Qingran had granted permission to reprimand Ma Xiaobao, and now, the sight of Ma Yu left him trembling with fear. No, I'm working on my homework. Ma Yu glanced at the exercise book, which was utterly dismal. Poor handwriting aside, even the simplest multiple-choice questions were answered incorrectly in a haphazard manner. Yet this was a live broadcast. Ma Xiaobao's performance also reflected his image in the public eye. Gritting his teeth, Ma Yu remarked, Xiaobao, you're doing well, keep it up. Ha ha ha. I simply cannot hold back. What a blatant lie. Where are the trolls? Why aren't they showing up? This guy thinks he can compare himself to Lord Lu? Can he measure up to Lu Xiaoyu? We're not even demanding you be perfect in your studies. But your performance is riddled with errors, truly disappointing. In the midst of this, the live stream of Lu Qin suddenly resonated with the sound of a piano. Lu Xiaoyu was practicing, while Lu Chen filmed her. Just as everyone presumed Lu Chun would guide Lu Xiaoyu as he had before, he remained motionless. It was only after the piece concluded that the production team shifted their focus to Chen Kongming. Host Xiaoyu inquired, Mr. Chun, you witnessed Lu Xiaoyu's piano performance just now. What are your thoughts? Chen Kongming took the microphone and stated candidly, Lu Xiaoyu's piano skills are indeed among the finest of her peers. Her finger technique and rhythm are commendable. However, it is evident that she is still unfamiliar with several key positions. With the guidance of a professional piano teacher, her progress would be significantly enhanced. Although there is no rush, a wave of murmurs swept through the audience. These murmurs were not directed at Chen Kongming, but rather at Lu Chun. I knew it. Last time was undoubtedly a performance staged by Lu Chun, who lacks genuine talent. Indeed, if Lu Chen's piano skills were that impressive, why didn't he notice? The truth is out. Recently, I heard that Taojia village has received a new batch of farming machinery, which must have been sponsored by Lu Chun. They have long been in collusion. Chen Guyao clenched her teeth, and the comments in the barrage were evidently beginning to sway public perception. Su Binfen also wore a tense expression. She undoubtedly believed in Lu Chen, but the public would inevitably be influenced by prevailing narratives when judging the circumstances. Li Xiaolu and Fu Qingran exchanged knowing smiles, each seeing triumph reflected in the other's eyes. Suddenly, Lu Chen spoke up. Yu, shall we switch places? Lu Xiaoyu nodded and stepped down from her position. Daddy, do you want to play the piano too? Lu Chen smiled gently. Yu played beautifully just now, but there are a few areas that could use improvement. Let me demonstrate a piece, and then you can give it another try, all right? Lu Xiaoyu nodded emphatically. Yes, yes. Lu Chen gently closed his eyes, preparing to begin. The moment his fingers touched the piano keys, a melodious sound resonated through the broadcasting hall. As the piece concluded, Chen Kongming abruptly stood up, exclaiming in disbelief, incredible, absolutely astonishing. The director swiftly shifted the camera to Chen Kongming, whose voice trembled with emotion. Rather than offering a critique, he produced a sheet of music. Madam Chen, might I request that Lu Chen perform this piano piece? Chen Guyao was momentarily taken aback. Chen Kongming pressed on. Madam Chen, may I inquire if your husband truly has no prior piano training? Chen Guyao appeared even more perplexed. I have never witnessed Lu Chen play the piano. Is there an issue? Chen Kongming promptly fell silent. It's nothing, Madam Chen. I sincerely hope you will permit Lu Chen to play this piece, he implored. Chen Guyao nodded. As a luminary in the music festival, Chen Kongming was granted expedited access by the production team. The score had been transmitted to Chen Guyao by Chen Kongming himself. When Lu Chen beheld the sheet music, he was momentarily stunned. This was a truly exceptional composition. Modern musical pieces, even those that have been preserved, often incorporate contemporary elements to harmonize with popular songs. Yet, in the absence of pop music, piano compositions were a distinctive form of musical appreciation in the West. The piece before him was one he had encountered during his early piano studies. It seemed his wife was indeed engaged in a program of great caliber. He must make her proud. Lu Chen composed himself and seated himself at the piano. The opening notes of the piece flowed gracefully, prompting Chen Kongming to rise in admiration. He gently closed his eyes, raising his hands, his fingers dancing to the rhythm of the melody. As the final notes faded, Chen Kongming was in tears, overwhelmed by the realization that he had, in his lifetime, experienced such authentic classical music. With fervor, Chen Kongming approached Chen Guyao, exclaiming, Madam, you must allow me to meet Mr. Lu. The audience was taken aback. The fact that someone of Chen Kongming's stature held such reverence for Lu Chen's performance spoke volumes of its astonishing impact. In truth, many spectators were so enraptured by Lu Chen's playing that they lost themselves in the moment. Naturally, Chen Guyao was eager to form a connection with someone of Chen Kongming's caliber. Of course, she replied. Chen Kongming was instantly exhilarated. As midday approached, just as Lu Chen was preparing for lunch, an unexpected visitor arrived. Upon opening the door, he was greeted by a middle-aged foreign man. Good day. May I ask who you are? Beside the middle-aged man stood a young man with a Chinese visage. Greetings, are you Mr. Lu? This is Mr. James Long, the president of the International Culinary Association. Upon hearing the name, Lu Chen immediately conjured an image in his mind. James Long, this was a name Chen Guyao had mentioned. Yet he had not anticipated his arrival today. James Lang is no ordinary individual. He is the esteemed president of the Culinary Association, renowned worldwide for his exquisite Western cuisine. Many affluent patrons spare no expense to have Mr. Lang prepare a meal for them. To be certain, Lu Chun conducted an online search to verify the identity of James Lang before allowing him into his home. Mr. Lu, could you prepare for me a Wellington steak as you did previously? A young man beside him inquired, presenting a thermal box. We have brought all the necessary ingredients. James Lang expressed his excitement. I understand this may seem presumptuous, but even through a live broadcast, I could discern the authenticity of your Wellington steak. Mr. Lu, I have dedicated my life to the culinary arts and have come here specifically to learn from you. Upon seeing James Lang, Lu Xiaoyu immediately hid behind the sofa. Daddy, I don't want a tutor. Chapter 58. The submission of a world-class Western cuisine. Chef Lu Xiaoyu peeked from behind the door, her eyes fixed on James Lang, who felt a bit awkward under her gaze. Mr. Lu, may I ask when you began your journey with Wellington steak? Lu Chun pondered before responding. I can't recall exactly. Perhaps 7 or 8 years ago. James Lang's jaw dropped in astonishment. Mr. Lu, you cannot be joking. With that level of skill, you are undoubtedly a master chef. You should showcase your talents in a more prominent arena rather than remain a home cook here. Lu Xiaoyu's expression darkened as she rushed to shield Lu Chun. Daddy doesn't want to go out and cook for others. He says the happiest thing is to cook for you and Mommy. Lu Chun smiled gently, affectionately ruffling Lu Xiaoyu's hair. Mr. James, I have no intention of becoming a Western chef. For me, the utmost priority is to care for this family. What a good man. Lu Deshun is the epitome of a family-oriented husband. Humph, why are those detractors silent now? Our Lu Deshun isn't incapable of earning money. He simply doesn't need to. Lu Deshun is certainly not lacking in wealth. Soon, 2 Wellington steaks emerged from the kitchen. James Lang eagerly took a bite of Lu Chen's creation, but his initial delight faded immediately. The disparity was overwhelming. Mr. Lu, the gap between us is insurmountable. I have spent my life perfecting Western cuisine, believing I had no rivals, yet you are truly a genius. May I have the honor of seeking your guidance on other dishes? Lu Chen raised an eyebrow. This felt somewhat like a challenge, a means to counter the critics. Shall I interpret this as a challenge? James Lang replied with a slight smile. I hope Mr. Lu will accept my challenge. I am not well versed in new dishes. How about we start with a portion of Ningxiang foie gras mousse? In the broadcast studio, the audience began to overlook Li Liang and Ma Yu's families as they focused on the unfolding scene at Lu Chen's home. Chen Guyao regarded Lu Chun with entirely new eyes, as if she had never known him before. Were it not for this program, she would have remained unaware of Lu Chen's exceptional culinary skills. James Lang, a world-renowned chef, was indeed a formidable figure. How could Lu Chen have compelled him to concede? At that moment, Fu Qingran and Li Xiaolu found themselves increasingly restless. It was unacceptable for Lu Chun to overshadow them completely. They had meticulously planned this 5th episode to restore their image while simultaneously undermining Lu Chun. As time unfolded, all present bore witness to James Lang's astonishment and admiration. Lu Chun had successfully achieved his goal, tactfully declining James Lang's invitation and finally sending him on his way. At this juncture, the host, Xiao Yu, received a message from the production team and promptly made her way to the center of the stage. To our viewers in the live broadcast and the audience present, after a morning of observation, we have witnessed the diverse approaches of 3 fathers in parenting. Now, let us call each family to task, instructing the fathers to undertake a specific assignment. For the first family, we welcome the songstress Chen Guyao. The camera swiftly focused on Chen Guyao, whose appearance as the pivotal figure of the 5th episode undoubtedly captured the attention of many. Rising from her seat, Chen Guyao retrieved her phone and dialed. Lu Chun, who was busy preparing a meal, answered the call immediately. Hello? Dear, what is it? Chen Guyao inquired directly. Have you checked Yu's homework? Lu Chun paused momentarily. I actually haven't checked it. The audience's gaze fixated on Lu Chun, eager for his response. What do you think Lu Deshun will say? It's common knowledge in the 5th episode that fathers are not likely to claim they have already checked it. If he admits to not having checked it, will that not reflect poorly on his competence? But the truth is, he hasn't checked it at all. No one anticipated Chen Guyao would pose such a question. Lu Chun replied amiably, No, but I did it intentionally. Chen Guyao raised an eyebrow, her tone inquisitive. Why? Are you looking to be lazy? Of course not. Lu Chun declared earnestly. I believe that checking homework should not occur immediately after it has been completed. Once Yu finishes her work and feels confident about it, it indicates that the assignment was not overly challenging for her. Therefore, I think it is entirely reasonable to allow Yu to engage in other activities and enjoy herself. Once everything concludes, we can revisit the homework together. This approach will not only reinforce her understanding but also prevent her from feeling disheartened by mistakes while attempting other tasks. Lu Chen advocated for a philosophy of joyful education. Although Chun Guyao found his reasoning compelling, her instinctive response was one of disagreement. After all, children have a propensity for play, and once indulged, it can be difficult to rein in. Yet, given that they were live on air, Chun Guyao chose to align with Lu Chen's perspective. Just don't forget to assist Yu with her studies. Furthermore, I am considering hiring an English tutor for her. Upon hearing this, Lu Chen's expression shifted dramatically, though he quickly composed himself. Dear, isn't it a bit early to hire a tutor for a second grader? Chun Guyao slowly shook her head. Yu's English education must commence immediately. Many children have already begun their studies in kindergarten, and waiting until the third grade would be too late. Lu Chen remained silent for a few moments before responding with a smile. All right, my dear wife. After hanging up, Fu Qingran did not hesitate to confront Chun Guyao directly. Goddess Guyao, I believe there are significant issues with your educational approach. Chun Guyao had anticipated that Fu Qingran would speak up at this moment. Thus she chose to ignore him completely. During a child's developmental stage, aside from academics, it is essential to foster moral, physical, aesthetic, and labor skills comprehensively. Lu Xiaoyu is still young and could easily develop a distaste for learning due to excessive pressure. Upon finishing her statement, Fu Qingran noticed Chun Guyao's indifference and angrily returned to her seat. At that moment, Su Binfeng approached, somewhat conflicted. Sister Guyao, I also feel that hiring a tutor for Yu at such an early stage might be premature. I too believe there's no need to rush. Chun Guyao looked at Su Binfeng in confusion, unable to comprehend why she would voice a similar opinion as Fu Qingran's. As the third grade approached, if they did not familiarize Lu Xiaoyu with English beforehand, she would likely be at a disadvantage. After all, the initial phase of language acquisition heavily tests one's linguistic aptitude. Chun Guyao dared not gamble on Lu Xiaoyu's language talent. She felt compelled to start early, even though many may not understand her. Chun Guyao firmly believed in her choices. Following this brief interlude, Li Xiaolu called Li Liang. Having grown somewhat bored at home, Li Liang's eyes lit up upon receiving Li Xiaolu's call. He cleared his throat and exclaimed, "Ah, my wife is calling me." As Li Liang answered the phone, his tone was exceedingly affectionate. "My dear wife, you finally called. I've missed you terribly." Chapter 59. Well, both families are putting on a show together. Li Liang's exaggerated tone clearly stirred discontent among the audience in the studio. It wasn't that they couldn't accept his way of speaking. Rather, the stark contrast in his demeanor towards his wife and children made him appear quite calculating. Li Xiaolu noticed this and adopted a more serious tone, her voice deepening slightly. Enough with the playful banter. What are you doing at home? Have you been helping Li Zixuan with his studies? Upon hearing Li Xiaolu's change in tone, Li Liang contemplated and quickly discerned the answer. His wife was upset, and now was the moment to showcase his gentle husband persona. My dear wife, are you feeling down? Is there something troubling you? Share it with me, and I'll help you sort it out. Li Liang neglected his own questions, further aggravating Li Xiaolu. The audience began to murmur, clearly expressing their discontent with Li Liang. This family of three is all actors. I feel that if Li Liang entered the entertainment industry, he would certainly earn more than he does now. Had I not watched previous episodes, I would genuinely think Li Liang is a good husband. Come on. The 5th episode is already out. Who is he trying to impress? Good acting? I'm not so sure. Just look at Lu Deshen. It's evident who genuinely treats their wife well. As the barrage of comments overwhelmingly favored Lu Chen, Li Xilu grew anxious. Li Liang, I ask you, how has Li Zixuan fared with his homework? Spare me the irrelevant chatter. Li Liang, momentarily irked, felt his lips twitch. If this weren't a live broadcast, do you think I would engage with you so amiably? However, he recognized that this live stream was pivotal for his social reputation and his company, so he reluctantly suppressed his displeasure. As for Zixuan's homework, naturally, he has completed it, and quite splendidly too. Li Liang approached Li Zixuan's room, where Zixuan, engrossed in his phone, hastily concealed it. This slight maneuver did not escape Li Liang's notice. Gritting his teeth, he shot a fierce glare at Zixuan, who became flustered, beads of sweat forming on his back. Zixuan, how did your homework turn out? Li Liang endeavored to embody a benevolent father figure. Yet this demeanor left Zixuan feeling profoundly uneasy. How had the once strict father morphed into this? Subtly, Li Liang cast a warning glance at Zixuan, cautioning him to refrain from missteps. The stark contrast in Li Liang's behavior only heightened Zixuan's anxiety. I've finished everything, Dad. Today, I tackled math. Zishuan exclaimed with an anxious expression, his eyes darting. We covered multiplication and the combination of multiplication and division, and I also learned. Is this a rehearsal? Someone mused. I remember struggling through classical Chinese like that. Confirmed, even struggling with lines leads to abysmal performances. Look, Li Liang's face has turned green. Zishuan faltered once more, which irked Li Liang immensely. His lips twitched, and his eyes widened in exasperation. You can't possibly be stumbling over such simple lines. Clearly, the talent for performance had not been inherited by Zishuan. Fortunately, Zishuan had prearranged for someone else to complete his homework, which was neatly written with rigorous formulas. Li Liang held Zishuan's assignment aloft, angling it for better visibility to the camera. Ah, Zishuan, your handwriting is simply exquisite. Yes, every answer is correct, truly marvelous. Zishuan lowered his head in embarrassment, his expression a blend of speechlessness and discomfort. Li Liang cheerfully addressed the phone. Dear wife, rest assured, Zishuan's homework is splendidly done. All correct. The camera in the live stream focused intently on Zishuan's assignment, which indeed showcased impressive penmanship, neat and fluid, far from the clumsy scrawl of a child. Many viewers had witnessed Zishuan's hasty, careless approach to homework in the past, casting doubt on the authenticity of his current work. Li Xiaolu clenched her hands discreetly, inwardly cursing the production team for creating unnecessary trouble. What was the need to zoom in on the homework? Was it not a source of embarrassment? And what of Li Liang? How could he overlook such a glaringly simple issue? Chen Guyao sensed something amiss, his eyes lighting up as he seized the microphone to inquire. Li Yingho, may I ask how old Li Zishuan is now? Li Xiaolu furrowed her brows and replied slowly. He is in the 3rd grade, 9 years old. Chen Guyao chuckled, which only heightened Li Xiaolu's anxiety. Li Xiaolu fixed her gaze on Chen Guyao, as if attempting to decipher the meaning behind her smile. Meanwhile, Su Binfen interjected, as far as I know, 3rd graders haven't learned to solve equations yet, right? Zishuan is truly exceptional, tackling equation problems in the 3rd grade. And judging by this problem-solving approach, it resembles calculus, doesn't it? Li Yingho, how have you educated your child? Care to share? Such flattery, absolutely excessive flattery. The diva and the young diva are in perfect harmony. Li Xiaolu has been completely outmatched. When the actors falter and the props fail, the quality of the short play is simply abysmal. Public execution. Li Xiaolu's embarrassment is palpable. Li Xiaolu forced a smile, feeling increasingly uneasy in her seat, her eyes darting nervously around the room. Actually, it's all thanks to Li Liang's teaching. I haven't put in much effort myself. She hastily concluded this topic and cast a pleading glance toward her companion, Fu Qingran. However, Fu Qingran wore an expression that seemed to say, "Don't look at me," as if Li Xiaolu were a harbinger of misfortune. Li Xiaolu gritted her teeth in frustration. In terms of educating children, our family cannot compare to that of Teacher Fu. I believe Mayu is the one tutoring Ma Xiaobao, right? Host, why don't we observe how Mayu conducts his teaching? Host Xiaoyu had long wished to transition from the awkward scene at Li Xiaolu's home. Fu Qingran picked up her phone, brimming with confidence. Mayu is a far cry from Li Liang. He is a bona fide actor. She dialed the number. Upon seeing the contact name, Mayu's eyes lit up. And he deliberately raised his phone where it could be seen on camera. Isn't the contact labeled poisonous wife? How did it change to beloved wife? Beloved wife. Does that imply there are also unloved wives? Goodness, it appears he is gearing up for a performance. Isn't this a live parenting show? Why has it morphed into a theatrical performance between Fu Qingran's and Li Xiaolu's families? While you all continue to watch them, I shall keep my focus on the illustrious Lu Deshan. The comments caused Fu Qingran's expression to shift slightly. The 3 families were live streaming together but divided into 3 separate rooms, allowing them to see the online viewer counts for each. Lu Qin's stream had maintained over 400 viewers half an hour in, while the combined total of the other 2 families barely reached a fraction of Lu Qin's audience. How could this be acceptable? They had come to improve their public image. Upon answering the call, Mayu immediately adopted a demeanor and tone 10 times more insincere than Li Liang. Darling, you finally called me. Do you know that I've spent the entire morning thinking about you? Chapter 60. The Unyielding Mud of 2 Families. The audience in the studio was instantly gripped by a chill, unable to look directly at the unfolding scene. Chen Guyao and Su Binfen clamped their hands over their mouths, striving to suppress their laughter. Fu Qingran's awkwardness made her toes dig into the ground. Mayu, how is Xiaobao's homework going? Have you checked it thoroughly? Mayu cast a proud glance at the diligently working Ma Xiaobao. In a bid to ensure Ma Xiaobao's obedience, Fu Qingran had granted Ma Yu the authority to discipline him before she left, although Ma Xiaobao was resistant. Fu Qingran undeniably held absolute authority in the household. Consequently, Ma Xiaobao exhibited exemplary behavior throughout the day. Rest assured, my dear wife, I will take care of Xiaobao. You need not worry. Ma Yu reassured her. Xiaobao is diligently completing his homework, so you can be at ease. Fu Qingran finally displayed a satisfied expression. Just as she was about to end the call, her gaze inadvertently fell upon Chen Guyao, and her eyes sparkled with delight, a hint of pride gracing her features. Honey, once Xiaobao finishes his homework, please spend some time playing with him. Do not place too much pressure on him. After all, the joy of childhood is paramount. There is no need for supplementary classes. Ma Yu, upon hearing Fu Qingran's somewhat veiled insinuation, was momentarily taken aback. His mind swiftly processed her meaning. She was speaking in sarcasm. Instantly, Ma Yu adopted a serious demeanor, his face reflecting solemnity. My dear, how could you say such a thing? The competition is fierce, and we cannot allow Xiaobao to fall behind from the very start. Once he completes his homework, I shall have him work through 10 sets of practice papers. And with the new school term approaching, we must arrange for supplementary classes. I will check for suitable options shortly. Proficiency in English is vital. I shall hire an English tutor for Xiaobao. We need not shy away from expenses. As the school year begins, we cannot afford to relax. After school, Xiaobao should head straight to his tutoring sessions while I prepare his dinner. Physics, chemistry, biology, geography. We must begin these studies immediately. And as for mobile phones, they are far too detrimental to children today. He shall not play with one any longer. As Ma Yu spoke, he reached for Ma Xiaobao's phone, prompting an immediate outburst from the boy. Ma Yu, what are you doing? Give me back my phone. Ma Yu solemnly shook his head. No. From today until you earn your doctorate, you shall not touch a phone. Ma Xiaobao's eyes widened in disbelief. He had no idea how long it would take to earn a doctorate, but it surely seemed like an eternity. Ma Yu, you are being unreasonable, Ma Xiaobao exclaimed, his eyes bulging, his face quivering, and his breath quickening. How dare you speak to me like that? You must listen and study diligently to earn a good living and be filial to your parents. Filial my foot, Ma Xiaobao retorted, lunging for the phone. His plump form collided with Ma Yu, causing him to lose his balance and tumble to the floor. The phone slipped from his grasp, hurtling towards the corner of the room, where it met a sharp impact, shattering the screen and plunging into darkness. Ma Xiaobao stood frozen in shock, momentarily at a loss. Ma Yu rose from the ground, his expression seething with anger. He could be a loving father or a stern one. In this moment, he chose to be the latter. Ma Xiaobao, how could you strike me? Do you not realize that I am your father? This is a display of ingratitude. Ma Xiaobao lowered his head, remaining silent. Ma Yu adjusted his clothing, mindful of the live broadcast. He could not resort to physical punishment. Now, Ma Xiaobao, apologize to me, and I shall refrain from punishing you. Ma Xiaobao stood like a statue, utterly unmoved. Ma Yu's lips twitched slightly, and his expression began to darken. Clearly, Ma Xiaobao was showing him a blatant lack of respect. A punishment was imperative. Ma Xiaobao, I am your father. Apologize to me. Ma Yu's voice turned icy as he issued his ultimatum. At last, Ma Xiaobao stirred. I am your father, he shouted, raising his fist and striking Ma Yu squarely in the face. What a heartwarming display of filial piety. Forget about Ma Xiaobao. I feel compelled to give him a thrashing myself. Is this what fatherhood looks like? Enrolling a third grader in physics and chemistry classes. With such parenting, if he manages to earn a doctorate, it would indeed be a disgrace to academia. The production team found themselves in an awkward predicament. Hongbo's face was a mask of embarrassment. These two families were truly hopeless. In preparation for the 5th live broadcast, he had granted Fu Qingran and Li Xiaolu ample time to prepare, hoping to double their popularity, yet they delivered such disappointing results. Director, currently only Lu Qin's live stream is receiving a positive response. The other two are faltering, Zhang Jifeng remarked, his face a portrait of distress and conflict. What is the matter? Hongbo inquired, his displeasure evident, laced with a hint of interrogation. Is there something you cannot say directly? After much deliberation, Zhang Jifeng finally spoke. Director, the performances of Li Xiaolu and Fu Qingran in the 5th episode have severely impacted our program's ratings. To put it bluntly, if Lu Qin's 5th live broadcast does not surpass 500 viewers, our show will be deemed a failure. Hongbo was taken aback by the gravity of the situation. It seemed he had no choice but to prioritize the main event. After a long moment of contemplation, he drew the microphone closer and assigned a task to host Xiaoyu. While the viewer count in Li Xiaolu and Fu Qingran's live streams plummeted, Lu Qin's numbers continued to rise steadily. Teacher Fu, I believe my Yu's approach to education is fundamentally flawed. Subjecting a child to daily tutoring in school is detrimental to their physical and mental development. Su Binfeng's expression was anxious, her words spilling forth with urgency. She was genuinely concerned. Aside from Fu Qingran, how many parents, driven by worries about their children's education, enrolled them in numerous tutoring classes? An overabundance of such classes would hinder the healthy growth of a child's childhood, leading to potential issues in adulthood. However, Fu Qingran was ungrateful for Su Binfeng's well-meaning advice. With a dismissive snort, her tone dripped with disdain. Ma Yu's actions are simply a father's expectations for his child. Besides, didn't the songstress Chen Guyao prepare in a similar manner? Surely, she also sought an English tutor? At this point, Fu Qingran was indifferent to anything else. It was evident that Lu Qin's victory in the 5th live broadcast was all but assured, and Ma Yu and Ma Xiaobao had no chance of turning the tide. Since she could not attain success, neither would anyone else. With Fu Qingran's remarks, the conversation seamlessly shifted to Chen Guyao. Host Xiaoyu took the opportunity to address her. Songstress Guyao, what are your thoughts on this matter? Chen Guyao paused for a moment. Her gaze filled with confusion as she turned to Xiaoyu. As a host, Xiaoyu's inquiry directed at Chen Guyao was evidently aimed at stirring up discussion and generating excitement. Should she refute her earlier intentions of hiring an English tutor for Lu Xiaoyu, it would inevitably lead to accusations of succumbing to pressure rather than expressing her genuine thoughts. Conversely, if she chose to uphold her stance, it would merely ensnare her in Fu Qingran's trap. In Chapter 61, isn't he merely proficient in saying Ella, no oil? Regardless of how this question was addressed, it seemed impossible to respond correctly. Su Binfeng also recognized this nuance, her gaze fixed upon Xiaoyu, who averted her eyes, displaying a hint of anxiety. In that moment, Su Binfeng and Chen Guyao comprehended that the director was placing his bets on Lu Chen. Chen Guyao felt a twinge of displeasure. She had mentally prepared herself for the use of her name as a topic prior to the show. Yet if the intent was to malign her, that was intolerable. Perhaps it would be prudent for the diva to call Lu Chen once more? Xiaoyu hastily suggested a resolution for Chen Guyao. After all, she was the president of a premier entertainment company. How could a mere host provoke her? Chen Guyao's beautiful eyes widened, but at that moment, Fu Qingran was not pleased. His questioning was designed to elicit a misstep from Chen Guyao. How could she be allowed to make another call? Host, isn't this a bit unfair? If every question necessitates a phone call, our program loses its essence. Or is it that the diva cannot even respond to my inquiries? You may choose to decline answering. Fu Qingran was determined to drag Chen Guyao down with him. Just as Chen Guyao composed herself and prepared to retort, a twist occurred in Lu Chen's live broadcast. Ever since his phone conversation with Chen Guyao, Lu Chen had been staunchly opposed to the idea of hiring a tutor. The mistakes of his past were not to be repeated. His solution was remarkably straightforward. It was merely English. It was not as if he was incapable. Lu Chen summoned Lu Xiaoyu, who appeared somewhat anxious, her eyes pleadingly searching Lu Chen's. Daddy, I don't want to hire a tutor. I will study hard. I won't play King of Glory anymore, okay? Seeing this resolute man in distress tugged at my heartstrings. If she doesn't wish to hire one, then she ought not to. Oh, diva, why hire a tutor? Yuyui is quite capable on her own. It's evident that Lu Chen is reluctant to hire a tutor for Yuyui. He must have a plan. Lu Chen, you must save Yuyui. Lu Chen tenderly ruffled Lu Xiaoyu's small head. Don't worry, Yuyui, Daddy won't hire a tutor. Instead, I will be your teacher. How does that sound? Lu Xiaoyu's eyes widened in astonishment, her expression one of disbelief. Daddy, do you mean you can speak English? Lu Chen can speak English. Not only Lu Xiaoyu, but everyone in the studio was taken aback. A multitude of gazes turned towards Chen Guyao, who sat there, momentarily at a loss. She had never heard Lu Chen speak English before. No, she had heard him. Su Binfeng's face turned anxious, her expression flustered as she quickly asked Chen Guyao. Sister Guyao, is this true? Can Lu Chen really speak English? Chen Guyao's expression was markedly awkward. She had indeed heard Lu Chen speak English, but it was a genuine Huaxia-style English, composed merely of phonetic approximations. If phonetics counted, then there might be only a handful of words. The audience was utterly unprepared for such a version of English, resulting in a ripple of good-natured laughter among those present. I finally found a point in common with the great Lu. Oh, you don't understand. Learning English through phonetics is a genius's path. But surely, the goddess would never allow the great Lu to teach you, right? Perhaps the great Lu has some tricks up his sleeve? No need to panic. Fu Qingran scoffed, interjecting with a sardonic tone. If one cannot speak English, then one should refrain from teaching it. Otherwise, it could lead to misguiding the youth. As a father, one must exhibit a sense of responsibility. Merely focusing on domestic affairs is insufficient. In the face of Fu Qingran's pointed remarks, Chen Guyao was preparing to retort when a segment of flawless English suddenly emanated from Lu Chen's live stream. Lu Chen explained, "What my father just said was, my name is Lu Xiaoyu, and I am a second-grade elementary student." Lu Xiaoyu's eyes sparkled as she clapped her hands, exclaiming, "Daddy, you can speak English. That's amazing." The audience in the broadcasting hall looked at Chen Guyao with bewilderment. Was this phonetic English? It sounded quite authentic. "I am an English major in college. I can attest that the great Lu's pronunciation is exceedingly precise. My goodness, is the great Lu truly a stay-at-home dad? Are we sure he isn't an English teacher? 99999. Earnestly hiring the great Lu to tutor my child in English." Chen Guyao was equally astonished, seemingly frozen in place as she stared intently at the gentle visage of Lu Chen on the screen. The few times she had heard Lu Chen speak English were during their wedding, when he had uttered a phrase in broken English. In their daily life, Lu Chen would occasionally joke and throw in a few heavily accented English words. Moreover, he had never claimed that his English was this proficient. At that moment, it felt as though she were rediscovering a new facet of Lu Chen's capabilities, leading her to question her own perceptions. As a revered diva and the president of an entertainment company, Chen Guyao had inadvertently come to regard herself as the pillar of the household. Had this led her to overlook many of Lu Chen's abilities? Or was it that Lu Chen, wishing to enhance Chen Guyao's brilliance, had willingly concealed his talents? Just as the crowd was engulfed in curiosity, Chen Guyao's phone suddenly rang. "Hello? Darling, I have something very important to discuss with you." Chen Guyao feigned confusion, inquiring, "Oh, what is it?" Lu Chen replied, "Regarding the matter of hiring a tutor for our Yu, I wholeheartedly agree. But I believe there's no need to spend that unnecessary money. In truth, my English is quite commendable." A smile crept onto the corners of Chen Guyao's lips. "Oh, you speak English, and I was unaware?" Lu Chen chuckled mischievously. "As a stay-at-home dad, I rarely need to use English, so I haven't mentioned it. In fact, I possess a level 10 proficiency in English, scoring 9 in IELTS and 119 in TOEFL. Once again, the audience was taken aback by Lu Chen's revelation. What do scores of 9 in the IELTS and 119 in the TOEFL signify? Combined, they total only 130, yet Lu Chen achieved a remarkable 129. He is certainly no ordinary individual. "My dear, why are you silent? How about I tutor you? Rest assured, I am utterly reliable." At that moment, Chen Guyao finally grasped Lu Chen's words, taking a deep breath before slowly replying, "Since you are so confident, it is certainly permissible, but I have one condition." Upon hearing Chen Guyao's consent, Lu Chen was overjoyed, waving his hand and exclaiming, "Don't mention just one condition. I would agree to 100. Chen Guyao smiled slightly, her satisfaction evident. "Compose an English song. If I am pleased, I shall permit you to tutor you." Otherwise, Chen Guyao's words trailed off as she became momentarily speechless. Without a moment's preparation, Lu Chen gently opened his mouth, and an exquisitely pure melody in English resonated throughout the air. Chapter 62. My husband is exceptionally talented. What can I do? I will greet you with a beaming smile. I know the price of deceiving the masses. I shall remain steadfast until the night descends, even if I endure boundless darkness. Indeed, I will whisper the sweet nothings you long to hear. A brilliant flash of insight struck Chen Guyao's mind. Gripping the phone, she sat there in shock, as if turned to stone. In the scene, Lu Chen continued to sing with his enchanting voice, while Lu Xiaoyu gazed at him like a starstruck fan. Her tiny hands resting on her cheeks, her eyes sparkling in admiration. Countless onlookers were left awestruck, feeling as if their minds could scarcely comprehend the moment. When Lu Chen spoke earlier, I thought he was boasting, but hearing him sing has made me a believer. Silence, please. Allow me to kneel in earnest for a moment. As an American of Chinese descent, I must say this English is nothing short of impeccable. I believe it. There truly are individuals in this world capable of being omnipotent. At this moment, Su Binfun and Chen Guyao wore identical expressions, as Su Binfun, a singer herself, recognized from the very first verse that this song was no ordinary piece. As the chorus approached, Lu Chen's voice soared dramatically. The entire studio resonated with Lu Chen's captivating magnetism and elevated tone. I am unstoppable, like a Porsche with no brakes. I am indestructible, indeed. I triumph in every game I play. Those who understood English recognized it instantly. Yes, I achieve victory in every game. Is this not the very essence of Mommy is Not Home from the beginning to now? Initially, no one realized they were being broadcasted live. Yet Chun Guyao's family maintained an overwhelming lead until now. In the final episode, Li Xiaolu and Fu Qing ran meticulously crafted a script, even hiring online influencers to attempt to alter public perception. They sought to complicate matters for Chun Guyao regarding the tutor issue. But after receiving a call from Lu Chun, all doubts were dispelled. At that moment, Chun Guyao perceived Lu Chun as if meeting him for the first time. With just one song, the distinction was clear. His entire performance in flawless English would ensure that any song he presented would become a sensation. The only conclusion is that it is unquestionably original. The English language may not be particularly challenging, yet no one in this world has ever managed to perform a high-quality English song in such a brief span of time. The expressions of Li Xiaolu and Fu Qingran, resembling that of Cole, serve as evidence. The astonished faces of Chun Guyao and Su Bin Fun provide the answer. The influx of viewers and the fervent barrage of admiration in the live chat are the results. The stirring melody and powerful lyrics profoundly resonated with everyone present, including the audience watching online. Chun Guyao's mouth hung open in astonishment. Her complexion flushed. Su Binfan excitedly shook Chun Guyao's arm, exclaiming, "Sister Yao, is Lu Chen really this remarkable?" Being proficient in English and creating English songs are entirely different realms. Is this the mark of a true master? This song sets the blood boiling. Is it just my imagination, or does this song perfectly complement the game? I feel the same. I must message Wang Zhirong Yao to get this song released immediately. Lu Deshun truly lives up to his name. His creativity knows no bounds. The number of online viewers soared, quickly surpassing 500 and continuing to rise. Given the current level of engagement, reaching 600 before the end of the live stream seems entirely feasible. Director Hong Bo felt his heart race, excitement evident on his face. If this live stream could reach 600 viewers, launching a second season would be a certainty. Meanwhile, the gaming company Superplay Entertainment, keenly observing this live stream, recognized the opportunity. Su Bo ran, in a flurry, instructed Gu Kong to contact Lu Chun, clearly anxious not to miss out. Gu Kong understood well the significance of Lu Chen's song. Its operational value and commercial potential were unparalleled. Su Bo ran, brimming with excitement, abruptly stood up, seizing the car keys from the table. "We must act swiftly. Draft a contract. I need to secure a deal with Lu Chun." Regret filled Su Bo Ran's heart. During his previous visit to Lu Chen's home, although he admired Lu Chen's skills, that was merely one aspect. His willingness to offer millions was largely influenced by Chun Guyao's presence. After all, there are many exceptional gamers in this world, some even surpassing professional players. In esports, a player's skills are merely the finishing touch. Substantial revenue stems from larger derivatives. Individuals like Su Bo Ran are exceedingly sensitive to any genuine potential. Lu Chen's song, once released as a game-specific track, would undoubtedly garner global acclaim. Currently, Wang Zhirong Yao is confined to the domestic market, with the international scene yet to open its doors. What is urgently needed is a song like Lu Chen's to serve as a stepping stone into the international market. In the broadcasting studio, Su Bin Fun, observing the viewers' comments, remarked to Chun Guyao, "Sister Yao, your agent's phone must be ringing off the hook right now." Chun Guyao shook her head helplessly, appearing drained, and replied softly, "My husband is just too exceptional. There's nothing I can do." Well, does he want shrimp and pig heart? The sense of helplessness emanating from the diva is enviable. It's utterly Versailles level. I would willingly trade 50 years of my life for a husband like Lu Chun. In the scene, Lu Xiaoyu claps and exclaims, "Dad, you are amazing. I never knew English songs could sound so delightful. I want to learn English well alongside you, Dad, so I can sing such beautiful English songs too." The answer was almost palpable. While Li Xiaolu and Fu Qingran struggled to conceal their anger yet maintained their composure before the camera, Chen Guyao calmly spoke into the phone, "Darling, you are wonderful. You can take charge of the tutoring arrangements. All right, I miss you." Lu Chun, akin to a gentle spring breeze, caused the hearts of all the female viewers in the live stream to flutter once again. "Yu, it's all set." Lu Chun signaled a victory gesture to Lu Xiaoyu, who then leaped into his embrace. "Dad, Long live. In stark contrast, in the other two households' live streams, Li Liang was still tirelessly instructing Li Zixuan on various tasks while incessantly conversing with an imaginary person. He rambled on about his undergraduate degree, his time as the vice president of the student council, and the organization of school celebrations. The situation in Fu Qingran's household was even more absurd, as Ma Yu got into a fight with Ma Xiaobao, resulting in a large swelling on his face. He decided to leave Ma Xiaobao at home and went out himself. The sole point of interest was undeniably centered on Lu Chen's household. Chapter 63. This song was just finished hours ago after completing their tasks. Lu Xiaoyu finally took out her phone and asked, "Dad, I finished practicing the piano. Can I play some games?" "Of course you can. It's been ages since we've seen the great Lu in a sweet duo queue. When will the great Lu create a personal account? He would undoubtedly become a major online sensation. Let us boost this. Min Blossom at 30. Support the great Lu. By the way, it seems like Yu doesn't realize this is a live stream. Humph. Does the great Lu need to perform like certain others?" Just as Lu Chen was about to agree, he suddenly remembered they were live streaming. However, as he prepared to decline, he recalled the previous stream where he played games with Lu Xiaoyu, which Chen Guyao must have known about since she hadn't mentioned it. So, was it a yes or a no? Lu Chen stroked his chin and said to Lu Xiaoyu, "Yu, we've been secretly playing Honor of Kings for quite a while without telling Mom. Shouldn't we ask her?" Upon hearing the suggestion to consult Chen Guyao, Lu Xiaoyu's enthusiasm waned considerably. Witnessing this, Chen Guyao felt an inexplicable pang in her heart. Lu Chen noticed Lu Xiaoyu's concern and gently grasped her hand, wearing a reassuring smile. "Yu, we've kept this from Mom for so long, but ultimately, we cannot hide it. We can have a benevolent fib. Yet we must also be sincere, don't you think? Rest assured, as long as you speak sincerely with Mom, she won't scold you." Finally, Lu Xiaoyu lifted her head, gazing at Lu Chen with hope, and tentatively asked, "Really? Mom won't be angry?" Lu Chen smiled and nodded, instilling boundless confidence in her. At last, Lu Xiaoyu mustered her courage and dialed Chen Guyao's number. Watching this unfold from the broadcasting studio, Chen Guyao felt suddenly anxious upon hearing the phone ring. "Sister Guyao, please pick up the phone." Su Binfeng urged anxiously. Chen Guyao answered the call, and the sweet, youthful voice of Lu Xiaoyu filled her ears. "Mommy, are you busy? I have something I want to tell you." The once tense Chen Guyao felt an unexpected wave of relaxation wash over her upon hearing Lu Xiaoyu's voice. "Oh, it's you. Mommy is free. What is on your mind?" Lu Xiaoyu glanced nervously at Lu Chen, who nodded slightly and whispered reassuringly, "Don't worry, Mommy will definitely agree." With a determined nod, Lu Xiaoyu spoke into the phone. "Mommy, I've finished my homework, practiced my piano, and learned a lot of English with Daddy. Can I play a game for a little while?" She quickly added, "I won't play for long, just a short time." Seeing Lu Xiaoyu's cautious demeanor, Chen Guyao felt a pang of affection. After all, she was her flesh and blood. How could Chen Guyao bear to see Lu Xiaoyu unhappy? Su Binfeng, observing Lu Xiaoyu's apprehensive expression, felt a surge of compassion. "Sister Guyao, why not let you play?" Chen Guyao cast a calm glance at Li Xiaolu and Fu Qingran, replying gently, "All right, you can play freely today." "Yay." As Lu Xiaoyu's joyful reaction filled the screen, Chen Guyao's heart ached once more. In truth, Yu had always been well-behaved. It was Chen Guyao who had overlooked many aspects, mistakenly believing that Yu was too young to understand moderation. Participating in this program had unveiled many unseen facets to her. "My husband is the most adept at educating children in the world. To outsiders, he may not seem worthy of me, but in reality, Chen Guyao gazed lovingly at Lu Chen, who was engrossed in a game with Lu Xiaoyu. He accomplished far more than what others perceive. The calmness he exudes on screen is not something that can be mimicked or performed in just a few days. It is the result of years of cultivation, a manifestation of one's most genuine essence. Thunderous applause erupted in the studio, and the comments began to flood the screen. So well said. After this season's live broadcast, everyone can see the true nature of each family. It takes years of consistency to reach Lu Chen's level. It cannot be merely acted. Has no one noticed that Lu Chen, regardless of the circumstances, emanates a feeling we call love? Can we just have the Guyao family for the next season's live stream? Li Xiaolu and Fu Qingran knew all too well that they had lost, completely and utterly. They felt powerless to change the outcome. Consequently, both were rendered speechless. Silence seemed the best course of action. Simultaneously, they pondered a troubling thought. Should they return home and consider divorce? Perhaps, taking advantage of this program. They could fabricate a narrative about their husband's irresponsibility towards family and children. At worst, they could simply claim to have poor judgment. With an hour remaining until the end of the 5th live broadcast, the families of Li Liang and Ma Yu had effectively faded from the audience's view. Hong Bo appeared troubled. Currently, the online viewer count in Lu Chen's livestream fluctuates between 5 million and 6 million, making it challenging to surpass the 6 million mark. Due to the program's regulations, the production team cannot forcibly intervene in Lu Chen's parenting process. Originally, Hong Bo had resigned himself to this situation. However, at that moment, the sound of a doorbell unexpectedly echoed through the livestream. Upon opening the door, Lu Chen discovered 3 individuals standing outside. 2 of them were familiar to him, Su Bolin and Gu Kong, who had visited earlier that morning, accompanied by a middle-aged man with a noticeable paunch. Su Bolin promptly introduced. "This is Mr. Lu Chen." Zhao Hui frowned slightly, clearly displeased by Lu Chen's presence. How could Su Bolin introduce Lu Chen before him, a mere house husband? This was an affront to his dignity. What was so impressive about having a CEO wife? Just a pretty boy, what was there to boast about? Lu Chen sensed Zhao Hui's displeasure but chose to disregard it, turning to Su Bolin instead. "Mr. Su, we have discussed everything we needed to. What brings you here today?" Su Bolin quickly replied, "Mr. Lu, please do not misunderstand. We are here to introduce Mr. Zhao, who is a senior executive at Goose Factory Technology. He has come specifically to discuss the copyright of your songs." Copyrights? Lu Chen felt a twinge of confusion. Following the exposure from the livestream, he had become aware that several of his songs had gained immense popularity. However, what relevance did these songs have to Goose Factory? "Please, come in," he gestured, inviting the 2 men inside. Upon entering the room, Su Bolin and his companions appeared in the livestream, undoubtedly igniting further excitement among viewers. As the livestream's popularity soared, director Hong Bo couldn't contain his joy. The audience and guests in the studio were taken aback, glancing at Chen Guyao, who shook her head in confusion. There had been no prior indication that Lu Chen's music was up for sale. On screen, Su Bolin was brimming with enthusiasm. "Mr. Lu, we are here to discuss your newly composed English song." English song? Lu Chen suddenly realized. No way. Hadn't he just performed this song a few hours ago? It hadn't even been officially released yet. Were they already discussing copyright? This seemed rather swift. Su Bolin anticipated Lu Chen's astonishment. "Mr. Lu, although we have only heard your solo rendition, I believe the song's performance style and emotional expression align perfectly with our project, King's Remedy. Thus, we wish to secure the rights before its official release." Su Bolin's words shattered the expectations of countless CEOs watching the livestream. With the advancement of technology, gaming has emerged as an essential contemporary mainstream entertainment. Su Bolin's youthful success was undoubtedly attributed to his keen insight. In contrast, Zhao Hui wore a look of disdain. To him, Su Bolin still seemed too inexperienced. A song that has yet to be officially released is being backed by substantial investment without any visible commercial value. This is something a company like Superplay Entertainment, which has not yet gone public, would undertake. In contrast, a large publicly listed enterprise like Goose Factory must prioritize shareholder interests. "When do you plan to release this song?" Zhao Hui inquired bluntly. Lu Chen smiled faintly and replied, "At present, I have no intention of releasing it. However, should my wife express a desire for me to do so, I would certainly consider it." Zhao Hui's disdainful smile deepened. In his view, this was merely Lu Chen's rhetoric to inflate his value. "We are not prepared to collaborate with you yet. Today is merely an exploratory visit. Within 3 days, if the song proves suitable, we shall offer you a commendable price." What an attitude! Our esteemed Lu has yet to express any desire for collaboration with you. Executives? Really? How arrogant. Apologies, but our esteemed Lu is not in need of your trifling offerings. Chen Guyao furrowed her brow. Her lips pressed tightly together, clearly displeased with Zhao Hui's demeanor. Disregarding Lu Chen equated to disrespecting her. Goose Factory is substantial, and Starry Entertainment is not insignificant either. What qualifications does an ordinary executive possess? In the scene, Lu Xiaoyu leaned towards Lu Chen's ear and whispered, "Daddy, I don't quite like this uncle." Lu Chen profoundly empathized. Truly, she is his daughter. My apologies, perhaps I was not sufficiently clear. I currently have no intention of releasing this song. Even if I were to release it, it would be under contract with Starry Entertainment. If you wish to discuss the copyright leasing of this song, you ought to approach the planning department of Starry Entertainment rather than me. Lu Chen rose, preparing to see them off. This is my home. Unless there is anything further, I bid you farewell. Lu Chun did not exhibit arrogance, yet he presented himself with the authority of a host. In his eyes, there was no place for individuals whom Lu Xiaoyu disapproved of. What audacity. Just a man living off a woman. We grant you an opportunity. Yet you fail to cherish it, hence you deserve to be supported by a woman. Zhao Hui held a deep-seated contempt for Lu Chun. Had Lu Chun been obsequious and lavished praise upon him, he might have considered offering him a lucrative opportunity. But how could Lu Chun be so ungrateful? Zhao Hui's remarks caused Su Baran to frown. Even without the intention to collaborate, Zhao Hui's attitude was problematic. This was not the demeanor one should exhibit when seeking to engage with others. Just as he prepared to intervene, Lu Chun chuckled. Zhao, you are astute, indeed. I am a man under my wife's thumb. All my songs are managed by my wife. What can I say? I am fortunate to have such an exceptional spouse. Zhao Hui was rendered speechless by Lu Chun's retort, his countenance shifting from pale to ashen. Su Baran silently gave Lu Chun a thumbs up. To articulate living off a woman in such an enviable manner is truly a feat only Lu Chun could accomplish. In the broadcast room, Chen Guyao's cheeks flushed crimson. Beside her, Su Binfen could not resist teasing. Under your wife's thumb, huh? Chen Guyao playfully swatted at Su Binfen. You are insufferable. Chen Guyao felt an overwhelming sense of joy. Hurriedly, she inquired of the host, Xiaoyu. Host, may I call Lu Chun? Hongbo quickly signaled to Xiaoyu, urging her to consent. The host, Xiaoyu, nodded in agreement, of course. On the live broadcast, as Lu Chun confronted Zhao Hui, Chen Guyao's call came through. Darling, please put the call on speaker, she said. Lu Chun nodded, and Chen Guyao's voice resonated through the device. Mr. Zhao, this is Chen Guyao. My husband has spoken quite plainly. So allow me to be even more direct. We do not intend to collaborate with Goose Factory on this song. Zhao Hui, while dismissive of Lu Chun, felt a palpable unease towards Chen Guyao. Miss Chun, that is not my intention, Zhao Hui stammered, visibly flustered. No matter. I am here to announce that this song will definitely be released, so please stay tuned. As for whether we will collaborate with Goose Factory, that decision lies with my husband. Zhao Hui regretted his stance. Had this song been promoted by Xingchen Entertainment, he could hardly fathom its commercial potential. Now, all he could do was place his hopes on Lu Chun. Lu Chun chuckled lightly. Mr. Zhao, Goose Factory is a vast enterprise. I am merely a homemaker, not one to reach such heights. Zhao Hui felt as if he had been slapped, his face burning with embarrassment. Su Baran now deeply regretted having brought such a peculiar individual into the fold. What had begun as a promising venture had been thoroughly disrupted by Zhao Hui. Su Baran had intended to offer an explanation, but he noticed Lu Chun extending his hand in a gesture of dismissal. Mr. Zhao, Mr. Su, I won't keep you from your meal. Please, leave. With a resigned sigh, Su Baran had no choice but to depart. Now you know the folly of underestimating others, don't you? Su Baran's judgment still leaves much to be desired. He fears the strong and bullies the weak. The aura of a diva is indeed formidable. Am I the only one eager for the release of this song? I long to hear the complete version. Though Lu Chun's performance was flawless, I feel the female vocals would elevate this song even further. As the 5th episode approached its conclusion, Chen Guyao suddenly posed a question in the studio. Binfen, would you be willing to sing this song? A pin-drop silence enveloped the studio. Su Binfen stood momentarily stunned, disbelief etched on her face. Since the show began, I have been immensely grateful for your support. Would you consider helping me again by performing this song? Chen Guyao inquired with a smile. How could Su Binfen possibly refuse? This was not merely her aiding Chen Guyao. It was Chen Guyao who was aiding her. For a singer, possessing a good song is of paramount importance, especially one such as this. Of course, I would be honored. I will give it my all. Su Binfen nodded emphatically, overwhelmed with emotion. The live broadcast's popularity surged, surpassing 600 just before its conclusion. Hong Bo and Zhang Zhifeng embraced in excitement. The live stream rating was secured. Upon returning home, Chen Guyao felt elated. Lu Chun's performance had truly impressed her. Just as netizens had remarked, Lu Chun was nothing short of exceptional. Suddenly, Chen Guyao had a thought. For a song, both the lyrics and the performer hold great significance, yet there exists an equally vital element, the arrangement. Not every lyricist possesses the ability to arrange music. Chen Guyao, of course, had no doubt that Lu Chun was also skilled in arrangement, but she was eager to discern whose arrangement would better suit the song, hers or his. Chapter 65. The chaotic state of two families. The following day, Chen Guyao was engulfed in a sense of melancholy. While she anticipated that Lu Qin would likely excel in arrangements, she had not expected his skill to be so extraordinarily refined. To create an appropriate composition, she dedicated several hours, listening to her piece over and over again. She believed that even if her work fell short of Lu Qin's, it would at least be a fair contest. However, Lu Qin, in a mere half hour, crafted an arrangement that rendered hers utterly powerless, leaving her in defeat. It seemed that Lu Qin was one of those individuals blessed by fate, possessing an extraordinary talent. Lu Qin quickly discerned Chen Guyao's dejection and, with a cheerful smile, reassured her, "All right, my dear, I'm really not that impressive. If it weren't for the inspiration drawn from your arrangement, I wouldn't have been able to achieve this so swiftly. The true credit for this arrangement belongs to you." Lu Qin's attempt to console her only deepened her gloom. "You must be joking. I know how it really is." Yet, in her heart, Chen Guyao felt a sweetness, for Lu Qin always had an uncanny ability to sense her emotions. "Don't be sad. Here is some candy for you," Lu Xiaoyu exclaimed, extending her hand with sweets towards Chen Guyao. Chen Guyao felt a genuine gratitude towards the livestream program Mom is Not Home. Despite the minor unpleasant incidents that occurred during the show, without it, she might never have had the chance to witness her husband's extraordinary talents or comprehend Lu Xiaoyu's unhappiness. Upon returning home from the company, Chen Guyao's phone buzzed incessantly. Upon checking, she found numerous private messages from her manager. Following 5 episodes of the livestream, the performances of the 3 families had been enthusiastically edited into short videos by many netizens and shared across various online platforms. Overnight, a plethora of accounts bearing Lu Qin's name emerged, their authenticity difficult to discern. Having just completed the recording of Lu Qin's new song, she was now inundated with the task of managing the impersonating marketing accounts, leaving her overwhelmed. Chen Guyao gazed at Lu Qin, her voice laced with complaint. "Now I understand why you don't want to be famous. It's so bothersome." Lu Qin chuckled. "This is the price of fame. Everyone thinks I'm a house husband, but they have no idea how enjoyable being a house husband can be." Chen Guyao huffed, presenting her phone to Lu Qin. "A house husband, you say? Our great Lu Qin is quite famous now, isn't he?" Undeniably, Lu Qin, once an obscure individual, had seen several of his songs ascend to popularity within a mere 2 days, becoming a household name. As the saying goes, joy for some brings sorrow for others. While Chen Guyao's family was bustling with excitement over Lu Qin's newfound fame, the atmosphere was starkly contrasted in the households of Li Xiaolu and Fu Qingran, where a sense of desolation prevailed. With the frenzied dissemination of short videos, a torrent of vitriol from netizens has been directed towards Li Liang and Ma Yu. At Li Liang's residence, Li Zixuan has locked himself in his room, his head buried deep in his arms, with fits of sobbing echoing within. Under the impetus of online public opinion, Li Liang's company has also found itself subjected to widespread condemnation. Competitors have seized the opportunity to strike a blow. In just a day, the company's stock value plummeted by 30%, inciting considerable discontent among shareholders, with some major investors contemplating withdrawal. Faced with the dual pressures of corporate and public scrutiny, Li Liang could no longer maintain his composure and erupted in a quarrel with Li Xiaolu upon returning home. His fury, having no outlet, culminated in a violent rampage that left the house in disarray, objects strewn about haphazardly. Amidst the chaos, Li Liang resembled a frenzied animal. Li Xiaolu shook her head with a bitter smile, filled with self-mockery. "Li Liang, I was truly blind to have only now recognized what kind of person you are." Li Liang, shedding his pretense, unabashedly expressed his disdain for Li Xiaolu, bellowing, "What kind of person am I? Li Xiaolu, do you think of yourself as a virtuous woman? We are merely 2 of a kind. Is it all my fault that things have come to this? If you hadn't agreed to participate in that live stream, would our family be in such disarray?" This marked Li Liang's first instance of such hysterical shouting at Li Xiaolu. She felt a flush of heat on her face, her heart brimming with indignation and resentment. How dare he raise his voice at her? If it weren't for her, Li Liang would have long since faced ruin. "Li Liang, you've become so emboldened that you dare to yell at me. And what if I do? You shouldn't have appeared on that program. Now look, the company is on the brink of collapse." "Your company?" Li Xiaolu retorted with disdain. "Without me, your company would have long been in dire straits. And now you dare to blame me? Fine, Li Liang, let us get a divorce. I want to give you a single penny henceforth." "Divorce? So be it," Li Liang exclaimed in a fit of rage. "Li Liang, you scoundrel, Upon returning home, Fu Qingran found Ma Yu sitting on the sofa, his expression dark and brooding. Ma Yu lifted his gaze, fixing it on Fu Qingran with an intensity that sent chills down her spine. Feeling the weight of his stare, Fu Qingran could not contain her anger. What are you staring at? You pathetic fool, you couldn't even perform in a play. What else can you do? With all that makeup, one might mistake you for a woman. Ma Yu sprang to his feet, pointing at Fu Qingran with unbridled fury. I am a public figure. Who else is to blame but you? You are neither an acclaimed actress nor a celebrated diva, lacking resources and connections. My stagnant career over the years has been entirely due to your dragging me down. Had I remained single, I would have been a sensation across the land. You have squandered my bright future. Fu Qingran, I have had enough of you. With that, Ma Yu slammed a sheet of white paper onto the table, declaring, I've made up my mind, divorce. Upon hearing the word divorce, Fu Qingran felt a ringing in her ears. Throughout her life, Ma Yu had always exhibited a timid and subservient demeanor. Even the slightest displeasure on her face would prompt Ma Yu to grovel for her approval. She had never fathomed that Ma Yu would dare to utter the word divorce. Ma Yu, have you truly considered this? If you divorce me, I shall no longer concern myself with the debts you incurred from that wager. Ma Yu lifted her head, her expression dripping with disdain. Let me be frank with you. A foreign television series is set to commence production, and the producer intends for me to portray the second male lead. You, vile woman, best be on your way. Ma Xiaobao stormed out of the room, pointing at Ma Yu and hurling insults. Ma Yu, how dare you speak ill of my mother? Ma Yu's face contorted with malice as she glared at Ma Xiaobao, her countenance twisted into a snarl. Oh, have you forgotten? Ma Yu is not what you call me. I am your father. Seizing Ma Xiaobao, Ma Yu began to strike him. Fu Qingran's eyes widened in shock as she lunged at Ma Yu with fury. Ma Yu, if you dare lay a hand on my son, I will not hold back. Chapter 66, A Fiery Scene. Today's trending topic, the rise of a new star in the music industry. Su Binfin's latest song makes a powerful entrance. A tweet from Su Binfin's personal account ignited fervor across the internet in an instant. Just days prior, during the program Mom Is Not Home, Chen Guiyao had promised to have Su Binfin perform this song, generating considerable anticipation among netizens. Coupled with Lu Chen's vocal rendition circulating online, the buzz around it remained undiminished. As the excitement surrounding Mom Is Not Home intensified, public anticipation grew day by day. Su Binfin, too, was not idle. After 3 days of diligent effort, she finally launched, and within a mere half hour, the number of shares surpassed 1 million, an astonishing momentum. In her Weibo post, Su Binfin expressed heartfelt gratitude for her fans' support and particularly highlighted the song's creative background. Dear fans, the new song has been released, and I hope for your continued support. I am grateful to Chen Guiyao of Xingchen Entertainment for trusting me with this opportunity. The lyrics and composition of this song were both crafted by Chen Guiyao, and I hope everyone pays close attention. Meanwhile, the enthusiasm surrounding Mom Is Not Home had yet to wane, and Lu Chen's singing video continued to go viral online due to, under the combined heat of and the recently concluded variety show Mom Is Not Home, Lu Chen's compositions, including Jixiang Sanbao and 2 other Mandarin songs, dominated major music platforms. The explosive popularity of these 3 Mandarin songs even led to a surge in Xingchen Entertainment's market value, resulting in numerous substantial investment inquiries for Chen Guiyao in just a single day. Audiences were captivated by Lu Chen's talent, sharing and reposting fervently. In just an hour, Lu Chen's Weibo follower count exceeded 3 million, setting an astonishing record. As the song's popularity continued to soar, major music platforms extended olive branches to Su Binfin, hoping for it to launch exclusively on their sites. Many even privately messaged Chen Guiyao, expressing a willingness to pay handsomely for Lu Chen to compose a song for them. In a flash, received a torrent of acclaim, becoming a hot topic of discussion across the internet. Lu Deshen's song is a must-listen. Su Goddess's performance is simply phenomenal. Lu Deshen is extraordinarily talented. Every release is a bombshell. Who possesses a solo rendition by Master Lu? I am willing to pay a high price for it. In light of such fervent reactions, Su Binfeng herself was profoundly astonished. She had anticipated some level of success, yet never imagined it would reach such heights. Particularly upon learning that the arrangement of this song was composed by Lu Chun in a mere half hour, she felt as if she might faint from sheer amazement. Sister Guiyao, you cannot be deceiving me. This arrangement was crafted by Lu Chun in just half an hour. The ability to spontaneously create such a masterful song is already remarkable, and for Lu Chun to accomplish the arrangement in such a brief time is truly an awe-inspiring talent. In that moment, Su Binfeng felt that her own proud abilities paled in comparison to Lu Chen's brilliance. Now, she finally comprehended the meaning of the saying, "Genius is merely a threshold to my presence." Qin Guyao patted Su Binfeng's shoulder, offering comfort, "Do not worry." I was even more shocked when I first learned about it. Su Binfeng, with a look of regret, asked, "Sister Guyao, are you truly not considering allowing Lu Chen to debut? With such talent, he would undoubtedly shine brightly in the industry." Qin Guyao shook her head helplessly and explained, "Lu Chen does not wish to debut. There is nothing I can do about it. He simply enjoys spending time with children, and so I will leave it to him. Moreover, with his striking looks, how can I feel at ease letting him debut?" Su Binfeng instantly felt disheartened. "Sister Guyao, I have discovered something quite serious." Qin Guyao furrowed her brow slightly. Her expression filled with concern as she gently inquired, "What is it?" Su Binfeng sighed deeply, shaking her head in lament. "Sister Guyao, Lu Chun has significantly elevated my standards for a partner. I fear I may never marry." Not only has this song stirred fervor domestically, but it has also swiftly gained popularity overseas. At a foreign entertainment company, a Chinese netizen uploaded this song to the international web, instantly capturing the attention of many foreign friends. Annie, currently the top female diva in the country, was deeply captivated by it. "What did you say? This song was sung by someone from Huaxiao?" She looked at her assistant in disbelief. The assistant nodded emphatically. "It is a female singer from Huaxia." Annie, filled with excitement, exclaimed, "I must meet this person. Help me get in touch with her. I want to witness the talent behind such a creation. If possible, I would like to cover this song." While the entire internet was immersed in the fervent atmosphere brought about by this song, the high-level conference room of the Goose Factory was shrouded in silence. Everyone bowed their heads, and Zhao Hui sat in his seat, scarcely daring to breathe. Su Kaming, seated at the head of the table, emanated a cold and stern aura, his gaze fixed intently on Zhao Hui, causing Zhao Hui to feel a prickling sensation on his scalp, his heart racing like a rabbit in fright. The Goose Factory, as a leading technology giant in the country, had established an unassailable stronghold in the domestic gaming market with its blockbuster mobile game, King's Remedy. The series of spectacular competitive events continued to attract nationwide attention, maintaining a high level of popularity for a decade. As the competitive landscape gradually evolves, domestic players brim with anticipation, hoping that King's Remedy can successfully venture onto the international stage, shattering the stereotypes associated with domestic games and breathing new life into the industry. However, the internationalization of a game presents formidable challenges for a gaming company. Beyond aligning gameplay design with global trends, significant derivative expansions are equally vital, and the currently trending undoubtedly represents a substantial opportunity. Yet, what Su Kaming could not foresee was that, at the most opportune moment for acquiring, one of his executives had inadvertently offended the brilliant creator Lu Chun. At that moment, Su Kaming felt anything but enlightened. Prior to the meeting, the data provided by his secretary revealed a barrage of criticism directed at them in official messages. As one of the leading enterprises in the country, every action they take attracts the gaze of countless players and citizens. After a prolonged silence, Su Kaming finally spoke. "While I may not possess your technical expertise, there is one thing I must insist upon. We must secure the rights to." Chapter 67. This Su Binfeng is indeed too proud in the conference room. Zhao Hui abruptly stood up, his gaze evasive, unable to meet Su Kaming's eyes, resembling a guilty schoolboy caught in a misstep. "Chairman, I acknowledge my mistake," Zhao Hui uttered, his voice laden with remorse. Su Kaming shot him a fierce glare and retorted brusquely, "So, acknowledging your mistake is all there is to it? This is a company, not a classroom." Zhao Hui raised his head and hastily assured, "Chairman, rest assured, I will exert every effort to reclaim the rights to rectifying this error." "Now you're in a hurry? What happened to that arrogant demeanor you had before? Did you not look down upon Lu Chen, claiming he was merely living off others?" Su Kaming scornfully remarked. Zhao Hui's face flushed crimson with shame, wishing he could bury his head in the ground, murmuring, "Chairman, I truly understand my error, and I guarantee I will handle this matter well. If I fail, I am willing to accept any punishment." Upon hearing this, Su Kaming's tightly furrowed brow gradually relaxed. He glanced at Zhao Hui coldly and stated, "Many competitive game developers are eyeing, so your time is limited. If you fail, I will have to reconsider your capabilities." A sense of urgency gripped Zhao Hui. He was acutely aware of Su Kaming's decisive and uncompromising nature. If he could not resolve this matter, his position within the upper echelons of the company might very well be at stake. After the meeting, Zhao Hui returned to his office, dejected and frustrated, sweeping everything from his desk onto the floor in a fit of anger. The secretary, startled by the sudden commotion, had already seen the news and understood the source of Zhao Hui's fury. She quickly approached him, cautiously advising, "General Manager Zhao, please calm down. It's not worth jeopardizing your health over this." Zhao Hui, overwhelmed with irritation, responded icily, "Today, Su has issued me an ultimatum. If I cannot secure the rights to, I will have no good days ahead. It's all Lu Chun's fault, that good-for-nothing, along with Chun Guyao. They are deliberately targeting me." The secretary leaned in, whispering a suggestion, "General Manager Zhao, I believe we need not rely solely on Lu Chun. This song is performed by Su Binfen, and it is quite possible that the copyright has already been sold to her. Why don't we approach her directly? That would resolve our issue, right?" Zhao Hui's eyes suddenly brightened. Indeed, how could I not have thought of this? However, upon reconsideration, Zhao Hui hesitated. Given Su Binfen's close relationship with Chun Guyao, would she be willing to sell the copyright to me? The secretary scoffed. In the entertainment industry, what genuine feelings exist? It's all just superficial. As long as we offer a high enough price, what is there to fear? Zhao Hui pondered this and recognized the truth in her words, bursting into hearty laughter. "Let us proceed as you suggest." With that, Zhao Hui seized the secretary's hand, a devious smile spreading across his face. "You truly are my lucky star." That afternoon, Zhao Hui contacted Su Binfen's agent to propose a meeting for collaboration. Upon hearing Zhao Hui's name, Su Binfen immediately refused without a second thought. Undeterred, Zhao Hui went to great lengths to obtain Su Binfen's phone number. She clearly remembered his arrogant demeanor from the live broadcast day. He was undoubtedly seeking the copyright for his own gain. Just as Su Binfen was about to hang up, her agent intervened. Su, after all, he is from Goose Factory. We must extend them some courtesy." Although reluctant, Su Binfen acquiesced to her agent's advice and answered the call. "Hello, Miss Su. This is Zhao Hui. You are truly a busy person. It is not easy to reach you." Zhao Hui's greasy voice emanated from the receiver. Su Binfen's face expressed clear disdain as she coldly replied, "Zhao Zong, is there something you need? If not, I have other matters to attend to." Hearing this, Zhao Hui's brow furrowed in irritation. How dare a mere star treat him this way, when he was a senior executive at a top internet company in the country? Yet, faced with his current predicament, he could only suppress his anger, vowing silently that once he secured the copyright, he would ensure Su Binfen understood the consequences of crossing him. "Miss Su, I will be blunt. Congratulations on your new song, achieving great success. We at Goose Factory place significant importance on this track and wish to purchase the copyright from you. Rest assured, money is no object. We will certainly offer you a good price." Su Binfen shook her head in resignation. Indeed, they had come for this matter. After offending Lu Chun, they were now setting their sights on her work. "Zhao Zong, did you not previously dismiss Lu Chun? Why now seek to buy the copyright to this song at a high price? Surely, the board has issued you a mandate that you find difficult to fulfill?" Zhao Hui felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him, rendered speechless by her words, mentally cursing Su Binfen for her meddling. Her silence reaffirmed Su Binfen's suspicions. "I'm sorry, Zhao Zong, but I cannot assist you. I possess only the rights to perform and use this song. The copyright belongs to Mr. Chun Guyao. If you wish to buy it, you must approach him instead. However, I advise you to first apologize to Lu Chun." Zhao Hui's face turned a deep shade of anger. How could he, a dignified executive from Goose Factory, be so ridiculed by a mere artist? An artist relying on her looks, and a man like Lu Chun, who lived off others, dared to disregard a legitimate executive like him. "Miss Su, I have not offended you, have I?" Zhao Hui's voice abruptly lowered, his displeasure becoming increasingly evident as he instinctively clenched his phone tighter. Su Binfen's manager, standing nearby, anxiously signaled to her, yet Su Binfen appeared oblivious, completely disregarding her manager's urgency. "Mr. Zhao, if merely a few words from me can offend you, then you truly are quite easy to provoke." Su Binfen replied with an unwavering tone. Upon hearing this, Zhao Hui trembled slightly with rage, ready to retort. But the busy signal from the other end interrupted his thoughts as Su Binfen abruptly ended the call. Her manager, wearing a look of helplessness, glanced at her with a wry smile. "My dear lady, you have certainly managed to thoroughly offend Zhao Hui now. The influence of the goose factory in this industry is immense. We may find ourselves facing obstacles in the future. Su Binfin shrugged nonchalantly, her expression resolute. I entered the entertainment industry relying on my own genuine talents, not on flattery or sycophancy. If I cannot survive because of a few words, then perhaps this industry is not worth my time. Her manager shook his head in resignation, yet he understood that Su Binfin had the confidence to speak thus. Her prowess was evident, granting her the capital to stand firm wherever she went. Gazing at the steadfast Su Binfin, her manager momentarily saw a reflection of Chun Guyao during her debut. That same pure passion for music and refusal to bow to worldly pressures, strikingly similar. Indeed, the entertainment industry is a realm where the new replaces the old, the waves of the Yangtze River pushing forward. Meanwhile, Zhao Hui, left on the line, stood frozen, feeling a flush of heat across his face. His secretary, noticing his distress, cautiously approached to console him. Mr. Zhao, please do not let this upset you. This Su Binfin truly lacks discernment. She does not know her own worth. Chapter 68. I'm sorry, no amount of money will make me sell. Zhao Hui found himself at a loss. Having failed to extract any leverage from Su Binfin, he resolved to seek out Lu Chun instead. Qin Guyao exuded a formidable presence, and in contrast, Lu Chun appeared more susceptible to persuasion in Zhao Hui's eyes. However, the thought of lowering himself to seek Lu Chun's favor was a bitter pill to swallow. As Zhao Hui brooded, smoking a cigarette, his secretary ventured another suggestion. Mr. Zhao, we need not concern ourselves with Lu Chen's feelings. The secretary spoke with confidence. Zhao Hui's eyes brightened, striving to maintain an air of calm. Oh, do share your thoughts. Seeing Zhao Hui intrigued, the secretary's expression brimmed with satisfaction. Lu Chun is merely a house husband. What of his talents? A person like him surely has little freedom under Chun Guyao's influence. First and foremost, Lu Chun is unlikely to possess wealth. Even if he does, it is probably hidden away as personal savings. Thus, if we extend a few small favors, he will undoubtedly be eager to accept our terms. Zhao Hui wholeheartedly agreed, feeling that his secretary's insights were spot on. You are indeed my lucky star, Zhao Hui exclaimed joyfully, pulling his secretary back into the room. That afternoon, a gleaming Rolls-Royce came to a halt outside Lu Chen's residence. Zhao Hui stepped out of the car, his secretary trailing behind, cradling a bulging briefcase. As they were about to ascend the stairs, the secretary abruptly halted Zhao Hui. Zhao Hui looked at the secretary in confusion. What is the matter? The secretary slapped his forehead in frustration and said, My apologies, President Zhao. I completely forgot. The last time Lu Chen declined your request. It was because he was at home, right? With a wife like Chun Guyao, he must have hidden cameras installed at home. Otherwise, how could he perform so well on the show? He must be used to putting on a fade. Zhao Hui suddenly realized, feeling a surge of admiration for Chun Guyao's cunning. As the president of an entertainment company, she had meticulously considered every detail before the show. Zhao Hui pressed the doorbell, and when Lu Chen opened the door, he was greeted by Zhao Hui's insidious smile. President Zhao, do you need something? Lu Chen's tone was far from amicable. He felt no obligation to be courteous to someone like Zhao Hui. Zhao Hui awkwardly chuckled and craned his neck to peer inside the room. His shifty demeanor only deepened Lu Chen's disdain for him. President Zhao, if you don't speak, I will close the door, Lu Chen said coldly. Zhao Hui hurriedly waved his hands. No. I just want to see if President Chen is home. Upon hearing this, Lu Chen frowned even more tightly. Even for business matters, he preferred that Chun Guyao did not associate with someone like Zhao Hui. Moreover, it was quite rude for Zhao Hui to come to their home. If he wanted to see Guyao, he should go to her office instead. Zhao Hui leaned in closer, lowering his voice. Actually, I'm not looking for President Chen. I'm looking for, before he could finish. Lu Chen slammed the door shut with a loud bang. Zhao Hui, caught off guard, had his nose slammed against the door, and blood gushed forth immediately. The secretary rushed forward, concerned, to wipe away the blood. As Zhao Hui was about to explode in anger, the secretary quickly intervened. President Zhao, the copyright matter is urgent. Once we secure the rights, we won't have to worry about dealing with Lu Chun. Zhao Hui found this reasoning sound, and, suppressing his fury, pressed the doorbell again. This time, Lu Chun was even less patient. Zhao Hui took a step back and gestured politely. Mr. Lu, may I have a word? Without hesitation, Lu Chun shook his head. No? Zhao Hui's smile faltered momentarily before he quickly regained his composure, chuckling. Mr. Lu, I come bearing sincere intentions. I kindly ask you to lend me a moment. Seeing Zhao Hui's persistence, Lu Chen reluctantly followed him to the car. Once inside, the secretary opened the briefcase, revealing 10 neatly stacked bundles of cash. Lu Chen immediately grasped Zhao Hui's intentions. He was attempting to bribe him. But a mere 100,000? Such an insult. Zhao Hui regarded Lu Chen with a smug expression, convinced of his cleverness. Mr. Lu, this 100,000 is just a down payment. If you grant me the copyright, I can offer you an additional 300,000. Zhao Hui deliberately elongated the phrase 300,000. Lu Chen let out a cold laugh and refused without hesitation. President Zhao, I didn't expect you, as a big boss, to be so stingy. A total of 400,000, and you dare to present it? It appears that your esteemed company has no genuine intention to purchase. I believe 400 million would be more appropriate. Zhao Hui's expression shifted, revealing his dissatisfaction with Lu Chen. He considered himself to have extended considerable courtesy, yet Lu Chen maintained a haughty demeanor that left him exceedingly uncomfortable. Observing Zhao Hui's growing displeasure, the secretary hastily interjected, Mr. Lu, we truly come with sincerity. How about this? Name your price. How much do you desire? Lu Chen remained resolute, responding, I'm afraid I cannot sell at any price. As I've stated, the copyright belongs to my wife's Xingchen Entertainment. The secretary glanced at Zhao Hui, who leaned closer to Lu Chen with a knowing expression. Brother Lu, we are all men here, I understand. How does 500,000 sound? Rest assured, this matter will remain confidential from General Manager Chen. It dawned on Lu Chen what Zhao Hui was insinuating. Clearly, he still held him in low regard and lacked genuine intent. Mr. Zhao, if that's your perspective, you've come to the wrong person. As I mentioned, any discussions should be directed to my wife. Zhao Hui's countenance darkened instantly, and he exclaimed furiously, Lu Chen, I have been more than accommodating. Do not fail to recognize my generosity. Very well, 1 million. You, a mere house husband, will never earn 1 million in your lifetime. Partner with me, and this sum is yours. Lu Chen chose to disregard him, pushing open the car door and departing. Zhao Hui, unable to contain his frustration, stormed out of the car. Lu Chen, do not overestimate your worth. Do you truly think we at the Goose Factory cherish your songs? We are merely indulging you. Let me tell you, once this opportunity passes, there will be no second chance. Should remain unsold in your hands. Do not come crying to me. Lu Chen turned around, a mocking expression on his face. Since the Goose Factory harbors such thoughts, I shall convey this to my wife. I trust she is not particularly eager to collaborate with your establishment. Zhao Hui's arrogance was swiftly extinguished by Lu Chen's words. If Su Kaming were to learn of such comments, he would undoubtedly be dismissed. Lu Chen, let us speak civilly. Everything is negotiable, is it not? Lu Chen, having lost patience, issued Zhao Hui an ultimatum. I've already stated, for copyright matters, consult Xingchen Entertainment. Furthermore, if you do not depart immediately, I shall summon security. Chapter 69. The villain here to offer his head. Nearby, patrolling security noticed the commotion involving Lu Chen and approached briskly. Upon seeing Lu Chen, their expressions brightened with enthusiasm. Ah, it is Brother Lu. What seems to be the trouble? Lu Chen pointed at Zhao Hui, coldly stating, these interlopers are obstructing my view. Interlopers? Zhao Hui's face flushed crimson upon hearing this. How dare Lu Chen regard him as such? However, the security personnel paid no heed to Zhao Hui's identity. If Lu Chen deemed him an interloper, then that was precisely what he was in their eyes. The lead security officer, a burly figure towering over Zhao Hui, approached him with a look of disdain. You, how dare you disturb Brother Lu? Are you not aware that everyone in our security department is sworn brothers with Brother Lu? Zhao Hui, intimidated by the imposing presence of the burly security guard, took a couple of steps back, feeling a twinge of fear. Yet he mustered a facade of composure and threatened, do you know who I am? Do you believe that with a single word, I could have you dismissed from this job? Upon hearing this, the stout security guard was immediately enraged. Oh, so you think you're quite formidable, he exclaimed, grabbing his walkie-talkie and shouting, brothers at the north and south gates, listen up. I've encountered a meddling troublemaker bothering Brother Lu, so come quickly. After finishing his call, the guard patted his round belly, confidently warning Zhao Hui, let me tell you, once I don this uniform, I only recognize the manager and the owner. If you don't take the hint and leave now, you might find it hard to leave later, not wanting to suffer further humiliation. Zhao Hui hastily jumped into his car, and with the driver pressing the gas pedal, they sped away. As he drove back, Zhao Hui's anger intensified. He couldn't shake the feeling that misfortune was conspiring against him. He attributed all his recent troubles to Lu Chen. Once this period passes, I shall certainly deal with Lu Chen. However, at this moment, his most pressing concern was the copyright issue. It seemed his only recourse was to seek out Chen Guyao. Deep down, Zhao Hui was quite reluctant, as Chen Guyao, being the female CEO, exuded an overpowering aura that he typically preferred to avoid. Sensing his unease, the secretary quickly offered words of comfort. Mr. Zhao, don't be upset. I didn't expect Lu Chen to be so ungrateful either. But since it has come to this, rubbing his temples in frustration, Zhao Hui sighed. Now, it seems I must discuss matters with Chen Guyao. The secretary, with a glint of mischief in her eyes, ventured, Mr. Zhao, don't you find it strange? Why does Lu Chen insist that we approach CEO Chen Guyao? We offered $1 million, yet it failed to sway him. At that moment, Zhao Hui was too overwhelmed with his own troubles to ponder such questions, and he impatiently replied, just speak plainly. No need for roundabout expressions. The secretary leaned closer to Zhao Hui, her voice low and conspiratorial. Chen Guyao must have colluded with Lu Chen beforehand, intending to leverage this song to negotiate with our company, thereby inflating the price. Otherwise, how could a mere ordinary house husband like Lu Chen resist $1 million laid before him? Zhao Hui's head jerked up. The secretary's reasoning struck a chord with him. It must indeed be the case. However, once he grasped this, a new worry crept in. If it is as you say, how do we proceed with the negotiations? The secretary displayed a self-assured expression, replying, we should first offer an exceptionally low price, then wait for Chen Guyao to raise it. At that point, if both sides reach a compromise, we might save a considerable sum. How much insight could a mere woman possess? I believe we could secure the copyright for around 800,000. Once the deal is struck, we could save the company a significant amount, and perhaps the board, led by Director Su, would commend you. As Zhao Hui absorbed the secretary's words, visions of Director Su praising him danced in his mind, prompting him to laugh heartily. Ha ha ha, you make a valid point. Truly valid. Beneath the Star Entertainment building, Zhao Hui's face flushed crimson as he shouted at the receptionist, what is the matter with you? I have repeated countless times that I wish to see your general manager, Chen. Do you even understand human language? Do you realize that your negligence is delaying a multi-million-dollar deal? The receptionist, displaying an expression of helplessness, patiently reiterated, Sir, I have genuinely informed you several times that an appointment is necessary to meet General Manager Chen. Zhao Hui's brows knitted tightly together. Ever since the tech giant had ascended to the pinnacle of the domestic market, he, as a startup executive, had always been revered and prioritized wherever he went. It had always been others who needed to schedule appointments to meet him. He had never encountered a situation where he was required to book an appointment to see someone else. This was akin to a resounding slap in the face from Chen Guyao, utterly humiliating. I warn you, I am here with a multi-million-dollar deal. If this is delayed because of your inefficiency, none of you can bear the consequences. When General Manager Chen gets angry, you will all find yourselves unemployed. Zhao Hui raised his voice, attempting to impose his will. The receptionist appeared troubled and, after a moment's hesitation, said, Please hold on. I will contact Secretary Lin for you. A few minutes later, Lin Shi arrived at the reception with graceful strides. The sight that greeted her was the furious Zhao Hui, who was visibly fuming. As Chen Guyao's personal secretary and manager, Lin Shi was acutely aware of Zhao Hui's performance on the show Mom Is Not Home. Recently, the program had become an internet sensation, with numerous large enterprises eager to collaborate with Xingchen Entertainment, even attracting offers from abroad. Thus, Lin Shi could easily surmise Zhao Hui's intentions for being there. Zhao Hui, still seething, noticed Lin Shi. She wore a sharp professional ensemble, complemented by nude stockings that perfectly accentuated her curvaceous figure, exuding the unique charm of a mature woman. Zhao Hui was momentarily entranced, his gaze fixed on Lin Shi, unable to tear himself away. Meanwhile, Zhao Hui's secretary stood beside him, her eyes filled with jealousy and dissatisfaction, embodying the demeanor of a scorned woman. Lin Shi perceived the tension in their glances, growing increasingly displeased with Zhao Hui. In a novel, he would undoubtedly be cast as a mindless antagonist, the kind destined for downfall. Hello, Mr. Zhao, I am Lin Shi, secretary to Chen Guyao, she said politely, her voice clear and melodious. Upon hearing the title secretary to Chen Guyao, Zhao Hui was jolted back to reality, quickly suppressing his lecherous expression to don a facade he deemed presentable. Oh, so you are Secretary Lin. It is a pleasure to finally meet you. I have come specifically to see General Manager Chen to discuss a significant business opportunity. Zhao Hui beamed, his tone laced with a hint of self-satisfaction. Lin Shi, fully aware of Zhao Hui's so-called significant business opportunity, responded with unwavering composure, "I apologize, Mr. Zhao. But if you do not have an appointment, it may not be convenient for General Manager Qin to meet with you, as she has been exceedingly busy lately." At this, Zhao Hui's expression darkened instantly. Busy? Was he not busy as well? He was nearly overwhelmed with busyness. "Secretary Lin, you may not yet realize that the matter I wish to discuss involves a contract worth millions. This is certainly not a trifling sum," Zhao Hui reiterated, endeavoring to capture Lin Shi's attention. Upon hearing this, Lin Shi felt a wave of incredulity within. Indeed, millions are not a small amount. Yet for the currently flourishing Star Entertainment, particularly in light of the sensational success of, it truly pales in comparison. According to the conservative estimates of the marketing department, the value of is at least 100 million. "Mr. Zhao, I presume you are here to discuss the collaboration concerning?" Lin Shi inquired directly. Zhao Hui, taken aback, responded with a flicker of surprise, "How did you know?" Chapter 70. Within a day, without the funds, this song will not reach Goose Factory. A subtle smile graced Lin Shi's lips as she maintained a polite demeanor. In the face of Zhao Hui's evident fury, Lin Shi unhurriedly remarked, "Mr. Zhao, your timing is rather unfortunate. Our President Qin is currently not meeting with anyone interested in negotiating the copyright for." Zhao Hui felt a jolt in his heart upon hearing this. It was unmistakably a direct affront aimed at him. Just as he was about to retort, Lin Shi discreetly signaled to the security personnel. Zhao Hui's anger surged, his face reddening as he exclaimed, "Secretary Lin, what do you mean by this? I am, after all, an executive at Goose Factory. Is this how you treat me? I represent Goose Factory now, and if you have the security, throw me out. Be prepared for your Star Entertainment to trend on social media tomorrow." Lin Shi's smile remained intact, her tone unwavering. "Mr. Zhao, you misunderstand. President Qin has always held Goose Factory in high regard, but perhaps not so much for you personally. And it is not about throwing you out. We are kindly asking you to leave. As for trending online, that is entirely up to you." The security personnel swiftly approached, and despite his deep-seated resentment, Zhao Hui had no choice but to leave in humiliation with his secretary. Upon stepping out of the Star Entertainment doors, Zhao Hui shed all restraint, furiously cursing, "Star Entertainment. Just you wait. Do not let me catch an opportunity, or you will regret it." Just as Zhao Hui vented his frustrations, his phone rang unexpectedly. His secretary promptly handed him the device, and upon seeing the caller ID was Su Kaming's secretary, his heart sank, and he hurriedly answered the call. "Zhao Hui, what on earth are you doing?" Su Kaming's secretary began with a merciless reprimand. "Have you lost your mind? You actually went to stir trouble at Star Entertainment? While you may look down on Lu Chun, do you also disregard Qin Guyao?" Zhao Hui's face turned pale with fear as he hastily apologized. "I am terribly sorry. I acted impulsively. I now understand that the copyright was not sold to Su Binfen. It remains with Qin Guyao. Please rest assured, Chairman, I will do everything in my power to secure the copyright." After ending the call, Zhao Hui, filled with rage, hurled his phone to the ground, shattering it into pieces. In the office of the president of Star Entertainment, Qin Guyao looked down from the floor-to-ceiling windows at the furious Zhao Hui below, a disdainful smirk curling at the corners of her lips. Behind her, Secretary Lin Shi inquired softly, "General Chun, are you truly not considering a collaboration with the Goose Factory?" Qin Guyao let out a cold snort, her tone brimming with confidence. "While the current popularity is indeed soaring, we have no obligation to partner with others. After all, we are not reliant on this song for profit. The Goose Factory, however, is in a different predicament, desperately needing this to penetrate the international market. Therefore, as long as Zhao Hui refrains from apologizing, this song shall never fall into their hands." At this juncture, Qin Guyao abruptly turned to Lin Shi and instructed, "Recently, international star Annie has expressed her desire to perform this song at her concert, hasn't she? Please negotiate the authorization. It's high time we made the Goose Factory anxious." Lin Shi nodded slightly, humbly acquiescing, before turning to exit the office. A day later, the already high-profile song once again ignited a fervor. The internationally renowned singer Annie showcased this English piece as the grand finale at her solo concert, elevating the atmosphere to a euphoric crescendo, with the audience erupting in ecstatic applause. The original composer hailed from Huaxia, undoubtedly providing an immensely successful free promotion for the nation, piquing the curiosity of numerous foreign celebrities regarding this creator. Initially, due to the waning influence following the conclusion of the first season of Mom Is Not Home. Lu Chen seized this opportunity to skyrocket to fame once more, with the official account's follower count soaring. An avalanche of news reports flooded in, incensing Zhao Hui. As the deadline imposed by the Goose Factory loomed ever closer, he found himself making no progress. As night fell and the city lights flickered to life, Chen Guyao took the rare occasion to grant herself a day of respite. To celebrate, Lu Chen personally took to the kitchen, meticulously preparing an opulent feast. In recent days, Chen Guyao had not been idle. Lu Chen's stunning performances on the show consistently reshaped her perception of him. She suddenly realized that her previous fixation on work had led to neglect not only of her daughter Lu Xiaoyu but also of her concern for Lu Chen. After the show concluded, Lu Chen reverted to his former self, with the sole constant being the delectable meals he prepared. "Darling, how have you been at home lately?" Chen Guyao leaned in slightly, her voice laced with a hint of trepidation. Over the years, she had posed this question countless times, primarily to gauge Lu Xiaoyu's situation, yet today it marked her first genuine inquiry into Lu Chen's well-being. Lu Chen, as ever, wore a gentle smile, responding, "I've been quite happy. After teaching Yu, I've discovered that I possess quite the aptitude for teaching." Beside him, Lu Xiaoyu quickly nodded, her cherubic face alight with innocent joy, chiming in, "Yes, Daddy teaches wonderfully." "Oh, how has Yu been learning lately?" Chen Guyao asked, her eyes sparkling with anticipation as she gazed at her daughter. Upon hearing this question, Lu Chen's heart tightened. He knew that children typically dislike being questioned about their academic progress. A bit nervously, he glanced at Lu Xiaoyu, only to see her sitting up straight, like a little adult, beginning to recount the household furniture with pride: the table, the bed, the television. Lu Xiaoyu uttered a string of English words in one breath, astonishing not only Chen Guyao, who widened her eyes in disbelief, but also Lu Chen, whose expression mirrored her shock. In the past few days, Lu Chen had been teaching Lu Xiaoyu English, adopting a joyful education approach, focusing merely on vocabulary without any rigorous assessment. To his utter astonishment, Lu Xiaoyu had memorized everything and spoke with such fluency. Chen Guyao was equally taken aback by Lu Xiaoyu's remarkable performance. During the filming of the program Mom Is Not Home, Lu Chen had consistently employed this joyful teaching method, so initially, Chen Guyao harbored modest expectations regarding Lu Chen's tutoring of Lu Xiaoyu. However, after the show, her perspective shifted. She thought that as long as Lu Xiaoyu made even a slight improvement, she would be content. Yet, who could have anticipated that Lu Xiaoyu's progress was not merely incremental but rather exponential? Lu Xiaoyu's outstanding performance instantly bolstered Lu Chen's confidence. "Dear, didn't I tell you? Hand you over to me, and you can rest assured." Chen Guyao nodded like a dutiful student, perceiving Lu Chen as a radiant figure akin to a male deity in her eyes. After their meal, as Chen Guyao was preparing to take Lu Xiaoyu to wash up, an unexpected phone call interrupted them. She glanced at her phone and saw it was Su Baran calling. With her years of astute experience in the marketplace, Chen Guyao quickly surmised that this call was likely related to the recent developments concerning Zhao Hui. After encountering obstacles with her, it was probable that Zhao Hui would turn to acquaintances for support, and the only mutual acquaintance between them was Su Baran from Chaoan Entertainment. Chapter 71. 6 million? Who were you trying to fool? Chen Guyao answered the call, and Su Baran's voice, tinged with a hint of apology, came through the receiver. "President Chen, I sincerely apologize for disturbing you at this late hour." Chen Guyao had always held a favorable impression of Su Baran. This young man, having ascended to the presidency of Chaoan Entertainment at such a tender age, had steered the company into becoming one of the top gaming clubs and esports enterprises nationwide, showcasing formidable capabilities. If there were any shortcomings, it would be his poor judgment in people, as evidenced by his association with someone like Zhao Hui. Su Baran felt equally helpless. With the extensive business reach of their company, there was a significant talent shortage, which allowed Zhao Hui to secure the position of head of the King's Solution Copyright Department based on his credentials. Were it not for Chaoan Entertainment's acquisition of the agency rights for the King's Solution esports events, he would have preferred to avoid dealing with Zhao Hui altogether. "President Su, calling me this late must not be for personal matters, am I correct?" Chen Guyao cut straight to the point. Even without having met face-to-face, Su Baran could sense the formidable pressure emanating from her. The market value of Chaoan Entertainment was on par with Xingchen Entertainment, and due to his father, Su Kaming, industry insiders often afforded him some leniency. However, Chen Guyao was different. She had fought her way up from being an ordinary individual to becoming a superstar and now the most successful and youngest female entrepreneur president, placing them on completely different levels of presence. I truly apologize for the intrusion, President Chun. I wanted to ask if you might have time for a coffee tomorrow at noon. Would that be convenient for you? Su Boran inquired tentatively. Chen Guyao let out a cold snort and bluntly stated, "Is it for the sake of? Zhao Hui didn't see me today, so he sent you as a negotiator?" Su Boran sighed deeply. Chen Guyao's 2 sentences had laid bare his thoughts, stripping away all pretense. "President Chun, Zhao Hui indeed has his faults, but you are magnanimous. Please do me a favor and let us discuss this further." Chen Guyao turned to Lu Chun, her eyes inquiring, eager to hear his thoughts. Lu Chen smiled softly. "Dear, I trust your judgment." With a slight smile, Chen Guyao replied to Su Boran on the phone, "Then let us meet." Su Boran's voice was filled with excitement. "Then tomorrow at 3 in the afternoon. At the Meyer CAF downstairs from your office. Let us not miss each other." The next day at 3 in the afternoon, Lu Chen hesitated slightly, trailing behind Chen Guyao. "Dear, didn't we agree that you would handle external matters and I would take care of domestic affairs? Is it appropriate for me to accompany you to the contract negotiations?" Chen Guyao straightened her face and replied earnestly, "What is inappropriate about it? You are the lyricist and composer of this song. In a sense, it belongs to you. Your presence at the negotiation is only fitting." Unable to argue against Chen Guyao, Lu Chen felt relieved that they were accompanied by Lu Xiaoyu. Upon arriving at the CAF, Lu Xiaoyu excitedly exclaimed, "Daddy." "Is that word pronounced like this?" Lu Chen was both surprised and delighted. "Yes. Yu is so clever." During this time, Lu Xiaoyu had indeed made remarkable progress in learning English words alongside Lu Chen. As they entered the CAF, Zhao Hui, seated next to Su Boran, became visibly uneasy upon seeing Lu Chen and Chen Guyao walk in together. Lu Chen casually glanced at Zhao Hui and chuckled. "Isn't this the idle interloper?" Zhao Hui's lips twitched in irritation. He was seething inside, but had to suppress his anger due to his dependency on others. Chen Guyao took a seat opposite Zhao Hui and stated directly, "So, you are Zhao Hui. To be frank, I have nothing to discuss with you. I am here out of respect for President Su. If you wish to talk about the copyright, you must first publicly apologize to Lu Chen." Zhao Hui cast a frustrated glance at Su Boran, who deliberately averted his gaze, pretending not to notice. Zhao Hui felt helpless. The deadline set by Su Kai Ming was fast approaching, and if he failed to secure the contract, he would face consequences far worse than merely being ousted from the upper echelons. He understood that his current position was solely due to his seniority, and any demotion would spell the end of his favorable days. Accustomed to the adoration of others, he was unwilling to relinquish his status. "President Chun, I will record the apology video." Zhao Hui gritted his teeth, suppressing his inner discontent. Chen Guyao chuckled lightly and immediately took out her phone to prepare for filming. "Since that's the case, let us begin. Are we starting just like that?" Zhao Hui felt somewhat flustered. "President Chun, shall we discuss the contract first?" Chen Guyao scoffed disdainfully. "Mr. Zhao, I've already stated that you must apologize first before we discuss the contract. If you are so inconsiderate, then perhaps you should send someone more agreeable from your company to negotiate." Zhao Hui's expression grew even more grim. Su Boran sensibly moved aside, allowing Chen Guyao's phone camera to focus on Zhao Hui. In the scene, Zhao Hui appears visibly embarrassed, yet the stakes are high. The outcome hinges on this very attitude. Here, I wish to extend my most sincere apologies to Mr. Lu Chen, the husband of Chen Guyao, for having rashly passed judgment on him without a grasp of the facts. It must be said that Zhao Hui, as a senior executive, possesses a certain eloquence when speaking before the camera. After Zhao Hui completes his apology, Chen Guyao contentedly shuts her phone and turns to Lu Chen, who shrugs nonchalantly. "You may proceed as you see fit." Chen Guyao nods in agreement. "I am quite pleased with Mr. Zhao's attitude. Now, we may discuss the contract." Zhao Hui breathes a sigh of relief, finally approaching the pivotal moment. Chen Guyao produces the contract, and Lu Chen takes a seat beside her, inciting an instinctive irritation within Zhao Hui. "Mr. Zhao, what is Mr. Lu doing here?" Chen Guyao links her arm with Lu Chen's and states, "Lu Chen is my husband and the creator of the song. He is joining me in the signing process. Is there anything inappropriate about that?" Su Boran swiftly interjects to ease the tension. "Of course, there is nothing inappropriate about Mr. Lu's presence. It is most fitting." Chen Guyao responds coolly with a noncommittal hum. Zhao Hui presents his offer. "Mr. Chen, the song is indeed excellent, but as you know, the rapid evolution of popular music necessitates that our company, E-Factory, offers 6 million. This is already a substantial amount. Just as Chen Guiyao is about to speak, Lu Chen interjects. 6 million? Mr. Zhao, whom are you trying to dismiss? While the lifespan of popular music is typically brief, that pertains only to ordinary hits. I believe you are well aware of the commercial value of this song. Furthermore, the factory is not solely interested in the music itself. So one cannot simply assess its worth by the standards of popular music. With proper management, this song could easily generate over 100 million in value within 3 years. I trust the factory's marketing department understands this better than I do. Zhao Hui is taken aback. He had intended to leverage the characteristics of pop music to lower the price, but Lu Chen's understanding of the market completely defied his expectations. Chen Guiyao is equally astonished. How could Lu Chen, who has been preoccupied with household duties, be so well-versed in market dynamics? Generally, musicians would be elated if their song could fetch over 100,000, yet Lu Chen remains composed in the face of 6 million. Chapter 72. Why didn't TI consider just selling the usage rights? Lu Chen casts a proud glance at Chen Guiyao before saying no more. The subsequent matters are within her purview. At this moment, Zhao Hui appears flustered, reluctantly stating, 8 million is truly our highest offer. Chen Guiyao takes a delicate sip of her coffee, her expression cool and her tone unequivocal. It seems Mr. Zhao is merely going through the motions. He still hasn't grasped the situation. If that is the case, we shall revisit this conversation when you are ready to be reasonable. With that, Chen Guiyao neatly folds the contract and gracefully rises, feigning an intent to depart. Alarmed by this, Zhao Hui hastily intervenes. Mr. Chen, 10 million. 10 million is genuinely our bottom line. Beside him, Su Baran was palpably anxious, fully aware that if Chen Guiyao were to leave at this moment, their endeavor would likely falter. Chen Guiyao turned around, a confident smile gracing her lips. 12 million. If you cannot take this step, then there is no need for us to converse further. Su Baran felt a tightening in his chest, secretly admiring Chen Guiyao's remarkable tactics. The highest valuation set by the marketing department of Goose Factory for this song was a mere 12 million. Yet the budget allocated for Zhao Hui could reach only 10 million. After all, Goose Factory needed to maintain a margin for risk. However, should the figure be 12 million, Zhao Hui would have to report to the marketing department if he wished to accept this price. Even if the contract could be negotiated, Zhao Hui's position within the company would be perilously unstable. Clenching his teeth, Zhao Hui was seething with anger. At that moment, he found himself cornered by Chen Guiyao. Yet retreating now would only exacerbate the situation. Very well, President Chen, I agree. Let us finalize the contract. A glimmer of light flashed in Chen Guiyao's eyes as she swiftly retrieved the contract and inscribed her name upon it. Su Baran then realized that the 12 million figure had been predetermined before Chen Guiyao's arrival. She was entirely confident in securing this amount. Truly, she was the youngest female president, and her audacity and strategy were truly admirable. Chen Guiyao and Lu Chen were indeed a match made in heaven. Zhao Hui accepted the contract, and although he was arrogant, he had not yet lost his grip on reason. Signing a contract was a matter that required utmost caution. As expected, he quickly uncovered an issue. Usage rights, Zhao Hui exclaimed, unable to contain himself. President Chen, is this not excessively unreasonable? We at Goose Factory are investing 12 million, and yet we are merely acquiring usage rights. His outburst instantly drew the ire of those around him, and disapproving glances pierced through him, sending a shiver down his spine. This was a high-end CAF, situated right beneath the Star Entertainment offices, and his loud confrontation with the president of Star Entertainment was nothing short of self-sabotage. Chen Guiyao, with a disdainful smirk, retorted without mercy, Mr. Zhao, I genuinely question how you attained your current position. My husband has already informed you that the market commercial value of this song is at least over 100 million. If I were to sell you the copyright for 12 million, would I not be a fool? Furthermore, I never claimed to sell the copyright. I am selling only the usage rights. I believe that selling the usage rights would yield greater profits for Goose Factory than selling the copyright. Wouldn't you agree? Of course, Mr. Zhao may not grasp this, but surely Mr. Su can comprehend it? Su Baran then experienced an epiphany. If this were at Goose Factory, merely using it for the promotion of King's Solvent, they would likely fail to recoup the 12 million investment. Yet under the sustained operation of Star Entertainment, the song's influence would continue to rise, and perhaps not only would they break even, but King's Solvent could also reap substantial profits. Chen Guiyao gently touched her brow, glanced at her watch, and said in a calm manner, Mr. Zhao, your time is running short. You may call your superior now. I trust that Chairman Su will provide me with a satisfactory response. Zhao Hui, infuriated, slammed his hand on the table and immediately dialed the number. In his opinion, how could Lu Chen comprehend the market? The notion that a song could be worth $1 billion was utterly preposterous. Su Kaming would undoubtedly refuse. What? Chairman, you agree? The voice of Su Kaming came through the phone, and Zhao Hui's eyes widened in shock, leaving him frozen in disbelief. Could it be that Su Kaming had lost his senses? How could he accept such terms? Su Kaming's voice resonated from the receiver, calm to the point of being icy. Zhao Hui, expedite the contract signing. You have worked hard during this period. I will grant you an extended leave for some well-deserved rest. I will arrange for others to handle the work. Zhao Hui felt as though he had been struck by lightning. His phone slipped from his grasp as he stood there, dazed. At that moment, he was the very embodiment of a lost soul. Su Bo ran stepped forward and gently reminded him, Mr. Zhao, it's time to sign the contract. Upon witnessing the contract finalized, Lu Chen beamed with admiration, exclaiming, Darling, you are simply brilliant. How did I not think of selling usage rights? Chen Guyao narrowed her eyes slightly, a smile playing on her lips as she inquired, You truly didn't think of it? Lu Chen hastily raised 3 fingers, swearing earnestly to the heavens, I genuinely did not. However, since the contract is signed, why don't we take a day to enjoy ourselves? It has been ages since our family went out together. Chen Guyao was about to decline, knowing that a multitude of tasks awaited her at the company. Yet, when her gaze fell upon Lu Xiaoyu's pleading eyes, her heart softened. Indeed, her relentless work was all for the sake of Lu Xiaoyu's happiness. If she could not even fulfill this small wish, what was the meaning of her efforts? Lu Xiaoyu tightly grasped Chen Guyao's hand, her face aglow with a sweet smile as she pouted, Mommy, just for today, please? Yu wants to go out and have fun with you. Chen Guyao felt a warmth in her heart and resolutely decided that regardless of the circumstances, she would accompany Lu Xiaoyu on an outing today. All right, Mommy will take you out to play. Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaoyu joyfully jumped, exclaiming, Hooray! Long live Mommy! Lu Chen, seizing the moment, pulled out 3 theme park tickets from his pocket and proudly declared, As expected, I had the foresight to prepare these in advance. Chen Guyao playfully swatted Lu Chen and teased, Oh, so you had this all planned out. Lu Chen chuckled sheepishly, scratching his head. How can you call it scheming? Let us go. We're off to ride the roller coaster. Zhao Hui's apology video, once released, detonated like a bomb in the online sphere, quickly trending on social media. The reason was straightforward. Every individual involved was a current hot topic. The president of Star Entertainment, Chen Guyao, the executive Zhao Hui from the Goose Factory, and the versatile husband, nurturing father, Lu Chen have ignited a fervent discussion across the internet with their recent news. ISNT Lu Chen, the so-called kept man? It's astonishing that he could elicit an apology from a senior executive of the Goose Factory through a personal video. According to the latest updates, Zhao Hui has been put on compulsory leave. It seems his position within the company is no longer tenable. Zhao Hui brought this upon himself. He has always been arrogant and dismissive, and such individuals are nothing more than a malignancy within an organization. The official launch of is here. The Goose Factory has invested $12 million for a year's usage rights, indicating their unwavering commitment to entering the international market. This is fantastic. It truly brings honor to our nation. Chapter 73. I feel no regret. The signing between Star Entertainment and the Goose Factory quickly stirred up a whirlwind of attention across various media outlets, signaling the Goose Factory's resounding call to venture into the international gaming market. Following this announcement, the Goose Factory's stock soared, while Star Entertainment, as the copyright holder of, reaped substantial profits. Lu Chen, due to this series of events, witnessed a meteoric rise in his online following, becoming the most sought-after personality on the internet. As the saying goes, fame brings forth controversy. Following Lu Chen's sudden rise, a barrage of criticism and skepticism began to proliferate online. A man living off his partner's success, yet he still enjoys such glory. Lu Chen is a disgrace to men. If he has the ability, why doesn't he carve out his own path? Throwing the burdens of life entirely onto his wife. Can Lu Chen even be considered a man? Charging over $10 million for a mere English song. Isn't this just pandering to foreign cultures? Lu Chen must publicly apologize. We must thoroughly investigate the Mama is Not Home program, as I strongly suspect foul play. Chen Guyao, upon witnessing the malicious remarks directed at Lu Chen online, couldn't he help but frown. Having navigated the entertainment industry for many years, She was acutely aware of the origins of such slander and doubt. It was inconceivable that no hired trolls were involved. It was easy to deduce who was behind it. Such tactics were all too common, and Chen Guyao typically chose to look the other way. However, this matter involved Lu Chen, who had been unknowingly signed up for Mama is not home by Chen Guyao herself, and the resulting fallout left her with a profound sense of guilt. Lu Chen, perceptive to Chen Guyao's discontent, gently embraced her from behind, his tone soft as he inquired, "What's wrong? Who upset my wife? I'll deal with them." Chen Guyao, with a hint of regret, replied, "It's the slander against you online." Lu Chen chuckled, "I was wondering what the fuss was about. I'm not part of the entertainment industry, nor do I depend on it for my livelihood. I can simply choose not to pay attention." A wave of warmth surged within Chen Guyao. Yet, Lu Chen tenderly brushed aside a few strands of hair from her temple, softly reassuring her, without concrete evidence. "This will blow over in a few days. As long as you don't engage with it, it will pass." Chen Guyao recognized the wisdom in Lu Chen's words and felt deeply moved by his understanding nature. As night fell, Lu Chen, passing by the restroom, overheard Chen Guyao deliberately lowering her voice. "Have the PR department take action against those most vocal trolls. To tarnish my husband's reputation? They are courting disaster. Moreover, we need to find some individuals to steer public opinion. The one who embarrassed themselves on the show has the greatest motive to slander. The public is not foolish." Lu Chen sighed. Although his wife was gentle at home, she was, after all, a diva and a CEO. She held grudges. If all went as expected, Chen Guyao's character would certainly lead her to seek retribution against those individuals. Lu Chen and Lu Xiaoyu had already garnered a substantial fanbase. And with the halo of being related to the diva, public sentiment began to shift within a day. Li Xiaolu and Fu Qingran were seething with rage, while Zhao Hui smashed a glass in frustration. That evening, Chen Guyao returned home in noticeably better spirits. The atmosphere at the dinner table improved considerably. After the meal, Chen Guyao took an unusual step and offered to help Lu Xiaoyu with her homework. Previously, due to her busy schedule, such opportunities for interaction with Lu Xiaoyu were rare. Lu Chen felt a mix of surprise and concern. He was delighted that Chen Guyao finally had time to spend with their daughter, yet anxious that Lu Xiaoyu might falter under pressure and make mistakes, leading Chen Guyao to hire a tutor in her frustration. After all, he had always embraced a joyful educational approach for Lu Xiaoyu, sacrificing ample practice time. Nevertheless, maternal love plays an irreplaceable role in a child's development, something he, as a father, could not provide. Lu Xiaoyu was overjoyed, and during her homework session, she not only avoided the pitfalls Lu Chen feared, but completed her work swiftly and accurately. In truth, Chen Guyao felt a twinge of anxiety. Lu Chen's joyful approach to education might affect Lu Xiaoyu's academic performance. However, Lu Xiaoyu's grades not only remained stable, but showed significant improvement. It seemed entrusting Lu Xiaoyu to Lu Chen had been an exceedingly wise decision. Seizing the moment, Lu Chen leaned closer to Chen Guyao, a smile gracing his face as he inquired, "Well, are you satisfied with Yu's current performance?" He sat beside her, holding a plate of fruit with a cheerful demeanor. Chen Guyao turned her head, overwhelmed with joy and excitement, and impulsively kissed him. Unexpectedly, Chen Guyao found herself startled. She had merely intended to plant a gentle kiss on Lu Chen's cheek. The longtime couple was suddenly enveloped in an atmosphere tinged with affectionate awkwardness. It was Lu Xiaoyu who broke the tension. "Mommy, Daddy, what are you doing?" she exclaimed, covering her eyes and scurrying back to her room. "Before bed." As Chen Guyao nestled in Lu Chen's embrace, she suddenly broached the topic of their contract. "After signing, the market value of our venture has indeed increased. Yet I still feel unsettled. We needn't have rushed into signing. We could have even opted out. The company has recently encountered some troubles, and I must expand our influence quickly, ideally securing a partnership with a major enterprise like Goose Factory. But in doing so, I feel I have wronged you." With that, Chen Guyao nestled closer to Lu Chen, resembling a little fox that had faced some injustice outside. Lu Chen held Chen Guyao tightly in his embrace, gently placing a kiss atop her head, and with a smile, he reassured her, "It's nothing. Now that you mention it, I no longer feel wronged." In truth, Lu Chen found himself stifling laughter within. Wronged? What was there to feel wronged about? Such songs are plentiful, as many as one desires. Chen Guyao's cheeks flushed slightly as she lifted her gaze to Lu Chen, earnestly stating, "Previously, when I suggested that I take on external affairs while you manage the household, I underestimated you, thinking that aside from your good looks, you possessed no other talents. However, things have changed. Lu Chen, I must ask, do you wish to debut? I work in the entertainment industry and know you possess the potential to shine. Do not worry about your age. Lu Chen tightened his grip on Chen Guyao's arm, his tone turning slightly more serious. I genuinely do not wish to debut. You have already worked so hard outside. If I were to pursue a career, who would care for you and you? It seemed Chen Guyao had received the clarity she sought. Responding softly, it just feels like such a pity. Lu Chen then chuckled. What is there to pity? In this lifetime, all I desire is to accompany you and you, and I truly enjoy this lifestyle of relying on you. He teased, darling, you wouldn't want me to be dependent on you, would you? Chen Guyao couldn't help but laugh. I merely wish to make it up to you. Suddenly, Lu Chen rolled over, pinning Chen Guyao beneath him. Make it up? You know how to do that. Chapter 74. Absolutely must not let Xing Chun Entertainment rise. As public opinion on the internet gradually calmed, Chen Guyao breathed a sigh of relief. Lu Chun continued to tend to the household and assist Lu Xiaoyu with her studies. As Chen Guyao paid closer attention to Lu Chun, she discovered just how much he had transformed compared to before, yet he still retained a sense of familiarity. Perhaps participating in the recent program had altered her perspective on Lu Chun. Even the most celebrated individuals yearn for a partner with diverse talents. Lu Xiaoyu was evidently much more lively than before, showing significant improvement in her studies, particularly in piano. Under Lu Chun's guidance, Lu Xiaoyu made remarkable progress, and Chen Guyao had received numerous commendatory calls from the piano teacher. She understood that Lu Chen truly had no aspirations to debut, realizing that he was more dedicated to caring for her and Lu Xiaoyu at home. This arrangement seemed ideal. If both she and Lu Chun were engrossed in their careers, they might inadvertently neglect Lu Xiaoyu. Both Chen Guyao and Lu Chun shared the sentiment that Lu Xiaoyu's growth took precedence, while domestic matters brought Chen Guyao relief. Her thoughts grew heavy on her way to the company. She had yet to disclose to Lu Chun that Xing Chen Entertainment was far from thriving as it once had. Had it not been for this, she would not have participated in the program for a respite. Through Lu Chun, Chen Guyao had gained considerable insight. And now was the time for her to reclaim her footing. Upon arriving at the company, Secretary Lin Shi entered, clutching a document. Mr. Lu's reputation has improved. Congratulations. President. Chen Guyao smiled faintly, her gaze gravely fixed on the computer screen. Lin Shi immediately discerned the underlying reasons. Recently, the company has been experiencing a transitional phase, with the new batch of artists falling short of those from several years ago. Chen Guyao is quite troubled by this situation. Indeed, the professional capabilities of artists are of paramount importance. Lin Shi sighed softly. Mr. Chun, I understand your expectations for the new talent's professional skills, but there are simply too few artists of such caliber at present. Perhaps we should consider recruiting a new generation of rising stars. Chen Guyao firmly rejected the idea, asserting that relying solely on appearances is not sustainable. My standards remain unchanged. At Xingchen Entertainment, we embrace quality over quantity. Lin Shi nodded earnestly, handing Chen Guyao the document. Here is the performance evaluation for the new batch of artists. The top performers exhibit commendable abilities. After examining the document, Chen Guyao finally displayed a look of satisfaction. Arrange a meeting and ensure all senior executives are present. Lin Shi complied and departed. Chen Guyao glanced at the family photo on her desk. With the issues at hand resolved by Lu Chun, she was determined to strive diligently, providing a prosperous life for both Lu Chun and Lu Xiaoyu. In the company conference room, Chen Guyao occupied the main seat as the executives attentively listened. The training period for the newcomers has concluded. This month is crucial. The best professionals among the new talents need to be launched immediately. I have instructed Secretary Lin to print the documents for your review. Addressing the creative department, she continued, this batch of newcomers is preparing for their debut. I hope you can expedite the production of their individual singles. The head of the creative department promptly stood up, assuring, rest assured, Mr. Chen, we will not delay the progress. Chen Guyao then shifted her gaze to the promotion department. In addition to the newcomers' launch, we must also create momentum for the plans surrounding our new pop idols. The promotional efforts must keep pace. Furthermore, there is the planning department. In the vice president's conference room, noticing Li Xiaolu's displeasure, Vice President Zhao Vida offered some consolation. Sisterly, please try to understand. Although Xingchen Entertainment is a new generation company, the employees we have recruited are seasoned professionals in the industry. The strength of the public relations department is not to be underestimated. especially since we just signed a contract with the Goose Factory. They certainly do not wish for any negative news regarding Lu Chun and Chen Guiyao. Furthermore, this is an unfounded smear campaign, making it difficult for us to maneuver. Sister Li, being an industry veteran, should be well aware of these intricacies, shouldn't she? Although Li Shilu was quite upset, she recognized the validity of the vice president's assertions. It is simply implausible to topple Lu Qin and Chen Guiyao through mere slander. Zhao Vida's observations resonated with her, prompting Li Xiaolu to exhale deeply, and Zhao Vida's furrowed brow relaxed slightly. Sister Li, let us gather our thoughts. To contend with Xingchen Entertainment, if one or two smear attempts fail, we must explore alternative strategies. Recently, I have heard that the first batch of newcomers at Xingchen Entertainment has completed their training and are about to debut. You are well aware of the strict standards at Xingchen. This batch of newcomers possesses commendable professional skills, and Chen Guiyao has been diligently preparing to cultivate new pop idols. The plans for new pop idols? Li Shilu suddenly became anxious. Currently, the industry is experiencing a notable gap in talent, with few individuals capable of shouldering significant responsibilities. Once a young singer ascends to the status of a rising star, barring any scandals, they can focus on producing work and accumulating experience, making their eventual emergence as a major figure almost inevitable. Major companies are diligently striving behind the scenes to cultivate new superstars. It is not an exaggeration to assert that the company that first produces a new superstar will be at the forefront of the entertainment industry. Presently, Chen Guiyao harbors such ambitions, and as the most envious competitor, how could Li Xiaolu possibly remain passive? Zhao, you must not allow the new generation of stars at Xingchen Entertainment to rise. Should they succeed, the repercussions for us would be substantial. We cannot permit Chen Guiyao to elevate Xingchen Entertainment to the level of the four major entertainment companies. This is unacceptable. Zhao Weida's expression turned icy. He was acutely aware of this reality and subtly remarked, aside from image and corporate branding, the crux lies in having exceptional new songs. I have heard that Sister Li knows many renowned lyricists and composers. Li Xiaolu promptly grasped Zhao Weida's intent. They shared a common goal and were merely facilitating introductions. Rest assured, Vice President, we are all from the same company, and I am more than willing to promote new talent. The Vice President's expression brightened, and he hurriedly poured tea for Li Xiaolu. Don't worry, Sister Li. No matter how impressive the new artists at Xingchen Entertainment may be, they will ultimately remain new artists. The planning and publicity departments of Xingchen Entertainment are rather underwhelming. They are unlikely to flourish, especially considering that most entertainment companies have already established themselves. Xingchen Entertainment? It simply cannot rise. Li Xiaolu smiled in agreement, acknowledging the certainty of this statement. Now, let us observe the unfolding drama at Xingchen Entertainment. Chapter 75. How he managed to restrain himself from changing. Lu Chen noticed that Chen Guiyao appeared somewhat despondent. During dinner, he prepared a table full of Chen Guiyao's favorite dishes, yet her countenance remained unchanged. Lu Chen refrained from probing further and instead addressed Lu Xiaoyu. You, with the school term about to commence. Shall we pause our gaming and have Dad help you check your homework? Lu Xiaoyu nodded earnestly. Yes, I have been playing for quite a while. It's time to focus on my homework. Lu Chen served Lu Xiaoyu a piece of succulent braised pork. Such a good girl. A reward of braised pork. Lu Xiaoyu opened her mouth wide, devouring it and murmuring, "Thank you, Daddy." By the way, Lu Chen continued, there are piano lessons as well. If I am not mistaken, there is only one lesson left, correct? Lu Xiaoyu nodded vigorously. Yes, tomorrow is the last lesson. And the teacher assigned homework for everyone to perform a piece. Typically, it is Daddy who helps me practice, but today I would like Mommy to assist me. Lu Xiaoyu turned to Chen Guiyao, her voice light and melodic. Mommy, would that be all right? Chen Guiyao did not respond, lost in thought as she stared at the food before her. Lu Chen could no longer contain himself and waved his chopsticks in front of Chen Guiyao. She snapped back to reality and hurriedly inquired, What's wrong? Wife, what are you pondering? You seem burdened with thoughts. Lu Xiaoyu inquired, Mommy, are you exhausted from work? Chen Guiyao smiled at Lu Xiaoyu. I was merely lost in thought. What were you discussing just now? Today, I need you to help me practice the piano. Tomorrow is our final lesson, and the teacher will assess us. Chen Guiyao glanced at Lu Chen. Perhaps it would be better if your father assisted you? Lu Xiaoyu immediately frowned, pouting in discontent. No, Daddy has already practiced with me many times. You haven't yet, Mommy. Lu Chen chimed in. Yes. You should accompany you. Chen Guiyao, feeling helpless, reluctantly agreed. After dinner, as Lu Chen washed the dishes, Chen Guyao and Lu Xiaoyu practiced in the piano room. A noticeable wrong note rang out, causing Lu Chen to furrow his brow. Initially thinking Lu Xiaoyu had made a mistake, he soon heard her voice from outside. "Mommy, are you tired? How could there be a wrong note?" Peering in, Lu Chen caught a glimpse of Chen Guyao, her expression flustered. "Perhaps Mommy is a bit fatigued. Would you like Daddy to teach you?" Lu Xiaoyu cast a reluctant glance at Chen Guyao and softly replied, "All right." After escorting Chen Guyao back to their room, Lu Chen inquired with concern, "Darling, have you encountered any issues at work?" Chen Guyao gently shook her head. "No, I am just a bit tired. You should go spend time with Yu. I need to rest." Once the piano practice concluded, Lu Xiaoyu went to wash up. Just as Lu Chen was about to open the door, he heard Chen Guyao's slightly exasperated voice from within. "Zhao Xinjin is so talented on stage. How could this issue arise? Is she being challenged by the host? How could the host challenge her? The host is Fu Qingran? I see. But what about Chun Lian? I personally reviewed his song. How could it possibly not make the top 10? Has someone overshadowed him? Who could have done that? How is it possible? Where did they find such lyricists and composers?" "All right, I understand. I will handle this." Lu Chen swiftly took out his phone and conducted a quick search. It turned out that Chun Lian and Zhao Xinjin were currently the two prominent artists being promoted by Xingchen Entertainment. Recently, Zhao Xinjin had participated in a program hosted by Fu Qingran, while Chun Lian's new song had just launched but was overshadowed by three newcomers from Li Xiaolu's company. Heijin Entertainment. Lu Chen listened to the three songs and noted their evident lack of vocal prowess, yet the arrangements and lyrics were undeniably impressive. Crafted by top-tier songwriters in the industry. One coincidence is merely a coincidence, but two coincidences suggest a design. Lu Chen couldn't help but sneer. Originally, he thought the public uproar had subsided, but it seemed these individuals were still not behaving. Nevertheless, this was merely the nature of competitive business, to alter the circumstances. One must rely on strength. Lu Chen perused the current announcements and news from Xingchen Entertainment, realizing that it was indeed a crucial time for the company. Yet the new talent was underwhelming. No wonder Chen Guyao was feeling so much pressure. Since victory relied on strength, Lu Chen felt unperturbed. For this was his area of expertise. Midnight. Lu Chen opened his eyes and rose from the bed. Chen Guyao was stirred awake by Lu Chen's sudden movement. She slightly opened her eyes and realized that he was not merely getting up in the night, but had approached the desk to retrieve her lyric book. In the darkness, Chen Guyao quietly observed as Lu Chen picked up a pen. The rhythm of the pen's tip clearly echoed the melody of her song. Suddenly, Lu Chen hesitated. Chen Guyao felt a surge of anxiety. Was he considering revising her composition? Despite her long-held anticipation, Lu Chen did not write anything. Instead, he returned the notebook and pen to their original place and went back to bed. Chen Guyao closed her eyes, yet her heart raced. Why did Lu Chen pause? Was there something amiss with her composition? Why didn't he make any changes? How could a talented lyricist and composer restrain himself? Confounded by these questions, she succumbed to a deep slumber. The next morning, Chen Guyao chose not to go to the office, allowing herself a natural awakening. She yearned to inquire of Lu Chen why he had not revised her song. That pause had distinctly indicated he had discovered an issue. After finishing her morning routine and stepping out of her room, she found Lu Chen in Lu Xiaoyu's room, assisting her with her essay. Yu. To write a good essay, you must read extensively and examine exemplary works. But do not rush. Let your knowledge accumulate and then flourish. Do you understand? Lu Xiaoyu took her essay and earnestly replied, "Daddy, I understand." Lu Chen affectionately ruffled Lu Xiaoyu's hair. "Now, I shall go prepare breakfast." As he turned, he spotted Chen Guyao waiting at the door. "Darling, you're awake. I'll get to cooking right away. Just a moment." Chen Guyao nodded slightly. Lu Chen passed by her into the kitchen, a smile playing at the corners of his lips. Chen Guyao approached Lu Xiaoyu and affectionately asked, "Is Daddy teaching Yu how to write an essay?" Lu Xiaoyu nodded vigorously. "Yes. Daddy teaches so well. I've made great progress lately." Chen Guyao beamed as she gently patted Lu Xiaoyu, her gaze wandering to a collection of scattered papers on the desk. Suddenly, her pupils contracted as she focused on a particular sheet. Once upon a time, familiar with this world, lingering in myriad ways. Gazing at the horizon as if it were before me, willingly traversing through fire and water to experience it anew. Chapter 76. This is already quite perfect. Is this a lyric penned by Lu Chen? The quality of these lyrics is astonishing. His recent songs have showcased a distinctive flair in their lyrical composition, perfectly embodying the charm of modern pop music. Yet, the lyrics on the paper before her were strikingly different from his previous works, evidently infused with elements of a retro style. Seizing the opportunity while Lu Xiaoyu was distracted, Chen Guyao stealthily tucked the paper into her pocket. After breakfast, Chen Guyao eagerly drove to the company. Without stopping by her office, she headed straight to the creative department. The head of the department quickly rose to greet her. Chen Guyao directly placed the lyrics into the hands of Qin Shui, the head of the creative department. Here is a set of lyrics. Please take a look and immediately begin composing the music. Qin Shui's gaze fell upon the lyrics Chen Guyao provided. As the head of the creative department, her capabilities are remarkable. With just a glance, she discerned the extraordinary nature of the lyrics in her hands. Is this truly your composition, my esteemed diva? These lyrics are exquisite. Qin Shui's eyes sparkled with delight as she promptly instructed her subordinates to prepare the musical score. A gathering of individuals convened, engaging in fervent discussions regarding the lyrics, each person contributing their praise for the brilliance of the song. Qin Shui lauded her further, exclaiming, "How did you manage to craft such magnificent lyrics?" Chen Guyao chuckled softly and self-deprecatingly remarked, "This is not my creation. I do not possess such talent. These words were penned by someone who holds great significance in my life. Please, hasten to compose a melody that complements the lyrics and submit it to me upon completion." Qin Shui immediately assured her, "Rest assured, Miss Chun, I will personally lead the team and do my utmost to excel." Chen Guyao nodded slightly and departed from the creative department. Throughout the day, Chen Guyao found it difficult to concentrate on her work. Her thoughts consumed by Lu Chen's lyrics and the ongoing musical composition. While the creative department was busy crafting a melody, she too was in her office, drafting her own version of the song. However, after listening to it several times, she felt that something was amiss. As the end of the workday approached, Chen Guyao could no longer resist the urge to visit the creative department. The atmosphere was bustling, and the once vibrant Qin Shui now bore visible signs of fatigue. How many times must I reiterate? This section is crucial. It requires a sense of rhythm. Do you not comprehend my meaning? Qin Shui rejected yet another iteration of the melody, having lost count of how many times she had done so. Is it still not satisfactory? Chen Guyao inquired. With a look of regret, Qin Shui replied, "I apologize, Miss Chun. It is my oversight. I truly did not anticipate such difficulty. Although we have a fairly polished version, it still feels incomplete." Chen Guyao nodded in agreement, sharing Qin Shui's sentiment. Despite having produced a commendable melody, it seemed unworthy of the exquisite lyrics. "I too have crafted a version today. Let us set our compositions aside for a moment and listen together." The recording studio echoed with the audio from the creative department. Upon hearing the beginning, Chen Guyao involuntarily furrowed her brow. It was not that the creative department's composition was poor. Rather, she sensed an intangible quality that was missing, a certain essence. Next, they played the melody that Chen Guyao had composed. Qin Shui's expression softened. Yet she too felt that something was lacking, echoing Chen Guyao's sentiments. With a deep sigh, Qin Shui consoled her, "Miss Chen, our melody is already quite good, and it could be used as is." However, Chen Guyao shook her head resolutely. "No, excellent lyrics deserve an excellent melody. I adhere to the principle of quality over quantity." Qin Shui seemed to anticipate this outcome, her heart heavy with understanding. Knowing Chen Guyao's character, she refrained from presenting today's compositions to her. The two continued to discuss their efforts, yet the results remained far from their ideal vision. Qin Shui sincerely advised, "Mr. Chen, there is a saying that merits discussion. For someone capable of composing this song, the essence of the melody still requires the artist's perspective." Chen Guyao wholeheartedly agreed. If this piece were entrusted to Lu Chen, he would likely produce an exceptional melody. However, she was reluctant to make that request. After wasting half an hour at the company, Chen Guyao ultimately decided to return home. On her way back, Chen Guyao was filled with discontent. Did she truly fall short compared to Lu Chen? Was she genuinely inferior to him? With these doubts festering within her, she remained somewhat sullen upon arriving home. Lu Chen noticed her distress. Without needing to guess, he was well aware of its source. With the lyrics completed, the composition now posed a challenge for Chen Guyao. He understood his wife well. She was a perfectionist. Typically, musicians focus primarily on lyrics and vocal performance, often overlooking the significance of the melody. Yet, the importance of the melody is on par with, if not superior to, that of the lyrics and vocal skill. Those who truly comprehend music can gain a complete understanding of a singer through their melody. Chen Guyao did not inquire, and Lu Chen refrained from volunteering information. He knew her competitive nature. Unless she asked directly, even his inquiries would yield no response. After dinner, Chun Guyao remained troubled, and ultimately, she could no longer restrain herself. Lu Chun, is this lyric yours? I stumbled upon it today while at use, she asked. Lu Chun glanced at her note, smiled slightly, and replied, yes, I wrote it while teaching you how to compose an essay. Is there an issue? Feigning indifference, Chun Guyao said. I believe these lyrics would make a wonderful song. I tried to compose a melody for it. Would you like to listen and offer your insights? Lu Chen exchanged a sly glance with Lu Xiaoyu, responding enthusiastically, of course. In the living room, Qin Guyao embraced her guitar and began to sing. I once found it hard to extricate myself from the vastness of the world, and I became lost in its dreams. No pretense, no struggle, unafraid of ridicule. I once called my youth a tumultuous wave, and my fingertips danced through the summer. Where my heart is moved, I shall follow fate. This simple yet heartfelt performance drew applause from Lu Xiaoyu, who exclaimed, Mom, you're amazing. Your singing is so beautiful. Lu Chen also clapped with appreciation. Clearly, Chen Guyao had developed her own understanding of the lyrics. Otherwise, she would not have crafted such a delightful melody. Do you truly think my composition is excellent? Chen Guyao asked, her eyes wide with anticipation as she gazed at Lu Chen. Lu Chen smiled warmly. Of course. I have great faith in your abilities. Are you sure it doesn't need any revisions? Do you genuinely believe there are no flaws? Chen Guyao pressed again. Lu Chen nodded earnestly, stating, I truly see no flaws. It is already perfect. Chen Guyao exhaled in relief. Perhaps the lyrics were indeed extraordinary. Lu Chen had not anticipated she would be able to compose such a song. After all, she had toiled all day on it. And if Lu Chen identified any issues after just one listen, it would render her efforts futile. Chapter 77. The melody of this song is truly remarkable. As night descended, in the confines of her bedroom, Chun Guyao reclined against the headboard, her gaze laden with worry. In her delicate grasp were several sheets filled with musical notes, a testament to her dedicated craftsmanship. Yet, despite Lu Chen's repeated praise, the subtle imperfections within the composition pricked at her heart like thorns. She understood that the song could suffice for presentation at this stage, but she found it intolerable that such a beautiful piece remained imperfect. With a gentle sigh, Lu Chen settled beside her on the bed, tenderly tucking the blanket around her. He was acutely aware that, given Chun Guyao's perfectionist nature, unless she discovered a piece that satisfied her, she would not find true joy, even if the song were to be released on schedule. Alas, this exquisite wife of his was too driven, leaving Lu Chen feeling somewhat embarrassed about his reliance on her success. That faint sigh, however, was interpreted differently by Chun Guyao. Her eyelashes fluttered slightly. Did he think it was terrible? Morning broke with the first rays of sunlight streaming through the curtains, illuminating Chun Guyao's face. As she groggily sat up in bed, a melodious tune wafted in from the kitchen, instantly dispelling her drowsiness. A sudden thrill surged through her, and her eyes widened in surprise. She hastily donned a jacket and hurried towards the source of the enchanting sound. Lu Chun, donned in an apron, hummed a tune while skillfully preparing porridge, occasionally swaying to the rhythm in a comical manner. Without pretense, without struggle, unafraid of ridicule, I once channeled my youth into her, and my fingertips danced through the summer. Let the heart be stirred, and let fate take its course. As Lu Chen turned, he caught sight of Chen Guyao standing in the doorway, her hair tousled and exuding a sleepy charm. He quickly approached her, half-jokingly remarking, My dear Empress, you ought to consider your appearance. Has the wind risen in our home, causing your hairstyle to become disheveled? The wind has risen? The moment Chen Guyao heard those words, her heart leapt. She fixed her gaze intently on Lu Chen, her voice urgent. Say that again. Lu Chen, mistaking her reaction for displeasure at his comment, hastily clarified, Oh no, I was wrong. You look stunning no matter what. Chen Guyao waved her hands in urgency, saying, Not that. The part after. Lu Chen, perplexed, scratched his head and replied, Is it really windy in our house? That can't be. We invested thousands in soundproof windows. He then dashed to the bedroom to check. Unable to contain her laughter, Chen Guyao exclaimed excitedly, I meant the song title. The wind has risen. That name is simply perfect for the song. Lu Chen returned from the bedroom, still muttering, There's no draft. Before he could finish his thought, Chen Guyao leaped into his arms, planting a fervent kiss on his lips. Lu Chen's heart raced. And just as he prepared to respond, their daughter, Lu Xiaoyu, chimed in with her bright voice, Daddy, Mommy, what are you doing? Chen Guyao swiftly disentangled herself from Lu Chen, while he instinctively covered Lu Xiaoyu's eyes and guided her towards the bathroom, saying, "From now on, the first thing you do upon waking is wash up." After finishing her breakfast, Chen Guyao put down her chopsticks, her face filled with confusion as she asked, "Lu Chen, the melody you hummed this morning, it's not the one I wrote yesterday, is it?" Lu Chen nodded, explaining earnestly, "Your song from yesterday had a rather strong artistic flair, making it somewhat obscure. I pondered over it last night and made a few slight alterations. If the changes don't sit well with you, please don't be offended. Can you sing it again for me to listen closely?" Chen Guyao's eyes sparkled with anticipation as she leaned forward unconsciously. Lu Chen stifled a laugh, adopting a guileless demeanor as he said, "Very well then. I would be honored to receive your guidance." After clearing his throat, he began to hum. "Wait a moment." Chen Guyao quickly grabbed a guitar. "We need accompaniment." Lu Chen felt a surge of delight as he accepted the guitar and started to play. This journey is filled with stops and starts, following the traces of youth adrift. As he sang the first line, Chen Guyao excitedly interrupted, "Hold on, did you add new lyrics? That line wasn't in what I wrote yesterday." Lu Chen, somewhat embarrassed, scratched his head and explained, "I enriched the main verse a bit. Is the lyric unsatisfactory?" "No, it's fantastic." Chen Guyao replied eagerly. "Continue singing." "I want to interrupt you." She discreetly activated her phone's recording function, ready to capture the moment. Lu Chen poured his heart into the song. This journey is filled with stops and starts, following the traces of youth adrift. Just before stepping out of the station, I hesitated, laughing at my homesickness. As the melody concluded, Chen Guyao's eyes glistened with unshed tears, entirely absorbed in the atmosphere crafted by the song. She was utterly convinced that once this song was released, it would undoubtedly create a sensation. Not only would it secure a spot in the top 10, but it could even contend for the top 3 or challenge for the coveted #1 position. "I've finished. I must hurry to the company." Chen Guyao hastily tucked away her phone, unable to contain her eagerness to share the song with her team and bring it to the audience swiftly. Lu Xiaoyu watched her mother's hurried departure with innocent curiosity and asked, "Daddy, did you make mommy cry?" Lu Chen chuckled as he ruffled his daughter's hair, saying, "Silly girl, those are tears of joy. You'll understand when you grow up." At the Starry Entertainment Creation Department, Qin Shui was overwhelmed with work. For 2 consecutive days, Chen Guyao had personally visited the creative team, which added significant pressure to her role as the department head. Known for her perfectionism, Chen Guyao pushed Qin Shui and the team to brainstorm tirelessly throughout the night to satisfy her expectations for the song. "Director Chen, our team has been working diligently on this song," Qin Shui began, but was interrupted by Chen Guyao raising her hand. "I've resolved the matter of the song. Is the recording studio ready? I need to use it immediately." Chen Guyao's tone was urgent, her eyes brimming with anticipation. In the recording studio, Chen Guyao played the recording of Lu Chen's Morning Hum. As the unique melody of the guitar and the innovative lyrics resonated, everyone was deeply captivated. Qin Shui was so astonished that her mouth hung open, silently marveling at the brilliance. Although it is merely a demo of a song, is it truly possible that it was completed in just one evening? Did Mr. Chen accomplish this single-handedly? When did our boss's prowess become so formidable? Qin Shui couldn't help but feel a twinge of anxiety. With such an impressive boss, could she, the head of the creative department, maintain her position? "Mr. Chen, this composition is simply extraordinary. Did you create it yourself? The melody pairs perfectly with the lyrics," Qin Shui exclaimed, unable to contain her admiration. Chen Guyao humbly smiled and replied, "It's not me. I'm not that capable yet. This piece was crafted by Lu Chen." Chapter 78. What else are you hiding from me? Lu Chen. Qin Shui's eyes widened in disbelief. Hadn't he just completed song title? How could he have produced such an outstanding work so swiftly? Did he not encounter any creative block? Before Qin Shui could recover from her astonishment, Chen Guyao began to assign tasks. "This matter should remain confidential for now. You must expedite the arrangement of this song. I want it released in the shortest time possible. The title will be The Wind is Rising. Once the lyrics and melody are finalized, inform Chen Lian so she can become acquainted with it promptly." The team nodded in agreement and diligently immersed themselves in their work. After a day of effort, when Chen Guyao heard the complete version of The Wind is Rising, a satisfied smile finally graced her face. Yet, before the smile could linger, her brow furrowed once more. The increasing coincidences unsettled her. She had just needed a suitable song and unexpectedly received the lyrics for The Wind is Rising. Just as she was troubled about the melody, Lu Chen had conveniently provided it. Could all this truly be mere coincidence? Suddenly, a thought struck her. If it was not coincidental, might everything be meticulously orchestrated by Lu Chun? In an effort to quell her growing doubts, for the first time in her career, Chen Guyao picked up her bag and hurried home before the end of work hours. Upon reaching her doorstep, she was about to enter when a familiar piano melody wafted from within. She froze instantly. This melody was indeed The Wind is Rising, the very piece she had been listening to all day. Aha, so it was you who was behind this. The corners of Chen Guyao's mouth lifted slightly as she gently pushed the door open. Inside, Lu Xiaoyu was diligently playing the piano, with Lu Chen patiently guiding her. Hearing the door open, the father and daughter turned simultaneously to see Chen Guyao standing at the entrance, both frozen in place as if under a spell. Lu Chen awkwardly chuckled, scratching his head. Darling, why are you home so early today? Chen Guyao narrowed her eyes, forcing a smile as she said, Yu, mommy needs to talk to daddy for a moment. Why don't you play by yourself for a bit? I'll come out to help you practice piano soon. A jolt of unease shot through Lu Chen as he realized the gravity of the situation, and he cast a desperate glance at Lu Xiaoyu. However, Lu Xiaoyu, captivated by her mother's promise to accompany her in practice, completely missed her father's plea and cheerfully replied, Okay, mommy, hurry back. Chen Guyao abruptly seized Lu Chen by the ear and dragged him into the bedroom as if he were a small chick. The bedroom door slammed shut with a resounding thud, extinguishing the last flicker of hope in Lu Chen's heart. Chen Guyao raised her leg and pinned Lu Chen against the wall. Lowering his gaze, Lu Chen met her eyes. In this moment, he still managed to jest. Darling, aren't you being a tad hasty? We've only just finished work. Chen Guyao scoffed, her tone brusque. Stop evading my questions. Answer me directly. Lu Chen hastily raised 3 fingers, his expression earnest as he vowed, I shall speak nothing but the truth, withholding nothing. Chen Guyao's demeanor softened slightly as she began her inquiries. Can you sing? Indeed. Can you compose? Yes. You can write lyrics as well, can't you? Yes. You intentionally wrote The Wind Rises for me, didn't you? Yes. Chen Guyao grasped Lu Chen's collar, her cheeks puffed in indignation. Humph. You possess all these talents and still chose to let me fret and embarrass myself. When I entered just now, the piece you were teaching you was The Wind Rises, wasn't it? So, you two have conspired to keep this from me. Lu Chen wore a sheepish grin, resembling a child caught in mischief. Darling, you figured it out. Please don't be angry. I merely wished to surprise you. If I didn't figure it out, would I be a fool? Chen Guyao leaned closer to Lu Chen, only to realize they were still a few centimeters apart in height. Clearing his throat, Lu Chen understood instantly and bent his knees. Chen Guyao fixed her gaze on his eyes, demanding, Now tell me, what else are you hiding from me? Lu Chen promptly released her leg, his expression sincere as he explained, I swear, I never intended to conceal anything from you. The truth is, I've always had these abilities. They simply lack the opportunity to shine. Or perhaps, when I did reveal them, you were not paying attention. Lu Chen couldn't help but feel a sense of pride. This only proves how exceptional I am, so remarkable that I've become understated. A great talent hidden in plain sight. Chen Guyao's beautiful eyes flickered with realization. Yes, reflecting on it, Lu Chen had always been this way. His culinary creations were so delectable that they rendered her indifferent to the delicacies of the outside world. Their home was perpetually immaculate, so much so that even 5-star hotels felt less comfortable than her own abode. Even in the education of Lu Xiaoyu, she had thought the structured study plans were effective, when in truth, it was Lu Chen's tireless dedication and hands-on care that made the difference. In choosing Lu Chen, wasn't it his excellence that had drawn her in? Yet, as Lu Chen receded into the background, she became engrossed in her own burgeoning career and overlooked her family without realizing it. Lu Chen, acutely attuned to the subtle shifts in Chen Guyao's expression, felt a pang in his heart. She was a fiercely competitive individual, yet beneath that exterior lay a sensitive soul who, at her core, was simply a woman in need of love and affection. Lu Chen gently embraced Chen Guyao, whispering, You are truly remarkable, tirelessly striving to support a company and sustain so many employees while also caring for our family. In the eyes of you and me, you are a superhero. Chen Guyao's eyes glistened with tears. Lu Chen held her hand firmly, his expression earnest as he continued, Guyao, you are accustomed to being strong and pursuing perfection in all that you do, which is admirable, yet it can also lead to exhaustion. Your competitive nature compels you to challenge yourself relentlessly. You may believe you conceal it well, but both you and I see through it. Darling, we want to help share your burdens. We are a family. Unable to contain her emotions any longer, Chen Guyao tightly embraced Lu Chun and wept openly. Just as Lu Chun prepared for a passionate kiss filled with tears, the moment was interrupted by Lu Xiaoyu's unexpected entrance, brandishing Lu Chen's phone. Mama, Daddy and I have already prepared the music for The Wind Rises. However, when she lifted her gaze and saw Chen Guyao crying on Lu Chen's shoulder, Lu Xiaoyu froze, her face flushing bright red. Daddy, did you bully Mama? Why is she crying? Lu Chen felt a wave of helplessness wash over him. Yet, Chen Guyao, overwhelmed with joy and tears, lifted Lu Xiaoyu high and laughed. Yes, it's your father who has bullied me. Shall we punish him by making him cook? Lu Xiaoyu placed her hands on her hips, puffing out her cheeks, and declared fiercely, Daddy, hurry up. Lu Chen quickly raised his hands in surrender. All right, you win. I will go right away. Chapter 79. A signature work as a label and a business card. The next morning, before dawn had fully arrived, Chen Guyao was already up and preparing. She donned a sharp business suit, hurriedly organized her documents, and gleefully prepared to leave. Lu Chen rushed forward to stop her. Why the hurry? Have some breakfast first. You cannot skip it. Chen Guyao shook her head and explained, I must immediately arrange the orchestration for The Wind Rises. Chen Ling needs to familiarize herself with it as soon as possible. The creative department is waiting, and time waits for no one. Lu Xiaoyu, brushing her teeth, emerged from the bathroom, mumbling, Mama, skipping breakfast is bad for your health. Lu Chen shook his head in resignation, gently ruffling his daughter's hair, and spoke softly. You must not follow your mother's example. Daddy will make you breakfast. You love my cooking, don't you? Lu Xiaoyu nodded vigorously. Yu loves Daddy's cooking. Yu wants breakfast. Chen Guyao gently kissed her daughter on the forehead. Mama will buy breakfast. Don't worry, Yu. In the recording studio, after the orchestration for The Wind Rises was completed, Chen Ling received the full score. As she familiarized herself with it, she stood frozen in place. The song The Wind Rises felt as if it had been tailor-made for her. At that moment, Chen Ling's excitement was beyond words. Her gaze drifted through the studio's glass, resting on Chen Guyao, who was dining outside, her heart brimming with gratitude. Mr. Chen, neglecting even his breakfast, personally crafted this remarkable work, fully aware of the expectations placed upon him. For a novice singer like Chen Ling, while the number of fans and personal popularity are undeniably significant, possessing a signature piece of work is of paramount importance. A representative song serves as a radiant calling card and an emblem of one's identity. Conversely, without such a piece, one risks being perpetually confined within the halo of a newcomer, struggling to distinguish oneself amidst a multitude of artists. The song The Wind Rises undoubtedly marks a pivotal step toward his success, serving as the launchpad for his rise to fame. After a morning filled with intense and focused recording, Chen Ling felt no trace of fatigue. Instead, he was invigorated. Upon exiting the studio, he eagerly approached Chen Guyao, bowed deeply, and sincerely expressed, Thank you for your guidance, Mr. Chen. I will exert every effort to perform this piece well, repaying your kindness and the company's nurturing. No leader could resist appreciating a grateful subordinate, and Chen Guyao, feeling a sense of satisfaction, encouraged him, practice diligently. This is merely the beginning. The road ahead is long, and I have faith in your potential. Chen Ling nodded repeatedly, his eyes shimmering with determination. Once everyone left the studio, Lin Shi excitedly remarked, The artists at Black Gold Entertainment are currently at their peak. This song will surely overshadow their popularity. Chen Guyao smiled gently, yet shook his head. There is no rush. While a direct confrontation may be exhilarating, it is the continuous push of the waves that sustains longevity. Let them bask in their success for a while. I will personally guide Chen Ling in the coming days. Meanwhile, have the publicity department on standby. When the time is ripe, we must strike decisively without any missteps. In the office of Black Gold Entertainment, the laughter of Li Xiaolu and Zhao Weide resonated. Li, our leading lady, truly embodies the pillar of Black Gold Entertainment. Recently, we have suppressed Starry Entertainment to the point where they can barely make it into the top 10. I wonder how Chen Guyao can still promote his little kings and queens. Zhao Weide declared with a smug expression. Li Xiaolu, adorned in an exquisite gown that perfectly accentuated her voluptuous figure, had invested considerable effort to help the company undermine Starry Entertainment. Witnessing such significant results, she felt it was her moment to shine, to showcase her charm and remind the company of her undeniable prowess. She chuckled lightly, a hint of disdain gracing her features. Chen Guyao is still too young. How can Starry Entertainment ever compare to us at Black Gold? Defeat is an inevitable outcome. Zhao Weida promptly poured a cup of tea for Li Xiaolu, flattering her. Please, don't be modest, Li. Without your intervention with those renowned composers and lyricists, how could Su Hua rise to prominence so swiftly? Li Xiaolu's expression grew more self-satisfied, her chin slightly raised, exuding an air of confidence. Zhao Weida added, Li, the company has always valued you highly. We are currently preparing several excellent new dramas for you, so be ready at all times. Li Xiaolu's face brightened with joy as she eagerly raised her teacup to express her gratitude to Zhao Weida. Rest assured, Mr. Zhao, I am always prepared to charge into battle for the company and create new glories. Zhao Weida chuckled heartily and leaned in closer to Li Xiaolu, saying, however, there is a minor issue. Although Xu Hua has gained popularity, Fan Xiangxiang has yet to deliver a standout song. After all, she is a junior in our company. What do you think, Miss Li? A hint of embarrassment flickered across Li Xiaolu's face. She had already leveraged numerous connections to find songs for Xu Hua. Furthermore, as a vice president of an entertainment company, why should she be tasked with sourcing lyricists and composers? Was it merely a means to cut costs and save face? Fear not, there is no problem. Supporting our juniors is indeed a responsibility we seniors must fulfill. Li Xiaolu's generosity left Zhao Weida in deep admiration. Thank you, Miss Li. As 2.5 days passed, Xu Hua's song steadily climbed the charts on major music platforms, swiftly reaching the 5th position. In contrast, Xingchen Entertainment remained eerily silent, as if it had vanished from existence. In the office of the president of Xingchen Entertainment, Chen Guyao gazed at the music platform rankings with a slight smile. She understood that the moment had arrived. In recent days, under her guidance, Chen Ling had been practicing diligently, making rapid progress. The online buzz continued to rise, and everything was unfolding according to her expectations. Now was the perfect time for The Wind Rises to make its debut. Lin Shi entered the office, accompanied by 2 others. President Chun, the head of the publicity department, Zhou Yang, has arrived. President Chun, Zhou Yang addressed respectfully. Chen Guyao's expression was calm, yet her tone was resolute. Prepare for the launch of The Wind Rises. You have had ample time to prepare. The publicity efforts must be impeccable. The budget will be increased by 30%. Do not hesitate to spend. We must ensure that this song's popularity surges rapidly. After 3 days of preparation, Zhou Yang was eager to get started. Rest assured, President Chun, we will give it our all. Chapter 80. Singers crafted by this era. Chen Guyao swiftly convened a meeting with the planning department and decided to have Chun Ling replace Zhao Xinjin as the main guest on Chase Your Dreams. Youth. This program, aimed at contemporary youth, enjoys substantial support and popularity online. It features outstanding young individuals from various fields as interview guests, alongside young flying guests, who collectively aim to instill a correct outlook on striving in life through interviews. Currently, Zhao Xinjin lacks a personal representative work, while Chen Ling's The Wind Rises stands to benefit from such a high-profile program to maximize its exposure. At Black Gold Entertainment, Zhao Weida scrutinized a young, slender man with striking makeup and instructed, Li Xingxing, our company has invested considerable effort and connections to secure your appearance as the main guest on Chase Your Dreams. Youth, have you memorized the talking points that were specifically polished for you? Li Xingxing nodded earnestly. Rest assured, Mr. Zhao, I have committed everything to memory and will not let you down. Zhao Weida emitted a low murmur, seizing the opportunity that could further solidify his position as a rising star. Thank you for your guidance, President Zhao, Li Xingxing solemnly remarked. I shan't impose further. You are well aware of what to do. Upon noticing Zhao Weida producing a cigarette, Li Xingxing hastily retrieved his lighter from his pocket to ignite it. Zhao Weida cast a sidelong glance at Li Xingxing. As a singer, it would be prudent to reconsider such smoking habits. Indeed, Li Xingxing replied with a respectful smile. President Zhao, I heard that the guest for Star Entertainment has changed, should I? You may handle it as you see fit, Zhao Weida interjected. Backstage at the Chase Your Dreams youth program, Li Xingxing entered through the door. Fu Qingran glanced at the mirror and instructed the makeup artist, you may leave for now. Dressed in a pristine white shirt, Li Xingxing took a seat behind Fu Qingran. It has been a while, Teacher Fu. Aren't you the main guest today? What brings you to my backstage? Fu Qingran inquired with a smile. With a flattering expression, Li Xingxing replied, I merely wish to greet Teacher Fu first. I hope for your leniency. Fu Qingran smirked gently and reassured, rest assured, President Zhao has already contacted me. Li Xingxing's eyes brightened. Then I am grateful for your assistance. Teacher Fu. Fu Qingran's smile faded slightly as he reminded. Star Entertainment has replaced the guest with someone named Chen Ling. Are you aware of this? Li Xingxing responded with a grin. I hold this opportunity to appear on your program in high regard. So I certainly made it a point to familiarize myself with everything beforehand. At the Chase Your Dreams youth program's venue, Fu Qingran, clad in a stylish white suit and adorned with exquisite makeup, commenced the show. Welcome everyone to the 7th episode of Chase Your Dreams Youth. Previously, we have invited exceptional young representatives from various fields. Today, we are honored to welcome the outstanding singer of the younger generation, the rising star Li Xingxing. Under the brilliant lights and amidst the enthusiastic cheers of the audience, Li Xingxing, dressed simply in a white shirt, appeared like a charming boy next door. With a warm smile, he waved, greeting both the host and the guest before settling into the plush couch of the main guest seat. The interview officially begins. Li Xingxing. Welcome, Fu Qingran said. Li Xingxing rose, smiling. Thank you, Teacher Fu. Hello everyone. I am Li Xingxing, your star boy. He formed a heart shape with his hands towards the audience, deliberately showcasing his chiseled jawline. A wave of screams erupted. Chen Ling applauded, a hint of envy gracing her expression. When will I ever become a rising star? Fu Qingran sharply praised. Indeed, our Li Xingxing is far more amiable than typical program guests. Li Xingxing, intentionally clad in a thin shirt with an unbuttoned collar, exposed his collarbone. Knowing that it is Teacher Fu's program, I naturally felt at ease. Who doesn't recognize Teacher Fu as a premier host? Fu Qingran, basking in the compliment, remarked, we all know Li Xingxing is a rising star in the music industry, immensely talented. Many fans are curious about the untold aspects of your journey. A nostalgic expression graced Li Xingxing's face. In truth, when I first embarked on my journey, I was rather naive, having produced some rather immature songs. I owe a debt of gratitude to my company for crafting a tailored development path, which has led to the person I am today. During my childhood, my family faced significant financial hardships. However, my academic performance was commendable. It was during high school, at a band performance, that I first ignited my passion for music. As many are aware, I successfully passed the entrance examination for a music academy, signing my first contract with Black Gold Entertainment. To this day, I remain profoundly grateful to Black Gold Entertainment. At this moment, Fu Qingran seamlessly took the opportunity to speak. Li Xingxing's experiences resonate deeply with our program's theme. One must possess dreams, recognize oneself, and, more importantly, make the right choices. While hard work is undeniably essential for success, the power of choice holds equal significance. A reliable entertainment company can often spare one from unnecessary detours. As Fu Qingran spoke, he casually cast a glance towards Chen Ling, causing a flicker of alertness to arise within her. She was not alone in this. The audience, too, sensed an unusual tension. Had it not been for the previous episode where Zhao Zhenjin had been put in an awkward position by Fu Qingran, I would have been oblivious to the fact that his words were pointed at Chen Ling. Are you not aware? It was revealed that Fu Qingran had long-standing issues with Chun Guiyao from Starry Entertainment, stemming from a prior program, and he had not forgotten the grudge. Thus, it appeared that this episode would not be comfortable for Chen Ling either. Fu Qingran then inquired, would you be willing to share your thoughts? Among the audience were numerous music enthusiasts, including Chen Ling, a newcomer in the industry. The camera abruptly focused on Chen Ling, who was clad in a simple sweatshirt. Her makeup minimal, rendering her features merely pleasant. Li Xingxing scoffed inwardly. Were it not for the need to curry favor with Zhao Vida, would I even bother with a rookie like you? Since the audience is keen to listen, I shall sing a verse, after all. I have built a persona of being affectionate towards my fans. A staff member brought forth the guitar for Li Xingxing. How about a lyrical piece titled Rainy Day? The crowd erupted in cheers, particularly the female audience, their eyes sparkling with admiration. Fantastic. Xingxing is so charming. Li Xingxing, brimming with confidence, began to strum the guitar. As the melody resonated, Chen Ling instinctively furrowed her brow. There was clearly an issue with the preceding chord. Several individuals from the music industry present also discerned the flaw. Yet no one spoke up. Chen Ling seemed to grasp why Chen Guiyao is unconcerned. These performers, reliant on packaging for their success, had little to compare with The Wind Rises. While Li Xingxing's guitar skills might not be exceptional, his vocal performance was genuinely commendable, prompting cheers from the audience. Though Chen Ling applauded, a hint of disappointment brewed within her. Given Li Xingxing's current standing in the music scene, his vocal prowess should not have been sufficient. It seemed that Chen had been quite right. The music industry today is largely governed by superficial packaging. As the final chord resonated, Li Xingxing stood and bowed. Following his performance, the fans erupted in applause once more. Let us applaud for Xingxing's performance. Fu Qingran led the ovation. Li Xingxing set down his guitar and humbly gestured. The songs I created prior to my debut may seem somewhat juvenile and my performance lacking. I hope everyone can forgive me. Chen Ling was left speechless. Was it truly a matter of the lyrics? Fu Qingran continued to inquire, did you encounter any challenges during the creative process, and how did you resolve them? Indeed. I did, Li Xingxing nodded. When I first joined Black Gold Entertainment, my unfamiliarity with the industry led to frequent criticism. However, looking back, I am genuinely grateful to the mentors at Black Gold Entertainment. Without them, I would not be the artist I am today, nor would I have this new song. Fu Qingran understood the underlying message. This was a subtle promotion of his new release. Oh, might Xingxing be willing to share it with our audience today? Li Xingxing turned his gaze towards the audience. Would you like to hear it? The fans enthusiastically shouted yes. All right, then I present to you to the best of me. Chapter 81, The Wind Rises, a successful debut. Li Xingxing's performance of this song was significantly improved. However, Chen Ling noted that certain details in the execution still fell short. Without the sound engineer's swift adjustments, issues could have easily arisen, especially since this was a live recording and the production team was keen to avoid any mishaps. Chen Ling was resolute in his assessment that Li Xingxing was merely a polished star. He felt fortunate to have encountered a responsible manager like Chen Guyao. After the performance concluded, the audience erupted in applause. Li Xingxing cast a barely perceptible glance at Chen Ling, which made Chen Ling feel slightly uncomfortable. Fu Qingran praised, "We are immensely grateful for Xingxing's splendid performance. From a newcomer to a rising star, I believe Xingxing has faced numerous challenges along the way. Among our guests today is a newcomer, Chen Ling, who has also brought his own new song to share with everyone." Feigning surprise, Li Xingxing remarked, "Is that so? I am very much looking forward to it." Fu Qingran quickly added, "Since Xingxing is here, he can provide insights if there are any questions." The other guests perceived the underlying tension. It seemed to be an opportunity for the veteran to mentor the newcomer, but in reality, it was a contest between Black Gold Entertainment and Starry Entertainment. If Chen Ling's performance faltered, it would reflect poorly on Starry Entertainment. This overt targeting made the audience feel somewhat uncomfortable. As Chen Ling approached the center of the stage, the stark contrast between his modest attire and the meticulously styled Li Xingxing was quite apparent. The audience did not seem particularly optimistic about this unassuming young man. Having familiarized himself with Li Xingxing's capabilities, Chen Ling felt more at ease. "Hello, dear friends and esteemed hosts, and greetings to you, Teacher Li. It is an honor to share the stage with you. I resonate deeply with your journey. I believe every dream chaser can relate to the various obstacles encountered along the way. I too am fortunate to have joined a wonderful company and to work with an exceptional boss. At Starry Entertainment, I feel as though I am part of a warm, familial environment. Today, I will present a new song titled The Wind Rises, which perfectly aligns with the theme of today and resonates with many dreamers." On the large screen, the words "The Wind Rises" prominently appeared. Unlike the vibrant and optimistic "To the Best Me," The Wind Rises exudes a sense of nonchalance that comes from having weathered life's storms. As the accompaniment begins, the previously raucous audience falls into an instant hush. With the first line of lyrics illuminating the large screen, Chen Ling's voice resonates through the venue. On this journey, there are moments of pause, tracing the drifting path of youth. Just before stepping off the train, a flicker of hesitation arises. One cannot help but smile at the bittersweet nostalgia of returning home, an emotion that remains inescapable. The sky in Nagano remains warm, as the winds stir memories of the past. As the main verse concludes, the chorus elevates the audience into a crescendo of emotion. The arrangement intricately intertwines with Chen Ling's distinctive voice and lyrics. Each word and note expresses delicate sentiments, as if every note possesses its own unique charm. The audience is enveloped in the music, starkly contrasting the unending cheers of "To the Best Me." The crowd sits in hushed reverence, fearful that even the slightest sound might disrupt the song. Countless hearts marvel at the perfect synergy between the arrangement and voice. It is this gentle melody and nuanced timbre that allow the song's emotions to unfold in layers, blending familial love, friendship, and romance. Li Xingxing fidgets restlessly, clearly unsettled within. Fu Qingran is utterly astonished by the formidable prowess of Chen Ling. How could a newcomer from Black Gold Entertainment possibly compare? Is there truly a dearth of good songs? What is the story behind The Wind Rises? There has been no word about it. Indeed, while To the Best Me is a commendable song, it pales in comparison to The Wind Rises. The audience's emotions seem to be locked in place, with some even softly weeping. Chun-Ling raises the microphone, her gaze profound and resolute. Through this song, I wish for you to cry next time, only upon reaching the shore. It is not until the venue is utterly tranquil that the crowd erupts into fervor. What a magnificent song. It brought me to tears. Indeed. Who can depart from home with unwavering resolve? Everyone hesitates when stepping off the train. The craftsmanship of the lyrics and melody is nothing short of remarkable. At this moment, the audience is astonished to discover that not only is the singer Chun-Ling, but the lyricist and composer are also the same person. Morning Fishing Song. Who is this Morning Fishing Song? Such talent. Their lyrical and compositional abilities rival those of the greatest in the field. Starry Entertainment has yet to mention this lyricist and composer. This is bound to become a sensation. The singer's vocal prowess is equally commendable, perfectly complementing the song. A spectator rises from their seat, calling out, "Sing it again." Others look up, and soon a chorus of voices joins in. Sing it again. Sing it again. Sing it again. Chun-Ling begins to grasp the meaning behind Chun Guyao's assertion that there would be no problem. She has given her all, yet still overshadowed the main star, Chun Xingxing. A fleeting frost crosses Chun Xingxing's face, as she had intended to undermine Chun-Ling, only to find herself thwarted. The subsequent performances descend into a mere formality. The impact brought by Chun-Ling's The Wind Rises was overwhelmingly powerful. Despite Li Xingxing's utmost efforts to perform several songs, the audience's reaction to him was rather tepid. Chun-Ling was acutely aware of her overshadowing presence. Thus, she chose to cooperate with the recording for the remainder of the time, opting for silence and tranquility. Even when Fu Qingran deliberately attempted to steer the conversation and set traps, Chun-Ling adhered to the principle of speaking little to avoid errors. However, even while merely seated, she garnered goodwill from the other flying guests, and numerous cameras seemed to intentionally or unintentionally favor her. Backstage, Li Xingxing wore a face full of frustration. It was all because of Chun-Ling. Had it not been for her, he would have undoubtedly been the most radiant star today. It was Chun-Ling's disregard for decorum that usurped his spotlight. Fu Qingran's expression was hardly any better. Chase Your Dreams, Youngsters was a program currently on fire, and she had invested considerable connections and efforts to secure the hosting role. Now, with just one airing of The Wind Rises, Fu Qingran, though appearing nonchalant, felt a lingering sense of defeat to Chun-Ling. In Xingchen Entertainment, Chun-Ling's manager, Meng Fan, stood tall with confidence, every smile and frown replete with assurance. Spotting Lin Shi, Meng Fan approached her with an exuberant stream of praise. Let me tell you, today, Chun-Ling has ascended to divinity. Just wait for this episode of Chase Your Dreams, Youngsters to air, and let the other managers feel envy. Who was it that said my vision was poor? My insight is impeccable. Meng Fan finally felt vindicated, releasing the frustrations accumulated since Chun-Ling had been overshadowed by Su Hua. Lin Shi sincerely congratulated. A triumphant debut. Chun, you deserve all the accolades. Chun-Ling blushed with humility, responding, the credit belongs to everyone. Without you all, I would not have had this opportunity to shine. As Lin Shi approached the door of Chun Guyao's office, she overheard Chun Guyao on the phone. I can't help you. You refuse to be a singer. And you aren't keen on being a lyricist either, yet you won't let me credit you. Lin Shi's heart skipped a beat. She knew Chun Guyao only spoke in such a tone when conversing with Lu Chun, leaving her quite astonished. So The Wind Rises was written by Lu Chun? Hadn't he just penned a song titled The Blessing? Was he producing songs as if they were dumplings? Chun Guyao quipped, you seek nothing in return. Are you trying to emulate Lei Feng? Lu Chen's cheeky voice emanated from the phone. Who says I seek nothing? I seek you. Chun Guyao's face flushed, playfully retorting. Go away, focus on taking care of the child. Chapter 82. The sweetest of soft rice, yet the diva's acting skills leave much to be desired. Setting down the phone, Chun Guyao gestured for Lin Shi to enter. Chun, I didn't mean to eavesdrop, Lin Shi said, feeling awkward. Chun Guyao smiled gently. No need to be so tense. This matter is between us and Qin Shui, so let us keep it confidential. Lin Shi nodded fervently. Lu Chun, aptly dubbed a genius by netizens, truly was remarkable. Both The Blessing and The Wind Rises were masterpieces. Chun Guyao flushed at the compliment. Lin Shi produced a video clip. The response to Chase Your Dreams, Youngsters had been quite positive. This was footage from the live recording. The director Hong Bo of the program Mom Is Not Home has called again, preparing to invite you to record the second season. Chen Guyao furrowed her brow slightly and shook her head, stating, "Please respond as I instructed you before." The 7th episode of Chase Your Dream, Youth, aired. And alongside the surge in popularity of The Wind Rises, the momentum had already been realized. Chen Guyao promptly announced the launch of The Wind Rises, seizing the excitement. It swiftly climbed into the top 10 of the new song charts upon its release, achieving remarkable success. The 4 major entertainment companies immediately reacted, hastily releasing new songs to counter it. However, the momentum of The Wind Rises was too formidable, swiftly entering the top 5 of the new song charts within just 1 hour. The online community was ablaze with excitement, refreshing countless comments. "I'm definitely going for this graduate student. Tomorrow, I will marry my first love. May we be happy. This year, when the gardenias bloom, it will be our day of success. Mom and Dad, I've been accepted into university." The fervor continued to escalate, with netizens predicting it was merely a matter of time before it claimed the top spot. Chen Guyao exhaled in relief, finally turning the tide. During dinner, Lu Chun had already noticed the launch of The Wind Rises and anticipated that Chen Guyao would be delighted, preparing an extravagant feast. With joy in her heart, Chen Guyao served Lu Chun a piece of meat. "The success of The Wind Rises is largely due to you. This is your reward." Lu Chun swallowed it in one bite. "Is this all for such a reward?" Chen Guyao retrieved a beautifully adorned black box from her bag. "Of course, there's more. Just open it." Inside was a Patek Philippe watch. Lu Chen's eyes sparkled as he promptly donned it and showed it off in front of Lu Xiaoyu. You, how do I look? Doesn't this watch make Dad even more handsome?" Lu Xiaoyu enthusiastically nodded, exclaiming, "Handsome. Daddy is the most handsome." Chen Guyao gazed at the father and son duo with joy. What could be more precious than a warm and harmonious family? Lu Chun took a hearty bite of rice, declaring, "I told you, nothing beats a soft meal." While Chen Guyao's family basked in harmony, their competitors were beset by frustration. The Wind Rises had suddenly burst onto the market, decisively overshadowing the new songs from the 4 major entertainment companies. Despite various highly anticipated tracks being released, none could shake the dominant position of The Wind Rises. In fact, just 1 day after its release, it surpassed The Rising Sun to claim the top position on the new song charts. The new music market experienced a swift upheaval, with Xingchen Entertainment emerging as the sole victor. The Wind Rises and The Rising Sun firmly held the first and second spots on the new song charts. Competitors could only look on in despair, rendered speechless. Unexpectedly, due to the tremendous success of The Wind Rises, many flocked to watch the clips of Chun Ling singing in the 7th episode of Chase Your Dream, Youth. The viewership of this episode skyrocketed, even surpassing the total views of the preceding 6 episodes combined, significantly elevating the ranking of the variety show. With the success of the 7th episode, netizens not only praised Chun Ling's melodious singing, but also took notice of Fu Qingran and Li Xingxing. Various captivating clips and controversial segments remained unedited by the editing team. How did this Li Xingxing, who sings so poorly, become a little king? Originally, I regarded Li Xingxing as quite talented. However, in comparison to Chen Ling, his abilities appear to be rather ordinary, akin to that of a typical online singer. His vocal skills are mediocre, while the lyrics and arrangement shine, making such songs only appealing to dedicated fans. Is he truly a young king? The main act pales in comparison to the guest performer's song. The company's marketing is impressive. Nowadays, it seems that mere good looks suffice to become an idol, regardless of vocal talent, as long as the music is tolerable. Li Xingxing, what is wrong with you? Zhao Vida glared at Li Xingxing with disappointment, his expression darker than the bottom of a pot. Li Xingxing stood frozen, unable to meet Zhao Vida's gaze, stammering, "Zhao, I was wrong. I will work hard and write a new song to surpass The Wind Rises." Zhao Vida was on the verge of laughter out of frustration. Li Xingxing, do you really consider yourself a contender just because others call you a young king? You can't even compete with The Wind Rises, and you dare to dream of surpassing it? Zhao Vida extinguished his cigarette and tightened the collar of Li Xingxing's shirt. You know, in today's society, the competition is fierce, and it's survival of the fittest. I can't help it. Li Xingxing's expression shifted. Zhao, what do you mean? You can't treat me this way. I have contributed a lot to the company. Zhao Vida harshly pushed Li Xingxing away. Don't be so presumptuous. You're merely a resource. With a cold snort, Zhao Vida lit another cigarette and exhaled a cloud of smoke toward Li Xingxing's face. Rest assured, The company has invested so much in you. It won't abandon you so easily. Just prepare well and manage your public relations on Weibo. Now leave. The ratings for the 7th episode were high, yet Fu Qingran was not particularly pleased. She was too afraid to go online, as it was filled with insults directed at her. How coincidental that Qin Ling arrives and releases a song like The Wind Rises. Surely, Shen Guyao is scheming against her. Jealous of her successful career and looking to undermine Xingqian Entertainment, she must have sent Qin Ling to make things difficult for her. It has to be so. The more Fu Qingran thought, the angrier she became, her expression growing increasingly fierce as she cursed. Wretched woman. Ma Xiaobao reluctantly squeezed out the door. Mom, what are you making such a fuss about? I need to sleep early. I have school tomorrow. In the midst of her anger, Fu Qingran found an outlet for her frustration in Ma Xiaobao. School tomorrow, is it? Well then, let us see how I deal with you today. Dad, I've finished organizing my summer homework, Lu Chen praised. Yu is truly wonderful. Chen Guyao, clad in a silk bathrobe, had just finished bathing and still exuded a faint fragrance. Lu Chen felt somewhat awkward. Dear, isn't it a bit early for you to sleep at this hour? Chen Guyao rolled her eyes. Oh please, I'm here to see you. You go tidy up the room. Lu Chen, feeling a sense of disappointment, responded, I'll do that right away. Lu Xiaoyu, with wide eyes, curiously asked, Mom, why did you look for me? Chen Guyao's expression turned apologetic. Yu, I'm sorry, but I might not be able to accompany you to school tomorrow. In the room, Lu Chen was puzzled. The room was already perfectly tidy. What more needed to be done? Approaching the vanity, he discovered the answer. No wonder she is a diva in the music industry. Her acting skills, however, leave much to be desired. Lu Chen picked up the neatly arranged lyrics and composition drafts scattered across the dressing table, offering a resigned smile. Chapter 83. Daddy, you are now my idol. As the new term commenced, a steady stream of parents' vehicles formed a long queue outside the school gates. Being a public institution, the students were not escorted by butlers as those in prestigious schools were. Thus, parents arrived early. Lu Chen was dressed simply and modestly, while Lu Xiaoyu appeared lively and adorable. Their clothes were clean, though not designer labels, to prevent Lu Xiaoyu from developing an overly materialistic mindset from an early age. Lu Chen and Shen Guyao intentionally avoided selecting excessively expensive luxury brands for their attire. Not only did they impose this on Lu Xiaoyu, but Lu Chen also refrained from wearing the Patek Philippe that Shen Guyao had recently purchased for him. Daddy, you are quite the celebrity at our school now. Lu Chen was taken aback and inquired, why is that? Yesterday, while chatting with my classmates on Penguin, they all asked if you would be dropping me off. You have become their idol. Lu Xiaoyu giggled. Everyone envies me and says they wish they had a dad like you. Lu Chen was flattered, yet felt a sense of foreboding that the first day of school would not be entirely serene, so he quickly donned a pair of sunglasses. As expected, while waiting in line, someone suddenly cut in. Lu Chen's expression shifted slightly, feeling a twinge of discomfort. Excuse me, please queue properly, Lu Chen calmly reminded. The parent who had jumped the queue adjusted her sunglasses, the glaring pearl necklace around her neck particularly ostentatious. Upon noticing Lu Chen's humble attire, she regarded him with disdain. Who cut your line? Please do not slander others. Slander? Lu Chen's eyes widened in disbelief. Is there truly such a person in modern society? He did not wish to argue, yet Lu Xiaoyu could not tolerate the insult towards her father. Auntie, Daddy did not slander you. It is you who cut in line. Lu Xiaoyu's voice was neither too loud nor too soft, but it attracted the attention of many around them. The queue-jumping parent sneered at Lu Xiaoyu. Hey, can you watch your child? It's true that those who are poor often attract trouble. This is a school, not your home. Many parents around had witnessed the queue-jumping, but given the woman's lavish appearance, they were reluctant to confront her. Lu Chen could endure being bullied himself, but he would not tolerate anyone mistreating Lu Xiaoyu. Ma'am, many people here saw you cut in line, Lu Chen asserted. The woman immediately became irate. Who saw it? Who among you saw it? She yelled at the onlookers. In the spirit of avoiding conflict, no one responded, prompting her arrogance to escalate. Humph, public schools are rife with gossip. I must hurry to transfer my son to a prestigious school. My child cannot be influenced by people like you. Such audacity finally sparked discontent among the onlookers. Excuse me. Fellow parent, we are all here to drop off our children, and you did indeed cut in line. One person initiated, and others quickly chimed in. Exactly. How can you justify cutting in line? If you look down on public schools, then hurry back to your elite institution. In a moment of impulsive exasperation, a voice rang out, step aside and queue up. Do not obstruct the view here. The parents' expressions grew increasingly grim as they hurriedly grasped their children's hands. Making their swift exit, Lu Chen let out a sigh of relief. Thank you all for your courageous words. In the face of such parents, we must unite. A flush crept over the faces of the surrounding parents, who felt a twinge of embarrassment for not having spoken up earlier. Among the crowd, some recognized Lu Chen. Hey, aren't you Lu Chen? Is that not Lu Xiaoyu? You truly are Lu Chen. Lu Chen, the great Lu. Lu Chen suddenly sensed impending trouble. One parent whispered to another, and he had no choice but to remove his sunglasses and greet those around him. Hello everyone, I am Lu Chen. The parents were exhilarated, and the children became overwhelmingly animated. It's truly the great Lu. Great Lu, I am your fan. Please sign for me. I want a photo with the great Lu. The parents, though somewhat reserved, were quickly rummaging through their children's backpacks for paper and pens, while others pulled out their phones to capture the moment. The enthusiasm of the crowd left Lu Chen both flattered and astonished. Indeed, being too famous can be quite burdensome. After a flurry of signatures and photographs, Lu Chen hastily excused himself, eager to flee as Lu Xiaoyu entered the school. Inside the classroom, Lu Xiaoyu also garnered considerable attention. Yu, why didn't you tell us earlier that your father is so impressive? Yu, can your father take me to play King of Glory? I'll share my candies with you. Yu, let's be good friends. By the way, how delicious is the steak? I'll treat you to my mom's egg tarts in exchange. Lu Xiaoyu found it impossible to interject amidst the cacophony, as her desk became strewn with various snacks, all offered by her classmates with ulterior motives. In the office of her homeroom teacher, Ms. Li, a flurry of negotiations ensued. Ms. Li Hua ranks third in our grade. How about I trade you Lu Xiaoyu? Li Hua's grades are not as good as Zhang Mingming's. Ms. Li, let me trade. Ms. Li, we both started working at the school in the same year. Li Ming snatched up the lesson plan, wearing an expression of protective concern for Lu Xiaoyu. Impossible. Lu Xiaoyu is mine. None of you are allowed to take her. The homeroom teachers left one by one in disappointment. What a pity we didn't get to see Lu Chen. Indeed, I heard he is even more handsome in person. Wouldn't you like to meet him? He is not a public figure. You can't just meet him whenever you wish. Many were left disheartened, growing even more envious of Li Ming, who could arrange home visits to see Lu Chen. I have an idea. With the new school year starting, we can organize a parents' meeting. That way, we could see Lu Chen. The teacher's eyes lit up at this suggestion. Excellent idea. Although Chen Guyao could not escort Lu Xiaoyu, she remained deeply concerned about her as the school year commenced. She diligently monitored the updates in the parents' group. Several parents had captured videos and images from various angles of Lu Chen being surrounded for autographs and photographs. Chen Guyao was suppressing her laughter when her assistant suddenly entered. Come quickly. Look at Lu Chen's expression. It's absolutely hilarious. Lin Shi is a professional who typically refrains from smiling unless unable to contain herself. Not only has the parents group buzzed, but now Lu Chen has also made headlines in entertainment news. Look at the bold letters emblazoned across the front page. Heavenly Queen's husband Lu Chen surrounded while dropping daughter off at school. In reality, he is even more handsome than on screen. One must say, the entertainment reporters possess a knack for capturing angles, as Lu Chen's awkward and helpless expressions were all meticulously documented. Even his feigned smile during a photo op appeared vividly alive. Upon returning home in the evening, Chen Guyao strolled into the kitchen and teased, "Isn't this the great Lu? Today, the great Lu is quite famous." Lu Chen emerged from the kitchen, donning an apron, and affectionately pinched Chen Guyao's nose. Whom can we blame for this? Chen Guyao blushed and giggled. Blame me, blame me. No, wait. Blame you for being so handsome and exceptional. At the dining table, Lu Xiaoyu was brimming with excitement. Daddy, I adore you so much. You are now my idol. My teachers and classmates all admire you. Today, my classmates are treating me to delicious food. Lu Chen could hardly fathom his newfound fame and instinctively glanced at Chen Guyao, who was equally astonished by the extent of Lu Chen's influence. After Lu Xiaoyu fell asleep, Chen Guyao pulled Lu Chen aside for a private discussion. So, are you regretting making me famous? She inquired, nodding obediently. Xiaoyu is just a child. Will this exposure to the public have any repercussions? When we decided to enroll her in a public school, it was precisely to shield her from our influence, yet it seems we cannot escape it. Perhaps I should arrange for Xiaoyu to transfer schools? Chen Guyao expressed some regret over her decision to enroll in Mommy is Not Home. Lu Chen wrapped his arms around her, offering solace. Do not worry. Xiaoyu is quite popular now, and a sudden transfer would affect her negatively. However, Chen Guyao remained hesitant. Lu Chen smiled reassuringly. Rest assured, this situation is beneficial. Xiaoyu will be safe at school, and outside of school, she has my protection. There is nothing to fear. Chapter 84. Who is the morning fishing song? As days passed, Lu Chun continued to drop Lu Xiaoyu off at school. With the diminishing news coverage surrounding him, public enthusiasm began to stabilize. The attention Lu Xiaoyu received at school was predominantly positive, allowing Qin Guyao to gradually relax. Xingxin Entertainment consistently ramped up the promotion of The Wind Rises, with videos launching across major platforms and various short video covers going viral. This vigorous promotion led the entire music industry to align itself with The Wind Rises. Chen Ling, as a result of this signature work, emerged as one of the most recognized and capable singers among the newcomers in the entertainment industry. A deluge of invitations and commercial contracts ensued, catching Chen Ling by surprise. The company's level of attention suggested they might be grooming him towards superstardom. This notion elevated Chen Ling's personal standards, and he worked diligently, showing no signs of complacency, striving to refine his craft even further. Over the past few days, Chen Ling's dedication had not gone unnoticed by the company. As the boss, Qin Guyao greatly appreciated such a driven employee and frequently commended him. The online discourse surged due to the popularity of The Wind Rises. Xingxin Entertainment is on the verge of a breakthrough. Although the covers are quite melodious, there is no doubt that Chen Ling's voice is the most harmonious with this song. Speaking of which, Li Xingxing from Heijin Entertainment seems to be faltering, doesn't she? What on earth is she singing in her new song? It appears she has been propped up solely by financial backing, which starkly contrasts with genuine vocal talent. In the office of Xingxin Entertainment, Chen Guyao donned a suit that was less formal than usual, and her smile radiated more than it typically did. With both family and career flourishing, her spirits soared, making even the fish in her aquarium appear more vibrant than ever. During this time, she often took home various drafts, and Lu Chen consistently assisted her with revisions. Based on his insightful suggestions, Qin Guyao realized that The Wind Rises was certainly not the pinnacle of Lu Chen's capabilities, perhaps not even halfway to his potential. Moreover, through those edits, she acquired numerous arrangement techniques, significantly enhancing her skills. Having meticulously compiled Lu Chen's suggestions, she instructed Lin Shi to deliver them to the creative department, ensuring that Chen Ling, who is currently in the limelight, does not receive any less attention than others. With these insights, it is crucial to expedite the creation of new songs. At Heijin Entertainment, Zhao Vida was in a state of agitation, chain-smoking as the office filled with swirling smoke. The explosive success of Chen Ling and The Wind Rises had led to widespread criticism of Li Xingxing and to the best me. The discontent grew louder, prompting many whom Li Xingxing had previously offended to voice their condemnation. President Zhao, I'm being lambasted online. What should I do? Li Xingxing's expression was fraught with anxiety. Zhao Vida scoffed, abruptly extinguishing his cigarette. How dare you even speak? The company has invested a significant sum in you, yet you show no ambition. Turning his chair, he grimaced at Li Xingxing's heavily made-up face. If you had devoted even half the effort you put into your appearance towards improving your craft, you wouldn't be outperformed by an unknown. Li Xingxing felt a swell of grievance. When she first began to rise, Zhao Vida had clearly stated that maintaining a public image was more crucial than professional ability. How had that narrative shifted? Zhao Vida, exasperated, waved his hand dismissively. Enough. Just leave. I do not wish to see you. In the Heijin Entertainment conference room, a loud bang resonated as Zhao Vida pounded the table. I am investing so much in you all. Is it not for the purpose of utilizing you now? I demand your plans for redemption. The head of the public relations department lowered his gaze, his expression grim, while other members harbored silent grievances. Typically, the demands on the artist's professionalism were lax. But when issues arose, the burden fell squarely on public relations. No matter how adept the PR team, they could not compensate for your lack of talent. Yet, such sentiments could not be openly expressed. President Zhao, the momentum of The Wind Rises is too considerable, and with Li Xingxing at the center of controversy, it is impossible to turn the tide without financial investment, the deputy minister chimed in. Indeed. My discussions with the minister concluded that we should approach this from both ends. First, engage in charitable donations to restore her public image and stabilize her fanbase, while concurrently urging the creative department to produce a commendable song to salvage the artist's reputation. Zhao Vida's brow furrowed deeply, a sense of frustration enveloping him. He regretted his initial support for Li Xingxing, realizing that now it was all about spending money. However, if this money is not spent, the previous investment may be in vain. The matter of donations is relatively straightforward, yet when it comes to the new song, our company's creative department may lack the necessary capabilities. The public relations director spoke with a hint of difficulty. Zhao Vida detected an underlying message in the public relations director's words. Speak your mind. The director leaned closer to Zhao Vida, suggesting that they should engage a prominent lyricist and composer from the industry. Didn't Su Hua defeat Chen Ling precisely by doing so? Those individuals have inflated egos and exorbitant fees. Do you think they are easy to hire? Zhao Vida expressed his dissatisfaction. The public relations director explained, we still have the esteemed actress Li. A flicker of hesitation crossed Zhao Vida's face. Although Li Xiaolu is an award-winning actress, her influence in the entertainment industry is still considerable. However, they had already utilized her assistance previously. Zhao Vida sighed deeply, conceding, let us proceed as you suggest. But we must not be lax on our end. We must keep a vigilant eye on developments. Sister Li, how have you been lately? Are you satisfied with the new drama? Li Xiaolu sensed that Zhao Vida's sudden request for a conversation was likely not a harbinger of good news. Yet she maintained a smile. The script is quite good, and I must thank you for your recommendation, Zhao. I'm glad to hear that. By the way, Sister Li, as you prepare for your new drama, I trust you are aware of the latest news in the music scene? Li Xiaolu immediately became alert. What do you mean, Zhao? Recently, Xingchen Entertainment has been gaining momentum, with the newcomer Chen Ling's song The Wind Rises enjoying immense popularity, leaving our own Li Xingxing in a rather awkward position. Zhao Vida's gaze subtly shifted to Li Xiaolu, who acknowledged, our creative department has indeed been overwhelmed. Preparing a new song for Li Xingxing is a significant undertaking. I'm at a loss. I still hope you can lend a hand, Sister Li. Li Xiaolu guessed that this was not a favorable request, and indeed, her intuition proved correct. Are you implying that? Zhao Vida smiled ingratiatingly. The difficulty of inviting Huang Ci to write a song is considerable. It is not merely a financial matter. I am willing to invest, but given his close relationship with you, I require your assistance in making the introduction. Only then did Li Xiaolu nod in agreement. As long as it can undermine Xingchen Entertainment and Chen Guyao, it is worth every effort. Director Chen, here are 3 new songs from the creative department for Zhao Xingchen for your review. Additionally, The Wind Rises continues to dominate the charts, currently garnering significant attention online. And many within the industry are speculating about the true identity of the lyricist and composer known as Morning Fishing Song. Chen Guyao contemplated for a long while. With the explosive success of The Wind Rises, speculation about the identity of Morning Fishing Song had proliferated across the internet. She herself had received numerous private messages throughout the day. The recent incident where Lu Chen escorted Lu Xiaoyu to school, drawing public attention, had also made her realize that Lu Chen should not be excessively exposed to the public eye. Yet, remaining silent was not an option. There were already rumors suggesting that Morning Fishing Song was indeed Lu Chen. However, Chen Guyao had already devised a plan. Before the release of The Wind Rises, she had registered an account for Lu Chen on the Good Song website under the name Morning Fishing Song, primarily to conceal his identity. Lu Chen was unaware of this and had never logged into the account. Now, it was perfectly timed for her to utilize it. Chen Guyao instructed, there is no need for excessive explanation. Currently, Lu Chen's identity cannot be disclosed. If you find it awkward, simply say you discovered it on a popular music site. Chapter 85. Perhaps it would be best to transfer you to another school. At the entrance of Lu Xiaoyu's elementary school, Lu Chen adjusted his mask and sunglasses, ensuring he was thoroughly concealed. The enthusiasm of the parents had waned considerably, as most were already committed to their families and thus less fervent in their idle pursuits. However, a troubling predicament had recently arisen for Lu Chen. Numerous entertainment reporters, paparazzi, and the aunts and cousins of students had congregated around the school. The moment he made an appearance, they would swarm him like cats pouncing on a mouse, making it extraordinarily difficult to pick up Lu Xiaoyu. As the end of the school day approached, Lu Chen scanned his surroundings and noticed a bespectacled man with a camera hanging from his neck making his way towards him. Had he been discovered? Despite his careful disguise, was it still possible to be recognized? Just as Lu Chen was about to retreat, the man called out, "Hey, buddy, got a light?" Not recognizing him, Lu Chen smiled politely and replied, "I'm afraid I don't smoke." The man appeared somewhat disappointed but remained beside Lu Chen. "Shall we walk together? Where's your gear? Don't hide your tools. When Lu Chen shows up, we can't afford to miss a single expression." A jolt of alarm shot through Lu Chen. Who brings a camera to pick up a child? This man was a paparazzo. Lu Chen's mind raced. To avoid exposure, he reluctantly retrieved his phone, feeling exceedingly uneasy. Who among paparazzi uses a phone? The man gasped. Are you using a pineapple? Lu Chen's heart raced in panic. This is a disaster. I forgot to upgrade my skills. Now I'm bound to be recognized. Professional, huh? The man grinned, trying to place a hand on Lu Chen's shoulder, only to find it out of reach. After an awkward cough, he hefted the camera around his neck. I carry this cumbersome thing every day. Stars see me and run for the hills. I've long wanted to switch to a phone. By the looks of it, you must be a veteran. The man extended his hand, and Lu Chen, concerned about revealing his identity, shook it. Pleasure to meet you. The man chuckled and pulled a business card from his pocket, handing it to Lu Chen. Taken aback, Lu Chen thought it unusual for someone in this line of work to carry business cards. The man glanced at his watch and murmured, It's almost time. Lu Xiao, you will be out soon. Let us connect later. With that, the man turned and departed. Lu Chen was astonished to find that the man had vanished from his sight almost immediately. Truly, paparazzi are adept at disappearing. As school let out, streams of children emerged from the gates. Many young parents were waiting on either side to greet their children. Lu Chen hurried forward, eager to collect Lu Xiaoyu and make a swift exit. Just as he reached the entrance, he suddenly heard a voice behind him. Hey, buddy. Lu Chen turned to see the bespectacled man peeking out from behind a small tree near the low wall. You're too conspicuous here. You should change your spot. Instantly alert, Lu Chen adjusted his mask and shifted to a different position. From a distance, Lu Chen's eyes brightened upon spotting Lu Xiaoyu. Just as he prepared to approach her, he noticed a number of young parents around him stirring. A sense of urgency gripped Lu Chenyu as he swiftly made his way toward Lu Xiaoyu. Despite being well-equipped, Lu Xiaoyu still caught sight of him from afar. Daddy, I'm over here, she called out, startling the surrounding paparazzi and young parents. Everyone began to scan the area. Where is he? Has anyone seen Lu Chenyu? The bespectacled man even emerged from behind a tree. Ignoring everything else, Lu Chenyu hurried toward Lu Xiaoyu, taking her hand as they dashed toward the car. Class teacher Li Ming sensed something amiss and quickly stepped forward to intervene. Who are you? Li Ming questioned, hastening to grasp Lu Chenyu. What do you intend to do with you? Security. Lu Chenyu hastily removed his sunglasses and mask. Li Ming was taken aback. Mr. Lu, you, before he could finish. Students' parents and paparazzi surged forward. Mr. Lu, we are from Xingxing Entertainment. Are you interested in signing a contract with us? Mr. Lu, did you compose all of Chen Guyao's songs? Mr. Lu, could you share your educational philosophy? Clutching Lu Xiaoyu tightly, Lu Chenyu navigated through the throng, trailed closely by reporters, paparazzi, and parents. It wasn't until they reached the car, with the taillights fading into the distance, that the crowd's expressions turned to disappointment. The bespectacled man hadn't pressed the shutter even once. He was in shock. Yes, actually, Lu Chenyu. He took my business card. Later that evening, during dinner, Chen Guyao received a phone call and returned with a serious expression. Lu Chenyu, are you hiding something from me? Lu Chenyu's gaze faltered. No. What could I possibly be hiding? After returning home, Lu Xiaoyu, still feeling glum, suddenly exclaimed, Daddy, you're lying. You're upset today because of those strange aunts and uncles. Chen Guyao felt a pang of sympathy and approached her. Why didn't you tell me? Lu Chenyu sighed. I didn't want to worry you. Chen Guyao raised her phone and handed the screen to Lu Chenyu. The internet is flooded with news about you. Take a look. Curiously, Lu Chenyu glanced at it. Lu Chenyu is arrogant and has a terrible attitude. Lu Chenyu bullies others and shows disrespect to teachers. Lu Chenyu drives recklessly, nearly hitting pedestrians. Chen Guyao looked at Lu Chenyu with concern, yet he surprisingly chuckled. You find this amusing? She asked. Her face etched with worry. Lu Chenyu pointed at the screen. Look at this person. They're arguing with these commentators, which is rather entertaining. Chen Guyao retrieved her phone. Her expression filled not with reproach, but with concern. Perhaps we should consider changing schools for you. You have to pick her up every day, and this might have a negative impact on you. Moreover, it will affect her as well. Before Lu Chenyu could respond, Lu Xiaoyu interjected, clearly displeased. Mommy, Teacher Li Ming and my classmates are all very nice to me. I'm happy at school. I don't want to change schools. Chen Guyao's gaze was gentle as she reached out to stroke Lu Xiaoyu's head. You, be good. At the new school, there will be new teachers and classmates. Lu Xiaoyu lowered her head, clearly not pleased. Lu Chen felt a pang of sorrow. Perhaps it would be best to let it go, as time might heal this discomfort. However, Chen Guyao shook her head in refusal, insisting, "No? What if it doesn't get better? Yu Yu is only in the 2nd grade, and she is quite susceptible to her surroundings." Chen Guyao reassured Lu Xiaoyu. "Yu Yu, listen to your mother. I will ensure you are placed in a wonderful school with kind teachers and classmates." Lu Xiaoyu glanced at Lu Chen, then at the anxious expression on Chen Guyao's face. "Then I will listen to Daddy and Mommy."